The emperor's sage slapped his forehead suddenly. Look at me, this old guy. I'm so old, I forgot to tell you this. This is the Burning Heaven sect from the Holy Sect domain. Saint Sect domain, Burning Heaven sect? Han Feng secretly memorized these two names. Han Feng of the Saint Sect domain knows a little bit. Like the Chaos area, this is another unique area of the Beizhou continent. There are many sects in the Holy Sect, and there are almost no empires and families. The forces inside are all sections. More than half of the sects have sanctuary powerhouses, and the sects are all at the holy level, so they are also called holy sects. Because there are too many holy sects, these areas with many sects are called holy sects. There may not be a few strong people at the peak of the sanctuary, but there are hundreds of thousands of experts at the level of the Great Sanctuary and the Ordinary Sanctuary. It's just that Han Feng knew that there was no such sect as Burning Heaven sect among the famous sects in the Holy Sect. Senior Emperor Venerable Saint is the pinnacle of the late peak of the sanctuary, a master of the 27th layer of the sanctuary. How could the Burning Heaven sect with such a master be unknown? But I really haven't heard of the Burning Heaven sect, so I can only say, this Burning Heaven sect is really in decline. Either it has changed its face, or the real sect has been destroyed. Han Feng pondered in his heart. Han Feng was thinking about the situation of the Holy Sect and the Burning Heaven sect, and the Emperor Zun was also observing Han Feng with some hope in his eyes. But with Han Feng's reaction, the Emperor's heart sank. Senior. Han Feng looked up and found the disappointment of the Emperor and the Saint, and Han Feng was also very uncomfortable. The sage Emperor waved his hand. Forget it, the result of this is already expected. At the beginning, this seat offended so many people, and it relied on its powerful strength to brutally suppress it. Once the seat falls, how can those people let go? The descendants of this seat. The Emperor's sage's expression seemed to be indifferent, but the bitterness of his voice was truly passed to Han Feng's ears. Han Feng was silent. No matter what happened to the Emperor and the Saint thousands of years ago, whether it was brutal or bloody. Thousands of years later, the Emperor Venerable Saint is the body of an ordinary strong soul who has no ambition, and even passed on a powerful unique skill to him. At this point, Han Feng felt that he had to do something. Senior, you haven't told me how to find your descendants? Han Feng pursed his lips and reminded. But the sect and descendants of this seat may have really disappeared completely. You still want to go? The Emperor Zun stared at Han Feng closely. Han Feng said indifferently, yes, this junior is going. The junior's understanding of the Holy Sect is only scratches. The junior has never heard of the Burning Heaven sect. It is unlikely that the descendants of the senior have disappeared. Maybe they will change their face. Senior passed on the Fentian Emperor's respected finger to the younger generation. This is a great kindness to the younger generation. The younger generation swears that if he finds the descendants of the predecessors in the future, the younger generation will definitely pass on the Fentian Emperor's respected instructions to the predecessor's descendants. Okay. The Venerable Emperor's tone was excited and grateful. Immediately, the Emperor raised his finger, and Han Feng had a lot of knowledge in his mind, but these are all exercises and martial arts under the sanctuary, and they can't help Han Feng today. Han Feng looked at the Emperor Zun with incomprehension. The Venerable Emperor said, these are the exercises and martial arts of the Burning Heaven sect's original sanctuary. If you find the descendants of this seat, give them to them by the way. If they are really down, here are some of them. Cultivation techniques and martial arts have a good guiding effect on the promotion of the sanctuary and future comprehension. Although these are useless to you, they should have some effect on the family or sect behind you. You can also record these for the forces behind you. Han Feng suddenly realized that this was the purpose. It seems that these martial arts exercises are not very useful. After all, for any powerful force, there will be no heaven-level exercises and martial arts. But there are all living beings in the world, and everyone's physique is different. The same martial arts and exercises have different effects on different people's cultivation. These martial arts in Han Feng's mind only make more types of martial arts and martial arts of the heavenly order. Perhaps there will be some physiques that are suitable for some warriors of the forces behind them. As a result, the family is likely to have one less weak and one more strong. Han Feng secretly said in his heart, the Han family is just short of these, it's really helping in the snow. The sage emperor suddenly pointed at Han Feng, and a drop of blood essence flew into the sea of consciousness of Han Feng, and the sage emperor said, this is a drop of blood essence of this seat, relying on this, you can sense the descendants of this seat. In the same way, my descendants can also rely on this drop of blood essence to confirm your identity. With this drop of blood essence, as long as the descendants of this seed are not those who have forgotten their ancestors, they will not dare to disrespect you. Relax, Senior, Junior will definitely find the descendant of Senior. Han Feng bowed again and saluted. Han Feng inherited the unique skills of the Emperor and the Saint here, and the other three were not idle. The King of Yen inherited the sword technique of the Yenwu sword sage, the Yenwu sword art. Yuan Yijin inherited the Heavenly Phoenix Sage's 9 heavy blows, as well as the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix Sage. With the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix Saint, Yuan Yijin's Suzaku martial spirit will go further. Emperor Guangwu obtained the boxing technique of Saint Shining Stars in the sky. Whether it is Yan Wu Dao Ju, Tian Feng Jiu heavy attack, or Xing Yao Tian Qi, they are all extremely high-level sanctuary techniques. In addition to these high-level sanctuary secrets, the three also inherited some lower-grade, lower-middle-level sanctuary secrets that are suitable for them now, which is a great harvest. The 4 saints have completed their inheritance, respectively, and look at the 6 fire saints. The 6 fire saint slowly shook his head, my inheritance is not over yet. During this period, the 6 fire saint had already dripped all of his blood essence, but still did not feel any limit in Meng Yaqing's body. This made the 6 fire saints extremely shocked. Heaven, this is not only the 7 fire physique, the 8 fire physique is also possible. But does the Yan clan really have the 8 fire physique? This is the forgotten continent, and it's not the continent of the gods. The ancestor of the Yan clan of the forgotten continent was only a 5 fire physique, but an ordinary member of the Yan clan of the god continent. 8 fire physique, even among the real Yan clan in the continent of gods, is a very remarkable physique. This kind of physique would actually appear in the forgotten continent, and the 6 fire saints couldn't believe it. Since you can't believe it, you can only watch it. When the girl's bloodline has evolved, you will know everything. Haha, brother Lu Hua, since you haven't finished your inheritance, let's go first. The 4 saints laughed, and the body was shocked, and the faint starlight overflowed from the 4 people's bodies, and the 4 people's figures were gradually dissipating illusory. The 6 fire saints looked at the 4 of them sadly. For thousands of years, the 5 have experienced a lot over the years, from mutual hostility to quarrels and finally friendship. The 4 old friends left, and the heart of the 6 fire saint was full of sadness. 4, you go first, and I will go with you soon. The 4 Han Feng also looked at the 4 powerhouses with sadness, and suddenly, Han Feng shouted, don't worry, Senior Emperor, the Junior will never disappoint you. It will never humiliate the unique skills you handed down. As if they had been guided, the 3 of Yuan Yijin also shouted. The 4 emperors and saints showed a smile, and finally completely turned into starlight in the sky and disappeared. The 6 fire saints looked at the 4 Han Feng and whispered to themselves, for old friends, you have 4 good inheritors. I hope they can make their own lives on the mainland in the future. Second more. Han Feng and the 4 stared blankly at the starlight dissipating in the air, not knowing what they were thinking. At this time, the 6 fire saints said slowly, "This barrier is the forbidden god barrier developed by our clan, and it is specially used to delay the disappearance of the power of the primordial spirit, and use the full power of the primordial spirit to seize the house." Use. It's just that, whether it's Emperor Zun or Han Feng, or Xingyao and Yanwu, they don't bother to take their homes. Their aptitudes and bloodlines are rare and forgotten continent except for the ancient families, and they are almost at the top. Is it so easy to find a body that is better than their original body? If there is a gap in the degree of fit, it is almost impossible to reach the height of the 27th level of the first sanctuary. For them, seizing the house and continuing to cultivate is just lingering. With their dignity, they would rather self-solve. Nor would they be willing to take the house and live on. The 4 of them had mixed feelings, especially Han Feng, who had suffered the sack of the Heavenly Flame Saint before. If he hadn't been alert earlier, he would have used a conspiracy to suck the Heavenly Flame Saint into the Juyan Heavenly Fire Tower. Now there is no Han Feng, replaced by the Heavenly Flame Saint. Compared with the saints of Tianyan and Emperor Zun, they are really far behind. The 4 saints, but they would rather self-solve than take away and live on for thousands of years. Han Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. Should they be glad that their physique and bloodline are far inferior to those of the 4 great saints? Thinking of this, Han Feng looked at the 6 fire saints with a bit of alertness. You must know that Mengyaching is still undergoing bloodline evolution, and looking at the expressions of the 6 fire saints, you can see that the evolution this time is not easy. If the 6 fire saints become greedy and want to take away their homes, then... The 3 of Yuan Yijin obviously also thought of this, and stood by Han Feng's side unconsciously, and stood on a united front with Han Feng. The 6 fire saints could not laugh or cry, he was actually suspected. However, the saint of the 6 fires was also somewhat satisfied, so he was worthy to be the companion of his inheritor. The 6 fire saint smiled and said, "Don't worry, this seat will not be taken away. This seat has no plans to become a human demon." The 4 of Han Feng were stunned for a moment, and almost forgot that the 6 fire saints were male, and Mengyaching was female, so their genders were different. Unless the 6 fire saints have a perverted personality, they really won't take away a woman. But there is nothing wrong with being careful, and Han Feng and the others did not lose their caution because of this. The 6 fire saints were very aggrieved, and could not wait to teach Han Feng and others a lesson, but if they did, they would be even more suspicious. The 6 fire saints had to swallow this suffocation depressedly, preparing to reprimand the 4 of Han Feng after Mengyaching's bloodline evolution. Mengyaching absorbed the last essence and blood, and obviously got a lot of energy, and she still did not break out of the cocoon after a few days. On the contrary, the other 3 people from the Yan clan broke the cocoon of energy. Yan Jia was successfully promoted to the 4 fire physique, Yan Peng and Yan Ming were also promoted to the 3 fire physique, and the 3 became excited. 4 fire physique. Great, the 4 fire physique is also a rare physique in the Yan clan. From now on, in terms of physique and bloodline, I will not be weaker than those first-class geniuses. With my aptitude, sooner or later I will have it. One day I will catch up with those first-rate geniuses. Yan Jia roared with joy in her heart. 3 fire physique, I feel that I am getting closer and closer to the sanctuary level. It is estimated that in less than half a year, I will cross the thunder of catastrophe. Once I successfully pass through, I will be promoted to the sanctuary. Yan Peng and Yan Ming feel the inexplicable feeling in the dark. Even the geniuses of the Yan clan, not everyone would choose to break through the sanctuary only after accumulating the limit in the semi-holy. Sometimes the opportunity comes. If you want to accumulate to the limit and then break through, it is impossible. The landing of Tianlei is not something that humans can control if they want to control it. The 6 fire saint observed the 3 of them, and suddenly praised, "Yes, with your current accumulation, after crossing the heavenly tribulation thunder, you will at least be at the peak of the first layer or even the second layer. Little girl, if you accumulate more in the past few months, it is possible to directly reach the peak of the second layer after breaking through. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The three of Yanjia bowed and saluted. After getting up, Yanjia hesitated, and glanced at the blood-stained silkworm cocoon where Mengyaching was. Oh? What are you trying to say? Seeing Yanjia's expression, the 6 fire saints knew why in their hearts, but Gu asked. The eyes of Han Feng and the others were also on Yanjia and the others. The 4 of them are not idiots. The energy cocoons formed by these 3 and Mengyaching are exactly the same. It is impossible to say that there is no relationship. In fact, Han Feng and the others knew that this 6 fire saint was very likely to be one of Mengyaching's ancestors. Yanjia hesitated for a while, as if she had made up her mind, then gritted her teeth and said, I wonder if this blood-colored cocoon is from my Yen clan? Yes, looking at its bloodline, it is indeed our Yen clan. 6 fire saint nodded. The Yen clan? Han Feng frowned. Yen clan? I haven't heard of it. Is it an ancient family? But even the ancient family, I have never heard of the Yen clan. But even so, Yuan Yijin had never heard of any Yen clan. Humph, a bunch of bastards. My Yen clan is also a top existence among the many ancient families in Beizhou continent. How can you bastards know about it? The ancient family that you know is just the bottom of the ancient family. They can't show their prestige in front of other families. They can only be swayed in front of your bunch of bastards. Yanjia said disdainfully. Yan Peng and Yan Ming also looked contemptuous. You. King Yan was furious, thinking that as a strong man on the manifestation list in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy, known as King Yan, when had he been despised like this? Even Emperor Guangwu's face was very ugly. It's just that Emperor Guangwu, like Han Feng, has accumulated a lot in the semi-holy realm. Although they were dissatisfied, they could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Yanjia. This Yanjia was indeed qualified to despise them. After all, this Yanjia looked like he was only in his early 20s, and just in terms of age, Emperor Guangwu didn't know a few streets. Only Han Feng can beat him in terms of age. But regardless of age, even in terms of strength, they can only compete with the other 2 people from the Yen clan. Yanjia naturally found that Han Feng looked extremely young, but Yanjia didn't believe that Han Feng was the same, only thought that Han Feng used some kind of secret technique to keep his face. Just kidding, a native turtle who is less than 20 years old will catch up with Yan Peng and Yan Ming in terms of strength. A trace of displeasure flashed on the face of the 6 fire saint. Now that thousands of years have passed, has the younger generation of the Yen clan become so arrogant? This seat was the first genius of the Yen clan, and he has the 6 fire physique. Not to die with the bumpkin. The 3 Yanjia, who were still disdainful, immediately changed their faces and became uneasy. Predecessor, Senior, they are relying on a large number of people, otherwise, how could the Senior fall? Yanjia bowed her head. It seemed that he was wrong, but from his statement, we could tell that Yanjia didn't think he was wrong. That's it. Yan Peng and Yan Ming whispered. The third one. Thank you for the big reward from Bohai Prodigal Son. The Saint of 6 Fires shook his head. The sense of superiority stemming from the bloodline of the Yen clan was really not so easy to eliminate. Seeing the 3 of Yanjia, the 6 fire saints thought of who they were at the time. At the beginning, why was it not like this? He underestimated the heroes of the world, and finally fell here. Over the years, the 6 fire saints have come to understand that even if their physique and bloodline are extremely high, they may not be so strong without the help of the Yen clan's heritage and resources. If the resources of the Forgotten Continent are abundant, even if the bloodline may be one level lower, but in the high-end cultivation base, it may not necessarily lose, and the masters of the sanctuary small perfection and even the sanctuary great perfection will also be born. Even without the heritage of the Yin clan, the Forgotten Continent still has small perfectionists born in the sanctuary, but the number is too small. The Saint of Six Fires stared at Yan Jia and the three of them. You are too underestimated by the people outside, look at that kid. Saint of Six Fires pointed at Han Feng. This kid is younger than you, but in terms of strength, it's not necessarily weaker than you. The other party doesn't have any high-level blood, and he doesn't have the resources you enjoy. So, do you think you are far superior to the outsiders? Suddenly being named by the Six Fire Saint, Han Feng touched his nose, facing three pairs of angry gazes. Han Feng was speechless. Yan Ming stood up abruptly. Senior, I don't believe that kid is as powerful as Senior said. Maybe that kid is an old guy with good looks. God knows how old he is. 7 or 80 years old is also possible. Han Feng. You are only 70 or 80 years old, and I am obviously very young. The Six Fire Saints laughed angrily, staring at Yan Ming with a cold gaze. Yan Ming's voice became lower and lower, and finally lowered his head. The Saint of Six Fires snorted coldly and said, the power of the primordial spirit is at the peak level of the sanctuary, so it's possible that even the age of the bones in this seat would be wrong. 70 or 80? You can really fool yourself. Yan Ming actually knew that 70 or 80 years old was too exaggerated, but from the bottom of his heart, Yan Ming didn't believe that Han Feng would be so young, and he still didn't believe that Han Feng would be as strong as the Six Fire Saints said. The Six Fire Saints saw the dissatisfaction in Yan Ming's heart, not only Yan Ming, but also Yan Peng and Yan Jia. Okay, since you don't believe it, you can give it a try. After the Six Fire Saints said, he stepped back and made way for the open space. Han Feng scolded secretly in his heart. Before, he really thought that the Six Fire Saint was educating his younger generation. Now it seems that he is completely cheating him. Is this revenge on him? The Six Fire Saint saw Han Feng's slightly ugly face, and his heart burst with joy. Stinky boy, let you dare to doubt this seat. How can I be worthy of this seat if I don't give you some trouble? As expected, Yan Ming stood up as the Six Fire Saints thought, boy, do you dare to fight with the young master? Yan Ming raised his chin arrogantly and looked at Han Feng contemptuously. Behind Han Feng, Emperor Guangwu and King Yan guessed the thoughts of the Six Fire Saints. Also too careful. The two wiped off a cold sweat. Fortunately, the master was Han Feng. Yuan Yijin did not see the conspiracy of the Six Fire Saints, and was still cheering. Han Feng, come on, isn't it an ancient family? What's so great? You must teach these bastards a good lesson. Having seen the power of Han Feng, Yuan Yijin is full of confidence in Han Feng. Teach me a lesson? Young master wants to see, how do you bastards teach a lesson? Yan Ming's increasingly gloomy gaze focused on Han Feng. Han Feng. It was Yuan Yijin who clearly shouted. Why stare at him so much? But. As you wish. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly. It is also a very good experience to be able to play against the younger generation of the Yen clan and see what level the younger generation of the Yen clan will be. Humph, the young master beat you with one move. Azuras are heavenly sticks. Yan Ming roared. A shadow of Azura condensed behind Yan Ming, and the shadow of Azura attached himself to Yan Ming, and Yan Ming seemed to have turned into an Azura. Still the king of Shura. The terrifying aura fluctuations hit the surroundings like a tidal wave. The surging suffocating energy is like the substance, and it instantly envelopes Han Feng and others, and oppresses them endlessly. The expressions of Yuan Yijin and King Yan suddenly changed. Yuan Yijin absorbed a few drops of the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix Saint, and with the help of the Heavenly Phoenix Saint, she had reached the peak level of 11 stars, but even so, in the face of such a terrifying pressure, Yuan Yijin suddenly felt I feel that I am facing a terrifying Shura who is bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. Among the three, only Emperor Guangwu did not have much influence. In the center of the suffocation like a vortex, Han Feng did not show any seriousness, but chuckled lightly, "Your Excellency, although I know that you look down on our turtles, I didn't expect you to look down on this to such an extent. It's just 20% of the power of the low-grade sanctuary and 20% of the holy yuan, and at most 1 yuan and half of the top-level strength wants to beat me, and it's too small to look down on me and yourself." Skyfire Battle Body, Congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, Fusion. Tianyan Chankuan Sword. More than 30 cyan flaming swords floated out, and the breath of each flaming sword merged together, and the coercion it fluctuated was no weaker than Yan Ming. Yan Ming's face changed slightly, but the body possessed by Shura's phantom opened his hands, and 100 zhang long purple golden stick condensed out, which was held by Yan Ming. "Boy, don't be mad. Go to hell." Yan Ming shouted loudly, and the Shura Jun Tian stick in his hand has been swung out suddenly, like a meteor is about to smash Han Feng into meat sauce and powder. "Drink." Han Feng, Commander Flaming Sword flew out. Boom. The flaming sword and the Shura Jun Tian stick collided with each other, and the Shura Jun Tian stick turned into afterimages, and every swing could hit a flaming sword. The combination of the flaming swords is extremely strong, but if it is only a single handle, it is only average. In the blink of an eye, Shura Jun Tian smashed more than 10 flaming swords under Yan Ming's swing. But the demise of more than 10 flaming swords caused countless cracks in the front end of Shura Jun Tian's stick. These dense cracks even spread to the end that Yan Ming was holding. After more than 20 flaming swords were smashed to ashes by Shura Jun Tian's stick, Shura Jun Tian's stick also reached its limit. Boom boom boom. Circles of waves of energy and coercion rippled out, and Emperor Guangwu had already retreated far away with Yuan Yijin and the others. Seeing that Shura Juntian's stick was about to shatter, Yan Ming's face was extremely ugly. "Tube, you've completely annoyed me." Suddenly, a coercion of the soul swept out. It was Yan Ming's Yuanshan power, and more than 10% of Yuanshan's power poured into the Shura Juntian stick. At this moment, the power of the Shura Jun Tian stick suddenly increased. There are even some indescribable flavors. Don't think that only your spiritual power has transformed. Han Feng sneered, and the power of Yuanshan, which was infinitely close to 10%, also burst out into the Tianyan Chankuan sword. The many flaming swords that had disappeared recondensed at this moment. Fourth more complete. Thanks to N and Born in a Flowery World for the big reward. Amazed face, / I just learned that a great online writer has passed away. The internet world has lost another good author, and human life is so fragile. Low-handed loneliness, wish you all the best. It's just close to 10% of the power of the primordial spirit, and you dare to compete with the young master? You are beyond your own power. Broken. Yan Ming shouted loudly, and the Shura Jun Tian cudgel instantly exploded with invincible power, pressing the flaming sword over in one fell swoop. Shura Jun Tian smashed Han Feng fiercely, and Han Feng commanded the flaming sword of the sanctuary to quickly resist. Boom boom boom. Being bombarded by waves of energy waves, Han Feng kept retreating, and Yan Ming couldn't help but retreat dozens of steps. Suddenly, Yan Ming roared and jumped straight up. The 100 zhang-long Shura Jun Tian stick was raised high, and then smashed at Han Feng at an even more terrifying speed, with destructive power. Clap la la. Boom. This time only half of the flaming swords that had been smashed before could no longer support them, and they all collapsed and turned into little flames of starlight. But the flaming sword is not useless. It is the power of the primordial spirit that greatly increases the power of the Shura Jun Tian stick. At this time, the Shura Jun Tian stick has also reached its limit, and cracks are all over the entire body of the Shuajun Tian stick. Yan Ming also knew that his Shuajun Tian stick had reached its limit, but seeing that his Shuajun Tian stick was about to hit Han Feng, Yan Ming smiled with satisfaction. Even if the power is greatly reduced, as long as you hit this kid will definitely be severely injured. I will let this local turtle know that as a local soft-shelled turtle, you must have the awareness of a local soft-shelled turtle. A small local soft-shelled turtle also wants to compete with my Yan clan elite, I just don't know what it means. Yan Ming roared fiercely in his heart. Flowing flame soaring dragon cover. However, what Yan Ming did not expect was that his Shuajun Tian stick directly hit the protective cover, like a sword swept through a hard stone wall. The stone wall was intact, but the sharp sword almost broke. Boom! Shuajun's heavenly stick suddenly collapsed and turned into nothingness. The bombardment force that Yan Ming smashed on the hood of the rising flame dragon followed the Shuajun Tian stick and reacted on Yan Ming's body. As soon as Yan Ming's face turned pale, he was blasted out. What? The expressions of Yan Jia and Yan Peng, who were still smiling, immediately changed, and their faces were stunned. They never expected that Yan Ming, who had the upper hand and was about to win, was blasted away at the last moment. Han Feng chased after the victory, Jun Yan unicorn arm. Strong and powerful, he was slammed down by the unicorn arm of the flame burner, and before it approached, Yan Ming felt the suffocating threat. Low grade, middle grade, sanctuary peculiar skills. Yan Ming was horrified. Asshole! Asshole! Damn it! Why does this little turtle have mastered the low grade and middle level sacred arts? Yan Ming couldn't believe what he saw at all in his heart. When the pressure that was enough to seriously injure Yan Ming came, Yan Ming reacted instantly. Azura is a celestial stick. Different fire fusion. What Yan Ming fuses is the flame of ice, the same Shuajun Tian stick, but at this time the Shuajun Tian stick is sweeping out the icy aura, this icy cold, even Emperor Guangwu feels the icy cold. Incorporating the flame of ice, Shuajun Tian stick poured out even more terrifying power. Boom! Chi Chi! The unicorn arm was in the middle of the Shuajun Tian stick, and the flames and the ice cold bombarded each other, and the endless water mist gushed out in an instant. Squeak! Gradually, Shuajun Tian rod bent down, and there was a sound of breaking from the place where it was bent. Even if it is a fusion of different fires, the flame of ice is not at the level of holy fire. How can Shuajun Tian stick and Zhenyan unicorn arm compete with each other in an instant? Jun Yan's unicorn arm, that is a low-grade middle-grade sacred art. Yan Ming's face sharpened, the fusion of the two fires. This time, the influx is the flame of wood. The fusion of the two different fires is far more powerful than a single different fire, which is completely several times or even nearly 10 times that of a single different fire. After the fusion, the power of the different fire has been infinitely close to the level of holy fire. The Shuajun Tian stick merged two different fires, and its power skyrocketed. Facing the aura emanating from the Shuajun Tian stick at this time, King Yan and Yuan Yijin felt suffocated even though they were far away. This is the young elite of the ancient family? Yuan Yijin and King Yan gasped. This Yan Ming is only in his early 20s. If he was their age, wouldn't he have already passed the thunder? If you reach the age of a strong person like the Lion King, what level of strength will you reach? Compared with the elites of the ancient family, at the same age level, the Lion King is a scumbag. If Yuan Yijin and King Yan knew that Yan Ming's level was only second-rate among the younger generation of the Yan clan, I'm afraid it wouldn't just take a breath, 10 breaths would be less. Huh? Feeling that his unicorn arm was gradually being pressed back, and there were signs of collapse, Han Feng frowned. As expected of the elite of the younger generation of the Yan clan, he is much stronger than the Lion King, and not too old, not 2 or 3 years older than me. In this way, it is necessary to integrate the different fire. Han Feng flew back abruptly, giving up the unique sanctuary skills such as Zhenyan's unicorn arm. Without the follow-up input of true essence, Zhenyan's unicorn arm was crushed like a smash. Oh? Did you give up? But the young master will not show mercy because of your giving up. Go. Shura Juntian Rod continued to smash at Han Feng with ice flame and wood flame. Give up? Just kidding. Han Feng snorted softly and used the heavenly flame heaven and earth sword again. Low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills are not my opponent's opponents, let alone the low-grade and low-grade sanctuary skills that have been defeated by Xiaoya before. Have you caught your forehead? Yan Ming sneered. But the next moment, Yan Ming's eyes widened. Aurora Tsangyan was integrated into the Tianyan Qiankuan sword, and each flaming sword was burning with silver-white flames. When these flaming swords burning with silver-white flames attacked the Shura Juntian stick, not only were they not defeated, but they shot directly through the Shura Juntian stick. The silver-white flame spread along the Shura Juntian stick. In an instant, at least 1/3 of the Shura Juntian sticks turned into silver-white flames, and the silver-white flames continued to grow. Impossible. My Shura Juntian stick was actually 3 fires fusion. Yan Ming didn't want to believe that he would lose when he was killed. The third kind of strange fire that had just appeared was integrated into it before he was completely familiar with it. A thick and stocky aura spread out, and the brown flame was involved in the Shura Juntian stick. The third kind of flame that Yan Ming produces is the flame of earth. The earth attribute focuses on defense, and it is integrated into the flame of earth. The power of Shura Juntian stick is not much increased, but the defense power has been improved to a higher level. Originally, the Tianyan Qiankuan sword could pierce the body of Shura Juntian stick, but now it can't. If the Heavenly Flame Qiankuan sword can't do it, then the Heavenly Flame Thousand Realms sword. Break it for me. Han Feng roared. Yan Ming watched Han Feng's body with more and more flaming swords. The pressure became more and more terrifying, and his face was distorted. Why? It's just a turtle, why does it have such a strong strength? I am the younger generation of the Yan clan is a second-rate genius, and now he has become a 3-fire physique. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the elite of the younger generation of the Yan clan. Why? Incorporating Aurora Tsangyan's Tianyan Thousand World Sword, and with the help of Yuanshan's power, Han Feng's explosive power can be said to be completely comparable to the limit of the 2 ceremonies and half-saints, equivalent to the high-level midsection 3-flower half-sacred, the intermediate peak 4-image half-sacred. Yan Ming's Shura Juntian may not be as powerful in power, but its defense has definitely reached the limit of the 2 ceremonies and half-saints. With Han Feng's strongest attack, Tianyan Qianjiajian and Shura Jun Tianjian again smashed to death. The 5th is complete. Ask for flowers. Shura Jun's heavenly stick is weaker than the Heavenly Flame Thousand Realms sword, but its defensive power is stronger than that of the Heavenly Flame Thousand Realms sword. More than 300 silver-white flaming swords swept the Shura Jun Tian stick into it like a storm, and the sound of bang 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 continued to sound. A wave of volatility surged out, like a terrifying monster, constantly devouring everything around him. Suddenly, devastating power fluctuations rose into the sky. Han Feng's expression tightened. No, this is an attack from both sides that is about to explode. Han Feng resolutely took back his true essence, and instead condensed the flaming dragon hood. Yan Ming also realized that something was wrong, but he didn't have any defensive sanctuary skills, so he had to retreat in a hurry. Boom! The silver-white flame sword finally perished with Shura Juntian stick. A storm of energy surged like a doomsday storm. The storm charged towards Han Feng and Yan Ming with the power to destroy a large mountain range. Han Feng was surrounded by the rising flame dragon hood. Stand up. Within the flaming dragon hood, Han Feng continued to increase the output of true yuan. Yan Ming himself was swept in by the storm, and screamed in an instant. Oops! The energy storm erupted in an instant. After Yan Jia and Yan Peng reacted, Yan Ming had already been swallowed in, and the two were in a hurry. The two were about to make a move, when the Six-Fire Saint waved his sleeve robe, and the power poured out, directly suppressing the energy storm. For the 7 young people present, it was an extremely terrifying energy storm, and in the eyes of the 6 Fire Saints, it was just playing a house, and there was no threat at all. Hoo-hoo! Yan Ming slumped to the ground in shock and undecided, and he couldn't stop worrying. If there is no 6 Fire Saints to take action, if they are involved in such an energy storm, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Compared with the fact that he almost suffered heavy losses, what made Yan Ming more unbearable was that he was defeated by what he thought was a native turtle. Han Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away a cold sweat. This time, he really did his best and almost lost. How do you feel now? 6 Fire Saints flew over and looked at Yan Ming playfully. Yan Ming gritted his teeth and said a little unconvinced, if this junior has not fully mastered the 3 fires, he will definitely not be defeated. When the juniors have mastered the 3 fires, their strength will definitely exceed the limit of the 2 ceremonies and half-saints. The Saint of 6 Fires shook his head. During the period when you completely mastered the 3 fires, are you sure that the opponent will not improve in strength? Yan Ming opened his mouth and closed it. Although the loss to Han Feng made Yan Ming unbearable, it did change Yan Ming's impression of a group of turkey turtles outside. Not all the turkey turtles are inferior to the elites of the younger generation of their Yan clan. Not bad. Yan Ming glanced at Han Feng and stepped back. This made Han Feng a little surprised. It seems that the younger generation of the Yan clan is going to be mad, but as long as they show the strength that they admit, these younger generation of the Yan clan will no longer despise you. The 6 Fire Saints nodded secretly. I'm here to fight you. Yan Jia stood up. Han Feng directly refused, I'm not your opponent. Don't even dare to fight? Yan Jia shouted. The 6 Fire Saint shook his hand and said, okay, you guys are 2 or 3 years older than Han Feng, 3 or 4 years old. This test is not fair. The power of your primordial spirit has nearly 20%, and your true essence has transformed to the level equivalent to 30% of holy essence, and you have more than 30% of the mastery of the sanctuary. In addition to your fusion of 4 fires, the strength is equivalent to the top 3 flowers and half-saints, equivalent to the 4 elephants and half-saints on the left and right sides of the senior middle class, and it is not a skill to bully someone who is a few years younger than you. Yuan Yijin and the others took a deep breath. The top-level Sanhua Bansheng, with such strength, it is estimated that only the number 1 in the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy can be compared, or even worse. Unless this first power has improved since the last ranking match. Such strength, even in the inner courtyard of the most powerful academy, Zhongdu Academy, is estimated to be enough to rank in the forefront. As for the geniuses of Zhongdu Academy, which one was not around 30 years old, he was nearly 7 or 8 years older than Yan Jia. For geniuses, especially geniuses like Yan Jia, 7 or 8 years are enough to rise several steps in strength. Han Feng just sensed that Yan Jia was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Fortunately, I didn't accept the challenge, otherwise I would definitely be abused. Han Feng wiped a cold sweat again. The 6 Fire Saints had all come forward, and Yan Jia had to give Han Feng a stern look, believing that the matter had been exposed. With the battle between Han Feng and Yan Ming, Yan Jia and the 3 of them are more accepting of Han Feng and the 4. Except for Han Feng, the 3 of them still didn't have a good look on the 3 of Emperor Guangwu. In the eyes of the 3 of them, Han Feng is no longer a native turtle, but the 3 of Emperor Guangwu are still native turtles, just more powerful native turtles. This made the three of Emperor Guangwu feel extremely aggrieved. After seeing the battle between Han Feng and Yan Ming, Emperor Guangwu understood that Han Feng's strength really surpassed him, and his strength was equal to Yan Ming, or even slightly weaker. 6 fire saints, Han Feng and others waited for Meng Yaqing to emerge from the cocoon. After a long time, Yan Jia couldn't sit still. Han Feng, the people here are with you, right? Who are they? Not only do they have the blood of our Yan clan, but they are so advanced. Before forming an energy cocoon, it is the physique of the 4 fires. Now that it has evolved for such a long time, it is not necessary to evolve into the physique of the 6 fires. This is too terrifying. Without waiting for Han Feng to reply, the 6 fire saints directly waved a light curtain in front of several people, and in the light curtain is the image of Meng Yaqing, Jr. This seat is also very curious. The blood of our Yan family has always been allowed to be left behind. Out of the way, do you see how familiar this girl is? Yan Peng and Yan Ming both shook their heads. Yan Jia was surprised. This woman, isn't she the one who made me feel familiar before coming to the ghost realm? By the way, Han Feng and you guys were with this woman at the time. Emperor Guangwu. Dare to find out now. Han Feng said. Yaqing also said at the beginning that you were attracted to her, and she said it was an illusion, but she has the same feeling in the ghost passage. You don't have any blood relationship, right? We are from the Yan clan. Yan Peng and Yan Ming doesn't feel anything at all. Blood relationship. Yan Jia was stunned for a moment. Han Feng's words seemed to open a window for Yan Jia. Suddenly, Yan Jia's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, Han Feng, what's her surname? Meng. Seeing Yan Jia's expression, Han Feng had a vague suspicion in his heart. Meng? Last name is Meng? Yes, it's definitely the Meng family. If I guessed correctly, this Meng Yaqing should be my cousin. Yan Jia said with surprise. Cousin? Yan Peng and Yan Ming were at a loss. Little girl, tell me the ins and outs of the whole thing carefully. The 6 fire saint couldn't help asking. After Yan Jia was pleasantly surprised, she said with disappointment, I really didn't expect this girl to be my cousin. No wonder we felt attracted to each other before. That's the resonance that comes from the closeness of blood. About my cousin, it's like this. The 6th is complete. Ask for flowers. Because there are more chapters, there may be many typos that have not been found and corrected in time. If you find any typos, you can post them in the book review area or send QQ directly to Cabbage, and tomorrow Cabbage will have time to correct them one by one. I also learned about my cousin from my father. My father is my cousin's uncle, and my cousin's mother is my father's sister. I should also call me Auntie. About Auntie, the entire Yan clan has been silenced, so basically no one knows about the younger generation. My aunt was also a famous genius back then. Although her physique was only 4 fire physiques, she was not inferior to those geniuses with 5 fire physiques, because of her super high aptitude, and she had a marriage contract with the god of war family one day. But it is precisely because of this engagement that my aunt's life has been ruined. My aunt and my uncle are the same, they belong to the line of the ancestors of Ziyun, and people who can't stand the line of the ancestors of Ziyun are afraid that the ancestors of Ziyun will get the god of war family. With the help of her, her status in the Yan clan greatly increased, so she set a trap when her aunt was about to cross the sky, causing her to fail. Already. Ancestor Ziyun? But it's called Yan Ziyun? Is it this image? The 6 fire saints suddenly interrupted the question when he heard this, and at the same time a light curtain appeared in his hand. In the light curtain was a girl with 2 pigtails. Sweet smile. Yan Jia stared blankly at the light curtain. No. Yes, although it is a little different from Ancestor Ziyun, it should be like Ancestor Ziyun when she was young, but I have never seen Ancestor Ziyun before. laughed. The Six-Fire Saint took a deep breath and sighed. Thousands of years have passed, and the little girl who followed me back then has now become my ancestor. In the Yan clan, only the great perfection of the sanctuary can be called the powerhouse. For the ancestors. Little Girl Movie. Yan Jia and the three were speechless. Looking at the innocent look on the smiling face in the light curtain, it was really very different from the dead coffin face of Ancestor Ziyun. The Six-Fire Saint was even more embarrassed, thinking that he had a six-fire physique, and he was the first person of the Yan clan in the past 100,000 years. But the little girl's film at the time was only 4 fire physiques. At best, the aptitude was relatively good, and it was only comparable to the 5 fire physiques. Now it is already a strong man in the great perfection of the Holy Land. The gap between them made the 6 fire saints sigh very much. When did this girl Ziyun get promoted? Returning to the predecessors, it is the great perfection of the sanctuary that was promoted 1,000 years ago. Knowing that the 6 fire saints are still related to the ancestor Ziyun, the 3 of Yan Jia are more respectful and closer, because the 3 of them include their elders belong to the ancestors of Ziyun. The 6 fire saints' expression was full of pity. With the 4 fire physique, he has reached the great perfection of the sanctuary in just 2 or 3,000 years. It seems that he has paid a lot of effort and cost, and he must have experienced a lot of hardships, and will not become today's cold-faced ancestor. Seeing that the 6 fire saints fell into memory, everyone in Han Feng fell silent and did not speak. After a long while, the 6 fire saint finally recovered. Haha, good, not bad. This girl Ziyun is not bad. Alright, let's continue talking about main girl's life experience. Yes. Yan Jia bowed and continued, although my aunt was rescued, she could no longer break through to the sanctuary, and her strength had also regressed to the early stage of the heavenly order. That person from the God of War family knew all of this. Immediately divorced my aunt was hit hard and left the Yan clan. Ancestor Ziyun also wanted her aunt to go out to relax, so she agreed, but she didn't expect her aunt to fall in love with a man from the Meng family outside. The news spread to the Yan clan, which directly made many people in the Yan clan angry, and the blood of the Yan clan must not be revealed. But the ancestor of Ziyun said that the aunt's blood of the Yan clan was basically useless, and the Meng family was only small. Small family. There's no need to bring my aunt back, just expel the Yan clan. With the status of the ancestor of Ziyun, and the fact that the aunt really only has ordinary blood, those high-level officials also agreed with the proposal of the ancestor of Ziyun. Having said this, Yan Jia's eyes suddenly turned red. But where did you think that some despicable villains did not stop at killing my aunt to this extent, and directly passed on the matter of my aunt to that person in the God of War family? That person had already divorced his aunt, but he still couldn't bear the matter of his aunt marrying someone else, so he directly brought someone down to destroy the Meng family. My father, and ancestor Ziyun originally thought that my aunt and the Meng family had already died in that person's hands, but I didn't expect my aunt to leave such a bloodline. Great, cousin's bloodline and physique so high, sooner or later. Yan Jia became more and more angry. Because this kind of thing involves a disagreement at the top, and my aunt was indeed expelled from the Yan clan at the beginning, she was directly suppressed. So it is. Everyone suddenly understood Meng Yaqing's life experience. Han Feng whispered, according to Yaqing, when he was taken in by Senior Lin, he had a sign named Meng on his body, so he was called Meng Yaqing and did not follow Senior Lin's surname. I'm afraid that Meng Yaqing's parents had already escaped from the Meng family, and they were chased by the God of War family. In the end, Meng Yaqing had to be abandoned, otherwise the family of 3 would be killed. Abandoning Meng Yaqing, although he may starve to death or suffer a bad fate, he may also be rescued by a kind person. Even if it is peaceful and mediocre, I am afraid that Uncle Meng's family will be very pleased. Yuan Yijin and the others nodded. Yan Jia stood up abruptly. I don't know who this senior Lin is, my father, and I will definitely come to thank him in the future. Han Feng told Lin Xuanqing's situation, by the way. The 6 fire saints suddenly rioted, bastard. It's only thousands of years, and the Yan clan has actually reached such a level of civil strife. Not only did he assassinate the clan, but he even ignored the culprit who killed the clan. Family? Yan Jia said in a low voice, Ancestor Ziyun has an average status among the ancestors of the Yan clan. Although those high-level leaders will give old Ancestor Ziyun a little face, they will definitely not have a bad relationship with the God of War family because of old Ancestor Ziyun. And that person seems to have a very high status in the God of War family. Forget it, this seat is just a body of primordial spirit now, and I can't control that much. In the future, let Ming girl take revenge on her own. The 6 fire saint waved his hand in disappointment, and smiled ironically in his heart. Yan clan, also, has it finally started to fade away? But at this moment, the energy cocoon wrapped around Meng Yaqing suddenly made a clicking sound, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by this sound. Cousin's bloodline is about to evolve? Yan Jia said excitedly. Boom. Under everyone's attention, the cocoon of energy shattered, and Meng Yaqing emerged from the cocoon. Meng Yaqing was suspended in mid-air obliquely, and strong energy enveloped Meng Yaqing, and flames slowly condensed. Some flames are extremely cold, some flames seem to burn the world, and some flames are constantly thundering. The sage of 6 fires swallowed and widened his eyes. God, God. Ice flame, fire flame, thunder flame, wood flame, gold flame, earth flame, wind flame, thunder flame. 8 fire physique. The 3 of the Yan clan were stunned. 7th more complete. Ask for flowers. Since Jiuyan's new book, he has rarely typed so many words, and his hands started to hurt. But no matter how much it hurts, I will finish 10 more today. Even if the code is 2 or 3 in the morning. 8 fire physique? Isn't it 6 fire physique? Yan Jia said dumbly, completely unable to believe what she saw. Yan Peng and Yan Ming were equally dumbfounded. Han Feng and others didn't know the significance of the 8 fire physique to the Yan clan, so they were not as shocked as the 6 fire saints and others. However, the 4 of Han Feng are not stupid. Looking at the situation of the 6 fire saints and others, they know that Meng Yaqing's physique is not simple, and it can be said that it is very strong. 8 fire physique, is it a very strong physique? Han Feng couldn't help asking Yan Ming. Yan Ming was very excited. Of course, the highest in the history of our Yan clan is only the 6 fire physique, and the 8 fire physique, which can only be seen on the continent of the gods. There was a hint of shock on Han Feng's face, and he had a deep understanding of the power of 8 fires physique. The 6 fire saint looked regretful. Unfortunately, if you are in the continent of gods, this girl's achievements must be extraordinary, but in this forgotten continent, alas. Why isn't Yaqing awake yet? Han Feng glanced at Meng Yaqing and found that Meng Yaqing was surrounded by 8 flames, and there was still no sign of awakening. This 6 fire saints also noticed something was wrong. Strange, the bloodline has evolved to the 8 fire physique. At best, this girl's spiritual power and true essence have been transformed into the power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence, and reached 30%. But now the girl's primordial spirit power and holy essence are still there. It has increased, and even some parts of the body have begun to undergo qualitative changes. The 6 fire saints exclaimed. Han Feng and others were shocked. It took a lot of effort to think that they had accumulated in the semi-sacred realm to this point, and Meng Yaqing would surpass them so soon. Suddenly, with Meng Yaqing as the center, terrifying energy gathered, and in the shocking eyes of several people, another flame began to condense. The 9th flame, 9 fire physique? The voice of the 6 fire saints trembled. Yan Jia and the other swallowed, unable to express their current mood in words. As soon as this flame came out, the whole space began to cool down. This kind of cold is different from that kind of icy cold. This is the flame of Yin. The 6 fire saints were shocked. The flame of Yin? Could it be the kind of flame of Yin that can devour itself? The 3 of Yan Jia were also greatly surprised when they heard the exclamation of the 6 fire saints, and immediately became nervous and worried. Yin Yan, how could it be Yin Yan, how should this be? Yan Jia walked around anxiously. Yan Ming, what is this flame of Yin? Why do you all look like you are facing a great enemy? Han Feng felt uneasy, grabbed Yan Ming and asked. Yan Ming can't care that he is being held by Han Feng now, and Yan Ming himself is also very flustered. Yin Flame, in our Yan clan, there is also the name of Death Flame. Anyone with this kind of Yin Flame is fundamentally I won't live long. This Yin Flame will continue to pour out Yin energy to erode people's physique. The Forgotten Continent has just separated from the continent of the gods. During the tens of thousands of years when our ancestors of the Yan clan founded their ancestors, people of the Yin Flame often were born and eventually fell. After tens of thousands of years, no one will give birth to such a flame again, but now that hundreds of thousands of years have passed, this Mingyaching. Yan Ming's eyes were all red. After all, their ancestor Ziyun came out with such a character, but in the end, Han Feng's head was blown up. There is only one thought in Han Feng's heart, Mingyaching will die, Mingyaching will die, Mingyaching will die. By this time, Han Feng still doesn't understand, he really has Mingyaching in his heart, but he didn't dare to take action because of his lack of confidence in the past. No. Mingyaching won't die. Han Feng yelled, and quickly looked at the 6 fire saint. Senior, don't you have anything to do? The saint of 6 fire smiled bitterly. There is a way, unless the flame of Yang is born in Meng Yaching's body. This flame of Yang is not that kind of extremely high-temperature flame, but a flame similar to that of a king. Our Yan clan, Yang Jiyan, is the emperor among all the different fires. Even those Yan clan in the gods' continent rarely have Yang Yan born. According to some historical books I have checked in the clan, any people of the Yan clan with such flames are all first-class masters in the final achievement in the continent of the gods. But this flame of the sun, where is it so good to be born? The 6 fire saint sighed, but the 6 fire saint seemed to suddenly think of something, suddenly opened his eyes, and stared at Han Feng. Boy, get your strange fire out? Han Feng was puzzled, but also realized that it might have something to do with saving Mingyaching, so he didn't dare to neglect or roar at Sangyan. The 6 fire saint's eyes gleamed. Not bad. Not bad, that's how it feels. Your flame is not powerful, not as powerful as the holy fire, but in essence it has a feeling of superiority, as if you are a king in the flame. I ask you, boy, can your strange fire be able to accompany your cultivation base to continue to improve? What the 6 fire saints said is not very close to the truth, only half of it. Han Feng's aurora Sangyan, only with the improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art, will the power be substantially improved, and the improvement in cultivation is only a quantitative improvement. But Han Feng obviously couldn't tell his own situation, so he had to nod his head to admit what the 6 fire saints said. The 6 fire saints were overjoyed. Sure enough, boy, although your strange fire is not the flame of Yang, but like the flame of Yang, it should be a very noble flame in essence. Like the flame of Yang, the cultivation base of the martial artist needs to be continuously improved to increase the power. Extremely noble? Flame King? No, it should be Flame King or even Flame Supreme. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. There are 10 layers of the 9 flames and different fire art. It is said that there are 9 types of flames, but in fact it is only one type. Except for the 10th layer, the flames below the 10th layer are all weakened flames of the 10th layer. Because the power and effect of the weakened flames are different, they have different names. When the 9 flames and different fire art reaches the 10th level, it is the supreme flame of Han Feng. It is said that even the origin of the entire universe can be burned and destroyed. Such a flame, what is not the supreme flame? The Saint of Six Fires continued, now Mengyaqing's yin flame is prosperous, and it is gradually emitting yin energy to erode Mengyaqing's body. Now only your strange fire can be injected into Mengyaqing's body to help Mengyaqing give birth to the yang flame. In this way, the probability of Mengyaqing's birth of yang yen will be between 50% and 100%. It's only half to less than 10%, which is too small. Han Feng was still worried, and even Yan Jia and others fell from great joy to great sorrow. A success rate of less than 10% is no different from failure. 6 fire saints gritted their teeth. There is another way to increase the success rate, that is, you and Mengyaqing have a yin-yang meeting. In this case, the success rate is 60%. Yin and yang meet? Han Feng looked puzzled at first, but then quickly reacted, his face turned red. Yin. Yang meeting. Meeting? Isn't that what the younger generation thinks? Yan Jia and the others were also dumbfounded. 8th more complete. Ask for flowers. The 9th update is about 1 o'clock in the morning, and the 10th update is about 3 o'clock in the morning. Brothers who can't wait can go to bed first, and the same will be true when you wake up tomorrow morning. 6 Fire Saint hummed, that's what you think it means. Yan Jia was anxious, how can this be done, how can my cousin's innocence? Han Feng was also a little hesitant. The Saint of Six Fires said coldly, then let Mengyaqing, this girl, be eroded by the yin energy and die. Yan Jia was choked instantly, and finally found out that she still has a cousin. This cousin's qualifications are still very strong. Naturally, Yan Jia does not want to let her cousin lose her life. Compared with life, innocence or something. Yan Jia's face was hideous, looking at Han Feng's eyes spitting fire. The 6 fire saints looked at Han Feng at this time. Junior, I think Meng girl is also interested in you. Judging from your previous performance, it is obvious that you are also interested in Meng girl. Isn't it a good marriage now? Han Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. Senior, are you sure there is a 60% chance? Yes, this seat is confirmed. The 6 fire saint said firmly. The chance of 60% is more than half, it's worth taking a gamble. Han Feng said, apparently agreeing. Emperor Guangwu looked sad for a while, and Emperor Guangwu knew that from this moment on, he was no longer qualified to compete with Han Feng against Mengyaqing. And King Yan and Yuan Yijin had long known that this awkward pair would be together sooner or later, but at the moment it was only early. The two were surprised and only prayed. I pray that Mengyaqing can really produce the flame of yang to restrain the flame of yin. Yan Jia's beautiful face was distorted and looked extremely terrifying. Han Feng, if my cousin didn't produce yang yan, I would definitely castrate you. Han Feng ignored Yan Jia, just looked at the 6 fire saint with a wry smile and said, Senior won't just let me and Yaqing be like that. The 6 fire saints laughed, this seat knows. Immediately, the 6 fire saints displayed a small enchantment to wrap Mengyaqing and Han Feng inside. With this barrier, people outside can't see or hear everything inside. Senior, you can't peek. Han Feng's expression changed, and he said vigilantly. The 6 fire saint has a black line on his face, this seat is not a pervert, what are you doing peeping? Han Feng's expression was unmoved. The 6 fire saint said helplessly, okay, this seat swears to the sky, okay? Han Feng was only satisfied. He and Yaqing did that kind of thing, how could outsiders see it, even if it was a primordial spirit? Within the boundary. Han Feng came to Mengyaqing's side, Mengyaqing still closed her eyes, 9 flames revolved around Meng Yaqing unconsciously, and waves of powerful energy overflowed. Han Feng immediately ran the aurora at Xuanhuan, resisting the spread of these energies. Huh! Han Feng untied Meng Yaqing's clothes nervously, and when the two white and tender peaks came into Han Feng's eyes, Han Feng's breathing suddenly stagnated. So white, so beautiful. Han Feng swallowed, his hands trembling. This is the first time that Han Feng has taken the initiative. The previous time, he was passive, which gave Han Feng a completely different feeling. Yaqing is at a critical juncture now. What do you want to do? Get things done first. Biting the tip of his tongue, Han Feng turned his eyes away from the twin peaks with difficulty. The power of the primordial spirit swept towards Meng Yaqing. Han Feng's face was solemn and he found that Meng Yaqing had accumulated a lot of yin in her body. These yin qi. Even if the power of Yuanshan came into contact, he felt a coldness, as if he was being stared at by countless evil spirits. This terrifying coldness made Han Feng shudder, subconsciously. The power of Yuanshan continued to scan, and soon concentrated in Meng Yaqing's sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, Han Feng, relying on the power of his primordial spirit, immediately discovered that Meng Yaqing's spiritual body was floating above the sea of consciousness, but Meng Yaqing's spiritual body was also in a coma, with an illusory and extremely unstable body. Looking at it like this, there is a crisis of collapse at any time. I can't wait any longer. Han Feng withdrew the power of his primordial spirit and undid his trouser belt. The little brother below had already stiffened. Seeing Meng Yaqing's pale face, Han Feng gritted his teeth and went to work. Han Feng sprinted again and again, aurora Xuanhuan surging in his body, and some flame particles belonging to aurora Xuanhuan sprinted along Han Feng, especially after Han Feng shot out and poured into Meng Yaqing's body. Meng Yaqing was surrounded by 9 flames, one of which was a gray flame of yin that squeezed the other flames far away like an overlord, and she was extremely close to Meng Yaqing. After Han Feng shot into Meng Yaqing's body, energy began to condense around Meng Yaqing. At this time, Yin Yan seemed to sense the crisis and began to attack the place where the energy condensed. Han Feng didn't look at it well, but he didn't care about the wonderful feeling after the shot, and hit it again. Clap clap clap. Every time Han Feng sprinted, the sound of his body colliding with Meng Yaqing gradually came out. Time passed by minute, and Han Feng didn't know how many times he shot, but felt that a long time had passed, and Meng Yaqing's 10th flame had already condensed its prototype. The dazzling white flame slowly condensed, and at the moment when the flame condensed its prototype, countless energies gathered even more frantically. The white flame descended like a king, and as soon as it condensed its prototype, a powerful flame erupted directly, blasting the flame of yin out. The flame of yin may be afraid, so he honestly hides far away and does not dare to approach. Seeing this scene, Han Feng sighed, it is indeed the flame of the sun. The flame of yang released a faint white starlight and penetrated into Meng Yaqing's body. The yin energy in Meng Yaqing's body was swallowed up by the flame of starlight and gradually eliminated. The strange thing is that these swallowed yin and yang flames merged and entered Han Feng's body through the intersection of the two. Han Feng's cultivation level suddenly fluctuated at this moment. 12-star initial limit. 12-star midterm. 12-star midterm limit. After Meng Yaqing's body yin was eliminated, Han Feng's cultivation level also increased smoothly to the peak of the 12-star level, but it was not stable. Han Feng was very surprised. This has risen to the peak? It only took more than a month to break through to the initial stage of 12 stars. According to Han Feng's original estimate, it would be good to be able to reach the peak of 12 stars in 2 or 3 months. 12 stars are the last star in the sky, and the energy required from the initial stage to the peak is also the largest among the 12 stars. This is enough to show that Meng Yaqing's body is full of yin energy. This is not long after the birth of the Nine Flame. If it takes a long time, then. The Yin Chi disappeared, and Meng Yaqing's face returned to rosy. Suddenly, Meng Yaqing let out a snort and slowly opened her eyes. Han Feng's little brother was still inserted into Meng Yaqing's body, and when she saw Meng Yaqing's complete recovery, she was instantly dumbfounded. Yeah, Yaqing, you listen to my explanation. Han Feng said hurriedly. He didn't want to be treated as a strong woman. Han Feng was about to get up, but Meng Yaqing held Han Feng back, her face blushing like a cherry, making Meng Yaqing full of temptation, and Han Feng's mouth was dry. I know, you treat me like this, for the sake of Yan Yan. Meng Yaqing whispered softly. You know? Han Feng opened his mouth wide. Meng Yaqing nodded slowly and said softly, well, although I can't wake up, and the spiritual body in the sea of knowledge has also been eroded, I can still vaguely perceive the situation outside. The ninth is more complete. Ask for flowers. Haha. Han Feng didn't know how to answer, and smirked. Meng Yaqing looked at Han Feng tenderly. I still want it. Han Feng was startled. Han Feng never thought that Meng Yaqing, who was always indifferent on weekdays and had an icy aura, would say such words. It was like a fairy suddenly fell into the world, but she had to admittedly, although the fairy's breath is intoxicating, the seductiveness after the fall is even more tempting. Saying, I want it is like asking for a candy. Hiss. Brother, because Meng Yaqing said I still want to revive the glory. Hey, since you want it, how can a man like me not satisfy you? After Han Feng finished speaking proudly, he went to the battlefield again. The two continued to interact. Meng Yaqing's Yang Yan became stronger and stronger, and Han Feng got more and more energy, and he was reaching the peak of the 12 stars. Duan Mai Jin. Han Feng is not a single pose, and sometimes he uses his memory of watching a certain movie in his previous life to make other poses. Meng Yaqing curiously held up 2 balls. This is what your men belong to. It feels so comfortable. Han Feng was about to spurt blood. The moment Meng Yaqing touched it, Han Feng took a deep breath, and the 2 balls shrank subconsciously. Feng took a deep breath and encouraged, continue to touch, and rub, by the way. Hiss, don't push too hard, yes, that's the kind of force. As Han Feng sprinted, he narrowed his eyes comfortably. Before he knew it, when Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were satisfied, Han Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of the 12-star limit. A force surged out of Yaqing's body again, sending Han Fengzhen flying out, and the blood-colored silkworm cocoon wrapped Meng Yaqing again. My God. Han Feng looked scared, but fortunately he took it quickly, otherwise this force would definitely hurt his little brother. Han Feng looked at the blood-colored silkworm cocoon wrapped around Meng Yaqing with a resentful expression. If you want to use it up and throw it away. The people outside have been waiting for the situation inside. Whether it is Yuan Yijin or Yan Jia, they are extremely worried about the situation inside. The Saint of 6 Fires wanted to see it, but thinking of the previous oath, he immediately coughed and restrained himself. After this curiosity. Huh? Out. The eyes of the Sage of 6 Fires suddenly lit up. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Yijin and Yan Jia immediately stared at the barrier. The barrier gradually opened a hole, and Han Feng walked away with some kind of aftermath. The Sage of 6 Fires immediately covered his nose. How many times have you done this, kid? How many times has it been so delicious? You're not afraid of dying? Han Feng laughed very embarrassingly. Just as the 6 Fire Saints said, at the last moment, Han Feng really couldn't hold it anymore. Han Feng didn't expect that Meng Yaqing would do something like this. Throwing away the fairy's coat and directly becoming a depraved banshee with super charming, that is really high spirits, all kinds of excitement, almost can't stand it. Fortunately, he still survived, otherwise the man's face will be lost. People stared at Han Feng strangely. I really didn't expect this guy to look thin, but he was really capable. The men of Emperor Guangwu looked envious. It was only 3 days. In fact, Han Feng was able to persistence for such a long time. In addition to every time it takes a long time to reach a high tide, it is also related to the influx of energy into Han Feng's body to help Han Feng improve his cultivation. Otherwise, even Han Feng has been working for 3 days without sleep. The matter must be exhausted. How's the girl Meng? Compared to Han Feng, the Sage of Six Fires is obviously more concerned about Meng Yaqing, and after waving his hands to let the smell dissipate, he can't wait to ask. It's just what? Yan Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked. See for yourself. Han Feng pointed at the barrier. With a wave of the Six Fire Saint's sleeve robe, the barrier immediately dissipated, and in an instant, a stronger smell rushed towards him. Han Feng. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Meng Yaqing's blood-colored silkworm cocoon at this time, but they didn't pay too much attention to the strong smell and the mess on the ground. How come the blood-colored silkworm cocoons formed again? Rao was a saint of the Six Fires, and was also puzzled. Could it be that my cousin's bloodline is still evolving? Yan Jia came to such a shocking conclusion. Meng Yaqing has already produced the Flame of Yang, which is the physique of 9 fires. The 9 fire physique is the 10 fire physique. How is this possible? The 6 fire saints quickly shook their heads and said, no, there is no aura of bloodline evolution. This seat can be sure that Meng girl is not undergoing bloodline evolution now. Then this is. Don't talk, let this seat be good. Investigate and investigate. 6 Fire Saints' primordial spirit power is at the peak level of the sanctuary. Let go of the investigation. This huge primordial spirit power swept directly to the inside of the blood-colored silkworm cocoon. The blood-colored silkworm cocoon has no power to resist such power of primordial spirit. It turns out that, I understand. After a long time, the 6 Fire Saints withdrew the power of primordial spirit and muttered to himself. Senior, what is it? Han Feng and the others looked at the 6 Fire Saints, just muttering to themselves, and couldn't help scratching their ears. The 6 Fire Saint glanced at a few people and said solemnly, as you all know, Meng girl was originally only a 3 fire physique, but after the first evolution, she became a 4 fire physique. This second evolution is directly 8. The fire physique, and then became the 9 fire physique. From the 4 fire physique to the 9 fire physique, there was too much improvement in the middle. Originally, this girl did not fully control the 4 fire physique, but now she has improved so much at one time. Question. Alas, it's my fault that I'm in a hurry, so I should improve slowly. Having said this, the 6 Fire Saints began to blame themselves. What's the problem? Han Feng and the others sank. The 6 Fire Saint explained, the control power is too weak, and these strange fires can't be fully controlled. Once there is no bloody cocoon, these strange fires are expected to explode against each other in Menjiatu's body. Menjiatu will. You don't need me to tell you the result. Actually, this blood-colored silkworm cocoon is also to protect Meng girl. Until Meng girl's body gradually adapts to the control, it is estimated that the blood-colored silkworm cocoon will subside. In general, Meng girl is not too big now. Problem. Then everyone felt relieved. Senior, how long will Yaqing stay in this state? Han Feng asked, looking at the blood-colored silkworm cocoon. I don't know about this, maybe half a month, maybe half a year. But one thing I am sure of, once Meng girl emerges from the cocoon, it will be the moment when the thunder will fall. What? Everyone was shocked. Call. Han Feng's face changed greatly. Yaqing's bloodline has evolved so much suddenly, even if the body is adapted to control, the power that can be exerted by itself is limited. It is too dangerous to experience the thunder at this time. Six Fire Saint sighed, yeah, it's really dangerous. Han Feng, are you willing to separate from Meng Yaqing? The only solution for now is to send Meng Yaqing back to the Yan clan, and only when the Yan clan is there, can the Yan clan help Meng Yata safely pass through the thunder. And only the Yan clan can best teach Meng girl to control and even fuse these flames. The 10th is complete. Ask for flowers. The 10th watch has finally been completed. This is the first time that the 10th watch has broken out since Jiu Yan published the book, and it can be said to be dizzy by now. Cabbage went to bed first, and will continue tomorrow for 10 more. The 6 Fire Saints stared at Han Feng. However, once Meng girl enters the Yan clan, with the aptitude that Meng girl shows now, you will face many difficulties if you want to be with Meng girl in the future. Separation, and it will be difficult to meet in the future, are you willing? This. Han Feng hesitated, not knowing what to choose. Yan Jia opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. In her opinion, it would be better for her cousin to go to the Yan clan. But Yan Jia also knew that once her cousin's qualifications were passed on, she would inevitably be pursued by the top geniuses of the Yan clan. Yan Jia admitted that Han Feng was strong, but compared with the top geniuses of the Yan clan, there was still a huge gap. The first-class geniuses of the Yan clan have basically survived the calamity at the age of 20, and because of their deep accumulation, few of them are in the realm of the second layer, most of them are in the second layer, and a few are at the peak of the second layer. A very small part directly reaches the triple heaven. And the top genius, basically after the catastrophe, directly reached the realm of the fourth heaven. Yan Jia didn't think that Han Feng would be able to go through the calamity directly and reach the fourth level realm. His starting point was lower than those of the top geniuses, and it would be even more difficult to catch up in the future. If Han Feng did not have a relationship with Meng Yaqing, Yan Jia could directly scold Han Feng to leave. From Yan Jia's point of view, her cousin's 10-fire physique, not to mention Han Feng, was somewhat unworthy of those top geniuses. But the problem is that now the two have had a relationship, and Yan Jia doesn't know what to do. Han Feng, or refuse, isn't it because of Xuanhuan's physique? I believe that Yaqing will gradually control it by herself, so there is no need to go to the Yan clan. Yuan Yijing suggested. Humph, how can you, an outsider, know how difficult it is to control the fusion of the alien fire? Without the parent-child care and teaching of the seniors of the Yan clan, if you are not careful, the alien fire will explode and die. You are hurting my cousin by letting my cousin stay outside. Yan Jia snorted coldly, her voice cold. You. Yuan glared at Yan Jia angrily. The Saint of Six Fires didn't care about Yuan Yijing and Yan Jia, but stared at Han Feng lightly, trying to get Han Feng's answer from Han Feng's mouth. Two thoughts were constantly fighting in Han Feng's mind. One was to let Meng Yaqing stay by his side, and the other was to let Meng Yaqing go to the Yan clan to be taught by the strong Yan clan. After a long while, Han Feng's eyes firmed, and he looked directly at the 6 Fire Saint, Senior, let Yaqing go to the Yan clan. Yuan Yijing and Yan Jia suddenly stopped targeting. Both looked at Han Feng in shock, never expecting Han Feng to let go so soon. Yan Jia looked complicated, you. Although this was in line with Yan Jia's thoughts, but Yan Jia was still a little dissatisfied with Han Feng giving up her cousin so easily. I have already taken away my cousin's innocence, can't I struggle for some more time? Why don't you just take your cousin to heart? Obviously, from Yan Jia's point of view, Han Feng was afraid. The Yan clan, that is the top existence among the ancient families in Beizhou continent, how could a small outside half-sage have the courage to contend? Yuan Yijing opened his mouth and said, Han Feng, you really want to? No. You are wrong. Han Feng suddenly shouted. Yaqing is already mine, so how could I give up on Yaqing? It's just that Yaqing's current situation it is true that only by being taught by the Yan clan can she fully control her 10-fire physique. I can't let Yaqing fall into crisis because of my selfishness. Boy, are you ready? 6 fire saints may have guessed what Han Feng is going to say next, and there is a smile on the corner of his mouth. Han Feng said decisively, of course. Yaqing has given me her innocence, and she can only be my woman in the future. As long as Yaqing has completely mastered the Tenhua physique, I will bring Yaqing back. If it is blocked by the top genius of the Yan clan, then I will blow her up with one punch. If the strong Yan clan blocks it, I will still not be afraid. The first battle. Anyone who stands in my way, I will knock them down one by one. Ha ha ha, okay, that's right. 6 fire saints laughed with satisfaction. Yan Peng and Yan Ming took a deep breath and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng, do you know how strong my Yan clan's first-class talents and top talents are? Do you know how rich my Yan clan's resources are? You want to fight against those perverts, you're crazy. Yan Jia's eyes flashed. Han Feng, are you really willing to fight against those perverts just to be with my cousin? You must know that they are basically masters of the 4th and 5th levels of the sanctuary. Some geniuses in their 20s and nearly 30 have reached the late stage of the ordinary sanctuary. Now you are really different from them. Too far, too far. Han Feng smiled confidently. Indeed, I am far from them now, but it is only now. I'm still less than 20. I still have time to accumulate. In the future, I will break through the sanctuary. I will never lose to those geniuses of your Yan clan. I really don't know whether to say that you are confident or arrogant. Yan Jia smiled bitterly, and then a smile appeared on her face. But you dare to fight those perverts for the sake of your cousin, I admire that. But don't make my cousin wait too long. Emperor Guangwu and King Yan were shocked by Han Feng's rhetoric, and they were speechless. Although the two of them had some doubts that Han Feng was talking big, but even if it was big talk, the two of them didn't dare to say it. In the face of the perverts of the Yan clan, even speaking up is a kind of courage. Yuan Yijin smiled relievedly. Han Feng, then you have to do your best. Yeah. Han Feng nodded firmly. The 6 fire saint said with relief, in this case, Yanjie girl, I know how you should notify Ziyun girl, please inform Ziyun about this matter. Yes. Yan Jia respectfully said. Yan Jia immediately took out a jade disc. Soon, Yan Jia completed the message and said, Senior Lu Hua, it has already been sent. From the Yan clan to this place, it will take several days for the ancestors of Ziyun to work. The 6 fire saint nodded, so, let's wait. Yan clan. The sky here is covered with fiery clouds, and looking from the ground, it seems to be looking at a sea of fire. The air is filled with scorching hot air currents that occasionally form small air cyclones or storms. Outside the center of the Yan clan, there is an endless volcanic mountain range. The mountain range is full of flame beasts. These flame beasts are all pure flame monsters condensed by special means, without the slightest wisdom. The roars of the flame beasts sounded one after another from time to time, making the volcanic mountains a little creepy. In the center of the Yan clan, there are towers of pitch-black towers erected here. Some towers are only more than 10 meters high, while others are more than 100 meters high. On the top floor of a tower that is more than 100 meters high, a woman in a woman's costume sat cross-legged with an expressionless face. First delivery. Ask for flowers. I got up late today, so the first update was a bit late, but today is still the same as the 10th update. Even if you still code until 3 in the morning. Thanks to the 5 brothers of Ruffian 1314, 5 horses 1000, I'm Little Ma, born in the flower world and Wolf Ming number 1 for their generous rewards. Oh, __, oh. Congratulations to Ruffian 1314 for being promoted to the position of headmaster. Congratulations to Born in the Flower World for being greatly promoted to the position of Grandmaster. Amazed face. The woman dressed as a woman looked like she was only about 30 years old. She looked extremely young, but she was dressed in heavy clothes. Although this kind of defeat seems a bit old-fashioned, it is also full of majesty. Especially the expressionless look on his face made people feel a little chilly. The endless fire spirit power around was sucked into the body by a woman dressed as a woman, and the upper floor of the entire tower was surrounded by rich fire spirit power. After a long time, the woman pretending to be a woman finished her work and slowly opened her eyes, whispering to herself, "It's been 1,000 years, and it's really not that easy to cultivate when you reach the great perfection realm in the sanctuary." 1,000 years ago, this woman dressed as a woman had broken through to the great perfection of the sanctuary, that is, the 31st heavenly realm of the sanctuary. But thousands of years later, women dressed as women are still the 31st heaven of sanctuary. There are 33 heavens in the sanctuary, which are divided into 5 levels. Ordinary sanctuary, great sanctuary, sanctuary peak, sanctuary small perfection, and sanctuary great perfection. Among them, the ordinary sanctuary has only 1,000 years of lifespan, but the great sanctuary has 2,000 years. The peak of the sanctuary has doubled to 4,000 years, and the small perfection of the sanctuary has also doubled to 8,000 years. The final sanctuary great perfection has a lifespan of 16,000 years. The 3 levels of the 31st, 32nd, and 33rd levels belong to the great perfection level of the sanctuary. For a lifetime of 16,000 years, not being promoted to the first level in 1,000 years is entirely a problem. An extremely normal thing. Anyone who can reach the great perfection of the sanctuary is not a genius, but even so, there are very few who can be promoted again in the great perfection of the sanctuary. It is also possible for an ordinary genius to be promoted for thousands of years or to be trapped in the sanctuary 31st layer realm for a lifetime. It's just the 31st layer. This kind of strength is basically the weakest among the ancestors. If my cultivation level breaks through to the 32nd or 33rd level, those old people wouldn't dare to frame Huir. The woman pretending to be a woman's face was still cold, but she sighed in her heart. Xia Yanhui felt guilty and unwilling. If it wasn't for those old guys uniting, she wouldn't know everything until Yanhui was killed. Slowly standing up, the woman dressed as a woman looked at the sky of the Yan clan through the stone window of the tower. The woman dressed as a woman did not know what she was remembering. After a long time, the woman pretending to be a woman sighed, "Brother Yan gone, how much I miss the time when I followed behind you." There were not so many conspiracies, not so many frame-ups, and not so many struggles for power and profit. The current Yan clan is really incomparable to what it was thousands of years ago. If Brother Yangon didn't fall, I'm afraid you would already be the patriarch of the Yan clan and a master of the 33rd heaven peak. In this way, perhaps the Yan clan will not be where they are now. But at this moment, the woman pretending to be a woman suddenly changed her expression slightly. "This news, is that little girl Yan Jia? Gloomy Soul Secret Realm? 6 Fire Saints? Main Yaching? 10 Fire Physiques?" The original expressionless look of the woman dressed as a woman cracked instantly. Brother Yangon actually fell into the mysterious realm of ghosts. It can be said that someone from the former clan went there but did not find Brother Yangon. Meng Yaching, surnamed Meng, is she really Yan Hui's daughter? If it really is Yan Hui's daughter, I will definitely protect this girl, and I will never repeat the original situation again. A look of cruelty flashed on the face of a woman pretending to be a woman. The last time she was careless and underestimated the sinisterness of some people in the clan, but this time she will never repeat the same mistakes. Tenhua physique, this kind of physique has never been seen in the Yan clan. It is entirely possible for this girl to be within 1,000 years. No, maybe it only takes 200 or 300 years to hit the real God realm. Tenhua physique, once you break through to the realm of the true gods, those old gods in the entire forgotten continent are definitely not the opponents of this girl. Perhaps this girl will lead the Yin clan through that place and then reach the continent of the gods. After the forgotten continent was separated from the continent of the gods, some of the top masters standing in the entire forgotten continent all hope to return to the continent of the gods, but they have never been successful. At this time, women dressed as women found an opportunity. That's Mangyaching. Ghostly secret realm. The sixth fire saint waved his hand and said, I'll just stay here by myself. There are still some days before the gloomy soul secret realm closes. These days, you should look for some opportunities again. Emperor Guangwu was still thinking about the ghost fruit, and when he heard the words, he left the deep valley with King Yen and Yuan Yijin. Come back in a few days. Han Feng also wanted to go out to see if he could get some opportunities, so he left. Now that he has the mind to compete with the top geniuses of the Yen clan, he must step up his cultivation. Leaving the deep valley, Han Feng also released Feitian Yanshi, Phantom Thunderstorm and Zhu Tianyunk. The three of you are not weak now. If you are united together, you will also have the power to protect yourself in the secret realm of ghosts. You all go to find opportunities together. Bar. Yes. The three beasts left the animal breeding space and came to a wider area, looking very excited. It is agreed that after returning before the closure of the ghost realm, one person and three beasts will be separated. The three beasts have been bound to the beast breeding space. As long as they want, no matter how far away they are from Han Feng, as long as they are in the same secret territory, they can immediately return to the beast breeding space. A few days later, Han Feng reluctantly returned to the deep valley. Apparently Han Feng got nothing these days. On the contrary, the news from the two beasts, the flying flame lion and the phantom thunder leopard, surprised Han Feng. Since the two beasts left the beast breeding space, they felt something attracting them in the secret realm of ghosts. Following this attraction, the two beasts actually encountered the master of the sanctuary of the same race. The bloodline of Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard is not high, and adulthood is also the rank of land, but some existences will mutate, and then surpass the limit of the race. This is the case with the remnants of the two monsters that the two beasts encountered. These two mutated Flying Lion remnants and Phantom Thunder Leopard remnants were at the 6th or 7th level of the sanctuary during their lifetimes. At this time, all the energy of a lifetime was passed on to the two beasts, and the two beasts' cultivation base climbed steadily, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, the two beasts subconsciously returned to the breeding space. This made Han Feng, who had not gained much for a few days, smiled. It seems I will have two more helpers at the sanctuary level soon. The two beasts got such an opportunity, and Han Feng immediately contacted Zhu Tianyunk through the Xuanhuan Tower. Unfortunately, Zhu Tianyunk did not get any adventures, and he was still searching everywhere. Sure enough, opportunity and other things have nothing to do with strength or bloodline. Han Feng shook his head. In terms of cultivation, Zhu Tianyunk is obviously inferior to the two beasts, but in terms of strength, Zhu Tianyunk is not inferior to the two beasts. The bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk is too strong. But the two beasts get the opportunity before Zhu Tianyunk, and are more likely to break through to the sanctuary level first. It's been a few days, and the ancestor of the Yen clan, Ziyun, should also come. Han Feng whispered and flew into the valley. As soon as he arrived in the enchantment, suddenly, an unprecedented powerful coercion descended, as if an immortal emperor had descended. Its powerful oppressive force made it difficult for Han Feng to breathe. Han Feng's pupil shrank. Is it finally here? Second more. Thank you for the reward of the big brother. I will do my best for you. Han Feng raised his head with difficulty, and over the barrier, he saw a woman dressed as a woman walking slowly. This woman looks extremely ordinary, but with the woman's steps, The pressure in the space is getting stronger and stronger, and the whole space is shaking. Every time the woman took a step, the foot would ripple in space, like ripples. Not long after, the woman came to the sixth fire saint with a complicated expression. After a long time, the woman said softly, "Brother Yangon." This is also the first time that Han Feng has learned the real name of the six fire saints. Six fire saint looked at the woman with a smile. "Yes, I have grown up, and now my strength is stronger than me." Ancestor Aster showed a shy smile at this moment, like a child praised by his parents. This scene made Yan Jia's three eyes widen. When did Yan Jia and the three of them see the face of Ancestor Ziyun? In their impression, Ancestor Ziyun has always been stern. Yan Jia and the three are elites of the Yan clan, with high vision, and they don't pay much attention to the resources in the secret realm of the ghost, so they did not leave Han Feng and others to find opportunities, but stayed in the enchantment. This is what Big Brother Yangon taught him back then. If nothing happened to Big Brother Yangon, I'm afraid that he has already reached the 33rd heaven realm, and he must be better than me. The shy smile faded, and the ancestor Ziyun showing a touch of sadness. After thousands of years, the six fire saints have long been different from those of thousands of years ago, and it is not a pity to hear the words, "This is the achievement you have achieved through hard work. What does it have to do with me? I am just I have taught you for a few years." Okay, you also know the reason why I told you to come, you come and have a look. Six fire saints walked towards the blood-colored silkworm cocoon. Mention Meng Yaching, Ziyun's eyes brightened, and even the sadness on his face was relieved. The three of Yan Jia went up to say hello to Ancestor Ziyun and then retreated. Ancestor Ziyun came to the blood-colored silkworm cocoon. The spiritual power even larger than that of the six fire saints enveloped the entire blood-colored silkworm cocoon. Ancestor Ziyun said excitedly, "Yes, it's really a 10-fire physique." Six fire saints said, "Listen to Yan Jia, these three girls, now the Yan clan seems to be fighting fiercely, and I can only believe in you. You must teach this Meng girl well." Ancestor Ziyun immediately showed a look of shame. It's all Yuner who is incompetent, unable to gain high status and power in the Yan clan, otherwise. The six fire saint waved his hand. "What does this have to do with you? It must be that the old guys who have lived for tens of thousands of years have decayed, and the advanced true gods have no hope of starting to toss and fight for power. Sooner or later, the Yan clan will be tossed because of them. The infighting of the Yan clan has nothing to do with you. You just need to teach Meng girl well. You can also see that this girl has a 10-fire physique. As long as you teach it well, this girl alone will be enough to sweep away those who are not of the Yan clan." Harmonious voice. Of course, the premise is that this girl's strength reaches a relatively high level. Girl Ziyun, you also know the horror of Xuanhuan's physique. This is a physique that my Yan clan has never had before. Even in the continent of the gods, it is extremely rare. Before Meng girl can't protect herself, don't expose Meng. The girl's 10-fire physique. Just say it's a 6-fire physique. With your current strength, after setting the seal, unless it is a true god, it will be difficult to see through this girl's true physique. After a series of orders, Ancestor Ziyun only nodded. After the six fire saints finished speaking, the Ancestor Ziyun looked solemn. "Brother Yangon, don't worry, Yuner will definitely follow Huir's lesson this time. Yuner will definitely sacrifice her life to protect this woman." At this time, the Ancestor Ziyun suddenly looked at the three of Yan Jia. His eyes were cruel. "Yan Jia, the three of you should also remember that you must not expose your cousin's physique." When Yan Jia and the three saw the ruthless eyes of Ancestor Ziyun, they were immediately taken aback and quickly made a series of guarantees. The six fire saints saw the fierce eyes of the Ancestor Ziyun, and couldn't help sighing. "Yuner, you have suffered for these years." Back then, Yuner was innocent, even if she was angry and stared at people, she was very cute, not like now so. In the face of the six fire saints who she has always regarded as her brother, she heard a few grievances in the heart of the ancestor Ziyun. Over the years, in order to break through to the great perfection of the Holy Realm, she has indeed paid a lot of effort and price. But she is not the same she was thousands of years ago. Immediately, Ancestor Aster endured her eyes that were about to turn red and returned to her usual appearance in the Yen clan. Brother Yen Gon, do you really want to explain yourself? After thinking about it, Ancestor Xuanhuan said a little unwillingly. Yeah, could it be that you want me to take my body? The six-fire physique is the pride of my life. I would rather understand myself than take a younger generation with a 4-fire physique or even a 5-fire physique to survive. 6. The Fire Saint nodded slightly. Ancestor Aster obviously knew the 6 fire saints very well. Hearing that the 6 fire saints were so determined, he stopped persuading them. At this time, the 6 fire saint finally remembered Han Feng, who was beside him, and called Han Feng over. Then he told what happened between Yang Jian, Meng Yaqing, and Han Feng. These ancestors of Aster have learned from the news from Yan Jia on the road that the ancestor of Aster has no objection, no matter what. It is a fact that Han Feng saved Meng Yaqing, and it is also a fact that he has taken Meng Yaqing's innocence. Compared with the arrogant geniuses of the Yen clan, the ancestor of Aster is obviously more fond of Han Feng. Is your name Han Feng? My ancestor asked you, for Yaqing's sake, do you really dare to fight against the top geniuses of the Yen clan? Even in the face of obstruction from the top of the Yen clan, fight to the end with the senior executives of the Yen clan? Ancestor Aster stared at Han Feng intently, trying to see through Han Feng's eyes whether it was true or false. Han Feng was not afraid and looked directly at the ancestor of Ziwen. Of course the younger generation dares. A flash of admiration flashed in the eyes of the ancestors of Aster. Okay, since this is the case, I hope you will come to the Yen clan to participate in the ancient clan competition in 20 years. 20 years later? The ancient race? Han Feng frowned, feeling that 20 years was a long time. According to Han Feng's original plan, he planned to go to the Yen clan in a few years. And what is the ancient race? The ancestor of Aster has lived for thousands of years, and naturally he saw through Han Feng's thoughts at a glance, and immediately smiled and explained, Han Feng, don't underestimate the top geniuses of the Yen clan, and don't try to go to Yen in just a few years. Clan. This ancestor promises that in just a few years, you will not be able to defeat those top geniuses. This ancestor knows that you think 20 years is a bit long, but according to the ancestor's observation, you are about to be promoted to the sanctuary. Once you reach the sanctuary, you will have 1,000 years of life. Just a few years have passed. 20 years is not long. The third one. Method. Is that so? Hearing the explanation of Ancestor Ziwen, Han Feng realized something. Ancestor Ziyun continued, Han Feng, remember, you have to contend not only with the top geniuses of the Yen clan, but also with the high-ranking members of the Yen clan. Those old fellows of the Yen clan will never let the higher blood of the Yen clan flow out. If you want to take Yaqing away, you must have enough strength. So even if you really have the strength to compete with the top geniuses of the Yen clan in just a few years, you cannot go to the Yen clan. 20 years will not only give you the opportunity to surpass those top talents, but also give you the opportunity to compete with those high-level talents. To be honest, if it weren't for the ancient race in 20 years, this ancestor would like to give you a longer time. In addition, I think this girl Yaqing wants to fully adapt to the 10 different fires in her body that will not collide with each other. Problems cannot be solved in a short period of time. 20 years will not only give you a chance, but also allow Meng Yaqing to fully adapt to control 10 kinds of strange fires. Otherwise, even if no one stops you, this ancestor will not let Meng Yaqing leave. Han Feng nodded and completely understood the thoughts of the ancestors of Ziyun. Senior, Junior understands what the senior means. I don't know what the ancient race is? Ancestor Ziyun said, The ancient race is a competition for the younger generation of many ancient families in Beizhou continent. If you can get a higher ranking in this ancient race, it will definitely make some high-level Yan clan treat you differently. Maybe it will reduce a lot of obstacles for you to pick up Mengyaching. Han Feng's eyes lit up. It looks like I'm going to try to reach the first place. Ancestor Ziyun sneered and said, stop dreaming, although I hope you can get a good ranking. I never expected you to win the first place. If you want to get a good ranking, you need at least the level of the Great Sanctuary, and if you want to get the first place, you need stronger strength. This ancestor has said before. If you haven't even reached the level of the Great Sanctuary in 20 years, you don't need to participate in any ancient competition, and you don't have to expect to see Mengyaching. Han Feng's expression was solemn. Senior, rest assured, the junior will work hard to break through to the Great Sanctuary within 20 years. Needless to say, this goal is difficult. 20 years from the semi-sacred to the Great Sanctuary is tantamount to a spring and autumn dream for the warriors of the Beizhou continent. But Han Feng has the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. As long as he obtains a high-grade fire-type spirit fruit, it is not impossible for his strength to soar to break through to the Great Sanctuary in a short period of time. Ancestor Ziyun said indifferently, that ancestor is waiting. Han Feng said at this time, Senior, isn't this gloomy soul secret realm forbidding the arrival of powerhouses above the sanctuary? Why are you? Ancestor Ziyun didn't take it seriously and said, there is no way for ordinary sanctuary powerhouses, but this ancestor is the ancestor of the Yan clan, a master of the 31st layer of the sanctuary, and this difficulty is naturally difficult for me. Ancestor. Just cast some secrets. As long as this ancestor doesn't take the initiative, this ghost realm will not be broken. Of course, even this ancestor can't stay for too long. If there is no problem, this ancestor will take Mengyaching away. Han Feng glanced at the blood-colored silkworm cocoon reluctantly, and took back his gaze cruelly. I also ask the seniors to take good care of Yaching. Naturally. Ancestor Ziyun held up the blood-colored cocoon and asked Xiang Yanjia and the three, are you three going with the ancestor now or? Of course, follow the ancestors. Yanjia and the three immediately followed. Brother Yan gone, Yuner is gone. Take care. Under the gaze of the 6 fire saints and Han Feng, the old man Ziyun flew away with the blood-colored silkworm cocoon and Yanjia that wrapped Mengyaching. Seeing that Mengyaching was really taken away, Han Feng suddenly felt empty. It took a long time to determine his feelings, and the result was separated. The 6 fire saints said with a half-smile, boy, didn't you say that this seat has the intention of taking over? Han Feng looked embarrassed. Senior, don't worry about this matter. Humph, your boy's situation is not the character of this seat thousands of years ago, otherwise he would have slapped you away. 6 fire saint hummed. Han Feng touched his nose, knowing that he was wrong, and also knowing that the 6 fire saint just wanted to vent his anger, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that Han Feng did not refute, the 6 fire saints were a little boring. Suddenly, the 6 fire saints stretched out a little, and a ray of light shot into Han Feng's forehead. This is... Han Feng was taken aback, only to discover that what appeared in his mind was a spiritual training secret called Yan Clan Primordial Spirit Tempering. The 6 fire saints said, this is not a great secret method, it is just a secret method that allows the spiritual power to be transformed into the power of the primordial spirit more effectively. I think your primordial spirit's power is close to 10%. With this secret technique, even if you don't have any spiritual things similar to gloomy soul fruit, you can continue to temper your soul and transform more spiritual power. Of course, it's better to have a spiritual thing similar to the ghost fruit, and it can effectively transform your spiritual power into the power of the primordial spirit. Han Feng is overjoyed. With this secret method, he will undoubtedly increase his efficiency in the transformation of spiritual power, which means that he will save more time to accumulate in other areas. For example, the transformation of true essence. Now that Han Feng's cultivation base has reached the peak of 12 stars, it is far from the transformation of his true essence. True essence transformation, that is a qualitative transformation. It does not mean that the transformation of true essence can be done easily by a single practice. Basically rely on external force. Han Feng was not worried about this. It's been almost 4 months since Jiuyantianhua Pagoda planted the best pure yuan fruit. When I return to the Baidu Academy, the pure yuan fruit is about to mature. At that time, I can rely on the pure yuan fruit to transform the pure yuan fruit. Han Feng secretly said. Thinking. The source liquid of a pure essence fruit may not be able to transform the true essence, but more than 10 pieces are completely different. Okay, the inheritance has been passed down, and this seed has to self-solve. Boy, you can leave. The Six-Fire Saint threw his sleeves and signaled Han Feng to leave. Han Feng sincerely bowed to the Six-Fire Saints. Junior, remember the help of the predecessors. The junior is gone. Leaving the barrier, suddenly the barrier began to disintegrate. Han Feng turned his head and saw the stars still floating in the sky. 5 saints, it's so self-explanatory. Han Feng's mood was a little complicated at this moment, and then his eyes gradually became clear. The journey of cultivation is really dangerous, and I absolutely cannot fall to the point of 5 saints. Contact Zhu Tianyunk through Jiuyantianhua Tower, take Zhu Tianyunk back to the animal breeding space, and Han Feng contacted the 3 of Yuan Yijin. When he learned that the 3 did not intend to leave now, Han Feng chose to leave after sending a message. The current ghost realm is no longer helpful to Han Feng. For more completed, ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward of give it. This time, when he left the ghost realm, Han Feng sat on the Zhu Tianyunk and quickly flew to the Baidu Academy. Zhu Tianyunk did not get the great adventures like the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard in the ghost realm, and was only a line away from the sanctuary. But Zhu Tianyunk also got some fire attribute spirit fruit, relying on the power of blood and the body after the transformation of the Jiuyantianhua Tower. Zhu Tianyunk has now entered the peak level of the sky. Zhu Tianyunk, whose strength has reached the peak level of the sky, has surpassed Han Feng in terms of speed. Therefore, Han Feng did not fly by himself, but sat on Zhu Tianyunk's body. Sitting on the back of Vermilion Skylark, the mountains and cities on the ground quickly appeared in Han Feng's sight like images, and quickly disappeared. With only half a day left to go to Baidu Academy, Han Feng's face suddenly changed. Skylark, quickly land in a mountain range. Zhu Tianyunk also found something, and his wings shook, like a flaming meteor, quickly landing in a mountain range. Han Feng flicked his sleeves, and a flame of fire shot out, and it fell not far away to form a huge lion demon beast. It was the flying lion. As soon as the flying flame lion appeared, Yang Tian let out a roar that resounded through the sky, and a strong aura surged out like a storm centered on the flying flame lion. After Fei Tianyensha roared, an anxious voice came out, "Boss, I'm about to cross Tianlei, you and Yunk leave quickly, or Tianlei will hurt you." "Can you be sure?" Han Feng said solemnly. "Don't worry, boss, my bloodline is average, and the thunder that comes will naturally not be so powerful. But the boss and the Skylark should be careful, your future thunder will definitely not be simple." Fei Tianyensha's tone was relaxed, which made Han Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, Han Feng rode the Zhu Tianyunk and flew into the distance until he flew thousands of feet away. He felt that the thunder was no longer affected, so he stopped. At this time a thick layer of clouds had condensed over the flying flaming lion. Boom! Boom! The clouds were getting thicker and darker. From time to time, there was a rumbling sound, and the thunder turned into a snake that snaked forward in the dark clouds. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. The flying flame lion roared, and the flames sprayed out, directly colliding with the thunder. In an instant, the waves of flames and thunder surged out, and the trees around the flying flame lion were either directly chopped into charcoal or turned to ashes at this moment. Countless rocks collapsed at this moment. The first thunder has passed. Han Feng was delighted. Tianlei generally has 9 paths, which is the weakest level of Tianlei. The second is the 49 heavenly tribulations, with a total of 36 heavenly thunders, belonging to the third level. Then there are the 7 or 9 calamities, with a total of 63 celestial thunders, belonging to the second level. Finally, there is the 9 heavens tribulation, with a total of 81 heavenly thunders, belonging to the first level. 99 heavenly tribulations can be said to be the strongest heavenly thunder. Under such heavenly thunder, very few can pass through, but once successfully crossed over, it will go directly to the realm of the fourth heavenly sanctuary. The bloodline of the flying flame lion is normal to the entire forgotten continent of Warcraft, and Du Tianlei is naturally the fourth and weakest Tianlei. After the breakthrough, according to the depth of accumulation, the cultivation base ranges from the initial stage of the first stage to the peak of the first stage. Successfully crossed the first thunder. The flying flame lion roared again and again, with some pride and provocation in his voice. The thunder robbery in the sky seemed to be provoked, making a more deafening roar. The next moment, several thunderstorms came down in succession. The flying flame lion was not afraid at all, and flames spewed out of his mouth again. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. When the seventh celestial thunder came down, the flying flame lion was finally unable to withstand it, and this celestial thunder struck directly on the flying flame lion. The flying flame lion screamed and fell from the sky, directly smashing a deep pit on the ground. Han Feng was in a hurry. He wanted to make a move, but he was worried about the Lei family in the sky, so he had to watch worriedly. This thunder tribulation can only be overcome by personal strength. Once the power of the second person intervenes, the power of the Lei family will instantly increase 10-fold and 100-fold. Not to mention the people who were helped, even those who helped each other might not survive. Unless the strength of the shot is far beyond the power level of the Lei family. For example, the peak of the Great Sanctuary or even the peak of the sanctuary can barely save some people. But in this way, there will be no light of thunder calamity descending. The so-called light of thunder tribulation is a reward for warriors who rely on their own strength to survive the heavenly tribulation. Bathed in the light of thunder tribulation, their cultivation base and soul, as well as various aspects, will grow at a crazy speed. The higher the level of thunder that has passed through, the stronger the light of thunder calamity will be bathed in, and the higher the final strength will be. Even bathing in the light of thunder tribulation is also very helpful to comprehend the unique skills of the sanctuary. Some martial artists with extremely high comprehension are very likely to directly comprehend the super unique skills under the bathing of the light of thunder tribulation, and then comprehensively fight increased power. Boom! The thunder in the sky is gradually condensing, and the eighth thunder is about to descend. Oops, if it goes on like this, Xuanhuan will fail. Once he fails, the end. But at this moment, the flying flame lion opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red magic core. This is the holy core of Warcraft? That mutated flying lion even gave this holy core to Xuanhuan. Han Feng opened his mouth slightly. Hey, let the holy nucleus annihilate together with you Tianlei. The flying flame lion roared, and the holy nucleus slammed into the eighth heavenly thunder. With the destruction of the eighth heavenly thunder, countless cracks were cracked on the surface of the holy nucleus. Feitian Yencher didn't care about this, and there was no pity. When he got the holy core, flying flame lion didn't plan to break through by swallowing the holy core, so this holy core is an accumulation. It's useless to stay, it's a pity to abandon it. Might as well be used to resist thunder tribulation. If other fire-type beasts were informed of Fei Tianyancher's thoughts, they would definitely scold him. A sacred core of warcraft with strength as high as the 8th and 9th levels of the sanctuary, even if the fit is lower, after swallowing refining, it can easily pass through the heaven radar to the realm of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of the sanctuary. Such a holy core is used to resist thunder tribulation, which is really a waste. With the holy nucleus, the 9th heavenly thunder was successfully resisted by the flying flame lion, and the holy nucleus was completely dissipated under the bombardment of the 9th heavenly thunder. Under the envious gazes of Han Feng and Zhu Tianyunk, the light of thunder suddenly descended from the sky. 5th. Thank you for the big reward from Give Power. Congrats to Let's Do It for being promoted to the position of Grandmaster. Amazed face, / Under the bathing of the light of thunder tribulation, the injuries that Fei Tianyancher received before recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even during the recovery process of the flying flame lion, a powerful momentum rose steadily, and soon enveloped the area for thousands of miles. Under the shroud of this momentum, even Han Feng felt his breath stagnant. Fortunately, Han Feng was the owner of Fei Tianyancher, so the oppressive effect was directly weakened a lot. Zhu Tianyunk muttered, "It's so unfair, why didn't I get such a chance? I also have to cross the sky and break through the sanctuary." Han Feng smiled, "You have already stepped into the 10th star of the sky, and you are not far from the limit of the 12th star of the sky. With your bloodline, it will be very easy to let the thunder come and break through. But during this period, you have to prepare well. Xiaoyan is right, with your blood, the thunder that descends is not simple, at least it is 7 or 9 tribulations. If one is not good, you will fall." Zhu Tianyunk raised his head arrogantly, "Cut, isn't it the 7-9 tribulations? I am not afraid of the 9-9 tribulations." Seeing that Zhu Tianyunk was so confident, Han Feng smiled. Continue to pay attention to Fei Tianyancher. Under the bath of the light of thunder, everything in Fei Tianyancher is undergoing qualitative changes. In the end, Fei Tianyancher's body has swelled to the size of a hill. The dense hairs were stuck on the flying flame lion like a sharp sword. Not to mention the cultivation base, it was just the defensive power of the body. At this time, the flying flame lion had reached an extremely terrifying situation. The flying flame lion let out a roar, the earth shook, and countless ground cracked. Suddenly, the Fei Tianyancher shrank rapidly, about the size of a normal lion, and rushed towards Han Feng. "How far has the cultivation base reached?" Han Feng asked in surprise. Now that Fei Tianyancher has broken through to the sanctuary level, Han Feng can't see through Fei Tianyancher's cultivation. Fei Tianyancher smiled proudly, "I'm already in the late stage of the sanctuary of the 1st layer of heaven. It would have been good for my blood to reach the early stage of the 1st layer of heaven, but the blood essence and inheritance of that senior have made my accumulation a little deeper." Only after passing through Tianlei did he directly reach the late stage of the 1st layer of heaven. And in the light of thunder tribulation, I realized a super powerful secret. Now, I am completely sure to compete or even defeat the masters of the 2nd heaven. Of course, it must be a less perverted sanctuary, 2nd heaven. Can you kill the 2nd level peak of the sanctuary, which is not too powerful? It's really good. With your protection, now we finally have a little self-protection in the entire Beizhou. For the entire northern continent, the sanctuary is the starting point for the real powerhouse. Boss, you can do it to me, now my speed is much stronger than Xiaoyunk. Fei Tianyancher said. "Humph, isn't it just good luck to get the opportunity to break through to the sanctuary? Is it necessary to be so shy? Look at it, after I pass through the thunder, my strength is definitely stronger than you." Zhu Tianyunk said angrily. "That's in the future, not now." Fei Tianyancher didn't care about Zhu Tianyunk's threats at all, and continued to stimulate Zhu Tianyunk. However, Han Feng's face now had a look of crying and laughing, it's really crossing the sky and thunder on the same day. What could it be? Fei Tianyanshi and Zhu Tianyunk looked at each other, apparently both of the beasts in the breeding space, and the two beasts sensed something. With a flick of Han Feng's sleeves, the phantom leopard appeared in front of everyone. Phantom Thunder Leopard roared at Fei Tianyanshi, "Humph, I caught up with you this time. Boss, I can finally be your helper in the future." The latter sentence was addressed to Han Feng. "Go to the robbery, be careful." Han Feng patted the head of the phantom Leibao and instructed. The Phantom Thunder Leopard itself is a thunder attribute, and its ability to resist thunder is relatively strong. With the sacred core of the mutated Phantom Thunder Leopard, Xiaolei Du Tianjiao is much easier than Fei Tianyanshi. However, after Xiaoyan passed through Tianlei, his cultivation level directly reached the late stage of the first layer of heaven, while the Phantom Leopard was only in the middle stage of the first layer of heaven, weaker than Xiaoyan by a small level. This is also normal. Before getting the chance, that is, the blood essence and inheritance of the mutant Phantom Leopard, Xiaolei's cultivation base is weaker than Xiaoyan, and the accumulation is naturally not as good as Xiaoyan. After being bathed in the light of thunder, Xiaolei also realized a big killing move, and also has the ability to kill the not-too-powerful Sanctuary second-layer powerhouse. After the two beasts passed the thunder, Han Feng continued to fly to Baidu University. Looking at the mountain range that had been razed to the ground, Han Feng shook his head. The fluctuations caused by crossing the sky were too great, and such a large mountain range was destroyed. Wait for Xiaoyan. After breaking through to the sanctuary, won't the beast be able to transform into a human form? Why haven't I seen you transform into a human form? Sitting on Xiaoyan's back, Han Feng suddenly remembered something after flying for a while, and asked aloud. "This boss, I don't seem to be able to transform into a humanoid." Xiaoyan said in a puzzled way. "No." Han Feng was surprised. It won't be. Han Feng immediately contacted Xiaolei, and after interrogation, even Xiaolei couldn't change into a human form. One may be accidental, but two are impossible. Could it be that after the transformation of the Juyan Tianhua Tower, you can't change into human form? Han Feng's face sank. Deprived of Xiaoyan Xiaolei's ability to transform into a human form, Han Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Xiaoyan didn't care. "Boss, you don't have to mind. It's just a human body. Xiaolei and I don't care. As long as we can help the boss." Hearing this, Han Feng sighed, patted Xiaoyan and said no more, but in his heart he decided that in the future, he must unlock the secret of the Jianshan Fire Tower and let the two beasts transform. Flying back to Baidu City, Han Feng entered Baidu Academy. In the inner courtyard of Baidu University, Han Feng found that there was a message everywhere. Hearing this news, Han Feng was also a little surprised. The 9 places on the semi-sacred list in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy have changed their names again. The original 7th Lion King was replaced by Han Feng, and the Lion King ranked 8th. Now the 9th on the semi-sacred list has also been replaced by a superpower known as the God of War. The title of God of War is so domineering. Why is my name called the Emperor of Fire? Han Feng felt more and more that his title was not very good. I am called the Heavenly Fire Emperor because of my heavenly fire fighting body and heavenly fire fighting fist, then this God of War and so on. God of War, could it be? I'm called the Heavenly Fire Emperor because of my heavenly fire fighting body and heavenly fire fighting fist, then this God of War, etc. God of War, is it? Han Feng thought. Immediately, Han Feng grabbed a student on the side of the road and asked, "Who is this God of War Emperor?" "Who are you, Xuanhuan?" The student who was caught by Han Feng was excitedly discussing with his companions the new semi-sacred leader, God of War, when he was suddenly caught by Han Feng and was full of dissatisfaction. But when he saw that it was Han Feng, his forehead burst into cold sweat. "This is the 7th-ranked Heavenly Fire Emperor, 2 places higher than the God of War Emperor. The war god of war is called Zhan Fuyu. This academy is only a 3-star cultivation base, and honestly said the name of the god of war. There was a flash of Han Feng's face. Sure enough, he put down the other party, laughed and strode towards the courtyard. I didn't expect it to be the Emperor of Fire. Fortunately, I didn't say anything disrespectful, otherwise it would be over. Tianjia Samsung Peak Academy wiped a cold sweat. Another academy looked with admiration. This is a newcomer from the beginning, and he broke into the semi-sacred list so quickly. You said that the Tianhua Emperor was so perverted. Let's not talk about the Heavenly Fire Emperor. Although the Ice Fire King is only the first on the manifesto list, it is said that he also has the ability to impact the semi-sacred list, but he didn't make it in the end. Ice Fire King is Meng Yaqing's title in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. If you didn't say it, I forgot it. As soon as you said it, I remembered it. It seems that this battle with Fu Yu and the God of War Emperor was also a term with the Emperor of Fire, and they are still friends. After a moment of silence, the two looked at each other. Zhan Fuyu, are you there? Han Feng strode into the courtyard and said loudly. With a bang, a powerful breath rushed directly to Han Feng, and the power of Han Feng Yuanshan poured out, waved his hand to block, and blocked the breath. The 12-star peak limit of the sky rank. Zhan Fuyu's figure appeared in front of Han Feng with a moving face. Han Feng was also observing Zhan Fuyu at this time, and was shocked to find that Zhan Fuyu's cultivation base had also reached the peak limit of the 12 stars of the sky. Why can I improve so fast? Han Feng knew very well that it was because of various adventures and the Jirian Tianhua Pagoda. Without these, it is now uncertain how many stars. But this battle Fuyu has reached the same level. Okay, the strength has improved quite quickly. Han Feng slammed Zhan Fuyu. Zhan Fuyu shook his head. Where are you shocked? The Fire Emperor, the 6th in the semi-sacred list. I can't believe I went there. That place still hasn't surpassed you. You really make me feel incredible. What Zhan Fuyu said was true. At the beginning of the Baidu Academy's entrance test, Zhan Fuyu clearly remembered that Han Feng's own qualifications were not yet holy. No matter how you think, cultivating so fast makes people unable to relax. Come, tell me about your experience these days, and we will communicate with each other. Han Feng invited Zhan Fuyu. Zhan Fuyu nodded in agreement immediately, and Zhan Fuyu also wanted to know how Han Feng improved. Xiaoqi watched the two of them enter the house, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, following the adults was the most correct decision I made in my life. Even Lord Zhan is so extraordinary. When he left, he was still in the early stage of the sky. After returning, not only did his cultivation reach the peak of the 12 stars of the sky, but he also became the 8th in the semi-sacred list. Now that guy is just afraid of dying with regret. What Xiaoqi said was the servant before the battle with Fu Yu. Before, this little servant came to a first-class master in the late stage of heaven to serve him. But the first-class masters in the late Tianjia can be compared with the powerhouses of the semi-sacred list, which is really far from heaven. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi became more and more respectful, and turned around to prepare the tools for making tea. Inside the house, Han Feng asked Zhan Fuyu to do it, and Xiaoqi started to make tea after coming in. Please. Han Feng said. Zhan Fuyu took a sigh of relief from the teacup and said, You guy, talk about your experience first. I'm afraid you will be very shocked after I say it. Oh? This makes me more curious about your experience. Well, let me talk about my experience first. It turns out that the ancient emperor's secret realm, the ghost realm, and all kinds of adventures, no wonder your cultivation is progressing so fast, and you have caught up with me. Zhan Fuyu looked suddenly. I've already said what I should say, it's time for you to talk about your experience. Listen to what you mean, it seems that my cultivation base can be on par with yours. Han Feng looked at Zhang Fuyu. Zhang Fuyu rolled his eyes. Of course, the place I went to can be said to be the place where the cultivation base has improved the fastest, although it is also very dangerous, but as long as you survive, the speed of the cultivation base will definitely exceed people's imagination. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to directly upgrade from the initial stage of the sky to the peak of the sky in a short period of time. But in such a place, I still haven't surpassed you. I have to say that you are really a pervert. In the past, the word metamorphosis was put on Zhang Fuyu's head by others, but now, Zhang Fuyu felt that compared to himself, Han Feng was the real metamorphosis. Compared with Han Feng, he has completely become a normal person. Where I went is a hidden force, called Dullingmen. Zhang Fuyu said lightly. Hidden forces. Han Feng's face became solemn. Hidden forces, those are forces that are hidden in the dark, basically not on the surface. Beizhou, on the bright side, Baidu Academy is the strongest, but there are still some hidden forces that are stronger than Baidu Academy, but these hidden forces are not known, so Beizhou is the hegemony of Baidu Academy. Some of these hidden forces are only slightly stronger than Baidu Academy, and some are even weaker. But there are also some that are comparable to the ancient families and are extremely powerful. This Dullingmen will not be a powerful force comparable to the ancient family. Han Feng said solemnly. Zhang Fuyu said, of course, if I was just a little stronger than Baidu Academy, how could my strength be improved so much in such a short period of time? If I follow the procedures of Baidu Academy, it would take at least twice as long to cultivate. Only then can we get to where we are now. It takes twice as long, and it takes about 4 years in total. 4 years, in the eyes of many geniuses in the inner court, is already extremely fast. How many geniuses can't even reach the late stage of heaven for 4 years, let alone the peak of heaven? And the more you practice, the more difficult it becomes. Han Feng took a deep breath. Oh my God, what treasures are there in this Dullingmen? It's still a heaven-defying cultivation environment that makes your strength improve so quickly. After being shocked, Han Feng's eyes flashed with light. There is no treasure, but there is an inner world. There is no pop-up window. No, it can't be said to be an inner world, it should be an illusory world. In this world, there is the sun, the moon, and other sights, such as rocks and stars, which are exactly the same as the outside world, but they are actually fake. But in this world, warriors can kill each other and absorb each other's true essence enhances strength, but this is true. No matter what realm you cultivate inside, what realm is still outside, and it will not return to its original state just because you leave that world. What's even more surprising is that there are some special places in there that will produce strange spirits. Obviously those special places are false, but the spirits that can be generated are real, which can completely allow warriors to absorb and refine. Improve your cultivation. Zhang Fuyu talked eloquently. Han Feng opened his mouth wide. Actually, there is actually such a world. That's right, this world is called the world of Dullingmen, and it was created by the ancestor of Dullingmen with the help of some kind of space and artifacts that are still evolving. Zhang Fuyu sighed, mentioning the ancestor of Dullingmen, it was even more so. Full of respect. This world can absorb the cultivation base of the other party, so, isn't that world full of killings? Han Feng frowned. Yes, because it is extremely dangerous inside, there are basically no weak people who go there, and almost none of them are below the heavenly rank. The semi-sacred inside is estimated to be the most among all the forces. The semi-sacred inside comes from various forces. These semi-sages all hope to increase their true essence by hunting down enemies, and then transform until the true essence is transformed into holy essence, and reaches the limit of 40%. Only then did Han Feng really understand where Zhang Fuyu went. The crisis in the early days of the Tianjia was like a mortal entering a world full of mysterious powerhouses. That is to say, your cultivation has been improved by absorbing the true essence of those warriors? Han Feng said with some affirmation. That's right, every time you kill one person, you can get 1/10 of the opponent's true essence. I don't know how many people I killed. Anyway, in the end, the cultivation base broke through to the peak of the 12-star limit. When I went in, my cultivation was too bad. Almost everyone wanted to kill me when they saw me. It was too easy to kill a mere celestial stage. At that time, I really became a killing machine. Fortunately, my god of war bloodline, strong enough, otherwise. Rao was fighting Fuyu, and at this time, he was also happy and fearful. Han Feng's eyes changed again. He was determined to enter such a dangerous place to cultivate and finally survived, and his cultivation has greatly increased. The heart of fighting Fuyu's martial arts is by no means comparable to ordinary people. Blood of the god of war? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of the god of war family that he had learned from Yan Jia in the ghost realm, and immediately asked, Fuyu, are you from the god of war family? How do you know? Zhang Fuyu was quite surprised. Some people in the god of war family might know it, but as far as he knew, Han Feng was only born in a small 7th-rank empire. Han Feng sighed and told Meng Yaqing's story a little. Han Feng could see that Zhang Fuyu should have some resentment towards his family, otherwise Han Feng would never have told things so rashly. There is such a thing. Zhang Fuyu was silent for a long time, and snorted coldly for a long time. Under the leadership of that person, it is normal for some scum like this to happen. Han Feng didn't ask any further. This already involves Zhang Fuyu's privacy. It's one thing for Zhang Fuyu to say it himself, and it's another thing for you to ask and chase after you want to know. Han Feng changed the subject and said, why do dueling men create such a dueling world? Isn't this cultivating masters from other forces? Zhang Fuyu said solemnly, why, this involves matters above the sanctuary. Han Feng, do you know what the realm above the sanctuary is? I don't know. Han Feng shook his head. Zhang Fuyu said, let me tell you. The level above the sanctuary is the true God. It is said that the true God is eternal life, but if you want to go further in the true God, you need to experience the divine tribulation. After 9 divine tribulations, you will enter the highest level of the true God. As for the higher level above the true God, I don't know either. This higher level is not even mentioned in the historical records of my family. Even for the true God, I only know that I need to experience 9 divine tribulations. There is not much description about the specific situation of the true God. The reason why those ancient families have such a high status is that there are old true gods in these families. Once there is no true God, this ancient family will decline. Of course, there will be no problems in 10,000 years, but no real gods will be born in 10,000 years. This ancient family will be divided and swallowed up by other families. For so many years in the Forgotten Continent, no less than 10 ancient families have disappeared into the long river of history because of such reasons. It turns out that there is a true God above the sanctuary. Han Feng was a little lost, and immediately followed up, then the true God of your god of war family has experienced several tribulations? What level are the true gods of other families? That dueling old man, what level is the ancestor? Suddenly learning that the true God exists, Han Feng can't wait to know some news about the true God. How many tribulations are the true gods? Zhang Fuyu showed a strange smile on his face. There are no true gods in the entire Forgotten Continent. It is estimated that there are no more than 2 tribulations. Why? The true God of a calamity has obviously experienced a calamity, and has just broken through from the sanctuary to the level of the true God. Han Feng thought that there were quite a few true gods in these ancient families, and maybe there would be a relatively high-level true God of 7 tribulations and 8 tribulations, but it turned out that there was no existence above the true God of 1 tribulation, which was incredible. Zhang Fuyu smiled. It's incredible, isn't it? I was stunned when I knew about this situation, but it's true. Just like the true essence of the sanctuary powerhouse transformed into the holy essence, the true God powerhouse also transformed the holy essence into the divine essence. In the forgotten continent, the transformation of true essence into holy essence can be tempered by the thunder of the sky, and then it can be refined by the spiritual power of heaven and earth and the help of holy stones. But the divine essence is different. I want to transform the holy essence into a divine essence. The energy required is extremely huge. This energy, there is no other way but the calamity. The spiritual power level of the forgotten continent is too low, and it is almost useless to condense the divine essence. Moreover, the forgotten continent does not have any divine stones, so this after the sanctuary powerhouse broke through to the true God of a calamity, they basically stayed in the initial stage of the true God of a calamity, and there were almost no existences that could step into the middle stage. 8th more complete. Ask for flowers. It is already 3 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 2 chapters, and Cabbage continues to work hard. I always feel that the quality of the chapters of the code is not very good in the past 2 days. It's all just the initial stage of true God. Han Feng never imagined that this would be the case. Zhang Fuyu said with a sense of loss, yes, it is only the initial stage of a true God. When you become a true God, the power of the primordial spirit will undergo a qualitative change and transform into a divine soul, but the divine soul needs energy to grow, but the forgotten continent does not have enough energy. Our forgotten continent has actually given birth to many geniuses who are quite qualified in the continent of the gods. If they are in the continent of the gods, they may end up being middle-level true gods or high-ranking true gods. But in the forgotten continent, they will be forever trapped in the early realm of true God. For a calamity, he cannot make any progress. Zhang Fuyu sighed endlessly. As a martial artist, in addition to the pursuit of longevity, why not also pursue powerful strength? But after breaking through the true God, he could not make any progress in his whole life. This feeling is absolutely unbearable for the warriors who are pursuing great power. Han Feng is also pondering in his heart, if the highest force of this forgotten continent is only the initial realm of true God, what should he do? Even if there is the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng has no confidence that he will surpass the true God in this low-energy forgotten continent. Forget it, I'm not even a sanctuary now. This level is too far away from me. Let's talk about it later. Soon, Han Feng threw this question away and asked instead, what does this world of Douling have to do with it? Zhang Fuyu smiled and said, Han Feng, I said just now that there is a true God in the forgotten continent, but when have you ever seen a true God appear? This? Han Feng looked at Zhang Fuyu in confusion. Zhang Fuyu said indifferently, just as we fight to use real energy, and the strong people in the sanctuary need to use holy yuan in battle, the real gods and strong people naturally need to use spiritual energy in battle. Han Feng suddenly realized, so it is, because the battle consumes divine essence, but the energy level of the forgotten continent is too low, so they can't recover in time. Are they in retreat on weekdays? Guess it's almost inseparable, but they are not in retreat, but closed their bodies and fell asleep, just leaving a mind clone outside. This mind clone is not as strong as a true god, but it is stronger than the general sanctuary Dzogchen, so it is called a false god or a demigod. Basically, the elders of the major families are these demigods. Zhang Fuyu added road. Douling world only absorbs 10% of the opponent's cultivation base when attacking and killing opponents, and the rest, is it possible that? Han Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam. Well, as you guessed, the remaining 90% were absorbed by the world of Douling, and then converted into divine essence through a special method to be supplied to true god Douling. It is said that the true body of the true god of Douling is hidden somewhere in the world of Douling, and I have to say that the world of Douling is miraculous. A 90% cultivation base with a heavenly rank and a semi-holy level may not be able to transform even a drop of divine essence. But hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, that's different. Even if only a drop of divine essence can be condensed over a long period of time, the life of a true God is infinite, and they can fully afford it. The true God Do Ling is just trying to improve his cultivation by accumulating over a long period of time. Although the true God Do Ling is currently in the early stage of the true God of a calamity, according to the news I got in the family, this true God of fighting spirit relies on the world of fighting spirit. If it really accumulates for a long time, it is very likely to be the first among the true gods to break through to the middle stage of the true God of a tribulation. So although the overall strength of Dueling Men is still inferior to that of the ancient family, no ancient family dares to underestimate the true God Dueling, including my God of War family and Mengyaching Jian clan. At this time, Zhan Fuyu finally realized the real meaning of the existence of the world of Dueling. Say it. It's incredible. Han Feng shook his head in amazement. Then, Han Feng stared at Zhan Fuyu, his eyes lit up. Fuyu, we are all brothers, can you tell me the location of Dueling Men? Do you want to go to the world of Dueling? Zhan Fuyu said with such an expression on his face, with your strength, if you really go to the world of Dueling, there really isn't much danger, but you can rely on it. The powerful strength hunts down the warriors, and then transforms the true essence. But unfortunately, I can't do it. Zhan Fuyu spread his hands helplessly. Why? Han Feng said unwillingly. Zhan Fuyu smiled bitterly, because you want to go to Dueling Men, you need Dueling Men's own Dueling cards. Without Dueling Men, you can't not only enter Dueling Men, but also the world of Dueling. There is not even a Dueling card. When you approach or accidentally enter the place controlled by Dueling sect, you will be killed by Dueling sect masters, and you will not be given a chance to explain. I also got a Dueling card by accident. And the Dueling world can only enter once in a lifetime, and the Dueling card will automatically shatter when you leave the Dueling world. Now that I don't have a Dueling card, even if I tell you the location of Dueling Men, you can't go there. Is there really no way? To enter the world of Dueling, you still need Dueling cards, which can only be used once per person. Han Feng scolded this abominable rule in his heart. It can't be said that there is no way. Zhan Fuyu hesitated for a while, and continued, didn't Elder Tianxing value you very much? With Elder Tianxing's strength and status in Baidu Academy, he might know something. That's it. Well, I'll go find Elder Tianxing. Han Feng was about to get up, but Zhan Fuyu reminded him at this moment, by the way, Han Feng, the news of your return should be spread throughout the country. Courtyard, you have to be careful of the three-winged emperor who ranks 4th in the semi-sacred list. The three-winged emperor himself can't bear the rapid progress of our strength, plus the three-winged emperor and the lion emperor are good friends. If my guess is correct, if you do, this guy will trouble you sooner or later. Three Wings Emperor? Humph, it's fine if this guy doesn't come. If he comes. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Han Feng, who is now in great strength, is not afraid of the 4th, such as the Three Wings Emperor. If it is the 2nd and the 1st, Han Fengdao will be a little more cautious. Explaining that Shao Qi continued to entertain Zhan Fuyu, Han Feng couldn't wait to see Elder Tianxing. Master Zhan, do you have any other orders? Shao Qi said respectfully after Han Feng left. Zhan Fuyu waved his hand, no, when your family comes back, tell him that I'm going out to practice. Shao Qi was obviously surprised that Fuyu was about to leave the school soon after he came back. But as a servant, Shao Qi didn't ask too much about Zhan Fuyu's affairs. After Zhan Fuyu left, a strong fighting intent flashed on his face. This guy Han Feng is getting stronger and stronger. I thought he could surpass him this time, but I didn't expect. You can't cultivate in the academy, otherwise it will only get bigger and bigger. As far as I know, some secret realms in the east of Beizhou continent will also be opened. I will try my luck. 9th more. There is one last update left, work hard. It's all just the initial stage of True God. Han Feng never imagined that this would be the case. Zhang Fuyu said with a sense of loss, yes, it is only the initial stage of a true god. When you become a true god, the power of the primordial spirit will undergo a qualitative change and transform into a divine soul, but the divine soul needs energy to grow, but the forgotten continent does not have enough energy. Our forgotten continent has actually given birth to many geniuses who are quite qualified in the continent of the gods. If they are in the continent of the gods, they may end up being middle-level true gods or high-ranking true gods. But in the forgotten continent, they will be forever trapped in the early realm of true god. For a calamity, he cannot make any progress. Zhang Fuyu sighed endlessly. As a martial artist, in addition to the pursuit of longevity, why not also pursue powerful strength? But after breaking through the true god, he could not make any progress in his whole life. This feeling is absolutely unbearable for the warriors who are pursuing great power. Han Feng is also pondering in his heart, if the highest force of this forgotten continent is only the initial realm of true god, what should he do? Even if there is the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Han Feng has no confidence that he will surpass the true god in this low-energy forgotten continent. Forget it, I'm not even a sanctuary now. This level is too far away from me. Let's talk about it later. Soon, Han Feng threw this question away and asked instead, what does this world of Douling have to do with it? Zhang Fuyu smiled and said, Han Feng, I said just now that there is a true god in the forgotten continent, but when have you ever seen a true god appear? This? Han Feng looked at Zhang Fuyu in confusion. Zhang Fuyu said indifferently, just as we fight to use real energy, and the strong people in the sanctuary need to use holy yuan in battle, the real gods and strong people naturally need to use spiritual energy in battle. Han Feng suddenly realized, so it is, because the battle consumes divine essence, but the energy level of the forgotten continent is too low, so they can't recover in time. Are they in retreat on weekdays? Guess it's almost inseparable, but they are not in retreat, but closed their bodies and fell asleep, just leaving a mind clone outside. This mind clone is not as strong as a true god, but it is stronger than the general sanctuary Dzogchen, so it is called a false god or a demigod. Basically, the elders of the major families are these demigods. Zhang Fuyu added road. Douling world only absorbs 10% of the opponent's cultivation base when attacking and killing opponents, and the rest, is it possible that? Han Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam. Well, as you guessed, the remaining 90% were absorbed by the world of Douling, and then converted into divine essence through a special method to be supplied to true god Douling. It is said that the true body of the true god of Douling is hidden somewhere in the world of Douling, and I have to say that the world of Douling is miraculous. A 90% cultivation base with a heavenly rank and a semi-holy level may not be able to transform even a drop of divine essence. But hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, that's different. Even if only a drop of divine essence can be condensed over a long period of time, the life of a true god is infinite, and they can fully afford it. The true god Douling is just trying to improve his cultivation by accumulating over a long period of time. Although the true god Douling is currently in the early stage of the true god of a calamity, according to the news I got in the family, this true god of fighting spirit relies on the world of fighting spirit. If it really accumulates for a long time, it is very likely to be the first among the true gods to break through to the middle stage of the true god of a tribulation. So although the overall strength of Douling men is still inferior to that of the ancient family, no ancient family dares to underestimate the true god Douling, including my god of war family and Mengyaching Xian clan. At this time, Zhang Fuyu finally realized the real meaning of the existence of the world of Douling. Say it. It's incredible. Han Feng shook his head in amazement. Then, Han Feng stared at Zhang Fuyu, his eyes lit up. Fuyu, we are all brothers, can you tell me the location of Douling men? Do you want to go to the world of Douling? Zhang Fuyu said with such an expression on his face, with your strength, if you really go to the world of Douling, there really isn't much danger, but you can rely on it. The powerful strength hunts down the warriors, and then transforms the true essence. But unfortunately, I can't do it. Zhang Fuyu spread his hands helplessly. Why? Han Feng said unwillingly. Zhang Fuyu smiled bitterly. Because you want to go to Dolingmen, you need Dolingmen's own Doling cards. Without Dolingmen, you can't not only enter Dolingmen, but also the world of Doling. There is not even a Doling card. When you approach or accidentally enter the place controlled by Doling sect, you will be killed by Doling sect masters, and you will not be given a chance to explain. I also got a Doling card by accident. And the Doling world can only enter once in a lifetime, and the Doling card will automatically shatter when you leave the Doling world. Now that I don't have a Doling card, even if I tell you the location of Doling men, you can't go there. Is there really no way? To enter the world of Doling, you still need Doling cards, which can only be used once per person. Han Feng scolded this abominable rule in his heart. It can't be said that there is no way. Zhang Fuyu hesitated for a while, and continued, didn't Elder Tianxing value you very much? With Elder Tianxing's strength and status in Baidu Academy, he might know something. That's it. Well, I'll go find Elder Tianxing. Han Feng said that he was about to get up, but Zhang Fuyu reminded him at this moment, by the way, Han Feng, the news of your return should be spread throughout the whole country. Courtyard, you have to be careful of the three-winged emperor who is ranked 4th in the semi-sacred list. The three-winged emperor himself can't bear to see how our strength is progressing too fast, plus the three-winged emperor and the lion emperor are good friends. If my guess is correct, if you do, this guy will trouble you sooner or later. Three Wings Emperor? It's fine if this guy doesn't come. If he comes. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Han Feng, who is now in great strength, is not afraid of the 4th, such as the Three Wings Emperor. If it is the 2nd and the 1st, Han Fengdao will be a little more cautious. Explaining that Shao Qi continued to entertain Zhang Fuyu, Han Feng couldn't wait to see Elder Tianxing. Master Zhang, do you have any other orders? Shao Qi said respectfully after Han Feng left. Zhang Fuyu waved his hand. No, when your family comes back, tell him that I'm going out to practice. Shao Qi was obviously surprised that Fuyu was about to leave the school soon after he came back. But as a servant, Shao Qi didn't ask too much about Zhang Fuyu's affairs. After Zhang Fuyu left, a strong fighting intent flashed on his face. This guy Han Feng is getting stronger and stronger. I thought he could surpass him this time, but I didn't expect. You can't cultivate in the academy, otherwise it will only get bigger and bigger. As far as I know, some secret realms in the east of Beizhou continent will also be opened. I will try my luck. 9th more. There is one last update left, work hard. Heavenly Punishment Elder Palace. At the moment Han Feng arrived, Elder Tianxing had already opened his eyes. Mental power has changed. It seems that you didn't run in vain this time. Han Feng smiled. The gain is not only the transformation of spiritual power, but Han Feng did not say much. What's the matter? Elder Tianxing knew that Han Feng must be asking for something when he saw Han Feng's appearance. Han Feng immediately asked about the Doling card. Doling card? That's it, you want to go to Doling World. Yes, I wonder if the elders know the news of the Doling card. Han Feng became excited when he heard that he had a door. If the real essence can be raised to 40% in the Doling world, then the improvement will be even more after crossing the Tianlei in the future. The elder Tianxing smiled lightly. You are asking the right person. I have some news. It is said that the items to be auctioned in an auction in the holy origin city of the Muyuan Empire are likely to have Do spirit cards. Go and have a look. As for whether it can be auctioned or not, it depends on your own ability. It's probably in 2 months. Qiyuan Empire. Han Feng muttered in his mouth. This is a fourth-rank empire, and it is basically at the top of the middle-rank empire. Such an empire will certainly not lack ordinary sanctuary-level masters, and there will be no shortage of great sanctuary. Competitiveness is quite high, but the Douling world prevents entry from the sanctuary, so the people who compete with me should be some heavenly or semi-sacred, and these people's family background should not be as good as mine. Knowing the news of the Douling card, Han Feng clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Elder." Elder Tianqing said lightly, "If you want to thank the Emperor, thank the Emperor." This guy was going to the Douling men not long ago. The places where these Douling cards may appear were all found by the Sword Emperor. Finally, the Douling cards were found in other places. Go to Douling men. The news I told you is only the last place left by the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Han Feng understands, if Han Feng can meet Sword Emperor in Douling world, he must thank him. Han Feng handed over again. Sword Emperor is the first person on the semi-sacred list in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. Its strength is extremely powerful, and it is said that it is also ranked first in all the semi-sacred lists of the 5 palaces. After getting the news of the Douling card, Han Feng immediately returned to prepare for retreat. There are 3 purposes for this retreat. First, cultivate the power of the primordial spirit with the secret method of quenching the primordial spirit given by the Saint of 6 Fires. Second, refining and absorbing the top-quality pure yuan fruit source liquid, try to transform the true essence as much as possible. The third is to cultivate and master the revered finger of Emperor Burning Heaven. After returning to the courtyard, he learned that Zhang Fuyu had left Baidu Academy again. Han Feng was a little surprised and put it down, and now it is still important to retreat. Inside the house, Han Feng first began to practice the secret technique of quenching the primordial spirit. Displaying these secret methods, Han Feng found that the sea of souls and the sea of spiritual consciousness began to fluctuate in an orderly manner. The transformation of Yuanshan's power is also accelerating. After about 3 or 4 days of retreat, the power of the primordial spirit trembled violently, and invisible soul fluctuations raged out. Han Feng knows that this is the realm of his own primordial spirit that has really reached the realm of 10%. And is now moving towards the realm of more than 10%. Just talking about the power of the primordial spirit, Han Feng has stepped into the intermediate semi-sacred level. With the primordial spirit tempering secret method, Han Feng has indeed made a slight improvement in the power of the primordial spirit, but that's all. There is no spiritual thing similar to the effect of ghost fruit. Han Feng's practice of Yuanshan quenching secret method makes the speed of continuous transformation of spiritual power only 20 to 30% faster than when he is not cultivating. This kind of speed, in a short period of time, cannot see any major results. Seeing that the speed after entering the realm of 10% is too slow, and there is no effect in a short period of time, Han Feng first put aside the power of tempering the primordial spirit, and turned to practice the unique art of the sanctuary. The cultivation base has been directly raised to the peak of the 12th star since the initial stage of the 12th star. Han Feng's control over the sanctuary can also be improved a lot. Dodging into the time room, Han Feng recultivated the flowing flame dragon hood, Zhenyan Qilan arm, Tianyan Qiankuan sword and Tianyan Thousand Realms sword. In the end, Han Feng cultivated the rising flame dragon cover to the 40% realm, which has reached the limit of the general semi-sage control over the sanctuary. Junyan's unicorn arm controls only about 22%, but the power has exceeded the flaming dragon hood. Due to the high degree of compatibility between Tianyan Qiankuan sword and Han Feng has fully mastered about 42% of the power. The Heavenly Flame Thousand Boundaries sword also has a high degree of fit with Han Feng, and has been mastered to 20% to 5th level. The fit between Emperor Fengchen's venerable finger and Han Feng is as high as 90%. Such a high degree of fit allows Han Feng to easily cultivate Emperor Fengchen's venerable finger to the 1st realm. Now, the power that Emperor Burning Heaven's revered finger can exert is about 40% to 67% of that of the low-grade sanctuary. I can't control it anymore. It seems that my cultivation base has reached this level. Basically, the secret skills that I can master now have reached the limit. I don't know if it will help me to control the sacred knowledge if my true essence is transformed into a holy essence. Emperor Fengchen's venerable finger is 90% compatible with me. Even the heavenly flame heaven and earth sword can be fused with my Aurora Xuanhuan, and Emperor Fengchen's venerable finger should also be able to fuse. Once Aurora Xuanhuan is integrated, the power of Emperor Fengchen's venerable finger will be stronger. Today's Aurora Xuanhuan's power is much stronger than before. I wonder how much will the fusion increase now. The incident with Meng Yaqing at the beginning not only greatly increased Han Feng's cultivation base, but also further improved Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art. Although it is still in the early stage, it has gradually approached the initial limit. In terms of quality, the power of Aurora Xuanhuan has increased a lot. And the cultivation base has increased from the initial stage of the 12 stars to the peak of the 12 stars, and the power of Aurora Xuanhuan has also increased a lot. Putting it all together, the current power of Aurora Xuanhuan is comparable to the weakest holy flame. Incorporating Aurora Xuanhuan, Han Feng was excited to discover that the power of the Tianyan Qiankuan sword has directly increased by more than 30%, and the Fen Tian Emperor's respect finger is nearly 40%. This is undoubtedly a terrifying increase. Even if my current real essence and physical strength have not changed, my current strongest explosive power has far exceeded the signs of the 2 ceremonies and semi-sages, which is equivalent to the 3 flowers and half sages around the top middle class, equivalent to the 4 elephants around the senior middle class. Half saint. I am now completely in the first class semi-holy level, and not even bad among the first class. If my true essence is transformed again, then. Thinking of this, Han Feng exited the time room without hesitation, just to find that the pure yuan fruit has matured. Immediately, Han Feng took out the pure essence fruit to refine and began to plant the ghost fruit. Whether I can transform my true essence depends on you pure essence fruit. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the source liquid transformed by pure essence fruit. Vigorous energy surged in Han Feng's body. 1, 2, 3. If Han Feng was still 10 or 11 stars in the sky, his cultivation would have skyrocketed. But now that Han Feng is at the peak of the 12-star rank, facing the hurdle of the transformation of his true essence, this is not so easy. Even if the energy is abundant, it is not so simple to really transform. Transform me. After 9 pieces, Han Feng sensed the mad riot of true essence in his body and roared. The 10th is complete. Ask for flowers. It's almost 6 in the morning. Wasteland. Transform me. After 9 pieces, Han Feng sensed the mad riot of true essence in his body and roared. Boom. The true essence in Han Feng's body stirred frantically like a violent storm. Among the stirred true essence, some of the true essence began to smash and reorganize. When these true essences were smashed and reorganized, these true essences gave off an aura like the arrival of a king, and the surrounding true essences spread out subconsciously. Obviously they are all in the same meridian, but these smashed and reorganized true essence and the rest of the true essence are like 2 parallel lines, and there is not much intersection at all. The smashed and reorganized true essence constantly fluctuated and created a pressure far beyond ordinary true essence. This aura pressure was a qualitative change compared to the rest of true essence. It is the Saint Yuan after the qualitative change. Han Feng's body burst out with unparalleled momentum. These momentums surrounded Han Feng, and with Han Feng as the center, a small vortex was actually formed. Endless energy gathering, but the improvement of Xingyuan after qualitative change is minimal. Han Feng's eyes were tightly closed, as if he didn't wake up, but Han Feng's hands moved quickly, took out the jade bottle containing the pure yuan fruit source liquid, and swallowed it. Inside each jade bottle is the source liquid of a pure essence fruit that has been refined. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. When the most difficult level of qualitative change was passed, the subsequent promotion of Xuanhuan was much easier. As the bottles of pure yuan fruit source liquid were consumed by Han Feng, the proportion of holy yuan in Han Feng's body was getting higher and higher. Finally, when the last bottle of source liquid was exhausted, Han Feng's Saint Yuan was already equivalent to 10% of the realm of the Saint Domain first layer powerhouse. True Yuan transformed into Xing Yuan, and Han Feng's comprehensive strength increased again. When Han Feng opened his eyes, it seemed that 2 terrifying Saint Yuan shot out, forming 2 small twisted areas in front of him. Finally broke through, the fluctuations around him gradually subsided, and Han Feng exhaled a turbid breath. 10% of the power of the primordial spirit, 10% of the holy essence, 40% of the flaming dragon cover, more than 40% of the Tianyan Qiankuan sword, and the power of the Aurora Tsangyan. Now my strength, I don't know how many can you rank on the holy list? At least it's the top 3. I heard Zhan Fuyu say that the 4th-ranked 3-winged emperor wants to trouble me, so I can just use this to test my cultivation. The power of the primordial spirit can be improved by the secret method of quenching the primordial spirit. With the help of a large amount of ghost fruit, it should reach 40% sooner or later. It's just that the ghost fruit is not yet mature. When the ghost fruit matures, it basically has to wait until it's been half a year. In half a year, it's almost time to leave for the Central Capital Academy. It's alright, it's not too late, and the strength can soar once before the 5 palaces compete for hegemony. And the promotion of Xuanhuan, there should be no problem in the world of Douling, as long as you get the Douling card. As for the transformation of the body, Han Feng frowned. If there is no matter of mangyaching, Han Feng doesn't care whether the body changes or not. Semi-holy is just accumulation, in order to bathe in stronger light of thunder tribulation when crossing the sky, hoping to directly cross several heavens after breaking through the sanctuary. Regardless of the depth of accumulation, as long as you can survive the thunder, you can become a sanctuary. Even in the realm of 12 stars, as long as they pass through Tianlei, they are also high-ranking sanctuary powerhouses. But now that I know the horror of the top geniuses of the Yen clan, in order to surpass those geniuses, it is bound to become a semi-sage in the perfect state of the 4 images. Only by reaching such a semi-holy level, can one directly reach the 4th level realm after breaking through to the sanctuary, and have a high potential to catch up with those geniuses with the help of the Jianshan Fire Tower. By the way, you can ask Elder Tianxing. I remember that Elder Tianxing said that when I came back from the ghost realm, he would point me to a place to strengthen my strength. The last time I went too hastily, I didn't have time to ask. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't wait to get up and go to the Palace of Heavenly Punishment Elders. Palace Interior. Elder Tianxing said with a faint smile, "You finally remembered this matter. The old man thought that with the world of Douling, you would not need it." Han Feng scratched his head and said flatteringly, "Where, Douling world is only helping the younger generation to transform into Saint Yuan, and the accumulation in Saint Yuan is nothing more than that, but there is no other help. The younger generation has not yet transformed." Elder Tianxing gave Han Feng a deep look. "It seems that you have great ambitions. You want to achieve the 4 elephants and half-saints. That's fine, so that you can catch up with the geniuses of the Yen clan and bring Yaching back." "Elder, you already know." Han Feng opened his mouth slightly. Elder Tianxing pouted slightly, and his expression immediately returned to his calmness, but he made Han Feng rub his eyes, thinking that he might have read it wrong. "I just listened to Elder Tianxing. You came back before the secret realm of the ghostly soul was closed, and you have been in retreat for nearly a month. These days are enough for Yijin to come back." The old man got the whole thing from Yijin's mouth. "What amazes you?" Han Feng was stunned, but before he knew it, it had taken nearly a month for him to refine his Xuanhuan, cultivate the sanctuary, and transform his true essence, and it was indeed time for Yuan Yijin and others to come back. What about Miss Yuan and the others? Han Feng didn't see them when he came before. Going to retreat and practice. This girl is finally ready to attack. With her talent, she will be a great semi-sage soon. When he mentioned his junior, Elder Tianxing couldn't help showing a smile on his face, although it disappeared soon. Okay, now the old man is here to tell you about the White Thunder Wasteland. White Thunder Wasteland? Yes, to tell the truth, your luck is really good. There are 3 aspects of spiritual power, true essence, and body, as well as the sanctuary. You only have the body that has not transformed, and this White Thunder Wasteland is used for physical transformation. The White Thunder Wasteland, no one knows how it was born, only that it suddenly appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The White Thunder Wasteland is also divided into 3 areas, the edge, the inner periphery, and the core. If you just want to transform your body, you only need to be at the edge. If you want to continue refining, you need to enter the inner periphery and core. But the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. Not only are the White Thunders terrifyingly likely to fall one after another and turn you into flying ashes, some White Thunder beasts transformed by the White Thunders are even more likely to devour you. The location of the White Thunder Wasteland is here. It's up to you if you want to go or not. Elder Tianxing pointed at Han Feng, and Han Feng instantly had a lot of information about the White Thunder Wasteland in his mind. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the 4 big rewards of Ruffian 1314, 8899, Xiao Yongyong, and 239919114. Elder Tianxing sent the news about the White Thunder Wasteland to Han Feng and stopped talking. Seeing this, Han Feng left knowingly. Leaving the palace, Han Feng walked towards the exit of the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy while thinking about the White Thunder Wasteland. It turns out that although the White Thunder in the White Thunder Wasteland has the effect of tempering the body, the number of drops is irregular. At the same location, it may drop 4 or 5 this time, and the next time it will drop 8 or 9. It is true that Bai Lei has a tempering effect on the body. The power of a White Thunder is not terrifying. Even the White Thunder at the core is equivalent to the third-rate semi-sacred level, and it may even be inferior. But 1 is not scary, and 4 or 5 are not scary. 89 are more effective for tempering, but a dozen or 10 are different. Quantitative change is enough to cause qualitative change. Dozens of White Thunders fall, especially the White Thunder at the core. Even the 4-image semi-sacred extreme powerhouse will be killed. Danger is danger, and it is also full of chance and luck, but this is indeed a good place to temper the body and transform it. When the Douling family comes out, go to the White Thunder Wasteland until the 5 palaces fight for hegemony. And the White Thunder Wasteland is not only the White Thunder that can temper the body. Some White Thunders will not disappear after falling, but instead will form a White Thunder beast instead of agglomerating and merging together. Killing this White Thunder beast to get a White Thunder orb can also be used. Temper the body. The White Thunder beast is divided into 13 levels. The first level White Thunder beast is equivalent to the 4-image semi-sacred around the primary stage, equivalent to the primary peak or the first level semi-sage. The second level White Thunder beast is equivalent to the 4-image and half-sage of the primary middle stage, equivalent to the intermediate peak or the first level 1 yuan and half-sacred. Between 1 yuan and a half-saint. The 4th level White Thunder beast is equivalent to the intermediate and early stage 4 elephants and half-saints, beyond the 1 yuan and half-saint limit. And so on. The 12th-level White Thunder beast is equivalent to the top high-level 4 elephants and half-saints. With my current strength, it is enough to compete with the 4 elephants and half-sages around the senior high-ranking rank, that is, to compete with the 9th-level White Thunder beasts, and even kill them. When I return from the world of Douling, I will definitely have the strength of a peak-level semi-sage, and it is not impossible to compete with the 10th level White Thunder Beast. With these White Thunder beads, my body transformation will definitely be extremely rapid. As for the 13th level White Thunder Beast, that is the Emperor of the White Thunder Beast. Except for the extremely rare semi-holy geniuses, it is possible to compete because of blood or various reasons that surpass the signs of the four-image semi-holy. There are too few White Thunder Beasts of the 13th level, and because they are extremely powerful, Han Feng did not regard them as hunting targets. Han Feng, who was immersed in the information of the White Thunder Wasteland, gradually realized that something was wrong around him. When Han Feng came back to his senses from his contemplation, he saw some inner courtyard warriors standing far away, as if watching. In front of Han Feng, a strong man with a height of 8 feet stood in front of Han Feng. The strong man stared at Han Feng coldly, and his true essence naturally radiated out, showing red, blue and green. Huh? Han Feng was still guessing the identity of the other party at first. Seeing the true essence of these three colors, Han Feng instantly understood the identity of this strong man. This strong man is the Emperor of Three Wings. The Three-Winged Emperor is said to have the bloodline of the Three-Winged Emperor. The three attributes of the Three-Winged Emperor. It is the fire attribute, the water attribute and the wood attribute. Three Wings Emperor. Han Feng looked at each other with a light smile. The Three Wings Emperor is the fourth master of the semi-sacred list, one level higher than the fifth of Emperor Guangwu, but Han Feng is not too afraid. It is true that there is a relatively large gap in strength for every other person on the semi-sacred list, but even if the fourth place is stronger than the fifth, how much stronger can it be? Emperor Guangwu is a three-flowered and half-sacred saint, and the transformed Saint Yuan is equivalent to more than 1.5% of the power of the first-level sanctuary. Relying on the Guangwu bloodline, even if he is a Xuanhuan and a half-sage, Emperor Guangwu's strongest explosive power is equivalent to the 2-meter and half-sacred around the advanced high-level, equivalent to the intermediate high-level 3-flower semi-sacred, and the intermediate level junior level 4 elephants and half-sages. The strongest is equivalent to the 4 elephants and half-sages around the intermediate and early stages, and the gap between the advanced high-level 4 images and half-sages is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Unless the comprehensive combat power of the Three-Winged Emperor can reach the peak level of semi-sacred, Han Feng will have no pressure at all. As for the semi-sacred at the peak level, only the first Sword Emperor stepped into the entire Baidu Academy. Heavenly Fire Emperor, as a newcomer, you must be conscious of a newcomer. Relying on your own talent, you don't respect old people like us at all. Others don't care, but this emperor cares very much. Even if the Lion King is not good for you, but after all, you are an old man in the inner courtyard. You can't get down to the ground for a few months after the Lion King was severely injured. This is too ruthless. Now I give you two options. First, let me beat you to a serious injury and you won't be able to land for a few months. Second, apologize to the Lion King in front of the inner court martial artist. Two choices, which one do you choose? The Three-Winged Emperor said coldly. Han Feng chuckled, no wonder you can become friends with the Lion King. Is this a raccoon dog? What kind of temperament is the Lion King, and what kind of temperament do you have as the Three-Winged Emperor? No, you are more arrogant than the Lion King. It's just fourth on the semi-sacred list, why do you ask me? Han Feng knew in his heart that the Three Wings Emperor could become the fourth in the semi-sacred list, not necessarily so brainless and arrogant, but more deliberately making excuses to shoot. Since the Three Wings Emperor had to fight him no matter what, it was better to fight directly. Okay. But the mere number 7 dares to despise the Emperor. The Emperor will let you know the huge gap between the 4th and the 7th. 3 pairs of butterfly-like wings suddenly opened behind the Three-Winged Emperor, and his breath instantly soared. The powerhouses who were watching from a distance had a lot of voice transmission. The Emperor of Fire and the Three-Winged Emperor have finally met. The Three-Winged Emperor is a friend of the Lion King, and he is even more repulsive to martial artists who are more talented than him. Dangerous. It's just the Three-Winged Emperor, it's only ranked 4th. Has the Heavenly Fire Emperor created a few miracles in the inner court? I think it must be the Three-Winged Emperor who kicked the iron plate and finally lost his face. The warrior who admired Han Feng retorted. How is that possible? I admit that the Heavenly Fire Emperor is extremely talented and perverted, but now it's just over 3 months since the last battle. In such a short period of time, no matter how talented, at most, he can compete with the 6th or even 5th. It's just power. How could it be the opponent of the 4th master of the Three Wings Emperor? Second more. In the face of the possible outcome of the battle between Han Feng and the Three-Winged Emperor, they are now divided into 2 factions. One of the factions clearly believes that Han Feng's background is still too shallow to compete with the Three Wings Emperor. The other type is that Han Feng has repeatedly created miracles, and it will still be the case now. Han Feng faced off against the Three Wings Emperor, unaware that some warriors around were arguing with each other through voice transmission because of their confrontation. The Three-Winged Sovereign spreads out 3 pairs of wings, and with each pair of wings unfolded, the Three-Winged Sovereign's aura skyrockets by a notch. When the 3 pairs of wings were fully opened, the Three-Winged Emperor's breath reached its peak. The surging true essence surged out, and the 3 major attributes of true essence completely blended with each other to form a true essence storm. The 3 pairs of wings are crimson, sky blue, and dark green, respectively. These true essence storms finally converge on the 3 pairs of wings. With the perception of the power of the primordial spirit, Han Feng can fully sense the terrifying energy on these 3 pairs of wings. Boy, I'll let you know today that this emperor is not comparable to trash like you. The Three-Winged Emperor's jealous eyes turned red. In the family, the Three Wings Emperor is the first genius of the family, and he is not praised by many elders of the same age. Even in the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy, he was a top-notch talent, and he quickly defeated the first-class masters on the Tongtian list in the outer courtyard and replaced him. However, when he arrived in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, many elites and geniuses gathered, and the Three Wings Emperor could no longer be like a duck to water here, and even suffered a few big losses and went through a lot of hardships to reach his current status. And now, the Three Wings Emperor actually discovered that a newcomer had become a semi-sacred so easily. The Three Wings Emperor's jealousy towards Han Feng made the Three Wings Emperor want to kill Han Feng. What a shitty miracle genius, such a glory, only he deserves it. Xuanhuan Martial Emperor Palm. Shanshui Martial Emperor Palm. Fusion. The Three-Winged Emperor suddenly shot out his hands, and the terrifying true essence formed a huge palm of flame and palm of water in the sky. The 2 palms fused together, and an even more frightening breath spread out. The huge palm looked like a god and Buddha looking down at the ground, and slapped it down with 1 palm. The giant palm of the 2 attributes of ice and fire attacked Han Feng like the top of Mount Tai. With more than 20% of the control, you also want to beat me? Han Feng was very disdainful of this blow. Even if it is a fusion of 2 attributes, it is not a fusion of different fires, and the power of growth is really limited. But it is about 24% of the power, with the integration of the cultivation base and attributes after the skyrocketing, that is, it can exert about 20%, 78%, 89%. It's amazing, that's about 30%. The power of only 30% of the low-grade sanctuary's unique skills is no longer a powerful means for today's Han Feng. Tianyan Qiankuan Sword. Han Feng faintly poured out his true essence, and the flaming sword spewed out. The giant palm was shot through by the Tianyan Qiankuan sword, like a lamb that entered the wolf pack, and had no resistance. Before the giant palm approached, It was cut into ashes by Han Feng's flaming sword. What? Han Feng defeated the sanctuary of the three-winged emperor so easily, surprising everyone including the three-winged emperor. The three-winged emperor's heart sank. What kind of bullshit trick is this? Why didn't that bastard of the Lion King tell me this kid and this kind of sanctuary skills? Han Feng defeated the attack of the three-winged emperor with a sword. He chuckled, if you have any other tricks, just use them. If you don't have any, please get out of the way. I don't have so much time to play with you. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. This sentence is too slapped. This is simply contempt for the three-winged emperor. The three-winged emperor's trick is directly defined at the level of children. In other words, the power is too low. Han Feng despised the three-winged emperor so much. Could it be that he really has the strength to defeat the three-winged emperor? Some people who thought that Han Feng's cultivation time was too short to compete with the three-winged emperor for the time being were shaken by their initial thoughts. You must know that they have seen the battle between Han Feng and the Lion King, and they turned into flame giants at that time. And now, Han Feng has clearly not used such a trick. In other words, Han Feng only exerted part of his strength. Some people with good eyesight have discovered Han Feng's control over the Tianyan Qianquan sword. Hey, the Heavenly Fire Emperor is too perverted. Before the battle against the Lion King, 2 great sanctuaries have been revealed, and now the third one has been revealed. Isn't it difficult for the Heavenly Fire Emperor to practice the sanctuary? A first-class martial artist in the inner courtyard with 9 stars in the sky said in surprise. Not only that, the Heavenly Fire Emperor's sanctuary technique has reached 40% of the limit. No, it seems to be a little more than that. Could this Heavenly Fire Emperor be the very few super warriors who can master the sanctuary technique to a higher level? The exclamation of many warriors was undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound of the three-winged emperor. The three-winged emperor's expression became colder and colder. It's just that he has mastered a good sanctuary technique, and the battle of the semi-sacred is not only the sanctuary technique. The three-winged emperor suddenly spread his wings and flew into the air, and his hands were shot again. It was still the fusion of the Xianyan Wuhuang palm and the Xianshui Wuhuang palm. This time, the three-winged emperor was integrated with the power of Yuanshan and Xingyuan. 2 astonishing attribute storms of ice and fire rose into the sky, and the powerful pressure made the faces of many onlookers turn pale in an instant. Skyfire Emperor, this emperor admits to underestimating you, but this emperor will definitely not be merciful with this attack. Go! The three-winged emperor shouted in a low voice. The giant palm that incorporates the power of Yuanshan and Xingyuan falls from the sky. Rao is the stability of the Baidu Academy, and at this moment, there are also some regional spaces that are broken. The transformation of the three-winged emperor to the power of Yuanshan is close to 20%, and the transformation of Xingyuan is also close to 20%. Now, with the integration of the power of the primordial spirit and the holy essence, the explosive power of this giant palm is close to that of the 4 elephants and half-saints around the middle and high levels. Taking such a palm, a smile appeared on the face of the three-winged emperor. In the eyes of the three-winged emperor, the power of this palm has far exceeded Han Feng's previous flaming sword, and Han Feng will undoubtedly be killed by himself. But when Han Feng stretched out a finger, the three-winged emperor's complexion changed greatly. A sense of coercion that seemed to be punished by heaven suddenly struck, and the three-winged emperor was horrified to discover that because of this huge coercion, the power of the Saint Yuan and primordial spirit in his body was unstable. Boom! In an instant, the sky condensed into a fiery cloud that covered the sky and the sun. The dense cloud of flames, as if the end of the world has come. Suddenly, Han Feng's voice roared at this moment. Aurora Tsongyan fusion. Emperor Burning Heaven's finger. A giant flame finger, like the god of destruction, exudes an unparalleled aura, penetrates the dense cloud of flames, and slams directly into the giant palm. In front of this finger, the giant palm was as fragile as a child, and it fused with the Fen Tian Emperor's esteemed fingers of Aurora Tsongyan, smashing the giant palm into pieces. The third one. 779 Sacred Source City. For more flowers. Author of page 1, love to eat cabbage, crush. Crushing without a doubt. A crush full of overwhelming advantages. At the same time, when the giant palm was smashed into scum by Emperor Burning Emperor's esteemed finger, everyone, including the Three Wings Emperor, was horrified. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, M. This three-winged emperor is the fourth master of the semi-sacred list, and the strongest blow was broken in seconds. No. The three-winged sovereign reacted suddenly, facing the aura emanating from Emperor Fen Tian's esteemed finger. The three-winged sovereign lost all courage to resist. Too strong, this guy is too strong. Bastard, where is this guy the Lion King? This beast said that he is only a little stronger than him, it is simply too much stronger. With such strength, he is already a first-class master in the semi-holy level, only the second and third ones. Guys can compete. At this moment, the three-winged emperor suddenly hated the Lion King. If it wasn't for the Lion King's provocation, how could he have fallen in love with a pervert like Han Feng? The three-winged emperor, who hated the Lion King, didn't think of the reason at all. In the three-winged emperor's view, everything was perfect, and it was absolutely impossible to go wrong. If it went wrong, it must be someone else involved. Boom! The burning heaven emperor's venerable finger, which was burning with silver-white flames, hit the three-winged emperor fiercely, and the three-winged emperor hurriedly displayed his defensive martial arts. The elliptical spherical protective cover of two colors of ice and fire covers the three-winged emperor. The three-winged emperor thought that this was enough to protect the Fen Tian emperor's esteemed finger, at least for a moment. How could he have imagined that before the Fen Tian emperor's esteemed finger had actually hit, the protective shield would shatter directly, turning into little stars and vanishing? What? The three-winged emperor was shocked. The three-winged emperor knew that this finger was terrifying, but he never thought it would be so terrifying. The protective cover was broken, and Emperor Fen Tian pointed at the body of the three-winged emperor. In an instant, terrifying power and flames poured into the body of the three-winged emperor. The internal organs of the three-winged emperor were immediately severely damaged by the burning of the flame, and the bones were directly shattered at this moment. Puff puff. The three-winged emperor opened his mouth and vomited blood mist, which poured into the sky, and his entire face was directly stained with scarlet blood, making the three-winged emperor look very ferocious and terrifying. The three-wings emperor was smashed and flew out, his whole body was covered in blood, and he fell heavily to the ground. Emperor Fen Tian slammed his fingers on the ground, and the ground shook in an instant, opening endless cracks. The silver-white flames swept out like a whirlwind, and the warriors who were close felt the horror of the flames, and they were so frightened that they quickly retreated. Some who retreated too late were almost swallowed by the flames. Some nearby buildings were caught in a whirlwind of silver-white flames and turned to ashes. Seeing this scene, the warriors who were almost caught in the whirlwind of flames turned pale. Emperor Fen Tian's esteemed finger slowly disappeared. Han Feng seemed to have just done something trivial. He turned and left, leaving only a group of people staring blankly at the destruction caused by the whirlwind of silver-white flames, and the three wings who fell to the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Emperor. Okay, so strong, the three-winged sovereign was hit so hard with a single move, even the third strong man might not be able to do so. The strength of the heavenly fire sovereign is at least comparable to the second strong man, or even stronger. Yes, the fire emperor is too terrifying today. Huh? Where's the fire emperor? When a group of people reacted, they suddenly found that Han Feng had already disappeared. There were also some warriors who immediately ran to the three-winged emperor. A martial artist breathed a sigh of relief after investigating, it seems that the Emperor of Fire is showing mercy. Although the three-winged emperor has suffered heavy losses, it will take about half a year of cultivation. Moreover, the wood attribute in the three-winged emperor's body also has a recovery effect. It is estimated that it will be back to normal in about a month. In 4 months, I'm afraid that the Three Wings Emperor will be thrown farther by the Heavenly Fire Emperor. Unless the Three Wings Sovereign finds the Sword Emperor to take action, he can only endure it. Even if the Sword Emperor is found, the Sword Emperor will not take action. The Sword Emperor is not someone like the Three Wings Emperor who can't see the existence of a genius. Many warriors dispersed, and very few warriors carefully carried the Three-Winged Emperor away. These very individual warriors are basically warriors who are relatively close to the forces of the Three-Winged Emperor. The news of the defeat of the Three Wings Emperor quickly spread throughout the inner courtyard of the Baidu Academy, and this news undoubtedly caused a storm. It is surprising that Han Feng defeated the Lion King to become the 6th in the semi-sacred list, and now he has defeated the Three Wings King, and it can even be said to be easily defeated. What level of strength has this Han Feng reached? When the news reached Elder Tianxing, there was a flash of shock and satisfaction in Elder Tianxing's eyes. It seems that this son may indeed achieve dazzling achievements in this time of 5 palaces for hegemony. And when the news reached the ears of Han Feng's acquaintances, such as Shi Fadi, Wan Chen, Hao Meili, Hu Shaodai, and others, they could only scold perverts in their hearts again. As for the 5 kings such as the Star Sea King, they were even more relieved. Such a perverted person, it seems that it is not a shame to lose in his hands. Outside of Baidu City, Han Feng is also satisfied with his current strength. Although Aurora Tsangyan is integrated, I don't see it for the sake of being both a student of Baidu University and the soon-to-be-opened 5 palaces for hegemony. The strongest power that Emperor Burning Heaven respected. Otherwise, the Three-Winged Emperor would never have survived. The Heavenly Fire fighting body, the power of Yuanshan, and the Holy Yuan have not been used. Now I can basically be sure that there is basically no one in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, except for the Sword Emperor, who will be my opponent. The next goal is to catch up with the Sword Emperor, or even the peak geniuses of the other 4 palaces. Then, it's the impact on the sanctuary. Summoning the Flying Flame Lion, Han Feng quickly flew to the Kihara Empire on the Flying Flame Lion. The flying speed of the Flying Flame Lion is actually comparable to that of a Saint Domain second-layer powerhouse. Riding the Flying Flame Lion, it didn't take many days to enter the territory of the Kihara Empire. Here, Han Feng asked Feitian Yanshi to return to the animal breeding space and fly by himself. It was a bit too high profile to fly in the sanctuary warcraft here in the Kihara Empire. There is no shortage of ordinary sanctuary experts in the Kihara Empire, and there are not many great sanctuary experts, but it is definitely not so rare that it is difficult to see. In case the Flying Flaming Lion is seen by a higher-level sanctuary powerhouse, the Flying Flaming Lion will be in danger. For many sanctuary powerhouses, being able to get a monster mount of the same level is definitely a very face-to-face thing. It's just that the monsters are arrogant and would rather die than obey humans. Except for a small number of warriors who grew up with monsters, few warriors have mounts of the same level. And although the level of Warcraft is far lower than his own, although it can be easily caught, but it can be taken out without any face. At the peak speed of the 12-star peak, Han Feng soon arrived at Xuanhuan City. Walking in Xuanhuan City, Han Feng felt the martial artist atmosphere in the big country city for the first time. Here, it is almost difficult to see mortals who have not cultivated, even mortal-level warriors can hardly see them. A casual little guy in his early 10 years has at least human-level strength. Heaven rank is very common among the people walking in this city, but there are fewer earth rank and profound rank. As for the human rank, unless you are young, you basically can't see such a warrior. But even if the heavenly rank can be seen everywhere, those who can reach the peak or even the limit of the heavenly rank are still standing out from the crowd. At least from Han Feng's point of view, most of the people who float in the sky were in the early days of the sky, and there were a lot less in the middle and late days of the sky. As for the peak of the heavenly rank, only one of the dozens of heavenly rank warriors may be encountered. Han Feng did not cover up his cultivation, exuding fluctuations that belonged to the peak powerhouse of the sky, without any hidden thoughts. Han Feng is a stranger here. If he doesn't show a little strength, he will probably be troubled by some caring people. It is better to put an end to such possible troubles in advance from the beginning, rather than showing the peak of the heaven-ranked cultivation base when the trouble arrives. The elder just said that there is an auction here that may auction the Do spirit cards, but he didn't say what kind of auction it is. It seems that I need to inquire about it myself. I hope the news that there is a Do Ling card here is true, otherwise. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a little uneasy in his heart. The place to inquire about the news is nothing more than a place such as an inn. After half a day, Han Feng finally found out the news he wanted. The Do Ling card is at the cross auctioneer, so I went here. According to the information obtained, the cross auction chamber is the second largest chamber of commerce in Xuanhuan city. Each auctioneer will of course not display all the auction items during the auction, but will select some of them as key publicity to attract popularity and strong people. These publicity items are definitely not the most precious at the auction, but at least they are in the forefront. The Do Ling card is in it. When I came to the cross-auctioneer, I was more certain that there was indeed a Do Ling card, which made Han Feng calm down slightly. My lord, there is still some time before the auction starts. Are you here, or will you just take a break at our cross-auction? A woman at the front desk said respectfully. Oh? Do you still have guest rooms here? Han Feng said in surprise. The woman respectfully said with some pride, yes, our cross-auctioneer is also one of the top 10 auction houses in the country. Not only the Muyuan Empire, but also some strong people from other empires will come to our cross-auctioneer for auction. These people are quite far from Xuanhuan city. In order to satisfy these customers, our cross-auctioneer has prepared guest rooms. They can stay until the auction starts. I see. Then I'll live in your guest room. By the way, how much does it cost per day? Han Feng nodded and asked. The woman smiled slightly. Adults don't need to pay, as long as the adults really want to participate in the next auction. After receiving the auction number plate, you can live in the guest room with the number plate. Generally, you can stay for 1 month for free, and you will meet after a month. It is charged at the daily price of 10 top-quality spirit stones. Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the wealth of the Kehara Empire is indeed rich, and there is even a month of free accommodation. But the price charged after a month is not cheap. Okay, let me arrange a room. Han Feng said. The woman heard the words and handed Han Feng a number plate. Sir, this number plate is the room in front of you during the auction. Now, please follow Lure to the guest room to rest. During this period, the adults are free as long as they want. You can arrive when the auction starts, my lord. The woman clapped her hands, and a 14 or 15-year-old girl in green came over. Although this girl is young, her development is not small at all, and her body is very predictable at a young age. Lure said softly, Sir, please come with your servant. Seeing this, Han Feng followed Lure to the guest room. After Han Feng left, the woman began to entertain the next guest. The woman is not worried about whether the guests will leave without saying goodbye during the 1-month free period. If she leaves without saying goodbye, then this is a provocation to the cross-auction. Behind the Cross-Auctioneers Association, there are several strong people in the Great Sanctuary, and the strongest among them has reached the peak of the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary, which is the 15th level of the sanctuary. Provoking the cross-auctioneer is equivalent to provoking such a master. Unless the power behind it is extraordinary, offending such a master will definitely not end well. It's fine if you don't come again in the future. Once you come, the cross-auctioneer will detect your breath and soul, based on the special holy artifact. Of course, if there is a reason, you can inform the cross-auctioneer, and you can leave after paying some compensation. It seems that the cross-auctioneer will have 1 month of deluxe rooms free to live in, but this cheap is not so easy to take. Coming to the room arranged for Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. This room is very large and fully equipped. Especially the spiritual power here is very abundant. Even though he has reached the realm of Han Feng, the spiritual power here is impossible to improve Han Feng's cultivation, let alone the improvement of Xuanhuan. But staying in a place with more spiritual power is more comfortable for the warrior, as if ordinary people suddenly came to a place with fresh air. And if the concentration of spiritual power is low, it is like coming to a place with turbid air, which will always make people feel uncomfortable. Well, I'm very satisfied with this room, you can leave. Han Feng said to Luer. Sir, don't you need Luer to serve you? Luer did not leave according to Han Feng's order at this time, but leaned into Han Feng's arms as soon as her body softened. Han Feng frowned and immediately lifted Luer up. What is this for? Sir. Luer looked at Han Feng pitifully. Han Feng realized that this girl has another role, besides leading the way. Han Feng took out a part of the spirit stone. Okay, take the spirit stone and leave, I don't need your service. Luer's eyes widened slightly, as if she heard something unbelievable, as if seeing Han Feng's seriousness. Luer immediately put away her coquettish attitude. Yes, the adults have a good rest, the slaves will retire. After taking the spirit stone, Luer looked at it, but did not reveal the surprise in Han Feng's imagination, and left calmly. Han Feng touched his nose. This guy. It seems that he has been serving him for a long time, and his vision is quite high. He didn't like the spiritual stone I gave. Fifth. Luer's vision is indeed very high. As the top card of the cross-auctioneer, even though Luer looks only 14 or 15 years old on the surface, she is actually nearly 20. The reason why he looks so young is because of taking special drugs. They even got a virgin film, in order to let the guests feel the pleasure of breaking a woman's first time every time. Because of the good service, Luer has basically spent more than 100 top-quality spirit stones every time until now. Sometimes, when she encounters big customers, she will even have hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. What Han Feng gave was not too small, at least 200 yuan, but in Luer's career as a guest, it was only middle and upper. This will indeed make Luer happy, but it won't make him cry in surprise. Of course, Luer's service targets are basically relatively wealthy heavenly ranked powerhouses, and some semi-sanctified and sanctuary powerhouses whose spiritual power has transformed are not included. Because the semi-sacred and sanctuary powerhouses whose spiritual power has transformed can completely rely on the power of the primordial spirit to see everything about Luer. For a woman who has served a lot, even if the virgins do a good job, they will not be seen by them. Han Feng's Yuanshan's power has reached 10%, so he can see clearly, not to mention that Luer is innocent. Even if he is innocent, Han Feng will not start. Han Feng found the bedroom, lay down comfortably on it, and then sat cross-legged. There are still some days before the auction starts, so let's practice these days. I hope the power of Yuanshan can go further. And during this period of Han Feng's cultivation, in another room, a man and a woman are talking. The two looked alike. The man looked older, but only in his 20s, and the woman was in her early 20s. Brother, do you think that the Do Ling card will really be obtained by a master this time? The woman looked worried. The man said with a bitter face, I don't know about my brother, I can only say it depends on God's will. Brother, can't we pass the matter to the family? That bastard has some strong family experience, why can't we? Little sister, that kind of slut who can only rely on the family will have nothing in the future. To be able to force our two brothers and sisters to such a point, it is mainly their family thugs who have their own cultivation base, even you have a little sister. Not as good. If we, like him, rely on the family for everything, and go out to practice and find a family thug to protect us, then sooner or later we will end up like that dude and never have the possibility of breaking through the sanctuary. That playful bastard's ancestor is doting on him now, watch it. When this playful boy passes the age where his strength is best improved, there will be this ancestor crying. At that time, maybe if you want to prolong the life of this dude, you can only refine the holy nucleus. You can refine the holy nucleus, and your achievements in life will be even more limited. Besides, even if their Zhu family has more than a dozen holy domain experts, there are also masters of the great sanctuary, and there may not be a strong sanctuary willing to lead the sacred core to die, especially the user of this sacred core is the Xuanhuan. The man slowly taught his sister. The woman seemed to nod her head in surprise. At this time, the man smiled again. As the Zhu family develops like this, it will sooner or later decline. Our Xiang family is not as good as the Zhu family now, but sooner or later, we will trample the Zhu family under our feet. I hope that bastard can survive. At that time, dare to covet my sister, and then see that I don't crush his balls. Brother! The woman suddenly blushed. The man also realized that he had said the wrong thing. Embarrassed smile. After a long while, the woman said again, then if the experts we find are not strong, then we can't rush out of Xuanhuan city. That bastard left a tracking mark on us, and now they are not in the cross-auction house. Dare to do it. But after leaving the cross-auctioneer and Xuanhuan city, they will definitely start. The man scratched his head. If this is really the case, I have to take out the sacred artifact, given by the ancestors, for my brother. With this sacred artifact, we are enough to escape. But until the last moment, we should not use that sacred artifact. As I said before, it is best to rely on our own strength, which is also an experience for us. Finding helpers with resourcefulness is also an experience. That's it, then I'm relieved. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Time flies, and soon it will be the day when the auctioneer will auction. Han Feng has not been out of the house these days, he is basically cultivating. Han Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Even if there is a secret technique of quenching the primordial spirit, the power of the primordial spirit will increase very slowly. No wonder it is so difficult to accumulate the realm of the semi-sage. If there is no abundant resources, and there are many opportunities, and it is really difficult to go further in the semi-holy realm. Unless it's the kind of genius that defies the sky. Han Feng knows that he is not a genius against the sky now. In terms of aptitude, he is only the pinnacle of the best. Even if there is a super holy flame body, it is only in the middle stage of the 7th layer, and it is only comparable to the aptitude of the primary holy product. Even among the primary holy product qualifications, it is not considered to be so superior. If there is no opportunity, it will never reach the current state. It's about to be auctioned, no matter who the opponent is, we must compete for the Douling card. Clenching his fist, Han Feng pushed open the door, and the auction room arranged by the cross-auctioneer in front of him. The venue of the cross-auction chamber is also 3 floors. The first floor is prepared for the ordinary heavenly rank and the warriors below the heavenly rank. It is also the largest, and can basically accommodate thousands of people. The second floor is for the higher existences or semi-sages in the heavenly order. The third layer is to prepare for ordinary sanctuary powerhouses. If the great sanctuary powerhouse arrives, the cross-auctioneer will directly select the items that the great sanctuary powerhouse valued and trade with the great sanctuary powerhouse. Great sanctuary powerhouses do not need to auction here at all. However, even if the cross-auctioneer was one of the top 10 auction houses in the Kihara Empire, few items would be valued by the powerhouses of the Great Sanctuary. The auction room where Han Feng is located is on the 2nd floor. Huh? Han Feng was about to go to the room where he was, and suddenly found that a man and a woman in front of him, who seemed to be brothers, were arguing with a dude who was obviously opposite. Han Feng wanted to leave, but under the power of Yuanshan, the words of the other party's conversation caught Han Feng's attention. Xiangqing, Xiang Yuan, I really didn't expect you to come up with such a solution, but it's a pity that the auction of the Douling card is scheduled. You should accept your fate. When you leave Xingyuan City, you will die. The Playboy boy shouted bitterly. The 6th is complete. Ask for flowers. It's been 2 days and 10 shifts, and today, my butt has basically never left the chair. Now there seems to be a small pimple on my butt. It hurts when I touch it, and it hurts when I sit. Now basically only sit half-ass. Zhu Tianzhao, it's too early for you to want our brothers and sisters' lives. Xiangqing sneered. Zhu Tianzhao said abusively, really? This young master is waiting for the day when you will cry and kneel down and beg for mercy. Let's talk about it first, then if you don't get down from this young master's crotch, this young master will not let you go so easily. And you Xiang Yuan, my little brother is still waiting for you to serve. Thinking of Xiang Yuan kneeling down and swallowing his little brother, Zhu Tianzhao's face flushed with excitement, and his small eyes narrowed almost at the moment. Out of sight. At this moment, the whole face looked very wretched. Bastard. Xiangqing didn't care about Zhu Tianzhao insulting himself, but he was really annoyed by Zhu Tianzhao's remarks insulting his sister. Yo, want to do it? But the question is, are you the opponent of this young master? Zhu Tianzhao stepped back, and the 2 middle-aged warriors behind him took a step forward, and the breath of the peak of the sky gushed out. Xiangqing gritted his teeth and held back. His strength is only the 9 stars of the sky, and he is not the opponent of the peak of the sky. Moreover, Xiangqing also knew that behind Zhu Tianzhao, there was a semi-sacred powerhouse guarding him. Seeing Xiangqing's ugly face, Zhu Tianzhao became more and more proud, and then looked at Xiang Yuan with lustful eyes. Xiang Yuan looked disgusted and hid behind her brother, while Xiangqing also cooperated to block Zhu Tianzhao's sight. Zhu Tianzhao, if you have the ability, you can do it yourself with me. What is the ability to rely on a thug? Xiangqing shouted angrily. Humph, why do you want to play in person when this young master clearly has subordinates? This young master is not as dead-headed as you, Xiangqing. It is because of your dead-headedness that you and your sister have been reduced to this level. Ha ha ha. Xiangqing, this young master is waiting for you outside the city, and this young master wants to take a look. How long will you hide in the cross-auctioneer? Zhu Tianzhao laughed and turned to leave, leaving only Xiangqing with a gloomy face. This Tianjia Samsung called Zhu Tianzhao is also planning to bid for the Douling card? Han Feng was taken aback. Immediately Han Feng held his chin. Listen to what these people mean. It seems that this Dou spirit card came from their hands. Is it my illusion? So, the appearance of the Dou spirit card this time does not seem simple, doesn't it? Yes. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and had some guesses in his heart. But guesses are always guesses and are not guaranteed to be correct. Never mind, the primary goal now is to bid for the Douling card, and the rest will come later. It's not too late to think about the Douling card after the auction. Shaking his head, Han Feng continued to walk towards his auction room. Time passed slowly, and after about 2 hours, the entire auction venue suddenly fell silent. I don't know when, an old woman with silver hair appeared on the auction table. This old woman's whole body looked trembling, as if she could stand unsteadily and would fall down at any time, but if you look closely, you will find that the old woman's tightly closed eyes flashed a compelling light when she opened her eyes from time to time. This old woman is definitely not easy. It can be said that this old woman is definitely a strong man. Han Feng did not use the power of Yuanshan to inquire, which is very rude behavior. If the opponent is weak, that's all, It is estimated that he cannot sense that he is being probed, but if the opponent is strong, it is dangerous. Cough cough. The old woman coughed lightly, but it sounded like a thunder in everyone's ears. Some warriors recognized the origin of the old woman. He took a deep breath. Hey, this is the old woman Shibing, also known as the Sage of Shibing. This senior is a master of the seventh heaven of sanctuary. It seems that there are many precious items in this auction. Yeah, ordinary items can't be hosted by such a master. A group of warriors on the first floor talked in a low voice, and there was no expectation. If there were really precious items, it would not be their turn. On the contrary, the sanctuary masters on the third floor suddenly straightened up, their eyes twinkling. It's Shibing, the old witch. It looks like there will be some auctions of items worthy of our sale. I don't know what it is. I hope it is a holy weapon. Damn it, as a strong man in the sanctuary, I still don't have a weapon that I can handle. The old woman Shibing coughed a few times, and the gradually rising voice of discussion fell silent again at this moment. On the second floor, Han Feng wiped away a cold sweat. He heard the comments of the first-floor warriors through the power of Yuanshan. Han Feng already knew Shibing's cultivation base. Fortunately, I didn't make a rude behavior before, otherwise the anger of the seventh-level domain powerhouse is not something I can bear. Since the transformation of mental power into the power of the primordial spirit, Han Feng has become more and more comfortable using the power of the primordial spirit, and everyone is accustomed to use the power of the primordial spirit to observe first. No, I have to curb this behavior in the future. Although my strength is greatly improved, I am still weak compared to the entire Beizhou continent. Han Feng thought secretly in his heart. At the same time, on the auction stage on the first floor, the voice of old woman Shibing spread to all corners of the third floor. The old lady welcomes you to participate in the auction of my cross-auction house. The old woman will not say much nonsense, and now the old woman announces that the auction house is working. It's the beginning. After the old woman Shibing finished speaking, she retreated to the side and kept her mouth shut, her eyes tightly closed. Another middle-aged man stood up, and everyone suddenly realized that it was this middle-aged man who actually presided over the auction. It was estimated that the old woman Shibing was here to protect something. Headmaster Wang of the lower cross-auctioneer, thank you for your support, and now we will start the auction of the first item, a top-grade martial arts of the earth. The first auction item was a ground-level martial skill. If it was placed in the lower third-rank empire, it would probably cause a lot of competition among warriors, but here, it did not arouse the slightest interest of the warriors. There were only a few first-tier ground-level warriors competing for it, and they were auctioned off within a minute, and the price was very cheap. Han Feng secretly said, it is at least one-third cheaper than the Great Jin Kingdom and other lower third-rank empires. It seems that the ground-level martial arts are not very good among the top fourth-rank empires. The first auction item was not auctioned at a high price, and Mr. Wang did not care. Such a price is reasonable. But with the auction of each item, the price of the auction items began to rise, and some precious items began to appear, not only the first floor, but also the second floor, and some people began to take action. Han Feng sat calmly in the auction room. These items did not attract him the slightest interest. Now his main goal is the Douling card. Items were auctioned, including Tian-level exercises, Tian-level martial arts, special exercises, and martial arts, Tian-level pills, Tian-level spiritual fruits, treasure maps, and Tian-level weapons. Finally, after 50 items were auctioned, it was the Douling card's turn. At this time, the auctioned items finally came out with truly precious items, and the auction began to enter a climax. 7th. There are still 3 watch, it's too late, you big brothers go to bed first, and see tomorrow. Douling card? What is that? Brother, have you heard of the Douling card? No, but since this Dou Spirit card is the 51st item, it should be a relatively precious item. Anyone who is more familiar with the cross-auctioneer will know that the cross-auctioneer has basically started to auction precious items after the 50th item. Items after the 50th item can never be pretended to be good. However, even though they knew that this Do Ling card would not be anything ordinary, most people still didn't know it. Immediately, many warriors turned their attention to Mr. Wang, hoping that Mr. Wang could tell them the role of the Do Ling card. Mr. Wang smiled and said, "I can only say that the Do Spirit card is very important. As for the specific effect, I can't say it." Now Wang announced that the auction of the Do Spirit card will begin. Because I don't know the effect of the Do Ling card, it is relatively rare. However, a small number of warriors on the second floor knew the effect of the Do Ling card, and their eyes lit up immediately. There are also many warriors in the sanctuary powerhouses on the third floor who know the Do Ling card, but the Do Ling card is useless to them, and they can't enter the Do Ling world at all. After all, the world of Do Ling is not a real world, nor is it a space like the Ancient Family and Baidu Academy. Sanctuary powerhouses have some understanding of heaven and earth. Once they enter the world of fighting spirits and are killed, the dissipated soul and energy will also carry some understanding between heaven and earth, which will make the world of fighting spirits, which is not the real world, collapse. Because the world of Do Ling can't understand the understanding between these worlds at all. In a room on the third floor, a young man in a splendid robe had fiery eyes. "Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, you must help this young master get this Do Ling card." The man known as Uncle Wang was a dark man. The big Han surnamed Wang advised, "Young master, this Do Ling card is only for going to Do Ling world. Do Ling world restricts us, the strong in the sanctuary. In other words, if young master wants to go to Do Ling world, only young master can enter alone. How does this allow Wang to protect the young master?" The man surnamed Lu was also given up by Quan Youth. But the young man is the age of stubbornness, and he was immediately dissatisfied. "Uncle Wang and Lu, is it possible that without you, this young master is a waste? This young master is now a peak master of the sky. How much danger can it be to enter the world of fighting spirits? On the contrary, this young master can hunt down a lot of warriors and improve his strength. Maybe it will not take long for this young master to reach the peak of the 12-star limit, and even directly transform into a semi-sacred. When the time comes to pass the thunder, this young master will also a stronger cumulative light. Isn't that a good thing?" The big man surnamed Wang opened his mouth and smiled bitterly in his heart. His young master grew up in the family and has never experienced any danger. Naturally, he did not know the horror of the world of Do Ling. In this world of Do Ling, I don't know how many geniuses have been swallowed up over the years, and some geniuses had the hope of breaking through to the level of the great sanctuary. These geniuses fell into the world of Do Ling because of their desire to improve their cultivation. Han Wang wanted to persuade him again, but seeing the dissatisfied expression of the young master, Han Wang gave up. After all, being called Uncle Wang by the young master is just to give face to his cultivation. After all, he was just a strong man in the sanctuary with a foreign surname who took refuge in the public family. The man surnamed Lu stopped persuading him when he saw Han Wang, and also knew the scruples of Han Wang, so he also fell silent. The two sanctuary powerhouses didn't stop them any longer. The face of the young man with the surname Jin Pao softened a little, and then he smiled softly. "The people who will compete for this Do Ling card are only a small number of people on the second floor. This young man is on the third floor. Those second-tier warriors don't dare to compete with this young master." First floor hall. Xiangqing and Xuanhuan hid in the crowd. Xuanhuan folded her hands together and made a prayer. "It must be acquired by a strong person who is willing to help us. Don't be auctioned off by that bastard." Xiangqing was quite calm. Anyway, he still had the last trump card. In a room on the second floor, Zhu Tianzhao laughed. "The Do Ling card will eventually belong to this young master." Immediately, Zhu Tianzhao quoted the bidding price. After Zhu Tianzhao reported the price, it seemed to cause a Minoan effect. Anyone who knew the effect of the Dou Ling card began to bid, and the whole auction brought the auction to a climax. The first floor warriors were stunned, and the rising numbers made them swallow. My dear. The growth of this spiritual stone is too amazing. This terrifying number is more than enough for me to directly cultivate from the second star of the sky to the fourth or fifth star of the sky. These second-tier masters must know the role of the Dou Ling card, otherwise they wouldn't be fighting so crazy. Yeah, it's a pity that we don't know what it does, it really makes my heart itch. Forget it, you can't compete. Humph, even if you don't have the strength to compete, you can't be curious about the role of the Dou Ling card? Don't you feel curious about this, brother? Hey, I'm so sorry, I really know the function of this Dou Spirit card through some channels. The man told some of the functions of the Dou Spirit card, and then sarcastically said, even if our cultivation base has obtained the Dou Spirit card, we can enter there. The world of Dou Ling is also a cannon fodder to die, so it would be better to practice in the Kihara Empire in peace. As soon as they heard the effect of the Dou Ling card and the horror of the Dou Ling world, the surrounding warriors all gasped and their faces turned pale. My God, who would go to such a terrifying place? Whoever loves whoever will go, I won't go anyway. That's right, let them compete, maybe they won't be able to come back when they enter the world of Dou Ling. At this time, these warriors looked at the warriors on the second floor with some pity. For them, the strength of the cultivation base is the second, and the life is the first. Because of this, they are only ordinary heavenly ranks, and they will never be able to stand at the peak of the strong. Under the bidding of a group of warriors on the second floor, the Dou Ling card soon reached a high price. In a room on the third floor, a young man, surnamed Jin Pao, said lazily, finally, it's my turn to take action. 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. As soon as these words came out, the entire auction venue was instantly silent, and a large number of shocked gazes were directed towards the room where the young man with the surname Jin Pao was located. Although the people outside could not see the situation inside, the people inside could see the situation outside. Seeing the stunned eyes of a group of warriors, the young man with the surname Jin Pao raised his head proudly, with some pride towards himself and contempt for the first layer of warriors. The bidding price of the third-tier warrior instantly stunned the second-tier warrior. In a room on the second floor, Zhu Tianzhao frowned, damn, how did those guys on the third floor take action, what a bastard. How should I ask for this? 8th more complete. Ask for flowers. There are 2 more updates left, Cabbage continues to work hard. In the hall on the first floor, Xuanhuan smiled wide-eyed, brother, it's the powerhouse on the third floor who took the shot. Now that's it, can we ask this powerhouse to help us? As a result, when Xuanhuan turned her head, she found that Xiangqing was not as happy as he had imagined, but instead showed a gloomy look. Brother? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. Xiangqing sighed, little sister, you are still too young and have experienced too little. It is the family that protects you so well. It's not a good thing for us to be competed by the person on the third floor for this Dou Ling card. Why? Xuanhuan was even more at a loss. Xiangqing rolled his eyes slightly, and even more determined that he should take his own sister to practice outside alone, of course, first of all, to overcome the difficulty of Zhu Tianzhao. Xiangqing sorted out his thoughts and said, the third floor of the cross-auction chamber is for the sanctuary powerhouses. That is to say, the warriors on the third floor should be at the sanctuary level. But the Dou Ling card is not suitable for the sanctuary. Hierarchies don't help. In other words, although the room on the third floor has a sanctuary level, there is also someone under the sanctuary. Some geniuses do go out with pomp and circumstance, but the people they bring are basically not much stronger than themselves, because they have the confidence to solve their opponents by themselves. This kind of confidence is cultivated in countless battles. But the person who made the bid is not in the sanctuary, and the gap with the sanctuary is too big. It's just a door, but he is protected by the strong in the sanctuary. It can be seen that this child is well protected by the family. Such a person, even if the cultivation base is high, the real combat power is not very good. Even if he will help, the sanctuary powerhouse behind him may not necessarily allow it, for fear that this person will have any crisis. And just now, this person is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and there is some pride in his voice. He must be a proud person who looks down on others. Such a person, in all likelihood, will directly ignore our brothers and sisters and let him. It is 80 to 90% impossible to help, but it is very likely that you will be concerned about your appearance, sister. As soon as she heard that she might be missed, Xuanhuan immediately screamed in a low voice, and then said in distress, "What should I do?" Xiangqing slowly shook his head. "Time is also fate. I wanted to rely on my own strength to practice. Seeing this, I must use the power of my family." Xuanhuan muttered, "I remember when my brother went out on a trip a few years ago, there were strong people who followed him." Xiangqing choked and said bitterly, "That strong man is hiding in the dark. Okay, unless my life is really in danger, it will not appear, even if my bones are broken." In other words, even if a broken bone is broken, it is easy to heal, and it only takes a few months. And at the beginning, I didn't know that there was a strong guard in the dark. How could I be like this person? A room on the second floor. The old man in black saw Zhu Tianzhao's jumping feet and couldn't help but say, "Young master, why is this?" Zhu Tianzhao said bitterly, "How can this young master not be in a hurry? This Douling card was obtained by the third-level warrior. If those two brothers and sisters went to seek help, what if the third-level person shot?" The old man in black smiled lightly, "Master, this is not necessarily true." "Why?" Zhu Tianzhao asked in confusion. The black-clothed old man just shook his head, without explaining, and said mysteriously, "Young master can trust the old man." The black-clothed old man naturally also thought of Xiangqing together. But his own young master is also such a character, even more playful. It is naturally impossible for the old man in black to explain. Otherwise, you will definitely be hated by the young master, and you will have to wear small shoes at that time. Zhu Tianzhao saw that the black-clothed old man did not explain and could do nothing. Thinking that the old man in black had hardly made any mistakes in judgment, Zhu Tianzhao had to believe the old man in black. However, Zhu Tianzhao still threatened, "Old man, I hope what you said is true, otherwise." Zhu Tianzhao's expression turned cold. The old man in black looked stern. "Young master, don't worry, this old man will never be wrong." "I hope so." Zhu Tianzhao turned his head. The old man in black sighed secretly, thinking that the Zhu family was also a big and famous family back then, but now the descendants are so pustulous. After the young man with the surname Jinpao asked for the price, firstly, he was worried about some sanctuary masters on the third floor, and secondly, the price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was indeed sky-high, and the second-floor warriors closed their mouths. Even the young man with the surname Jinpao thought he had the Douling card in his pocket. But at this moment, a room on the second floor called out a higher price, 110,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was a direct increase of 10,000. This voice is Han Feng. Huh? The face of the young man named Jinpao became gloomy. 120,000. The young man named Jinpao said coldly. 130,000. Han Feng's face did not change. The first-tier warriors broke into a cold sweat. God, there are actually second-tier warriors to compete with the third-tier warriors. Are you not afraid that the third-tier powerhouses will be dissatisfied with you and secretly silence you? Some people looked at Han Feng's room as if they were looking at an idiot. Han Feng naturally knew that his behavior was dangerous, but for the Douling card and to increase his strength, Han Feng fought hard. The big deal is to use the last holy stone to urge the holy weapon Feijian to leave. Even if the holy stone is gone, you will still get the Douling card. The male surnamed Jinpao stared at Han Feng's eyes, gradually became ruthless. More than 100,000 top-quality spirit stones are nothing to him, but they are also a lot of expenses. It was obvious that he could compete at 100,000, but there were tens of thousands more, which made the young man's chest full of anger. 140,000. The young man surnamed Jinpao gritted his teeth. 150,000. Han Feng was still downplaying it, and this relaxed tone made many people suspicious. Could it be that this is also a genius from a certain big family? Had to go only to the second floor, just because of one person? Judging from this relaxed tone, there must be hundreds of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. Some people's eyes changed darkly. Young master, we can't compete any longer. Maybe there will be better ones in the future. If you pay too much now, you may not be able to auction them when you want to auction them later. The big man surnamed Wang hurriedly advised. Then let this scumbag step on the face of this young master? The young man, surnamed Jinpao, had a ruthless expression. When did someone dare to give him such a face? The man, surnamed Lu, clasped his fists and said, Master, let me warn him with the power of Yuanshan. The man surnamed Wang was shocked. Absolutely not. Attacking the other party at the cross-auctioneer will make the strongmen of the cross-auctioneer do it. Just like the old woman Shibing who stayed on the side, once your primordial spirit is strong aggressive tendencies, old lady Shibing will never stand by. Old woman Shibing's cultivation base is the seventh heaven of the Holy Land. Brother Lu, you are only the first heaven. Once the old woman Shibing comes out in anger, the consequences. Ninth more. The face of the man surnamed Lu changed, and a trace of fear flashed. Sanctuary first layer and Sanctuary seventh layer, it is really different. Sanctuary seventh layer is angry and can definitely kill Sanctuary first layer. The young man surnamed Jinpao originally thought he would teach Han Feng a good lesson, but he couldn't take action, and the face was pulled down immediately, like a donkey face. The man surnamed Lu secretly said that it was not good. The young master's temper had obviously reached the limit, and the man surnamed Lu immediately said, Then I will use the power of Yuanshan to verbally warn me. In that case, the old woman Shibing shouldn't say anything. The big man surnamed Wang hesitated. The man surnamed Lu regretted it a little bit. He knew what he was talking about earlier, and now he is fine. I don't know if the old woman Shibing will make a move, but with some apprehension, the power of the soul of the man named Lu poured out instantly. On the side of the auction table, there was a sneer on the corner of Shibing's mouth. Do you want to shoot? Immediately, the power of the primordial spirit of the old woman Shibing also poured out. Boy, stop quickly, don't anger my young master, or you can't bear the consequences. The voice of the man surnamed Lu resounded in Han Feng's sea of knowledge. Han Feng's face changed slightly, but soon Han Feng calmed down. Does the senior want to shoot at the junior? At the cross-auction house, the senior will be regarded as a provocation by the masters of the cross-auction house and shot to kill. The man surnamed Lu obviously did not expect Han Feng to be so calm. You must know that he is a strong man in the sanctuary. Even if it is only the first level of the Holy Land, it is a high-level existence, and its status is much higher than that of the heaven. Unless the power behind this person is extraordinary, there is no shortage of sanctuary masters in the power. Sanctuary masters have seen more, and naturally they will not be so afraid. Thinking of this, the man surnamed Lu had some jealousy towards Han Feng, and immediately said bitterly, Boy, you are courting death yourself. My young master will not let you go. Along with the recovery of the power of the soul of the man surnamed Lu, the old woman Shibing also withdrew her spiritual power. It turned out to be just a threat, but even so, it is really too cheap. These sanctuary first-level heavens, where there is still the dignity of the sanctuary powerhouses, they have become some playful thugs. The old woman Bing slowly shook her head, disdain in her heart. On the contrary, it was Han Feng who aroused some interest in the old woman Bing. This child is extraordinary. As long as he can survive, he may be a sanctuary powerhouse in the future, and he is definitely not a simple sanctuary powerhouse. Although she is curious about Han Feng and is optimistic about Han Feng, Bing has nothing to do with Han Feng, so she did not think about protecting Han Feng. Whether he can survive or not depends on Han Feng himself. In the room on the third floor, the young man surnamed Jin Pao couldn't wait to ask, "Uncle Liu, can that kid give in?" The man surnamed Liu shook his head with an ugly face. "Damn." The young man surnamed Jin Pao slapped the tea table next to him with hatred, and instantly destroyed the tea table. This bastard really wants to trample on the dignity of this young master. Well, this young master will accompany you, but this young master wants to see how many spirit stones do you have, the young man with the surname Jin Pao said angrily. Seeing that the young man surnamed Jin Pao had to increase the price, the man surnamed Liu thought of the embarrassment that he was rejected by Han Feng, and couldn't help but say, "Young master, why do you need to increase the price? Just let that kid do it. It's like temporarily storing the Douling card in that kid's hand." "Brother Liu, what do you mean?" A light flashed in the eyes of the big man, surnamed Wang. A trace of cruelty flashed on the face of the man surnamed Liu, after leaving Xuanhuan city. "We'll kill it on the way. At that time our young master will not only be able to get the Douling card, but also save more than 100,000 high-quality spiritual stones." The young man surnamed Jin Pao was originally dissatisfied that the man surnamed Liu wanted him to give up, but when he heard the man surnamed Liu's plan, he smiled all over his face. "Not bad, not bad. If you have the life to get the Douling card, you must have the life to protect it. Well, use this method." Turning around, the young man, surnamed Jin Pao, announced that he had given up. Fortunately, I finally deceived them." Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Rao is that Han Feng has obtained a lot of spirit stones before, and there are not many at this time. If the opponent continues to compete, Han Feng will have to give up. However, Han Feng left a lot of things in the Han family, and now the total value of the things that can be sold is no more than 300,000 top-quality spirit stones. Han Feng knew that he really wanted to compare the spirit stones with these families that also dominated the fourth-rank empire or other powerful empires, and that was far from enough. Then, you can only pretend to be an understatement, as if your spiritual stones are endless. Although I have obtained the Douling card now, I have angered that young master. However, according to the power of my primordial spirit, that sanctuary powerhouse is only in the first-level realm. In this realm, as long as Xiaoyan and Xiaolei take action, there is no danger. First floor hall. "Brother, the Douling card was obtained by a warrior on the second floor, what should I do?" "Xiang Qingdao, this is exactly my original plan. Now it depends on the character of the other party and whether our temptation is enough. When the auction is about to end, let's go visit and explain the purpose." Xiang Yuan naturally agreed with her brother's idea. In a room on the second floor, Zhu Tianzhao saw that things had changed, and his face became ugly. Before, because he was shocked by the abandonment of the third-floor warrior, he forgot to compete. Now that time has passed, it is impossible to compete. Damn, there are variables. The old man in black immediately said, "You don't need to worry, young master. Let's not say whether the other party will help the Xiang family brothers and sisters. Even if they do, so what? I'm afraid that the third-floor person can't wait to kill the second-floor person." Zhu Tianzhao's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't this young master think of this? Now the two brothers and sisters are completely dead. When Mr. Wang continued the auction, the Douling card had been sent to Han Feng's room by the waiter. Han Feng took out the spirit stone, and the waiter took it and left. Han Feng picked up the Douling card. It's nothing special. The front and back sides are ordinary patterns. It may be that I can't see what's mysterious inside. It is equivalent to 10% of the realm of the first-level powerhouse in the sanctuary. After looking at it for a long time, Han Feng flipped his wrist and put the Do Ling card into the storage space. The goal was achieved. Han Feng began to lazily and stopped paying too much attention to the auction items, until the 65th item appeared, which was a bottle of soul pill. There are a total of 10 soul pills in one bottle. Original soul pill, it turned out to be Xuanhuan pill. Han Feng stood up suddenly and looked at the small jade bottle in the hands of Director Wang in surprise. The 10th is complete. Ask for flowers. The update on the 18th is still the 10th update. Original soul pill, but a holy pill that can enhance the power of Yuanshan. There is a holy pill here. This soul pill also has a strong boost to the power of Yuanshan of ordinary sanctuary late-stage powerhouses. Such a good medicine pill appeared here, no wonder there are masters like Sherbing guarding it. Han Feng was very shocked. After all these years, this is the first time Han Feng has seen holy medicine pills. The sanctuary old monsters in many rooms on the 3rd floor widened their eyes, sharpening their knives. It seems that I don't have a shot at it. Han Feng is very self-aware. These are all medicine pills for the battle of the sanctuary powerhouses, and there may even be ordinary sanctuary late-stage powerhouses competing for them. Competing with such a master is simply digging one's own grave. Before Han Feng dared to compete with the man surnamed Liu and the young man surnamed Jin Pao, it was because the Do Ling card was too important for Han Feng at present, and the man surnamed Liu was only in the 1st realm. If the man surnamed Liu is the 5th or 6th level of the sanctuary or even the 6th or 7th level of heaven, even if the Do Ling card is important to Han Feng has to give it up. However, when the many old guys in the sanctuary on the 3rd floor were about to take action, the director of Wang gave a wry smile. Everyone, although this is the soul pill, it is a half-waste of the soul pill, and it is the same as the real soul pill. It's incomparable. What? Half-waste. As soon as the boss said this, many old guys in the sanctuary on the 3rd floor showed disappointment, and many old guys even scolded. Your pants are off, show me this. Facing the annoyance of a group of powerhouses on the 3rd floor, Mr. Wang gradually showed cold sweat on his forehead. This is a group of powerhouses in the sanctuary, and he can't afford to offend him. At this time, the old woman Sherbing suddenly opened her eyes and snorted coldly, and the endless icy aura permeated the entire auction venue. Some sanctuary powerhouses who were still scolding suddenly silenced. Although they are strong in the sanctuary, most of them are under the 7th layer of heaven. There are very few who have the 7th layer of heaven, and even fewer are above the 7th layer of heaven. What's more, the old woman Sherbing is not an ordinary 7th level heaven. When she was just promoted, she killed an ordinary sanctuary master who was at the peak of the 8th level heaven with her cultivation of the 7th level heaven. Now that the old woman Sherbing is at the peak of the 7th heaven, God knows what level of combat power has reached. Among a group of sanctuary powerhouses, only a few sanctuary 8th level powerhouses dare not take it. Seeing that the group of strong men stopped yelling, the old woman Sherbing closed her eyes again. Mr. Wang immediately stood up and said, although this bottle of Yuan Soul pill is half-waste, there is a real finished bottle of Yuan Shun pill, and there are 3 bottles. As soon as these words came out, they were only worried about the old woman Sherbing and did not dare to yell, and the sanctuary powerhouse who was still angry in his heart completely extinguished the fire. So that's the case, then let's quickly auction this half-waste primal soul pill. Yeah, hurry up to auction, this old man is waiting for the auction of the next finished product Yuanhan pill. A group of sanctuary powerhouses have sound transmission. Director Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to auction the half-scrap Yuanhan Dan. Han Feng was eager to try it. Although it was a half-waste soul pill, it was almost useless for the strong in the sanctuary, but it was different for the semi-saint whose spiritual power was transformed. With this bottle of primordial soul pill, I'm afraid my primordial spirit's power can go further. Han Feng pondered. As for how far it can be improved, Han Feng is also not sure. But luckily it's half-waste. Otherwise, it is impossible to use Aurora Xuanhuan to refine it into source liquid, and it can only be swallowed directly. The effect of direct swallowing, whereas the effect of refining into source liquid is good. On the third floor, the young man with the surname Jin Pao suddenly stood up. This half-waste primordial soul pill must be auctioned off, and this young master may be able to enter the half-holy realm with this. Although Zhu Tianzhao on the second floor wanted it very much, Naihe's own cultivation was at the early stage of the heaven rank, and he was far from qualified to take Yuan soul pill, even if it was a half-useless product. The black-clothed old man is quite qualified, but it is a pity that Zhu Tianzhao has always regarded the black-clothed old man and the two peak thugs as his servants. Zhu Tianzhao couldn't do such a thing by spending a lot of spirit stones for his servants to bid for Yuan soul pill. This disappointed the old man in black who was looking forward to it, and scolded Zhu Tianzhao for being stingy. No wonder the Zhu family is getting more and more declining, and they are not even willing to buy people's hearts. Who would really serve the Zhu family? If it wasn't for the old man, he still hoped that the Zhu family would help me get through. After the thunder, I won't come to serve this dude. Not only the young man with the surname of Jin Pao, but also many warriors or semi-sages at the peak of the second floor are aiming at the half-waste soul pill. In the blink of an eye, the half-waste primordial soul pill was raised to a high price. But at this moment, the young man with the surname Jin Pao came out, and 100,000 top-quality spirit stones were in his mouth. But the half-waste primordial soul pill is too important, even more important than the Douling card. Although the world of Douling can quickly improve its strength, it is too dangerous, and no one can guarantee that they will be able to return safely, and Xuanhuan has transformed to 40%. It would be fine if the Douling cards could be used one after another, but it was a one-off event, which greatly reduced the value of the Douling cards. Therefore, even if the young man with the public surname, Jin Pao, has been promoted to 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, it has not stopped everyone from competing. Han Feng also made several bids during this period. The young man with the surname Jin Pao had a gloomy face, and immediately raised the price to 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as this number came out, it directly stunned most of the warriors on the second floor. To be honest, such a price has exceeded the price that a half-waste soul pill should have. In addition, the warriors on the third floor must have strong sanctuaries, and the warriors on the second floor can only give up. For a while, many people turned their attention to the auction room where Han Feng was. Before, the people here dared to compete with each other for Douling cards, but now? Even if they can't get the soul pill, they are very happy to watch Han Feng block the third floor. Anyway, even if the third floor is looking for trouble, it will not be their turn. It's a pity that their idea of watching the play was doomed to fail. Han Feng did not increase the price at all, and the half-waste Yuan Hunden finally fell into the hands of the young man named Jin Pao. Han Feng didn't know what the following group of people thought, and rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the Douling card being really important to me, how would I be so foolish to be on the verge of being a strong sanctuary? As for this soul pill, I really don't have any spiritual stones anymore. The young man with the surname Jin Pao got the Yuan Hun pill, and his gloomy face eased a lot. The man surnamed Lu smiled. It must be that the warning between Lu has worked. The young man surnamed Jin Pao snorted coldly. I know now that it is too late to make concessions. When I leave Xuanhuan City, this young man will not let go of the Douling card. But for the sake of this guy's acquaintance this time, I can give him a good time at that time, and the torture process will be avoided. The young man, surnamed Jin Pao, looked like a big belly, as if giving Han Feng a happy act was a humbling act. After the half-scrap of Yuan soul pill was sold, the next 3 bottles of finished Yuan Soul Pill caused competition among many sanctuary powerhouses. Its price made countless warriors tremble with fear, and they clearly realized the huge gap between the property of the sanctuary powerhouses and them. Among them, some of the sanctuary powerhouses even took out holy stones for auction. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to ZWZ123206825 for the big reward. Oh, intersection. Oh. Original soul pill, but a holy pill that can enhance the power of Yuanshan. There is a holy pill here. This soul pill also has a strong boost to the power of Yuanshan of ordinary sanctuary late-stage powerhouses. Such a good medicine pill appeared here, no wonder there are masters like Shibing guarding it. Han Feng was very shocked. After all these years, this is the first time Han Feng has seen holy medicine pills. The sanctuary old monsters in many rooms on the 3rd floor widened their eyes, sharpening their knives. It seems that I don't have a shot at it. Han Feng is very self-aware. These are all medicine pills for the battle of the sanctuary powerhouses, and there may even be ordinary sanctuary late-stage powerhouses competing for them. Competing with such a master is simply digging one's own grave. Before Han Feng dared to compete with the man surnamed Liu and the young man surnamed Jin Pao, it was because the Douling card was too important for Han Feng at present, and the man surnamed Liu was only in the 1st realm. If the man surnamed Liu is the 5th or 6th level of the sanctuary or even the 6th or 7th level of heaven, even if the Douling card is important to Han Feng has to give it up. However, when the many old guys in the sanctuary on the 3rd floor were about to take action, the director of Wang gave a wry smile. Everyone, although this is the soul pill, it is a half-waste of the soul pill, and it is the same as the real soul pill. It's incomparable. What? Half-waste. As soon as the boss said this, many old guys in the sanctuary on the 3rd floor showed disappointment, and many old guys even scolded. Your pants are off, show me this. Facing the annoyance of a group of powerhouses on the 3rd floor, Mr. Wang gradually showed cold sweat on his forehead. This is a group of powerhouses in the sanctuary, and he can't afford to offend him. At this time, the old woman Shibing suddenly opened her eyes and snorted coldly, and the endless icy aura permeated the entire auction venue. Some sanctuary powerhouses who were still scolding suddenly silenced. Although they are strong in the sanctuary, most of them are under the 7th layer of heaven. There are very few who have the 7th layer of heaven, and even fewer are above the 7th layer of heaven. What's more, the old woman Shibing is not an ordinary 7th level heaven. When she was just promoted, she killed an ordinary sanctuary master who was at the peak of the 8th level heaven with her cultivation of the 7th level heaven. Now that the old woman Shibing is at the peak of the 7th heaven, God knows what level of combat power has reached. Among a group of sanctuary powerhouses, only a few sanctuary 8th level powerhouses dare not take it. Seeing that the group of strong men stopped yelling, the old woman Shibing closed her eyes again. Mr. Wang immediately stood up and said, although this bottle of Yuan Soul pill is half-waste, there is a real finished bottle of Yuan Shan pill, and there are 3 bottles. As soon as these words came out, they were only worried about the old woman Shibing and did not dare to yell, and the sanctuary powerhouse who was still angry in his heart completely extinguished the fire. So that's the case, then let's quickly auction this half-waste primal soul pill. Yeah, hurry up to auction, this old man is waiting for the auction of the next finished product Yuanhan pill. A group of sanctuary powerhouses have sound transmission. Director Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to auction the half-scrap Yuanhan Dan. Han Feng was eager to try it. Although it was a half-waste soul pill, it was almost useless for the strong in the sanctuary, but it was different for the semi-saint whose spiritual power was transformed. With this bottle of primordial soul pill, I'm afraid my primordial spirit's power can go further. Han Feng pondered. As for how far it can be improved, Han Feng is also not sure. But luckily it's half-waste. Otherwise, it is impossible to use Aurora Xuanhuan to refine it into source liquid, and it can only be swallowed directly. The effect of direct swallowing, whereas the effect of refining into source liquid is good. On the third floor, the young man with the surname Jin Pao suddenly stood up. This half-waste primordial soul pill must be auctioned off, and this young master may be able to enter the half-holy realm with this. Although Zhu Tianzhao on the second floor wanted it very much, Naihe's own cultivation was at the early stage of the heaven rank, and he was far from qualified to take Yuan soul pill, even if it was a half-useless product. The black-clothed old man is quite qualified, but it is a pity that Zhu Tianzhao has always regarded the black-clothed old man and the two peak thugs as his servants. Zhu Tianzhao couldn't do such a thing by spending a lot of spirit stones for his servants to bid for Yuan soul pill. This disappointed the old man in black who was looking forward to it, and scolded Zhu Tianzhao for being stingy. No wonder the Zhu family is getting more and more declining, and they are not even willing to buy people's hearts. Who would really serve the Zhu family? If it wasn't for the old man, he still hoped that the Zhu family would help me get through. After the thunder, I won't come to serve this dude. Not only the young man with the surname of Jin Pao, but also many warriors or semi-sages at the peak of the second floor are aiming at the half-waste soul pill. In the blink of an eye, the half-waste primordial soul pill was raised to a high price. But at this moment, the young man with the surname Jin Pao came out, and 100,000 top-quality spirit stones were in his mouth. But the half-waste primordial soul pill is too important, even more important than the Do Ling card. Although the world of Do Ling can quickly improve its strength, it is too dangerous, and no one can guarantee that they will be able to return safely, and Xuanhuan has transformed to 40%. It would be fine if the Do Ling cards could be used one after another, but it was a one-off event, which greatly reduced the value of the Do Ling cards. Therefore, even if the young man with the public surname, Jin Pao, has been promoted to 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, it has not stopped everyone from competing. Han Feng also made several bids during this period. The young man with the surname Jin Pao had a gloomy face, and immediately raised the price to 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as this number came out, it directly stunned most of the warriors on the second floor. To be honest, such a price has exceeded the price that a half-waste soul pill should have. In addition, the warriors on the third floor must have strong sanctuaries, and the warriors on the second floor can only give up. For a while, many people turned their attention to the auction room where Han Feng was. Before, the people here dared to compete with each other for Do Ling cards, but now? Even if they can't get the soul pill, they are very happy to watch Han Feng block the third floor. Anyway, even if the third floor is looking for trouble, it will not be their turn. It's a pity that their idea of watching the play was doomed to fail. Han Feng did not increase the price at all, and the half-waste Yuan Hunden finally fell into the hands of the young man named Jin Pao. Han Feng didn't know what the following group of people thought, and rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the Do Ling card being really important to me, how would I be so foolish to be on the verge of being a strong sanctuary? As for this soul pill, I really don't have any spiritual stones anymore. The young man with the surname Jin Pao got the Yuan Hun pill, and his gloomy face eased a lot. The man surnamed Lu smiled. It must be that the warning between Lu has worked. The young man surnamed Jin Pao snorted coldly. I know now that it is too late to make concessions. When I leave Xuanhuan City, this young man will not let go of the Do Ling card. But for the sake of this guy's acquaintance this time, I can give him a good time at that time, and the torture process will be avoided. The young man, surnamed Jin Pao, looked like a big belly, as if giving Han Feng a happy act was a humbling act. After the half-scrap of Yuan soul pill was sold, the next 3 bottles of finished Yuan soul pill caused competition among many sanctuary powerhouses. Its price made countless warriors tremble with fear, and they clearly realized the huge gap between the property of the sanctuary powerhouses and them. Among them, some of the sanctuary powerhouses even took out holy stones for auction. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to ZWZ123206825 for the big reward. Oh, __intersection, oh. The holy stone contains holy power, which is the energy of heaven and earth that can directly transform the strong in the holy domain into holy yuan. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, M. This is different from spiritual power. To absorb the spiritual power in the spiritual stone, it takes a huge amount of savings to be able to suppress and refine it, and then continue to transform until it becomes a saint. The transition between these requires a lot of effort and experience. A holy stone, even if it is only a low-grade holy stone, contains 100 times more holy power than top-grade spiritual stones. There is no inferior or superior grade of low-grade spirit stones, it is just one level, low-grade. Although the quantity is only more than 100 times, but the quality can be added, which is equivalent to more than 10,000 times. But this does not mean that more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for one low-grade spirit stone. Instead, you should take the top-quality spiritual stone to exchange for the holy stone, and see if the sanctuary powerhouse will give it to you. A low-grade holy stone can bring an improvement to the strong in the sanctuary, which is incomparable to 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Holy stones are sometimes priceless, so the final exchange rate of a holy stone can be exchanged for about 200,000 to 300,000 top-quality spiritual stones. This is a place where there is no shortage of holy stones. If there is a shortage of holy stones, 50 or 60 million top-quality spiritual stones may not be exchanged for a low-grade holy stone. The holy stone is divided into 5 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, extreme grade, and super grade, and the exchange rate in the middle is about 100. A super grade holy stone can be exchanged for 100 top grade holy stones, 10,000 top grade holy stones, 1 million middle grade holy stones, and 100 million low grade holy stones. Therefore, when some items are auctioned off by more than 10 low grade spirit stones, it is conceivable how huge the amount of spirit stones can be exchanged. The first floor warriors were left dumbfounded. But this is just the beginning. Holy medicine pills, sanctuary exercises, sanctuary secrets, holy artifacts. Items that make the sanctuary powerhouses jealous are auctioned, and each time is enough to cause the climax and shock of the entire auction. One of the low-grade artifacts was a medium-sized holy artifact. Hundreds of low-grade spirit stones were auctioned off. This was the highest price in the entire auction. At this time, Han Feng has completely reduced to the role of soy sauce. In the face of competition of such items, Han Feng has no qualifications. But Han Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of depression, instead he ignited a more fiery belief: sanctuary. I must achieve the sanctuary. At that time, if there is such a competition, I will definitely have a share. Hiding his beliefs in his heart, Han Feng relaxed. Since he can't compete, let's look at these sanctuary powerhouses competing for precious items from a bystander's point of view. Unfortunately, this is only a 4th-grade empire. If this low-grade holy artifact is placed in a high-grade 3rd-grade empire, the transaction price should be several times higher. Han Feng saw hundreds of low-grade spirit stones and auctioned off a low-grade one. Among them, it is still a medium-sized holy weapon, with a look of regret. There are obviously not many holy stones in the 4th-grade empire, and the general price of low-grade holy artifacts is not just hundreds of low-grade holy stones. If it is the top of the low-grade holy artifacts, it is estimated that tens of thousands of low-grade holy stones will not necessarily be auctioned. One item after another was auctioned, and soon the cross-auctioneers' meeting was in the late stage and was about to end. In the hall on the 1st floor, Xiangqun whispered, "Little sister, come with me to the room where the Douling card is auctioned." The two quietly left to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door. "Come in." Han Feng's voice came out faintly, and with a wave of his hand, the door opened automatically. Who are you? What are you doing here? Han Feng had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't show the slightest on his face. As soon as Xiangqing saw that a man younger than his little sister was bidding for the Douling card, he was extremely disappointed. At the age of less than 20, how strong can even a genius be? But when Xiangqing entered the room, he was shocked to find that the young man in front of him was as unfathomable as the ocean. I think he is the peak cultivation base of the 9 stars in the sky. He even felt an extremely dangerous aura from the person on the opposite side. This is because the other party has restrained a little. If he does not restrain himself, he may not even be able to get close. Who is this person? It's so powerful. Xiangqing's pupils shrank, the disappointment in his heart disappeared, but instead he was full of expectations. Xiangqing didn't know that this was because Han Feng deliberately showed some breath, otherwise, with Xiangqing's strength, he wouldn't feel the slightest at all. Han Feng's mental power has been transformed into the power of the primordial spirit, and it is impossible for a celestial warrior to sense Han Feng's breath and realm. Xiangqing's thoughts changed, and everything was in one breath. Xiangqing cupped his hands and said, "In Xiangqing, this is my younger sister Xuanhuan. We 2 brothers and sisters are actually here to ask for something." Xuanhuan followed behind Xiangqing, looking at Han Feng curiously. Because Xiangqing blocked most of the breath, Xuanhuan didn't feel anything. "Oh? That's it, please take a seat first." "Thank you, Your Excellency, I don't know what to call Your Excellency." Xiangqing thanked Xuanhuan and sat opposite Han Feng with Xuanhuan. Han Feng said lightly, "The last name is Han Mingfeng." It turned out to be Brother Han. Xiangqing bowed his hands again. Han Feng still said lightly, "Brother Xiang, can you say what's going on now?" Xiangqing saw that Han Feng had been understating it all the time, and suddenly there was a strange feeling in his heart, as if everything in his heart was seen. How is that possible? Xiangqing discarded this ridiculous idea. It's like this. Xiangqing told the story of himself and Zhu Tianzhao, and then said with anxiety, "We do this in the hope that the warriors who have obtained the Douling card can help my brother and sister for the sake of the Douling card." Man, I don't know Brother Han. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, but said in his heart, "Although it is a little bit like I thought, but the general direction is not a big problem, but..." Han Feng said, "Why didn't Brother Xiang directly take out the Douling card to ask for help, but chose to auction it here?" You know, in order to bid for this Douling card, Han not only spent more than 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, but also offended a holy man. Domain Master. After all, Han doesn't owe you anything. Xiangqing's heart sank, knowing that the person in front of him was not very willing to help. But what Han Feng said was right, if he directly took out the Douling card and asked for help, then he really owed him the Douling card. But if the Douling card was put up for auction, they only traded through the intermediary of the Cross-Auctioneer Association, and they owed nothing to each other. Xiangqing smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Han also makes sense." The method that Brother Han said is not unthinkable, but in the Cross-Auctioneers Association, customers are not allowed to trade with such fanfare, only private transactions are allowed. If you can deal privately. Second more. In the case of a private transaction. Since it is a private transaction, naturally only the 2 parties know about it. If no third party knows, the other party will probably take it away forcibly. No third person knows, which means that there are no witnesses. Without witnesses, even if I sue the steward of the cross-auction, it is useless. Of course, there are also situations where the opponent's strength is not strong enough to snatch, but in the current situation of our brothers and sisters, what's the use of finding someone who is not as strong as us? Xiangqing slowly said with a bitter face. Han Feng nodded understandingly. The Cross-Auctioneer Association is originally an auction. You directly conduct large-scale transactions within the cross-auctioneer. Isn't this robbing the cross-auctioneer for business? It is strange that the cross-auctioneers will be satisfied. As for private transactions, the cross-auctioneer will naturally not care, because it cannot be prohibited. But in the same way, since it was a private transaction, the cross-auctioneer would probably not care if something happened. Not only would it not care, it might even gloat over the misfortune. Deserved. Han Feng was still waiting to ask. Xiangqing said again, Brother Han said that you can also openly trade outside the cross-auctioneer. Indeed, under such blatant circumstances, few people will snatch it. But not even here. I can guarantee that it has nothing to do with Zhu Tianzhao. After all, Zhu Tianzhao and our brothers and sisters came to Xuanhuan City almost one after the other, no more than 2 hours in between. In less than 2 hours, our brothers and sisters didn't have time to prepare at all, so they could only hurriedly escape to the cross-auction house. It took nearly 3 months to hide. So it is. Han Feng nodded, still not mentioning the matter of helping Xiangqing. Xiangqing felt anxious when he saw it, and immediately said, Brother Han, Xiang also knows that Brother Han has no obligation to help us. But as long as Brother Han helps, Xiang Mao swears that in the world of Douling, Xiang Mao can represent the Xiang family and make an alliance with Brother Han. With my seniors here, Brother Han's safety in the world of Douling will be greatly improved. Elder? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Yes, after these years of development, the world of Douling has actually formed large and small forces. At present, there are more than 30 people in my Xiang family in the world of Douling, and some of them are even in the semi-sacred realm, and the strength is not low. As long as you form an alliance with my Xiang family, Brother Han's safety will naturally increase greatly. In this way, with Brother Han's aptitude, he will soon be able to reach a very high level. Han Feng's heart jumped. Of course, Han Feng didn't know much about the world of Douling, and he didn't ask Shan Fuyu carefully at the beginning. I don't know what's going on in the world of Douling. Hearing Xiangqing's words at this time, Han Feng's mind turned away. Brother Xiang, so your Xiang family has a deep understanding of the world of Douling? Xiangqing was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, It's okay. If that's the case, let's exchange the information of Douling world. I will help you rescue from Zhu Tianzhao, and you will tell me the specific situation of Douling world. Han Feng clapped his hands violently. Xiangqing opened his mouth wide. Shouldn't it be an alliance at this time? Could it be that having a reliable and powerful ally is more important than the intelligence of Douling world? Where does Xiangqing know that Han Feng, who is opposite him, already has the strength of a first-class semi-sage? In the world of Douling, it cannot be said that there is no danger at all. But compared to heavenly rank and ordinary semi-saint, Han Feng's survival rate is undoubtedly a few blocks behind the former. Everyone in the Xiang family may not only be unable to help Han Feng, but also drag him down. But the Xiang family's understanding of the world of Douling is very important to Han Feng. Brother Han doesn't make an alliance with my Xiang family? Xiangqing asked. No need, Han is still used to being alone. While there is still some time before the auction ends, Brother Xiang can talk to the next one. Okay. Since Han Feng refused to form an alliance, Xiangqing naturally couldn't force it. In the next period of time, Xiangqing began to explain his understanding of the world of Douling. Through Xiangqing Han Feng, I learned that the danger in the world of Douling comes not only from warriors, but also from the storm of Douling. In the world of Douling, it is not rare to say that it is rare, and it is not too much. In short, there will be some Douling storm every time. These Douling storms are extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, even the peak and semi-sage will fall. Xiangqing told Han Feng some of the more famous forces in the world of Douling, and finally said, This is all old information. In the world of Douling, warriors practice very quickly and leave very quickly, so the major forces updates are faster. Perhaps in just half a year, the relatively powerful forces before have left countless powerhouses, resulting in the decline of this force. 4 months ago, my Xiang family had a half-sage return with a Saint Yuan reaching 40%, and he brought this news back. It's been 4 months now, and perhaps great changes have taken place in the world of Douling. Han Feng smiled and said, so, if I want to get the latest news, I have to go to your Xiang family's residence in Douling world? That's right, Xiangqing nodded awkwardly. Then in Douling world, I'll ask brother Xiang. Putting away his half-smile, Han Feng clenched his fists towards Xiangqing. Han Feng didn't believe it when he told Xiangqing that he didn't know the latest news of Douling world. Maybe it's not very clear, but it's definitely not clear. The reason why he said that was because he was afraid that he would let go after getting the specific information. Xiangqing felt that Han Feng might have guessed what he was really thinking, and was very embarrassed, so he had to turn his attention to the auction. Half an hour later, the auction finally ended completely, and the 3 of Han Feng immediately left the cross-auctioneer and left Xuanhuan city. After the 3 of Han Feng left, some warriors, with ill intentions, followed in secret. Zhu Tianzhao and others watched the play happily in the back. And behind Zhu Tianzhao and others, there are even more young people with the surname Jinpao and others as the Oriole. Outside Xuanhuan city, Xiangqing suddenly stopped and laughed loudly. Brother Han, these little shrimps will be handed over to me. Lifting fist. Xiangqing threw a punch, covered with dense fist shadows. The fist shadows broke through the air with the surging power of true essence, and the fist shadows made the air make a hoo-ha rubbing sound. Ah! Suddenly, dozens of screams sounded, and except for 2 or 3 warriors, the rest were all killed by Xiangqing with one punch. A group of Tianjia juniors and mid-levels dare to follow with bad ideas, they are really bold. Xiangqing closed his fist and stood upright, his eyes full of contempt. Big. Sir, we are all blinded by the lard, please forgive me. My lord, we will never dare again in the future. Please forgive us, lord. The third one. The 3 who were still alive were terrified. The 3 of them regretted it to the death. They knew that being able to sit on the 2nd floor would not be easy, but they still followed, just because they wanted to fish in troubled waters and get rich spiritual stones. And now, let alone the spirit stone, even his life might not be saved. Xiangyuan looked a little unbearable, but Xiangqing was not a fledgling girl like Xiangyuan, and ignored the 3 people's pleas for mercy, and simply killed the 3 of them neatly. Clap clap clap. There was a clapping sound, and Zhu Tianzhao walked over with 2 top fighters and a half-sacred old man. TSK, TSK, this is because I'm about to die, so I'm venting with these bastards. Zhu Tianzhao mocked. As soon as Zhu Tianzhao appeared, Xiangyuan immediately showed disgust. Xiangqing also sneered back, Zhu Deshao may not be as strong as these chops. Zhu Tianzhao's face suddenly became gloomy. Zhu Tianzhao didn't like to practice, he always felt that he was asking for hardship. In addition to Zhu Tianzhao's extraordinary aptitude, he was able to cultivate to the current state of the initial stage of heaven, but also because he was infused with various spiritual medicines since he was a child. Otherwise, Zhu Tianzhao's laziness will kill the ranks. But Zhu Tianzhao said that he didn't like cultivation, but he couldn't hear others say that his cultivation was low. Xiangqing was talking about Zhu Tianzhao's taboo. Looking at Xiangqing coldly, in Zhu Tianzhao's opinion, Xiangqing is already a dead person and cannot escape from his palm. Immediately, Zhu Tianzhao turned his attention to Han Feng. According to the old man in black, this kid is not easy. Who is the old man in black? That is a semi-sacred powerhouse. Even the semi-sage powerhouse is not easy to say. Zhu Tianzhao is a little jealous of Han Feng. But these fears were not enough to make Zhu Tianzhao retreat. Your Excellency, this is a matter of my Zhu family and Xiang's family. Please don't interfere. Otherwise, you must be clear about the end of the fire and self-immolation. Your Excellency is threatening me? Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Yes, if your Excellency is acquainted, it's best to get away from it. Knowing that Han Feng is not simple, but Zhu Tianzhao, who is used to being in the Zhu family's prestige and blessing, will really take Han Feng in his eyes. Sure enough, it's an arrogant straw bag. This kind of straw bag is also thanks to the protection of a strong family. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to die. Han Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. Seeing that Han Feng didn't move, Zhu Tianzhao's face turned cold. Your Excellency is determined to help the Xiang family? So what? Then go to hell. As soon as the voice fell, the two peak thugs behind Zhu Tianzhao suddenly shot. Roaring Feng. Tear Claw. The roar of the wolf and the lion was deafening. The phantoms of a giant wolf and a giant lion appeared behind the two thugs, respectively. The phantom of the giant wolf opened its ferocious fangs, while the giant lion waved its terrifying giant claws. Boom! The attack of the two thugs instantly swallowed Han Feng, and countless energy fluctuations and smoke raged out, and the earth cracked countless cracks. Brother Han! Xiangqing shouted anxiously. Although Han Feng had said that he was very strong before, Xiangqing also felt that Han Feng was unfathomable. But the battle really happened, and Xiangqing didn't have full confidence until he saw Han Feng's powerful strength. At this moment, seeing that Han Feng was hit by the attacks of two peak-level warriors, Xiangqing was even more uneasy. Xiangqing asked himself that there was no way he could survive such an attack. Xuanhuan grabbed Xiangqing's arm tightly. Brother, will this guy win? Should be able to win. Don't worry, little sister, if it really doesn't work, just use our trump cards. The big deal is to return to the family and not go to the world of Douling. Xiangqing comforted Xuanhuan. This is the end of offending my young master Zhou. Zhu Tianzhao snorted coldly. Next, it's you Xiangqing. Don't worry, your sister will definitely be enjoyed by the young master before she dies. Zhu Tianzhao said maliciously. But at this moment, the smoke and dust were suddenly swept away by the whirlwind. If you want to move the two brothers and sisters of the Xiang family, let's beat me first. In the whirlwind formed by the momentum, Han Feng walked out slowly. You're not dead. Zhu Tianzhao's eyes widened. The two thugs at the peak of the Tianjia were also surprised. Their attacks were beyond the reach of the ordinary masters of the 12-star peak of the Tianjia. Could it be a kid who was less than 20 years old? No. It's impossible. Where can there be such a perverted existence? Han Feng shook his arms as he walked. Dead? Such an attack just tickles me. I think it's too weak. Brother Han. Xiangqing's eyes lit up, and even the full-force joint attack of the two peaks of the heavens was fine. This is a semi-sacred. The black-clothed old man's face froze, and he wanted to open his mouth, but looked at Zhu Tianzhao and closed his mouth again. Forget it, this kid is less than 20, I'm afraid that even if he is a half-sage, he is only the lowest half-sage, the big deal will be later. The old man takes action. If Zhu Tianzhao is allowed to leave now, Zhu Tianzhao will definitely sue the ancestors of the Zhu family. At that time, the matter of the old man's desire to survive the thunder is probably going to be yellow. Roaring Feng. Tear Claws. The two top-level thugs also felt that their faces could not be hung, and they jointly shot again. You are too bad. Skyfire Fighting Fist. The simple punch did not integrate into Aurora Tsungyan. But even so, this punch is extremely terrifying under the cultivation base of Han Fengtian's peak limit. The flaming giant fist seemed to be a larger beast, swallowing the giant wolf and giant lion in one bite. Boom! The surging flame soared into the sky, and the two peak-level thugs completely disappeared before they even had time to let out their screams. Spike. A complete spike. Golem. Xiangqing swallowed a mouthful of spit. My god, too strong. Now, it's your turn. Han Feng smiled faintly, but his eyes were fixed on Zhu Tianzhao. At this time, Han Feng's smile was undoubtedly a demon in Zhu Tianzhao's eyes, and only a demon could have such a strong strength. With the endless chill in Han Feng's eyes, Zhu Tianzhao shivered with cold, and was almost scared to pee. The black-clothed old man deliberately made Zhu Tianzhao suffer a bit, but did not act in time. Only by taking action at the most critical moment can we get Zhu Tianzhao's true gratitude. Although this gratitude is only for a moment, it is enough. As long as this kid is killed, his status in Zhu Tianzhao's heart will definitely be improved. On a hillside in the distance, there are also 3 people observing what is happening here. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 8960211154 for the big reward. Congratulations to 8960211154 for being promoted to the position of Grandmaster. Amazed face, / This kid is the kid who scrambled for the Douling card with Master Ben, the young man surnamed Jin Pao asked the man surnamed Liu. The man surnamed Liu said, yes, it's this kid. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the young man named Jin Pao. No wonder he dared to snatch the Do Spirit card with this young master. It turns out that he has such a strong strength. Is this kid a semi-sacred? That's right, the power of the primordial spirit of this kid has been transformed, so even I can't find out the specific situation of this kid. The man surnamed Liu replied. The young man surnamed Jin Pao pouted. What about the semi-sacred, with Uncle Liu and Uncle Wang, you 2 great masters of the sanctuary, even the peak semi-sage will have to lie down for this young master. But who are the people who are fighting against this kid? The target that this young master wants to deal with is not allowed to be killed by other scumbags. At this time, the big Han surnamed Wang told one by one what he saw with the power of his primordial spirit. The young man surnamed Jin Pao murmured, so it is. Uncle Wang, do you think this kid will win? There is an old half-sage guy on the opposite side. The big man surnamed Wang said respectfully, I think that in all likelihood, that kid wins. At least the old guy feels ordinary, and he should only be a second or third-rate semi-sage. Let's watch it this way. If that kid is about to lose, Uncle Wang will ask you to take action. This kid must die in the hands of this young master. If this kid wins, we still shoot to kill this kid. Follow your orders. Han Wang and a man surnamed Liu shouted with their hands clasped together. When the old man in black saw that the time was up, he immediately took a step forward and blocked Zhu Tianzhao behind him. The endless chill was blocked, and Zhu Tianzhao was horrified to discover that he was soaked all over. Damn, this guy actually made Ben Xiao so ugly, damn it. Zhu Tianzhao found his embarrassment, his anger turned into anger, and his hatred for Han Feng reached its peak at this moment, stronger than Xiangqing. Old Fei, this kid is handed over to you, and his limbs must be abolished. Then this young master will torture him severely. Zhu Tianzhao's face was hideous. Zhu Tianzhao no longer called Fei Lao an old guy because he wanted to ask Fei Lao. Don't worry, young master, this old man is here for you. Boy, accept your fate. Old Fei suddenly shot. Lightning comet fist. Fei Lao's palms condensed into fists, and the endless thunder light condensed at this moment. With the spread of the thunder light like a comet struck the Korean storm. Fei Lao obviously guessed that Han Feng should be a master of the semi-holy level. This move, Leiguang Comet Fist, combines 20% of the Holy Yuan, and with the low-grade and inferior Sanctuary Leiguang Comet Fist, which has mastered 30% of the power has exceeded the limit of 1 yuan and a half saint. Flowing flame Tinglong cover. Han Feng shouted lowly, and with the sound of the dragon's roar, Tinglong covered Han Feng into it. Low-grade and low-grade defense sanctuary unique skills. Fei Lao's eyes flashed with cold light, which was mixed with greed. The comet formed by the thunder light slammed into the flowing flame dragon hood, and the powerful force surged out like a tsunami. The thunder turned into countless thunder snakes, violently destroying all around. I don't know how many trees and rocks were turned into ashes under the bombardment of this thunder snake. Be careful. Xiangqing hurriedly dragged Xuanhuan to flee, scurrying among countless thunder snakes. The strength of this old guy is beyond $1.50 saint. Can Han Feng handle it? Is it really necessary to use the power left over from the family? Xiangqing gritted his teeth in his heart. Xiangqing is not willing to rely on the power of the family all the time, and the power of the family is limited. When the power of the family reaches the limit, he is still accustomed to relying on the family, so it is impossible for him to surpass the family ancestors in his achievements in this life. In this way, there is nothing to talk about carrying forward the family. Boy, I have to admit that your sanctuary mastery is perfect, and it has reached the limit that a semi-sanctuary can master. But it is only equivalent to the limit of 1 yuan and half sage, but the strength of this old man is beyond 1 yuan. Half holy limit, you can't win this old man. Watch the old man break your protective shield directly. Broken. Boss Fei shouted, and the comet condensed by Leguang spun at this moment. The power of the rotation made the power of Leguang Comet Fist directly improved at this moment. Old guy, the one who is going to die is you. Han Feng said lightly, and then the power of Saint Yuan and Yuanshan surged out in an instant. The power of Yuanshan and Xing Yuan merged into the rising flame dragon cover, and the power of the rising flame dragon cover greatly increased. The Tinglong hood, which was crumbling and about to shatter, recovered completely at this moment. What? Fei Lao obviously couldn't think that Han Feng's transformation also included spiritual power and true essence, and was shocked. Han Feng ignored the surprise of the black-clothed old man, and burst out in his mouth. The flaming dragon had turned into countless dragons and burst out, directly breaking the Leguang Comet Fist. The Leguang Comet Fist was broken, and Fei Lao's body shot backwards and flew, staggering to the ground and couldn't help but take a few hundred steps back. Tianyan Chankuan sword. Han Feng chased after his victory, and Han Feng's mastery of Tianyan Chankuan sword exceeded the limit that half sanctuary could achieve. With the help of Yuanshan's power and Xing Yuan, the power of Tianyan Chankuan sword is even stronger. More than 40 flaming swords whizzed away, and the flaming swords swirled around each other, like a sword storm. Leguang Comet Fist. Fei Lao's face changed wildly, sensing the strong aura on the flaming sword, and hurriedly punched. However, under the mighty power of the flaming sword, the comet fist condensed by the lightning can be said to be vulnerable. Like tofu, it was easily penetrated by the Tianyan Chankuan sword. The Tianyan Chankuan sword pierced through the Leguang comet fist, and stabbed Fei Lao with undiminished force. No. Forgive me. At the last moment of his life, Fei Lao shouted for help, hoping that Han Feng would be merciful. Unfortunately, such a cry for help did not shake Han Feng in the slightest. The flaming swords shot through Fei Lao's body one after another. Fei Lao's eyes widened, and his body fell to the ground, completely falling. At the wound that was shot through, there was still a cyan flame burning faintly, and soon the cyan flame burst out, swallowing Fei Lao's entire body, and eventually Fei Lao turned to ashes. Spike. Another spike. If he doesn't make a move, he will kill Fei Lao in seconds. When he was about to die, Fei Lao was full of regrets. Fei Lao never expected that he would be killed before he took refuge in the Zhu family, before he achieved his original purpose of surviving Tianlei. If he had known that he would die in the Zhu family, he would never have joined the Zhu family. Even if it is only a semi-holy level for life, it is better than being killed. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. No matter how much he regretted it, Fei Lao paid the price for his actions and his life. 5th. Zhu Tianzhao looked at all this in a daze, unable to accept that his strongest protector was instantly killed by the opponent. Fei Lao is a semi-sacred powerhouse, how could he be killed so easily? Impossible, it's impossible. Zhu Tianzhao shook his head frantically, not wanting to believe all this. Damn old guy, if I knew you were such a waste of wood, this young master would go out and let you follow. After a long while, Zhu Tianzhao attributed all the reasons to Fei Lao. Tisk, it's really ruthless, I'm really sad for the dead old man and the two thugs. Han Feng snorted and said lightly. Han Feng's voice pulled Zhu Tianzhao back from his anger. Zhu Tianzhao remembered in horror that without the two top fighters at the top of the sky, and without Lao Fei, now he is facing the other three by himself. Zhu Tianzhao's heart was instantly cold, and his face was pale. In the distance, the young man surnamed Jin Pao did not have as good eyesight as the strong man in the sanctuary, and the young man surnamed Jin Pao could see blurry. If you use mental power to observe it, you can see it clearly, but it will inevitably startle the snake, so the young man with the surname Jin Pao did not use it, and he can only learn from the mouth of the man surnamed Wang and Liu. How's it going? Why do I feel like the old guy lost? The big man surnamed Wang respectfully said, young master has good eyesight, that old guy really lost, not only that, but he was turned to ashes, by that kid. I really didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. When the big man surnamed Wang told the story of the future, the eyes of the young man with the surname Jin Pao lit up, 10% of the power of the primordial spirit, 10% of the holy essence, and the mastery of the holy essence exceeds the limit of 40%? Yes. This kid is so powerful. At this time, the young man with the surname Jin Pao started to love talent. Uncle Wang, will this kid be recruited by this young master and become his subordinate? This? The big man surnamed Wang hesitated. The boy didn't even give the young master's face before. Obviously, the origin was not simple, so how could he follow the young master? The young man surnamed Jin Pao saw that the big man surnamed Wang did not speak, and said impatiently, can it be possible? This? I'm afraid not. The big man surnamed Wang gritted his teeth and said. Why? Isn't this young master's public family strong? The young man surnamed Jin Pao looked gloomy. The public family is a family from the upper third-rank empire, second only to the royal family of the upper third-rank empire. The public, there are not only ordinary sanctuary and great sanctuary powerhouses, but also sanctuary peak-level masters, even if it is the 19th level sanctuary, that is the sanctuary peak level. Because of the existence of such a master, the young man named Jin Pao did not think that Han Feng would refuse. When the time comes, this young man will recruit some first. If this son is willing to hand over the Do Ling card and put it under the sect of this young master can let him go. Zhu Tianzhao stepped back slowly, with horror on his face. What do you want? Xiangqing and Xiang Yuan also came over at this time. Xiangqing sneered and said, Master Zhu, didn't you want to kill our brothers and sisters before? What do you think I should do with you now? Zhu Tianzhao's already pale complexion became even paler. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, do you need me to kill him? Or do you do it? Zhu Tianzhao fell to the ground with a plop. Xiangqing looked at Zhu Tianzhao with disgust, but he sighed and said, forget it. This Zhu Tianzhao is the favorite descendant of the ancestor of the Zhu family. If you kill this person, the ancestor will definitely be angry. I still don't have the ability to compete with the Zhu family. In other words, starting a war with the Zhu family will only hurt both sides, and then other families will take the opportunity to enter. Xiangqing is different from Zhu Tianzhao's straw bag. Zhu Tianzhao didn't care what kind of disaster would be caused by killing Xiangqing. It can be said that once Zhu Tianzhao killed Xiangqing, the head of the Xiong family and the ancestors would also be furious and go to war with the Zhu family. The final result is bound to be both losers, and Zhu Tianzhao's own life is even less likely to be saved. Zhu Tianzhao is a scumbag that can be ignored, arrogant, but Xiongqing is different. As the son of the head of the Xiong family, Xiongqing must consider the safety of the Xiong family. The crisis has been lifted, so there is no need to kill Zhu Tianzhao. Only. Xiongqing secretly clenched his fists. Obviously he was in deep crisis, but in the end he still couldn't kill the culprit. Xiongqing was full of unwillingness. Wait, it only takes more than 100 years, my Xiong family will be stronger, and the Zhu family will become weaker and weaker. One will change and the other will grow. At that time, my Xiong family will attack the Zhu family again, and it will be able to do it without losing much power. Let this Zhu Tianzhao live arrogantly for more than 100 years, more than 100 years later. Xiongqing's eyes were full of fierce light. Zhu Tianzhao heard what Xiongqing said, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his voice became louder. Yes, Xiongqing is right, you can't kill me, or my Zhu family ancestor will never let go. You. Han Feng was very irritable, and Zhu Tianzhao was a little arrogant at this time. He slapped Zhu Tianzhao and slapped Zhu Tianzhao flying, and a few teeth fell off. Zhu Tianzhao had a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. Zhu Tianzhao raised his head with difficulty, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Since you said you want to let it go, then let it go. Anyway, I will come out after staying in Douling World for a while, and your business has nothing to do with me. Slapped Zhu Tianzhao, Han Feng felt a lot better, shrugged. As soon as he heard that he could live, Zhu Tianzhao couldn't help but be overjoyed even if Zhu Tianzhao hated Han Feng to death at the moment. Xiongqing sneered and said, it's natural to let go, but it won't be so easy to bypass him. Master Zhu, you didn't say that you wanted me to walk under your crotch, but now you will get under my crotch. If you get through, I will spare you, otherwise I will keep slapping you until you've got all your teeth out. Blast your nose, and cut off your ears. Anyway, with the background of your Zhu family, you can recover from a burst nose and a cut ear. What? You actually want me to get under your crotch? It's impossible, how could this young master let you humiliate like this? Zhu Tianzhao looked incredulous. Just to humiliate you, what can you do? Xiongqing pouted. You. Zhu Tianzhao twisted in anger. Seeing that Zhu Tianzhao still hadn't drilled, Xiongqing punched him. Without a thug, Zhu Tianzhao, this dude, was no match for Xiongqing at all. Xiongqing broke Zhu Tianzhao's nose with one punch and blood flowed. Ah! Zhu Tianzhao screamed and rolled on the ground covering his nose. Xiongqing was going to smash again. Zhu Tianzhao shouted again and again, don't smash, I'll drill. I'll drill. 6 more completed. Ask for flowers. Flowers are about to be surpassed, I ask you brothers for your support. Powerhouse. Zhu Tianzhao felt extremely embarrassed and aggrieved, and he drilled into Xiongqing's crotch, which made Zhu Tianzhao more uncomfortable than taking Zhu Tianzhao's life. But thinking of death, Zhu Tianzhao didn't have the courage to face it at all. Even if he felt embarrassed, he had to go for it. At this time, Zhu Tianzhao finally felt empathy for those who had been humiliated by him before. Difficulty getting through Xiongqing's crotch, Zhu Tianzhao's face was ashen. Xiongqing let out a sigh of relief and asked Han Feng, Brother Han, would you like to give it a try? Han Feng shook his head, no, I don't need to vent in this way. Xiongqing blushed and looked embarrassed. Then Xiongqing turned his head to his little sister Xuanhuan and said, this guy used to drool at you a lot, so I'll leave it to you to execute him. Xuanhuan pointed at herself in surprise, me? Yes. Xiongqing nodded affirmatively. Can I do it? Xuanhuan looked unconfident. Xiongqing laughed, don't worry, I'll seal his body's true essence first, you will never be hurt by counterattack. Xiangqing walked over and clicked a few times. Zhu Tianzhao's body's true essence was at this moment is blocked. Although there are only 10 minutes at most, this time is enough for Xuanhuan to take revenge. Xuanhuan walked towards Zhu Tianzhao slowly, thinking about the means of revenge with an embarrassed expression, because she was well taken care of by her family since she was a child. Even if Xuanhuan was already at the early stage of cultivation, she had almost zero experience against the enemy. There is almost no means of revenge. Suddenly, Xuanhuan thought of the punishment method Xiangqing had mentioned before, and made a decision. Immediately, Xuanhuan raised her feet and grabbed Zhu Tianzhao's legs with both hands. Under Zhu Tianzhao's horrified gaze, and under the jaw-dropping gazes of Han Feng and Xiangqing, Yuzu suddenly stepped on her feet. Ah! Along with Zhu Tianzhao's terrifying scream, a sound like a broken eggshell sounded, and Zhu Tianzhao's crotch instantly became wet. Zhu Tianzhao screamed, rolled his eyes, and foamed at the mouth. As soon as Zhu Tianzhao raised his head, he fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Han Feng and Xiangqing subconsciously clamped their legs. I'll go, this little girl has been silent, she thought she was very introverted, I didn't expect it to be so fierce, she just exploded. This time even Han Feng began to sympathize with Zhu Tianzhao. Xiangqing felt even more pained, isn't it? When did my little sister become so violent? God, she is so innocent now. If she has experienced more in the future and is no longer naive, then Xiangqing already felt the days after you will become dark. Even Xiangqing at this moment is considering whether he will help the little girl to practice in the future. No, this Zhu Tianzhao is a junior valued by the ancestors of the Zhu family. If he is really abolished and his descendants are absolutely eliminated. Xiangqing hurried to observe, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's just one, there are only one left. Next? That way it won't end. Anyway, there is one left, and the ancestor of the Zhu family will not be too angry. And this time, the Zhu family is not paying attention, and the ancestor of the Zhu family has no excuse to cause trouble. Brother, did I do something wrong? Xiangyuan stared at Xiangqing with wide eyes. Looking at Xiangqing's serious face, Xiangyuan felt that she might have done something wrong. Xiangqing twitched his cheeks and looked at the innocent face of his little sister. Egg pain tangled, no. You did nothing wrong. But in the future, let's kick that kick less. Oh. Xiangyuan nodded obediently, which made Xiangqing heave a sigh of relief. Xiangqing was not like his little sister who became a pervert that everyone feared, especially men. Just leave this guy here? What if he is eaten by a passing monster? Before leaving, Han Feng pointed at Zhu Tianzhao and said, No, don't worry. I've given him a medicinal pill before, and it shouldn't take long for him to recover. When he recovers, he will naturally call the family's experts, and there will be no danger to his life. And the Zhu family is also very famous in the Muyuan Empire. As long as this Zhu Tianzhao reports the name of the Zhu family, few people will kill people. Xiangqing said. If that's the case, then let's go. The three quickly flew to the sky, turned into 3 paths and 6 stars and left. On a distant hillside. Seeing this, the young man surnamed Jinpao gave a low voice, Uncle Wang and Lu, let's go. Yes. Immediately, the 3 of them also turned into a streamer and quickly chased after them. No, someone is chasing him from behind. Xiangqing's expression changed. The speed of the 3 young men with the surname Jinpao is so fast, they will soon catch up with the 3 of Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes flashed, this should be the people on the 3rd floor before. I am familiar with the power of that person's primordial spirit. It turned out to be them. Xiangqing's face was even more unsightly, that's a sanctuary powerhouse, Brother Han, although you are very powerful, you will definitely not be an opponent of a sanctuary powerhouse. Han Feng glanced at Xuanhuan and said casually, these people should be targeting me. If you want to leave, just leave. They shouldn't embarrass you. Xuanhuan blushed. Brother Han, what are you talking about? You helped us deal with Zhu Tianzhao before. Are my little sister and I ungrateful? Xuanhuan had to admit that he was indeed moved for a moment just now. But soon Xuanhuan was restrained. If he really left, he would be completely ungrateful. This will become a shadow left in his heart, and it will be a great hindrance to the impact on the sanctuary in the future. If they are always ungrateful people, it will be fine, their creed is like this, but being willing to help others will become an obstacle for them to break through the sanctuary. Xuanhuan is obviously not such a person. Xuanhuan also said weakly at this time, brother is right, you saved us just now, we can't just dump you like this. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but you don't seem to have anything to help me. As soon as these words came out, both Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan were greatly shocked. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said, Brother Han, you also know that my Xiang family is not necessarily much worse than the Zhu family, so I also have a life-saving trump card. It's just that I always wanted to use my own strength to tide over the difficulties. The domain level is beyond the range that I can handle. It is time to use such a life-saving trump card. My life-saving trump card can definitely hit the strong in the sanctuary. Han Feng was surprised by Xuanhuan's honesty, and then smiled in his heart, this guy is worth making friends with. Before, Han Feng only regarded Xuanhuan as the object of the transaction, that's all. Han Feng said lightly, Brother Xiang, you and Xuanhuan are hiding aside. I will deal with these people. When I can't deal with you, I will use your life-saving trump card. What, you have to fight against the sanctuary powerhouse alone, isn't this courting death? Xuanhuan paled in shock. Xuanhuan knew the terror of the strong in the sanctuary. Even if Han Feng is an extremely powerful semi-sage, it is too far to compete with the strong sanctuary. 7th. Since the cabbage has to be coated until 4 or 5 or 6 in the morning, and wake up after 12 o'clock, it is impossible to see the number of rewards before 12 o'clock. So in the future, the next day's updates and rewards will be decided before the cabbage goes to sleep. Now there are still 2,500 of the 60,000 wave-chasing coins. You must hurry up and reward them, otherwise you won't be able to make up 10 updates tomorrow. Powerhouse. Both brothers and sisters Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan felt that Han Feng was stupid, and their brains were amused. This is the sanctuary powerhouse. Facing the eyes of Xuanhuan's two brothers and sisters looking at the monster, Han Feng smiled lightly, ordinary people will die if they face the sanctuary. But if it's me, it's not necessarily. Xuanhuan didn't know where Han Feng's confidence came from, and he had to persuade but was blocked by Han Feng's wave. Xuanhuan was helpless and had to say, well, I will stay here with my little sister, not far from here. Once I see that you are in danger, I will definitely take action next time. Han Feng smiled and nodded in response, and the two Xuanhuan brothers and sisters flew into the distance. Han Feng turned around and squinted slightly. Come on, let me see the gap between me and the sanctuary powerhouse now, and how much power I can force out of the sanctuary powerhouse. Now that the strength has increased greatly, Han Feng wants to know the gap with the real sanctuary powerhouse, but Han Feng also knows that the power of the semi-sanctuary and the sanctuary is very different, and the slightly more powerful sanctuary is extremely terrifying. But when the power of the primordial spirit was confronted before, Han Feng had already determined that the opponent's strength was the mid-level of the sanctuary first layer. Such a level could be said to be the best test object. In the middle of the sanctuary first layer, it was only a level that had just stepped into the sanctuary level, and it was not a very powerful sanctuary. The young man surnamed Jin Pao was extremely fast under the leadership of Han Wang and a man surnamed Liu. Not long after Han Feng turned around, the three had already flown in. The man surnamed Wang Dehan and the man surnamed Lu stopped suddenly, and the young man surnamed Jin Pao stepped out proudly. What's your name? Han Feng. Han Feng said his name indifferently. What is Han Feng? Now I'll give you a choice to become a member of this young master's subordinate, would you like it? The young man with the surname Jin Pao said the word Han Feng for a while, then suddenly asked. Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't expect this person to come up and not immediately start, but to recruit himself. Without waiting for Han Feng to reply, the young man surnamed Jin Pao said again, if you are willing to become Ben's subordinate, as you are disrespectful to Ben at the Cross Auctioneers Association, Ben asks you to hand over the Douling card. By the way, what about the two people beside you? They're not hiding somewhere, right? You've seen your battle masters before, and you know that the Do spirit cards were left by those two people. Presumably those two people also have them in their hands. Douling card, this young master ordered you to take out the Douling cards of those two people. Douling cards can basically be obtained by any relatively powerful forces near Douling men. But in a little farther place, it requires luck and strength. The Zhu family, the Xiang family, and the Gong family obviously have strength, but the first two are obviously higher than the Gong family in terms of luck. Therefore, the strength of the public family is obviously stronger than that of the Zhu family and the Xiang family, but there are not as many fighting spirit cards as the two families. Therefore, the public is still very jealous of Douling cards. Facing the solicitation of the young man named Jin Pao, Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. Does this person feel too good about himself? Anyone with self-esteem can't accept this kind of solicitation. Han Feng's silence made the young man's surname, Jin Pao, gloomy. Han Feng, are you not willing? Yes, Han is used to being alone, and he is not lucky enough to be a member of your excellency. Han Feng said lightly. Very good, if you don't eat and drink for a toast, then don't blame this young master for not showing you mercy. Uncle Lu, this guy is handed over to you. The young man, surnamed Jin Pao, took a step back and left the fight to the man, surnamed Lu. The man surnamed Lu clenched his hand into a fist, made a click sound, and said savagely, Boy, I said before that offending young Master Ben is not good. Now that young Master Ben is offended, just die. Boom. Lu's man, surnamed Lu's sanctuary first layer midterm momentum, fully unfolded. The powerful aura shot straight into the sky, and the originally pure white clouds in the sky were directly washed away at this moment, and the dark clouds were densely covered. Under the impact of the man surnamed Lu, the earth also seemed to be shaken, cracking open numerous dense cracks, and the mountain peaks collapsed. The terrifying momentum was like a hurricane, raging towards the surrounding fierce impact, and the space trembled faintly. Han Feng's face changed suddenly, and he stepped back quickly, as expected of the breath of a strong man in the sanctuary. It gave me such a great pressure. Fortunately, I retreated early and far away, otherwise under the impact of the breath just now, I would definitely will be slightly injured. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Skyfire armor, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. Facing the sanctuary powerhouse Han Feng, he did not dare to be careless, and directly unfolded his strongest form. The breath is soaring? It's a pity that it is still as weak as a baby to my sanctuary. The man surnamed Lu smiled, and the next moment a flash of lightning flashed, and the man surnamed Lu flashed at Han Feng at an extremely terrifying speed. Han Feng's pupil shrank. With his current primordial spirit power and eyesight, he could only see after images, and he couldn't find out the real moving position of the man named Lu. Go to hell. In a moment, a man surnamed Lu suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng and threw a punch. Han Feng hurriedly kicked out a kick, but this kick was missed and passed directly through the man named Lu. The man surnamed Lu gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of Han Feng was a phantom. Hey, I'm here. This time, the man surnamed Lu appeared at the upper left of Han Feng and slashed. Han Feng's face remained unchanged, his body turned quickly, and his arms were crossed to resist. Boom! Saint Yuan broke out, and the man surnamed Lu broke out the terrifying Saint Yuan with his foot, just like an energy shock bomb, which directly slammed into Han Feng's crossed arms. Click! The Skyfire armor on Han Feng's arms collapsed at this moment, and the huge force rushed to all parts of Han Feng's body along his arms, and at the same time, Han Feng's body was also blasted to the ground. Boom! Han Feng hit the ground like a meteor, and the ground collapsed in an instant. Countless rocks and trees collapsed and broke at this moment, and the smoke and dust filled the sky. If it's not a sanctuary, it's just ants in my eyes. The ants and the mere delusions of confrontation with us are really beyond their own power. The man surnamed Lu snorted disdainfully. Although I didn't use all my strength with this kick, it was enough to kill or injure this kid. However, the next moment, the smug and disdainful look of the man surnamed Lu froze instantly. A figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke on the ground. This figure was wearing tattered armor and was extremely embarrassed. However, upon closer inspection of the person's breath, it was still very long, and it was obvious that he had not suffered any serious damage. How is that possible? The strength of my foot definitely exerted 60 to 70% of my strength, and I didn't even manage to do heavy damage? The man surnamed Lu looked stunned. Han Feng patted his chest and abdomen. Fortunately, the Skyfire armor was unfolded in advance, fortunately. The kick of the man surnamed Lu had to be said to be very powerful, but Han Feng was wearing a Skyfire armor. The strength of the man surnamed Lu can be said to be all exerted on the Skyfire armor. Therefore, the Tianhua armor was kicked to pieces by the man named Lu, but Han Feng himself was not hurt. 8 more completed. Ask for flowers. I just watched the update of Wuxian Storm, God, more than 30,000 words. Before the cabbage was more complacent about himself, and the result. 30,000 words a day, is this still the speed of a person? Or is the body of cabbage really that bad? Basically, the cabbage will cramp and hurt after 6 or 7, and the stomach is also very uncomfortable. Boy. You really surprised me. The man surnamed Lu recovered his stunned expression. What if he didn't get hit hard? It is still impossible to have the power to fight against him. Moreover, his kick did not use all his strength. Boy, the next blow, you won't be so lucky. The man surnamed Lu said lightly, raising his right fist. In an instant, the whole sky seemed to darken, and countless thunder dragons gathered in the man surnamed Lu's right fist. This time, the thunder fist will kill you directly. The big man surnamed Wang's eyes flashed. Brother Lu is finally getting serious. The young man surnamed Jinpao snorted coldly. It's time for me to get serious, but I'm just a small and semi-sacred person, and I can't even kill in seconds, but it really insults the powerful synonym of sanctuary. On the other side, in the mountains in the distance, the 2 Xiangqing brothers and sisters watched everything in the sky nervously. My God, this Han Feng has made a big deal, and even the foot of the strong sanctuary couldn't hurt him. Xiangqing's eyes widened. Just now, Xiangqing almost used his trump card after Han Feng was knocked out. If Han Feng flew out fast, he would have used it now. I don't think this Han Feng is someone who wants to die. If he doesn't have the slightest bit of confidence, I'm afraid he won't directly confront the strong sanctuary. Judging from the previous performance, Han Feng is indeed not simple. Then I will trust Han Feng and keep watching. Xuanhuan was full of admiration at the moment. Eat my punch. The man surnamed Lu flickered, with a fist flashing with terrifying thunder. The fist full of thunder seems to be a thunder dragon ready to roar. Tianyan Chankuan sword. Flowing flame dragon hood. More than 40 flaming swords surrounded Han Feng, no matter which direction the man surnamed Lu attacked from, Han Feng could attack and kill through the Tianyan Qianquan sword. And the flaming dragon hood can guarantee protection in case a man surnamed Lu breaks in. Just flaming swords, you want to stop me too? The man surnamed Lu waved his hand, these flaming swords collapsed directly, and then the man surnamed Lu smashed the flaming dragon hood with a punch. The rising flame dragon hood is a stronger defense than the Skyfire armor. Although the punch of the man named Lu was powerful, he did not defeat the rising flame dragon hood with a single punch. It only caused dense cracks, and it almost collapsed completely. This flaming dragon hood has been integrated into the power of Xuanhuan and Yuanshan, otherwise, no matter how strong the flaming dragon hood is, the previous punch will collapse. Don't look at the man surnamed Lu's punch that looks like a terrifying thunder, but in fact, this is just a punch of ordinary attributes, not a sanctuary. The dignified sanctuary masters also need to use the sanctuary skills to kill the little half-sacred. Some people are only afraid that they will look down on it even more. Look, this waste has to do his best to deal with the little half-sage. Huh? It's not broken? But it's only one step away. Although the man surnamed Lu was a little surprised, it was nothing more than that. The man surnamed Lu glanced at it, and the flaming dragon hood, which was on the verge of collapse, shattered at this moment. However, inside the broken flaming dragon hood, what the man surnamed Lu saw was not the fearful Han Feng, but a more terrifying attack. Zhenyan Qilan arm. At the moment when the flaming dragon hood shattered, Han Feng displayed the Zhenyan unicorn arm, and in an instant, the man surnamed Lu slammed down a huge arm that was burning with flames. What? Low-grade middle-grade sanctuary secrets. The man surnamed Lu was horrified. It's not surprising that Han Feng Hui is a low-grade sanctuary with a surname of Lu. As a semi-sacred, many of them have mastered the sanctuary. It is not easy to be able to master the low-level and middle-level sacred arts. Anyone who can master the low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills when it is not a sanctuary is a dragon and a phoenix among people, and it is a very remarkable existence. Once such an existence grows up, it is not a big problem to become a peak sanctuary powerhouse. Even the small perfection realm of the sanctuary has the qualification to impact. The man surnamed Lu had murderous intent in his eyes. If such a character were to escape, he would definitely grow up to be an extremely terrifying powerhouse in the future. There is such a strong enemy, and even sleep will not be stable in the future. At the same time as the murderous intention was revealed, the giant arm had already slammed down. Now that he has decided to kill the man surnamed Lu completely, the man surnamed Lu will naturally not be careless, and his strength has improved a little. Boom! When Junyan's unicorn arm came, the man surnamed Lu resisted it with one hand raised. Endless flames spread out, forming a whirlwind of flames that completely burned the earth. This is your kid's trump card? It's ridiculous. If you break through to the sanctuary, even if the realm in the initial stage of the first layer is still unstable, it will be enough to kill me. It's a pity that you are still far from the sanctuary level. The man surnamed Lu still has this jealousy in his heart. You must know that even if he has cultivated to the mid-level realm of the first layer, he has not grasped the mastery of the low-grade middle-level sanctuary. Break it for me. The man surnamed Lu shouted, and the surging Xingyuan in his body slammed towards Junyan's unicorn arm along the hand of the man surnamed Lu that caught Junyan's unicorn arm. In an instant, Junyan's unicorn arm became unstable, as if it would collapse directly in the next moment. Han Feng didn't have the slightest fear, and even a trace of excitement flashed on his face. Fentiandi respects the finger. Motivating the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng's body energy recovered at a terrifying speed. This kind of recovery allows Han Feng to unhesitatingly perform the unique sanctuary skills one after another. This kind of continuous display obviously caught the man surnamed Lu by surprise. The giant flame finger fell fiercely from the sky, and the giant finger was also flashing with mysterious and strange fire patterns. These fire patterns flow faster and faster, and the aura emanating from the giant finger is getting stronger and stronger. Humph, even the low-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills can't help me. How can this low-grade and low-grade sanctuary skills hurt Lao Tzu? But you have a lot of sanctuary skills. If I didn't die in my hands today, it must be a great existence in the future. Unfortunately, you will surely fall today. The man surnamed Lu blocked Jun Yan's unicorn arm with his left hand, and his right hand easily took the Fen Tian Emperor's finger. At this moment, Han Feng's face suddenly flashed a strange smile, and he only heard Han Feng whisper, "Aurorat Songyan, fusion." All the previous things are for the last moment. At this time, the man surnamed Lu had no free hands, and he was even more careless. Not only did he not use all his strength, but he did not even display the unique skills of the sanctuary. Boom! Incorporating the Aurorat Songyan, Emperor Fen Tian's revered finger suddenly increased in power at this moment, growing to an extremely terrifying realm. Nearly 90% of the control. The man surnamed Lu showed an extremely horrified look. This level of mastery is already very close to the control of the sanctuary powerhouses over the low-grade and inferior sanctuary secret arts. Weakness is only weak because the cultivation base of the caster itself is too poor. Under the careless and unpreparedness, Emperor Fen Tian, whose strength increased greatly, pointed to the man named Lu. Boom! As if a meteor fell to the earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the sky, and the man surnamed Lu spit out blood and flew out. Everyone's eyes froze at this moment. The man surnamed Lu was actually injured. Ninth more. Powerhouse. The sanctuary powerhouse is a qualitative change compared to the heavenly rank and the semi-sanctified one. In the face of the heavenly rank and the semi-saint, the sanctuary powerhouse has overwhelming strength. I have never heard of anyone who can kill the sanctuary powerhouses at the heaven and semi-holy levels. Although Han Feng did not reach the terrifying level of killing at this time, it was a genuine injury to the sanctuary powerhouse. Even if this sanctuary powerhouse is only in the middle stage of the first layer, even if this sanctuary powerhouse does not open up the field, even if this sanctuary powerhouse is in the careless. But it is an indisputable fact that Han Feng has hurt this sanctuary powerhouse. If this news spreads out, it will be enough to cause shocks in Beizhou continent. Just based on this one thing, Han Feng is enough to be famous for the ages. Lu. Brother Lu was actually injured. The big Han surnamed Wang shrank his pupils and his eyes were dull. The young man, surnamed Jinpao, secretly scolded, "Trash." In the mountains in the distance, Xiangqing looked in a daze. Is this still a human? When did such a person appear in Beizhou continent? Thinking that he was almost tempted to leave before, Xiangqing shuddered fiercely. Fortunately, I'm firm, otherwise I'll annoy a future super strong. Leaving a bad impression on such a future superpower is also a disaster for the Xiang family. Fortunately. Xiangqing was very fortunate. Damn. The man surnamed Lu had blue veins on his face, and his anger reached the highest point in history. At this time, the man surnamed Lu could not wait to grab Han Feng and eat his flesh and gnaw his shares, tearing Han Feng to pieces bit by bit. As a dignified sanctuary powerhouse, he was injured in the hands of a semi-sage. If this news spreads, he, a sanctuary powerhouse, will become a laughingstock in the sanctuary. Boy, you have completely angered me. This time I will never be merciful, because you are just a little half-sage. The man surnamed Lu looked stern. Of course, Han Feng's control over the low-grade sanctuary's secret skills shocked the man surnamed Lu. But the gap between their cultivation bases is too big, which directly led to the great reduction of the power of Emperor Fen Tian's revered fingers. Therefore, although the man surnamed Lu vomited blood from the bombardment, he was only slightly injured, and it was not a serious problem, but it was a loss of face. Exhausted. Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to be in a thunder pool, where the sky and the ground were full of thunder. Being in this area, Han Feng felt extremely terrifying oppression and suppression throughout the province. It was the man surnamed Lu who started his thunder field. The reason why the strong sanctuary is strong, and the reason why the heavenly rank and the semi-sacred are invincible against the semi-sacred, the realm is the most critical. Boy, now that I have used the domain, you will never have the slightest resistance. Now, I will dismantle your body bit by bit, hurting Lao Tzu's humiliation. I will never let you die easily. The man surnamed Lu said sinisterly. The man surnamed Lu approached Han Feng step by step, admiring the color of fear that Han Feng gradually revealed. Ha ha ha, boy, are you afraid too? Is your body unable to move? Is the real essence in your body not running smoothly? Are you feeling hopeless? Seeing Han Feng's face, the man surnamed Lu felt a burst of invigoration, and even the anger he had been injured before disappeared a lot. The man surnamed Lu is still slowly approaching Han Feng, trying to use this method to continuously increase the pressure on Han Feng, causing Han Feng to endure a huge torture even if he dies. Seeing Han Feng's increasingly desperate look, the man surnamed Lu felt that what he did was very correct. Outside the Thunder Realm. The big man surnamed Wang sighed, although this kid is very powerful, since Brother Lu has launched the Thunder Field, this kid will no longer be able to do anything. The young man with the surname Jin Pao was dissatisfied. It's so slow, when will this young master's Do Ling card be in the hands of Ben young master? The big man surnamed Wang hurriedly said, young master wait for a while, it should be very soon. In the mountains in the distance, Xiangqing was sweating nervously, are you going to shoot now? But why do I always feel that Han Feng has follow-up power? Is it a shot? Or is it to see if Han Feng has follow-up power? In Xiangqing's anxious and overwhelmed deacon, Han Feng suddenly showed a strange smile in the Thunder Domain. Not good. When he saw Han Feng showing this weird smile again, the alarm bell rang in the heart of the man, surnamed Lu. Tianyan Thousand Realm Sword. 250 sharp swords with cyan flames spewed out. Chi banged at the man, surnamed Lu. At such a close distance, the man surnamed Lu didn't have time to dodge. Boom! The man surnamed Lu was directly bombarded and retreated one after another. Impossible. This guy should be suppressed in my domain. How can he move? How can he use martial arts? He is not a strong man in the sanctuary. So much so that the man surnamed Lu ignored the flaming swords that regrouped in the sky. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. At this time, Han Feng was burning with flaming silver-white flames. The flaming sword merged into the Aurora Tsongyan, and then condensed together and turned into a larger silver-white flaming sword. The Tianyan Qianjiajian, such as the low-grade and middle-level sacred skills, plus Aurora Tsongyan, plus 10% of the power of the primordial spirit and 10% of the holy essence, this sword has reached an extremely terrifying level. The flaming sword was slashed with one blow, and when the infinite power slammed down, the man surnamed Lu suddenly recovered, his face changed in horror, and he immediately threw a punch. What? The man surnamed Lu let out a shrill scream. This scream was much more tragic than when he was hit by Emperor Fan Tian's venerable finger. Obviously, this time Han Feng really injured the man surnamed Lu, which was completely different from the previous minor injuries. When the flaming sword gradually dissipated and he was in the thunder field, Han Feng could clearly see the blood on the right fist of the man named Lu and the missing index finger. Under the slash of the Tianyan Thousand Realms sword, the man surnamed Lu's index finger was cut off. How is this possible? It's not how the sanctuary can move freely under the suppression of the realm, and it also erupts such a powerful attack. The big Han surnamed Wang was also deeply shocked. What kind of existence are they going to deal with and kill? Even the young man with the surname Jin Pao had to be moved. If Han Feng injured a man named Lu outside the realm, the young man named Jin Pao would only say that the man named Lu was a waste, and would never admit that Han Feng was powerful. But now Han Feng can move freely in the realm of the sanctuary powerhouse. No matter how unwilling to believe it, the young man with the surname of Rao Jin Pao has to admit that Han Feng is powerful. It is precisely because of his noble birth that the young man with the surname Jin Pao knows that he can ignore the terror of the oppression of the sanctuary powerhouse. Xiangqing in the mountains was deeply speechless. At this time, Xiangqing wanted to roar, "God has come down with a thunderbolt to wake me up, am I really not dreaming?" In the realm, this blow broke out under the suppression of the realm, and Han Feng was also tired and breathless, and his face was sweating profusely. You. The man surnamed Lu shook his hands and pointed at Han Feng, speechless. At this time, the man surnamed Lu looked at Han Feng no longer with resentment, but with deep fear. Although it is ridiculous, the man surnamed Lu found sadly that he was indeed afraid of Han Feng from the bottom of his heart. 10 more completed. Ask for flowers. The man surnamed Lu wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, M. The dignified sanctuary powerhouse is actually afraid of the mere half-sacred heart. If this is spread out, how ridiculous. But such a ridiculous thing actually happened. The man surnamed Lu actually knew that Han Feng's situation had reached its limit. As long as he is no longer careless, no longer despise Han Feng, and go all out to display the low-level holy domain secret skills, he will definitely be able to kill this little half-sage in seconds. Sadly, the man surnamed Lu found out that he couldn't take action. Seeing this, the big man surnamed Wang let out a bad cry, and immediately moved into the Thunder Realm. "Brother Lu, let me take the shot," the big man surnamed Wang said softly. "Okay." The man surnamed Lu sighed and cancelled the thunder field. "Want to change?" Han Feng wiped his forehead and smiled lightly. The big man surnamed Wang said expressionlessly, "This kind of boring thing is over. Unlike Brother Lu, I will do my best." To the surprise of the big Han surnamed Wang, at this point, the other party is still not nervous at all. Is there any trump card? Thinking of this, the big Han surnamed Wang was even more afraid, and even took a few steps back. The big man surnamed Wang did not dare to despise Han Feng, otherwise the fate of the man surnamed Lu would be a lesson from the past. Obviously he could take action to understand the other party, but he was too frightened to take action. Brother Lu looks like this, I'm afraid it really leaves a shadow. If you can't get out in this life, you will be at the peak level of the first layer in the future, and it will never be possible to go further. The big man surnamed Wang sighed inwardly. But the big Han surnamed Wang didn't realize that when he was a pity for the man surnamed Lu, his figure was tight, and he was obviously afraid of Han Feng, lest Han Feng suddenly resorted to any unexpected tricks. The sanctuary powerhouse is so vigilant and nervous in the face of the semi-sage. The big Han surnamed Wang looks nothing on the surface, but even the big Han surnamed Wang himself has not noticed that he has been influenced by Han Feng. There is a dark shadow in my heart. This shadow is not as obvious as the man surnamed Lu, but it is enough to limit the cultivation base of the Han surnamed Wang to below the 4th level, and it is absolutely impossible to become a master of the 4th level or even above. You too, it's a pity that your opponent will not be me. I have already tested my cultivation and combat power through you, and there is no need to fight with you again. Han Feng said lightly. Now Han Feng is sure that he is not without the power of a battle when the sanctuary powerhouse does not use the domain. Even if the first layer powerhouse is careless, it can definitely hurt the first layer sanctuary powerhouse. Even when the combat power is stronger in the future, it may not be as simple as hurting. If the sanctuary powerhouse exerts the power of the domain, the current aurora Tsangyan is enough to resist the suppression of the domain under the second heaven. With my current aurora at Xuanhuan, the suppression of the domain of the first-level powerhouse basically has no effect, but if the second-level sky is the case, it is estimated that it will have an impact, and the impact will be even greater. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. Isn't your opponent? Who is it? The big man surnamed Wang looked tense, and he secretly said that sure enough, this kid really has some trump cards. What is the origin of this kid? The upper third-rank empire has never heard of such a perverted genius. Could it be an ordinary middle-ranked empire or a lower-ranked third-rank empire? This is also incredible. No way. Even the geniuses cultivated by the upper third-rank empires cannot reach this level, let alone the middle third rank and the lower third rank. Could it be the ancient family? The big man surnamed Wang seemed to think of something terrifying, and a trace of fear flashed in his pupils. Taking advantage of the great Han surnamed Wang, Han Feng summoned the flying flame lion and the phantom thunder leopard with a single thought. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! When the two beasts were together, they immediately roared in the sky. The overflowing thunder and lightning and the soaring flames stirred up the world. Sanctuary Warcraft. The face of the big man surnamed Wang changed greatly after he recovered. Han Feng retreated behind the two beasts and said lightly, now your opponents are the two of them. Han Feng pointed at the flying flame lion and the phantom leopard. The young man with the surname Jin Pao was not calm at the moment. Flying flame lion and phantom thunder leopard. How is it possible? This is just the bloodline of ordinary monsters, and it can break through to the sanctuary. Boss, are the opponents these two humans? Xuanhuan licked his paws and said. Not bad. Han Feng nodded. So weak. Phantom thunder leopard Xiaolei looked disappointed. Beast. This seat is in the late stage of the first layer of heaven. It is stronger than your cultivation base. It is said that this seat is weak. Wang Dehan shouted coldly to Xiaolei. Hey, that's all it takes to fight. Xiaolei sneered. You bastard, go and deal with the other one for me. This human is of the fire attribute, so I will naturally deal with it. The lightning attribute human over there is handed over to you. Xuanhuan was talking about the man surnamed Liu. Bah, I'm too lazy to do it for a coward who was scared by the boss. Little Lei poo twice. The man surnamed Liu was furious. Beast, dare to underestimate Lao Tzu. The man surnamed Liu slammed his fist, and countless thunder dragons converged into a meteor-like light and slammed into Xiaolei. Although the phantom thunder leopard is stronger than Han Feng, the phantom thunder leopard did not leave a shadow in the heart of the man named Liu. Therefore, even if the phantom Lei Bao is stronger than Han Feng, the man surnamed Liu has nothing to fear. Everyone's cultivation base is equal, and they are all in the middle stage of the first layer. Xiaolei laughed, suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed these thunder lights, and burped with satisfaction. Not bad, this thunder light just made me a snack. The face of the man surnamed Liu was very ugly. Human, you also take my trick. The phantom Lei Bao suddenly spit out the power grid and attacked the man surnamed Liu. The phantom Lei Bao and the man surnamed Liu had a big fight, and Feitian Yancher naturally fought with the big man surnamed Wang. In an instant, the thunder dragon roared in the sky, the fire snakes danced wildly, and the energy storm continued to burst out. It turns out that Brother Han has such a trump card, no wonder he doesn't care about the opponent's pursuit. Xiangqing was completely stunned. Xiangqing saw that there was no danger, and dragged Xuanhuan back to the sky. At this time, Han Feng flew to the man with the surname Jin Pao. What are you going to do? The man with the surname Jin Pao retreated more than 100 meters back in fear. Although the man with the surname Jin Pao has extraordinary talent, he is only at the peak of the heavenly rank, and has not yet transformed into a semi-sage. What are you doing? Han Feng smiled lightly. You've already found someone to hunt me down, what do you think I'm going to do? You dare to kill me? I am a direct disciple of the public family. If I kill this young master, the public family will not let you go. The young man, surnamed Jinpao, threatened. Han Feng pouted, I don't know what the Gong family is. Even if the Gong family is strong, so if I kill you, I will just leave. Do your Gong family know who the murderer is? All students will fall, not to mention other families. The stronger the family, the more geniuses. If you don't die and return to the family may take action because you are a genius. But when they are all dead, the family will not go to great lengths to find the murderer because of a dead person. Beizhou continent is so big, it is too difficult to find a murderer, unless there is information about the murderer. First delivery. Ask for flowers. The young man, surnamed Jinpao, was choked and scared. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, M. Before this, the young man surnamed Jinpao had never taken Han Feng to heart. A mere half-saint, no matter how powerful it is, can there be a strong sanctuary? But now, this half-holy that he didn't care about not only injured the sanctuary powerhouse, but also summoned 2 sanctuary monsters. Right now, his situation is precarious. Come here. Han Feng grabbed with a big hand, the power of Yuanshan and Xingyuan surged, and the young man with the surname Jinpao was caught by Han Feng without any resistance. What do you call you? Han Feng asked, with interest. The young man surnamed Jinpao was still struggling, and Han Feng's left fist hit the young man surnamed Jinpao's stomach instantly, and the young man surnamed Jinpao screamed in pain. He only felt that everything in his stomach was mixed together, and the pain was very. At the same time, Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body poured into the body of the young man with the surname Jinpao. These sanctuaries were raging everywhere in the body of the young man with the surname Jinpao, and the young man with the surname Jinpao screamed and twitched. Gong. Gong Liang. My name is Gong Liang. Gong Liang couldn't take it anymore, and immediately said his name. It turned out to be Gong Liang. You look so ugly, but your name is so ordinary. Now hand over the soul pill. Han Feng said lightly. Han Feng grabbed Gong Liang for Xuanhuan. Han Feng is actually looking forward to the pursuit of Gong Liang and the 3 of them. Only in this way can he take back the soul pill that had not been auctioned before. Gong Liang gritted his teeth, but he bought the soul pill with a lot of spirit stones. How could he hand it over so easily? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. If you just hand it over neatly, I can still give you a good time, otherwise. The previous taste, I will let you experience it for 7 days and 7 nights, before letting you die. Thinking of the pain of being tortured before, Gong Liang fought a cold war. Okay, I will hand it over, but you must let me go. Humph, if it wasn't for my strength and the protection of 2 holy monsters, I might have died in your hands by now. Let me let you go, do you think it's possible? Han Feng snorted coldly. Gong Liang's bones were hardened at this time. Then I won't hand over the soul pill if I die. My storage ring is made by special means, and it has the imprint of my life spirit in it. The handprint must be opened actively, otherwise it will explode, and everything in the storage ring will enter the spatial turbulence. Even if you want to forcibly erase my spiritual imprint, it's useless without a fingerprint. I really won't die if I don't die. I wanted to give you a good time, but it's a pity. Han Feng shook his head sympathetically, and Gong Liang's heart suddenly filled with fear. Impossible, this person is obviously for Yuan soul pill, and it is impossible to dare to attack him when he is not sure of getting Yuan soul pill. But the next moment Gong Liang knew that he was wrong, a big mistake. Han Feng communicated with Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda with his mind, and Gong Liang disappeared directly into Han Feng's hands in the next moment, and was sucked into the soul search space in Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. Xiangqing, who had just flew into the sky and was about to say hello to Han Feng, saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and when he saw Han Feng closed his eyes, Xiangqing did not come forward to disturb him. Although I was curious about how Gongliang suddenly disappeared, it was obvious that Han Feng was using some kind of secret technique. Everyone has their own secrets, and Xiangqing will naturally not go forward to interrupt Han Feng's secret technique. As for the man surnamed Wang Dehan and the man surnamed Liu, they naturally discovered that Gongliang disappeared through the power of the primordial spirit, but no matter how anxious they were, they could not get rid of the two beasts. Under the powerful strength of the two beasts, the man surnamed Wang and the man surnamed Liu retreated steadily, let alone helping Gongliang. It would be good for them to keep themselves. In the soul search space, Gongliang looked at the dark space around him in horror. Where is this place? Han Feng, hurry up and let me out. A sneer echoed in the entire pitch-black space, making the entire pitch-black space extremely terrifying. Gongliang was even more frightened. But at this moment, Han Feng's figure slowly condensed not far away. Gongliang's face became serious. He was about to take the opportunity to sneak attack, but a huge pressure was suddenly suppressed in the entire space. Gongliang spit out a mouthful of blood and was suppressed on the ground, unable to move. What's going on? Gongliang's eyes were full of horror because of the unknown. Han Feng said lightly, "This is my space." You can imagine the role of this space as the domain of the sanctuary powerhouse. Of course, it has more functions than the field of the sanctuary powerhouse. Unless you are a strong sanctuary, since you are in my space now, you don't even want to shoot at me, it will only make you suppressed. Since you don't intend to take the initiative to hand over the soul pill, I have no choice but to do it myself. Soul search. Inexhaustible power instantly poured into Gongliang's sea of consciousness. Ah. Gongliang suddenly hugged his head and rolled around and mourned. Under the soul search of the soul search space, all of Gongliang's memories were searched out. Han Feng made some memories that were useful to him, and let the rest of the memories disappear. Only a thumb-sized mass of mental power floated in front of Han Feng, and the power of Han Feng Yuanshan poured out and devoured it immediately. After devouring the mental power of this small group, Han Feng learned how to open Gongliang's special storage ring. Because of the transformation of mental power, Han Feng consumed the mental power of this small group with great ease. He opened the storage ring and discarded some that were useless to him, leaving only some spirit stones, a small bottle of soul essence pill, and the last bracelet. Although the spiritual stone has not improved my strength at present, the various spatial functions in the Nine Flames Tower require the spiritual stone, so I will accept it. Then there is this soul pill. Han Feng picked up this small bottle of Yuanshan pill, and a strange power fluctuation poured out. Han Feng immediately realized that under the guidance of this strange power, his Yuanshan power also began to fluctuate. Han Feng showed a smile. Looking at such fluctuations, my primordial spirit's power should increase a lot. Finally, Han Feng picked up the bracelet. This bracelet has 5 color areas, namely gold, green, blue, red, and brown. I really didn't expect this guy to get this holy weapon because of an adventure more than 10 days ago. Fortunately, he just got it not long ago. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for me to catch this Gongliang. This bracelet is a medium-grade low-grade holy artifact, the 5 magic rings. Second more. For the 5 magic rings, Han Feng can be said to be pleasantly surprised. Useless novel net, no pop-up window, Because this 5 magic rings is a holy weapon, Han Feng can also use it. And normal holy artifact, generally speaking, it is difficult to use under the sanctuary. For example, the holy weapon Feijian in Han Feng's hand cannot be activated without the holy stone, and the saints in the sanctuary can pour into the body without holy stones to activate the holy weapon Feijian. This is still just a flying holy artifact, with little value. The energy required for some attack types of holy artifact is extremely terrifying. Even if the true essence is transformed into a semi-saint of holy essence, it is estimated that the holy essence of the whole body may not be able to deliver a blow. Even if it strikes, it will definitely not be able to unleash the full power of the holy artifact. On the contrary, it will cause its own foundation to be affected due to de-stress. As for the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife in Han Feng's hand, it is now the apex of the blood-drinking white dragon knife, which is considered a top-notch spiritual tool, and it is no longer helpful to Han Feng today. Unless the blood-drinking white dragon knife gets more blood of high-quality powerhouses to open the fifth seal and advance to the blood-drinking black dragon knife. However, this high-quality blood requires a sanctuary powerhouse. Obviously, Han Feng is not capable of killing a sanctuary powerhouse yet. Even if it really absorbs the blood of the strong in the sanctuary and upgrades it to the blood-drinking black dragon knife, it is still the previous problem. But these 5 magic rings are completely different. The 5 magic rings are a low-grade holy artifact with a total of 9 levels of prohibition. The function of the 5 magic rings is to summon the 5 demons as thugs to attack the enemy. If the 5 demons are powerful, it is equivalent to bringing 5 super-powerful helpers at any time. These 5 demons are the so-called 5-element attribute demons. Gold demon, wood demon, water demon, fire demon, earth demon. When these 5 demons attack the enemy together, they will form a 5-element formation. The so-called 5 elements. Wood produces fire, fire produces earth, earth produces gold, gold produces water, and water produces wood, forming a great formation of the 5 elements. After unlocking the first layer of restrictions, the 5 demons summoned have the strength of ordinary 12-star peak warriors. After unlocking the second layer of restrictions, the 5 demons summoned have the strength of ordinary semi-sacred, that is, the level of second and third rate. Unlocking the third layer ban, the summoned 5 demons already have first class or even peak semi-sacred strength. If the 5 demons have enough power in the 5 elements, they can even be combined with the top demons in the 5 elements. Peak semi-holy rivalry. After unlocking the fourth layer restriction, the summoned 5 demons already have the cultivation base of the first level of the sanctuary, and can even kill the powerhouses of the second level of the sanctuary in the 5-element array. After unlocking the fifth layer restriction, the summoned 5 demons already have the cultivation of the second level of the sanctuary, and they can even kill the powerhouses of the third level of the sanctuary in the 5-element array. Unlocking the sixth layer restriction, the summoned 5 demons are the 3-level sanctuary cultivation base, which can kill the 4-level sanctuary powerhouse in the 5-element formation. Unlocking the 7th layer ban, the summoned 5 demons are the 4-level sanctuary cultivation base, and can kill the 5-level sanctuary powerhouse in the 5-element formation. After unlocking the 8th layer restriction, the summoned 5 demons are the sanctuary 5th heavenly cultivation base, and can kill the sanctuary 6th heavenly powerhouse within the 5-element formation. Unlocking the 9th layer ban, the summoned 5 demons are the 6th level sanctuary cultivation base, and can kill the 7th level sanctuary powerhouse in the 5-element array. Unlike other holy artifacts, the 5 magic rings also need a huge amount of holy energy to summon the ebony. But unlike other holy artifacts, the activation of other holy artifacts needs to be done on the spot, but the 5 magic rings do not. As long as the powerful Saint Yuan is stored in the corresponding prohibition, the 5 demons can be summoned immediately when it is activated. The 5 demons will disappear only when the energy within the restriction disappears. That is to say, even if Han Feng only has 10% Saint Yuan now, even if the 5 magic rings have unlocked the 4th layer ban, the power is comparable to that of ordinary low-grade holy artifacts. It only needs Han Feng's constant input of energy. When the energy is full at that time, even if Han Feng is not a sanctuary, he will be able to summon 5 demons that are equivalent to the strength of the first layer of the sanctuary. If 1 day fails, then 2 days. If 2 days fail, then 3 days. There will always be times when the forbidden energy will be filled up. Fortunately, you have searched the soul, otherwise you will be wiped out if you get the soul pill directly. Don't I want to miss such a good holy weapon? Han Feng murmured. Grabbing Gongliang's body with one hand, Han Feng returned out of the Tianhua Tower. Han Feng left the Tianhua Tower, and the fake image left in the air was replaced by Han Feng's real body. Xiangqing and Xuanhuan's strength is too low. Han Feng is not worried that the false image left behind when he entered the Tianhua Tower will be seen through, and he must not be so ignorant to approach. If it is really close, Han Feng, who is always watching, will come out instantly. Han Feng, could it be he? Xiangqing naturally sensed that Gong Liang had lost the body of his soul. He really couldn't understand how Han Feng did it, and his curiosity was like tickling. However, Han Feng would not satisfy Xiangqing's curiosity, he just said lightly, "It is indeed dead." The next moment, Han Feng urged him to directly blow Gong Liang into flying ashes. After killing Gong Liang so cleanly, Xiangqing swallowed and spit. This is the direct line of the Gong family. The Gong family is much stronger than their Xiang family and Zhu family. Even a Zhu Tianzhao was afraid to kill him, let alone a descendant of the public family. On the other side, the man surnamed Wang Dehan and the man surnamed Lu found out that Gong Liang was dead, and both showed extremely ugly faces. Gong Liang is a direct descendant, even if his cultivation base is not yet in the sanctuary, his status is higher than the two of them in the sanctuary first layer. Once Gong Liang died, even if they returned to the public house, they would definitely be dealt with, and the end would either be death, or life would be better than death. No matter which of these two kinds of endings is, it is the ending that the two are unwilling to face. Bastard! The two of them were furious, and their anger value increased by another level. Since returning to the family is also likely to be executed or end up in a situation where life is worse than death, it is better to fight with monsters here, and it would be better if they can perish with the enemy. Falling Flame Finger. Profound Truth Thunder Palm. The oblivious man and the man surnamed Lu broke out their strongest blows one after another. The terrifying spiritual power of heaven and earth quickly rioted. With Han Feng's current eyesight, it is natural to see that the two of them are using a low-grade sanctuary secret, not even the best among them, they can only be said to be average. It is no wonder that the strong people in this sanctuary have to submit to the small heaven order. The mere low-grade sanctuary is also trying to hurt this uncle, just dream. Fei Tian Yanshi laughed mockingly. The lion roars in rage. An earth-shattering, deafening roar suddenly burst out, and the flame swept out like a tornado. Thunderhorn Euro Drill. The Phantom Thunder Leopard also burst out with their own unique tricks. Countless thunders gathered at this moment, and the whole sky seemed to be covered with thunder. The strong thunder force formed a spinning top, spinning towards the man surnamed Lu. Luo Yan, Divine Finger, and Yan Shiwu Tianshao collided with each other. The Profound Thunder Palm and the Thunder Horn Euro Drill collided fiercely. With the same cultivation base, the energy in the monster's body far exceeds that of human beings, and the monster's skills that the two beasts comprehend is comparable to the low-grade and middle-level sacred skills. The third one. Spirit. The flame tornado and the thundering top devoured the man surnamed Wang and Lu respectively, the two dignified masters of the sanctuary, and have since fallen into the hands of the two sanctuary beasts. Xiangqing looked at the fall of the two great sanctuaries with a complicated expression. Perhaps such a sanctuary is nothing in a powerful family like the Gong family, but in the Zhu family and the Xiang family, they are definitely elites. Even if it is a sideline or a strong foreigner, as long as it reaches the sanctuary, it will be valued by the family, and even the family's direct line must be given a certain amount of respect. And such a strong man has now fallen under his helpless gaze. There were many sighs in Xiangqing's heart, more of which was his firmness in practice. Even the strong in the sanctuary will fall, not to mention him in the late stage of heaven. If you want to live safely, you can only be stronger. Get stronger. Suddenly, Xiangqing came back to his senses, looked at Han Feng and said, "Brother Han, now that you have obtained the soul pill, I don't know if you are taking refining or..." Han Feng said, "It's all in the world of Douling, and there is not much time to take you on Handan." Xiangqing smiled and said, "Brother Han, this is not necessarily true." Facing Han Feng's doubts, Xiangqing directly threw out a small spaceship model. Xiangqing threw the spaceship model into the air, muttered a few words in his mouth, and then threw the holy stone. The next moment, the spaceship model absorbed a lot of holy stones and turned into a huge spaceship, and there were countless luxurious palaces on the spaceship. Xiangqing smiled slightly and said, "Brother Han, this is a sacred aircraft, a fantasy spaceship. If Brother Han doesn't mind, you can absorb and refine it on the fantasy spaceship. At the speed of the fantasy spaceship, it will take about 10 days. Able to reach the world of Douling." Han Feng never thought that Xiangqing would have such a spaceship, and immediately smiled, "Then I will trouble Brother Xiang." The three jumped up and boarded the spaceship. A small palace on a spaceship. Han Feng sat cross-legged, his chest rose and fell, and he inhaled slowly. When the state of the whole body reached its peak, Han Feng took out the Yuan Soul Pill. "Half-waste primordial soul pill, I don't know how much it will increase my primordial spirit power. Let's refine the half-scrap primordial soul pill into source liquid first, so that it can be absorbed with maximum efficiency. Get the best tempering." Aurora Tsangyan spewed out, and Han Feng began to refine the half-waste Yuan Soul Pill. Even if it is semi-scrap, it is impossible for Han Feng to easily refine it. There are a total of 10 soul essence pills in a small bottle, and it took Han Feng nearly 4 days to refine the 10 half-waste soul essence pills into source liquid. After refining into source liquid, it is absorption. Because refining Yuan Shun pill consumes a lot of true Yuan, Saint Yuan, and physical strength, Han Feng first cultivated for a long time before restoring his body to its most prosperous state. At this time, Han Feng finally began to take the source liquid that Yuan Soul Pill turned into. The source liquid transformed by each primordial soul pill was swallowed into the mouth by Han Feng, and instantly transformed into a strange energy, which poured into the sea of spiritual consciousness with the momentum of thunder. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, the core of the primordial spirit floating in the sky is getting bigger and bigger, emitting soul fluctuations like a king. After the strange energy poured into the sea of spiritual consciousness, more of the sea of spiritual consciousness flew out, and the quality became the power of the primordial spirit. Immerse yourself in the practice, and the time passes by every minute and every second. When the source liquid transformed by the 10 Yuan Soul Pills was completely absorbed by Han Feng, the power of Han Feng's Yuanshan has grown to more than 20%. Compared with the previous 10%, it has increased by more than 10%. There is no doubt that Han Feng's comprehensive strength has gone further. "Brother Han, the Douling Gate has arrived. I wonder if you can finish your cultivation." But at this moment, Xiang Cheng's shout suddenly sounded outside the gate. "Brother Xiang, have you arrived?" Han Feng asked as he walked out. "Of course, you don't know, you have been in retreat for more than 8 days and nearly 9 days. With the speed of my fantasy spaceship, this is still slow." Xiang Cheng laughed. Han Feng understood that this was Xiang Cheng's purpose of slowing down the speed of the fantasy spaceship in order for him to better refine and practice. No more words, Han Feng looked outside through the spaceship, only to see the dense white clouds shrouded below, like a fairyland on earth. Between the white clouds, the mountains rising from the ground can be vaguely seen, and some of the highest peaks pass through the clouds. Xiang Qingdao, these white clouds are not only in the sky. If we land, we will find that all the mountains here are shrouded in white mist. All the areas in these white mists are within the Douling Men's sphere of influence. If you step into this area without even saying hello, the Dolingmen's guardians will kill them without hesitation. So we can't yet. To land, you must contact the guardian of Dolingmen. After speaking, Xiangqing formed a handprint with both hands, and entered the true yuan into the Doling card. It didn't take long for the clouds below to surge up instantly, and then a gap opened slowly. Through this gap, you could vaguely see the scene under the white clouds. Suddenly, a figure burst out, followed by a powerful and overwhelming coercion. Sanctuary powerhouse. Han Feng squinted and secretly said in his heart. Who is coming? Senior, this junior is called Xiangqing. This is my sister Xuanhuan, and this is the junior's companion, Han Feng. Xiangqing said respectfully. The guardians of Dolingmen are generally at the level of ordinary sanctuary, but there are strong and weak guardians. Some people who do some unimportant things in Dolingmen, or take care of the lower-level disciples, are generally relatively weak guardians, about the cultivation of ordinary sanctuaries in the second and third levels, and the fourth and fifth levels. And the guardians who occupy some key positions are very powerful. For example, the responsibilities of the Dharma protector who guards the entry and exit are more important, because it is very likely that the offender is not a weak person, which requires a relatively powerful Dharma protector to sit in. Therefore, the protector in front of him is at least a master of the seventh level of the ordinary sanctuary or above. With the various resources of Dolingmen, the real combat power is bound to be even more terrifying. In the face of such a Dharma protector, Xiangqing did not dare to disrespect. Take out your Doling cards? Dolingmen, your Dharma protector said expressionlessly. Yes. The three quickly took out their Doling cards. The Dolingmen guardian checked it and saw that the Doling cards were real and not fake, so he threw his sleeves, put away your spaceship and follow this guardian. Xiangqing put away the spaceship and followed the Doling protector into the white fog. As soon as he entered the white fog, Han Feng's body was shocked, and he only felt that the pores of his body were relieved. It's so rich in spiritual power. I used to think that the spiritual power in Baidu Academy was more abundant, but later I found out that the ghost realm is even more. And now, the spiritual power in this Dolingmen is even better. Fourth, more complete. Ask for flowers. Wait, this is... Han Feng's face quickly flashed a trace of surprise. Under this extremely abundant spiritual power, Han Feng was surprised to discover that these spiritual powers were mixed with extremely special energy. Although this energy is scarce, it is more excellent than spiritual power. Once in the Xuanhuan Tower of Baidu University, Han Feng personally sensed such energy. This energy is a weakened version of Xuanhuan Xingli. This Dolingmen is actually filled with holy energy. No wonder it is said that Dolingmen is stronger than Baidu Academy. I'm afraid you can tell one or two from this. Han Feng thought to himself. In Baidu University, if you want to absorb holy energy, you still need to pay points to go to Xuanhuan Tower. But in this Dolingmen, it doesn't cost anything to absorb it. Although the holy energy content in this air is extremely thin, it is far inferior to the holy Yuan Pagoda. Han Feng had to read more, but Xiangqing's voice came from the sea of knowledge. Brother Han, don't look around anymore, this will make the Dolingmen guardian dissatisfied. Han Feng's expression froze. Yes, they are outsiders after all. How would the guardians of Dolingmen want some of their Dolingmen's situation to be seen by outsiders? Immediately, Han Feng followed behind the Dolingmen guardian. Under the leadership of the guardian of Dolingmen, the three of Han Feng were soon taken to the bottom of a huge mountain, where there was a small hole, and the mysterious power was constantly spilling out of the hole. The guardian of Dolingmen said lightly, "This is the gate of Doling world, you can enter with Doling cards. This is the door to the world of Doling." Han Feng opened his mouth slightly. This is too cheap. On the contrary, Xiangqing and Xiangyuan's faces were the same, obviously they were very clear. Seeing this, Han Feng closed his mouth, Forget it, even if the entrance is just a small cave, as long as you can enter the world of Douling to improve your cultivation, these entrances have nothing to do with me. After the introduction of the Douling Mandarma Guardian, he moved and disappeared. Let's go. Xiangqing looked very excited. Hey, maybe in this Douling world, I can directly step from the 9 stars of the sky to the semi-sacred level of true essence transformation. The 3 stepped into the cave, and suddenly, a gust of wind hit, and the next moment countless golden lights filled their eyes. At this time, the Douling cards in the hands of the 3 of them also emitted golden light correspondingly, and then the 3 of them were enveloped in the light and sucked into the depths. When the 3 of them rushed out of the golden light, they had come to another world. Here, the sun is suspended in the sky, but does not feel the slightest temperature. It seems that the sun is just an accumulation hanging there, and it even seems that the sun is very close to you, but when you walk around, you will find that no matter how you move, the distance from the sun does not shrink. What is even more astonishing is that the moon, the stars, and the sun and the sky actually exist at the same time. Only the moon and stars occupy half of it, and the entire space is dark. The sun occupies the other half, and the space here is bright. It's a false world in the end. Han Feng can only say this to explain the chaos in the world of Douling. Looking at other places, they are now on a small island, which is also suspended in the air. There are various small islands suspended in the air, not far from the island. Brother Xiang, what should we do now? Han Feng asked. Xiangqing took out a jade token from his sleeve and entered the true yuan into it. Brother Han, wait a moment, Uncle 13 will come to pick us up later. Uncle 13? Han Feng was surprised. It is said that Xiangqing's father was a martial idiot since he was a child. Since they are uncles, that means they are the same generation as Xiangqing's father. The father of this city is at least 200 years old, and this. Xiangqing seemed to see Han Feng's doubts, and explained a little embarrassedly, although my grandfather has resigned as the head of the family, he is still majestic and still has many concubines. This 13th uncle is the grandfather's resignation. Born after the throne of the family head, he is 170 years younger than my father. My youngest uncle is actually only 6 years old. Han Feng is speechless. The ancestors of this family are really magnificent. Ha ha ha, nephew, you are here too. I just received your news, uncle. I was really shocked. The 3 of them waited for a long time, and suddenly a figure flew from a distance, and laughed at the same time. Uncle 13. Xiangqing and Xuanhuan immediately won. Han Feng stared at the person who came, and saw that the person was wearing a Chinese robe, looking very young, that is, just in his early 30s. Yushu was facing the wind. Compared to Xiangqing, he was no older than 7 or 8 years old. If strictly speaking, it is not an exaggeration to say that this age difference is the same generation. It is a pity that this person is the son of the ancestor of the Xiang family, and is destined to be one step above Xiangqing in terms of generation. Huh? Your kid is already the 9th star in the sky, that's okay. When I left, you just broke through to the 4th star in the sky. How long has it been? Xiang Song, the 13th uncle of Xiangqing, said. Xiangqing smiled and said, don't just talk about me, Uncle 13, your strength is night now. Xiang Song said proudly, that is, Lao Tzu's Saint Yuan is almost at its limit. If you don't come, Lao Tzu will leave in a month or 2. But since you are here, uncle, I will take care of you, stay for another half a year, at least help you transform your true essence into holy essence, and leave after reaching about 10 or 20%. At that time, there were other people in our Xiang family to help. Your safety has greatly increased, and the probability of falling is only less than 10%. How good is this? Even if Uncle 13 leaves, the nephew is here for experience, so how can he keep taking care of him? Xiangqing quickly refused. Xiang Song glared, just listen to what I say. The world of Douling is extremely dangerous, but you can't feel it just by listening to it. How can I rest assured to let you cultivate here? Huh? At this time, Xuanhuan finally discovered Han Feng and immediately said, "Nephew, this is." Xiangqing also found that he was so excited to see Uncle 13 that he forgot to introduce Han Feng, so embarrassed to look at Han Feng before he said to Xuanhuan, "Uncle 13, this is brother Han Feng, but nephew my son's savior." Later, Xiangqing told what happened on the road. What? That little scoundrel from the Zhu family dares to. Xuanhuan was furious when he heard the words, and his whole body trembled with anger. This little bastard, do you do things without considering the consequences? If you consider the consequences, he will not be a famous dandy. Xiangqing touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Fifth. Headache is splitting, brain is confused. After 4 consecutive days of writing 20,000 words, my body is very uncomfortable today, and my hands are shaking a little. I don't know if I can achieve my goal today, alas. This little brother, I really thank you, if it weren't for you. Xuanhuan patted Han Feng's shoulder excitedly. By the way, little brother, you killed the guy named Fei at a young age. Your strength is pretty good. After being excited, Xuanhuan was full of admiration. Xiangqing secretly said in the back, if you know that this guy also injured the sanctuary powerhouse, and even killed the sanctuary powerhouse with 2 holy monsters, I'm afraid it's not just admiration. Xiangqing did not tell his 13th uncle Xuanhuan about Gongliang being killed by Han Feng. The killing of Fei Lao and the 2 top-level thugs was not enough for the Zhu family to pay attention to dealing with Han Feng, who was not in any danger. But the public family is different. It's fine if you don't know the murderer. There is a vast sea of people. Although their public family is strong, they are not the strongest, and they will not go to great lengths to find the murderer. But if you already know the information and name of the murderer, it will be completely different. In order to maintain the majesty of the public, it is inevitable that the strong of the public will take action. As long as he keeps this secret and doesn't tell anyone, the possibility of Han Feng's accident is almost zero. If one more person knows, the crisis exposed by Han Feng will increase by 1 point. Brother Xiang is joking, how can the strength of the younger brother compare to you? Han Feng said modestly. Although Xuanhuan is Xiangqing's elder, his strength is not as good as Han Feng's. Han Feng naturally cannot call Xuanhuan a senior or something uncle. In the end, in order to distinguish it from Xiangqing's name, he simply called him Brother Xiang. Since Xuanhuan knew that Han Feng killed Fei Lao, he obviously treated Han Feng as the same level, and there is no big problem with the name of Han Feng. Oh, it's my fault to let you all stay here after I've said so much, hurry up, come with me to the Xiang family's camp. Xuanhuan got up and flew away, followed by the 3 of Han Feng. It didn't take long for Han Feng and the 3 to follow Xuanhuan to a relatively large island. The island also floats in mid-air, in an area shrouded by the sun. Unlike the small island, the island where Han Feng and the 3 were teleported before was only a few dozen meters in radius, and it was bare and nothing. But this not-so-small island is 1/10 the size of a city, with mountains and rocks, and springs ding-dong. In the center of the island, a quaint stone house was built. Xuanhuan arrived here with 3 people, and the Xiang family members came out of all the stone houses. These people's strengths were high and low, but none of them were below the peak of the sky. There are even some real essences that are a little strange, obviously they are semi-sages whose real essence has been transformed. After introducing each other, Xuanhuan invited Han Feng to the stone house where he was. After some reception, Xuanhuan responded to Han Feng's request and told the news that he currently knew about the world of Douling. In this talk, after comparing Han Feng and Xiangqing, they found that some of Xiangqing's news was quite behind. Knowing the latest news, Han Feng also learned about the situation that he never knew before. It turned out that the Douling card was not given out by Douling men. In other words, after the first batch was made by Douling men and sent out, all the Douling cards that followed were obtained by themselves. In the world of Douling, there are dangerous storms like Douling storm. The Douling storm can be big or small, and the small Douling storm also threatens the ordinary 12-star level. A medium-sized Douling storm is enough to threaten a second or third-rate semi-sage. Large-scale storms are enough to threaten the first class and even the peak semi-sacred. The Douling card came from the Douling storm. In a large-scale Douling storm, there must be Douling cards, or even more than one. In the medium-sized Douling storm, 3 or 4 of them will have Dou spirit cards in them. Most of them are one Dou spirit card, and in rare cases, there will be 2 or even 3. As for the small Douling storm, there is not necessarily a Douling card among the dozen or so. For someone like Han Feng, who only needs to stay on the Douling card for a while, there is no need to take the risk to get a second piece. But it's different for the Xiang family. If the Xiang family wanted to keep their children coming to the Douling world to cultivate in the future, then the Xiang family children in the Douling world had to find ways to get at least one Douling card when they left. Only in this way can we ensure that the children of the Xiang family can continue to go to the world of Douling. Although the world of Douling is dangerous, it reduces the accumulation time of the Xiang family's children in the heaven and the semi-sacred, and spends the remaining time to attack the sanctuary, which is very likely to be successful. It is through this method that the Xiang family has risen in just 1,000 years, competing with the Zhu family, which has been inherited for 10,000 years. Now the Xiang family is still on the rise, and the Zhu family is already on the decline. Maybe some people in the Zhu family also know that it will continue like this for a lot. In recent years, the Zhu family has also begun to come to the world of Douling. However, compared with the more than 30 people in the Xiang family, the Zhu family only has more than 10 people, but these more than 10 people are all masters, and almost all of them are elites. Once lost, it will have a great impact on the Zhu family. On the other hand, the Xiang family has kept a lot of seeds, and even if there is a loss in the world of Douling, the Xiang family can still bear it. Brother Han, I don't know if you are going to hunt right now, or practice here for a while. Xiang Song asked. Han Feng thought that he still had the 5 magic rings, a low-grade holy artifact that had not been refined, and said, let's practice for a while. Haha, that's fine, let me build a stone house for you. Xiang Song went out immediately, and with the help of Xiang's family, Han Feng's stone house was quickly built. After explaining to Xiang Song and others that he wanted to practice, Han Feng immediately entered the stone house. Inside the stone house, Han Feng took out the 5 magic rings. The 5 magic rings have a total of 9 levels of prohibition. With my current strength, I should be able to easily remove the first level, the second level should not be too difficult, and the third level is estimated to take a little time. But it's just a matter of length. The 4th floor. Han Feng frowned. Unlocking the 4th layer restriction, the summoned 5 demons will be the cultivation base of the first layer of the sanctuary, and the combination of the 5 elements can be comparable to the second layer of the sanctuary, and it must not be so easy to solve. The power of Han Feng Yuanshan surged and instantly invaded into the 5 magic rings. Goliang's strength is only at the peak of the sky, and the time to obtain the 5 magic rings is not long, so only the first layer of prohibition is lifted. Han Feng easily erased Goliang's mental imprint on the first floor, leaving his own spiritual imprint. The second layer is not as simple as the first layer, and Han Feng can be said to have done his best. But it also took nearly 2 days to succeed. The 6th is complete. Ask for flowers. As Han Feng unblocked the 3rd layer ban, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since Han Feng arrived in the world of Douling. During the 6-day period, Xiangqing went out hunting with Xiang Song once. After killing more than a dozen late-stage warriors and a few top-level experts, Xiangqing successfully broke through to the 10-star realm. Xuanhuan also slowly improved her strength under Xiang Song's care. At this time, Zhu Tianzhao flew over on a medium-sized island in the moon area. Amaterasu, why are you here? Among the Zhu family's strong camp, the Zhu family's children, who were obviously the leader, were greatly surprised. Zhu Tianzhao is very clear about what kind of thing this person is, that is, a playboy who doesn't even want to practice. And such a scoundrel actually came to such a dangerous place in Douling world. Is the sun outside coming out from the west? Third brother, you must avenge your younger brother. Zhu Tianzhao immediately cried with snot and tears when he saw this child of the Zhu family. What's wrong? The Zhu family disciple asked impatiently. This person is called Zhu Tianchen. Although he is Zhu Tianzhao's third brother, he is actually born to Zhu Tianzhao's father and concubine. In the words of the ancestors of the Zhu family, his bloodline is low, far inferior to direct lineage. If it weren't for the good luck of the aptitude, it would not even be as good as a servant of noble status. For Zhu Tianzhao, Zhu Tianchen was not only jealous, but also looked down on him. He was jealous that Zhu Tianzhao was valued by the ancestors of the Zhu family just because he was born in the direct line. Even being pampered is ignorant. If it were him. Zhu Tianchen suddenly clenched his fists. No matter how you look down on jealous Zhu Tianzhao, as long as Zhu Tianzhao is liked by his ancestors for a day, he can't show the slightest disrespect, not only can't be disrespectful, but also coax him. Suppressing the complicated feelings in his heart, Zhu Tianchen said slowly, Brother Zhao, what happened? You came to this world of fighting spirits to seek help. Zhu Tianzhao is obviously not a smart person, so he doesn't know that his third brother is impatient with him for a long time, and he thinks that this third brother who helped him everywhere is the best brother to him. Immediately, Zhu Tianzhao told what happened to him. Of course, he didn't tell the story of losing an egg. No matter how smart Zhu Tianzhao is, he also knows that it is not good to say this. Fortunately, he brought a good medicine pill with him, so there was no big problem. As long as he returned to the family in the future and asked for a heaven-defying medicine pill, the missing egg would naturally be recovered. Third brother, it was this guy named Han who took the shot. If it wasn't for him, my brother would never have been beaten so badly. I know that the three of them have also come to the world of fighting spirits. Third brother, you must avenge your brother. It's best to kill all three of them. Zhu Tianchen knew the ins and outs, and infinite anger rose in his heart. But this anger is not aimed at Han Feng and Xiangqing, but at Zhu Tianzhao. Zhu Tianchen can't wait to slap Zhu Tianzhao's face. Idiot! Doesn't this guy know that killing Xiangqing will cause a war between the Xiang family and the Zhu family? He even rushed to kill Xiangqing. Xiangqing is not a descendant of the Xiang family. Xiangqing didn't kill this bastard, obviously he was worried about the war between the two. Not only did this idiot not learn a lesson, but he chased after the world of Douling to take revenge. Could it be that all the people in the Douling world eat dry rice? Will it let me succeed? With Xiangqing's status in the Xiang family, there are bound to be many Xiang family disciples to follow. Zhu Tianchen roared in his heart, but there was a wry smile of powerlessness on his face. Brother Zhao, Xiangqing is the direct descendant of the ancestor of the Xiang family, how can we do it? If the children of the Xiang family dies, we will lose a few lives and fortune at most. But if Xiangqing dies, then our two families will go to war, and the consequences. At this time, Zhu Tianzhao also thought of the reason why he was let go. But Zhu Tianzhao just gave up, and Zhu Tianzhao was full of unwillingness. Do you just let them go like this? Third brother, this is the world of Douling. Even if Xiangqing is dead, it can be pushed to others. The Xiang family can't hold us accountable. Zhu Tianzhao was still thinking about letting Zhu Tianchen give it to himself. Revenge thing. Seeing that Zhu Tianzhao was unrelenting, Zhu Tianchen could only say, "It is impossible to deal with Xiangqing, but it is possible to deal with that surnamed Han." The surnamed Han is not from the Xiang family, so the Xiang family will not be hostile to our Zhu family because of an outsider. Zhu Tianzhao hates Han Feng very much, especially all his failures are because of Han Feng, and the lack of an egg in the end is also because of Han Feng's destructive power of his plan, so although he is a little dissatisfied with the result, he agrees down. What he needs now is to vent, and he can't wait to vent his aggrieved emotions. Since his birth, when has he made such a big loss? Seeing that Zhu Tianzhao agreed, Zhu Tianchen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not used to Zhu Tianzhao, he was even more contemptuous in his heart. But Zhu Tianchen had to admit that Mr. Zhu Tianzhao's ancestor was very fond of him. If you please this favorite, not only will your status rise in the family, but you will also receive sufficient resources to cultivate. He was able to go from a mere humble body to today's first-class semi-sacred realm, isn't it because of this? If you offend this heart, and you do things that make your heart dissatisfied, you might fall into the abyss in the next moment. Although Zhu Tianzhao is very close to Zhu Tianchen now, Zhu Tianchen has helped Zhu Tianzhao for so many years, and he is very clear about Zhu Tianzhao's temperament. One thing made Zhu Tianzhao dissatisfied, and in the future, don't try to please Zhu Tianzhao again. Zhu Tianchen thought of the years of servile and kneeling, no bottom line to please Zhu Tianzhao, just like a servant, and his heart was full of resentment. It's just a period of time after entering the world of Douling to be clean. Third brother, let's go, I can't wait to see that kid killed by me. I want to get back the humiliation I suffered. Zhu Tianzhao said impatiently. Zhu Tianchen nodded. According to the younger brother, please first, the third brother will find a few people to support the scene. When Zhu Tianzhao left the stone house, Zhu Tianchen closed his eyes tightly, and his eyes were full of coldness. Waste, let you be mad for a few more years. After a few years, I will break through to the sanctuary and directly reach the second or even third heaven, and then cultivate to the fifth or sixth level. In Chongtian and even in the seventh level, the family will not be of much help to me. At that time, don't try to instruct me like a deacon servant. Zhu Tianchen found 4 helpers, all of which were at the half-sage level, whether it was 1 yuan and half-sage, 2 rituals and half-sages, 3 flowers and half-sages, or 4 images and half-sages. All in all, these 4 Zhu family disciples have comprehensive strengths at the second-rate and semi-sacred level. In the world of Douling, this is already a very terrifying level. In the world of Douling, being able to reach the third-rate and semi-sacred level is considered a first-rate master. The 4, together with Zhu Tianchen and Zhu Tianzhao, turned into 6 rays of light and flew away. 7th. It's really uncomfortable and can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Let the cabbage slow down today. According to today's reward, tomorrow should be the 3rd update, and the normal update chapter will be the 7th update. Today was originally 9 less and 2 more, so let's move it to tomorrow, the 20th. In other words, the number of updates on the 19th and the number of updates on the 20th were swapped. Xiangjia Island. Xiang Song slowly meditated and finished his work. Xuanhuan has transformed to the limit. No matter how much he cultivates, it is useless. However, I don't have many Do spirit cards in my hand right now, and I still need a few more so that more ordinary warriors from the family can come to this Do spirit world to practice. The more people there are, the more powerful will be born. Huh? This powerful breath. Is it Zhu Tianchen? What is he doing here? Xiang Song didn't forget what Xiang Qing said. If it wasn't for Xiang Qing's luck and Han Feng's help, he might have perished now. The people of the Zhu family still have the courage to come? Xiang Song suddenly stood up. Xiangjia Island is over. Xiang Song led the children of the Xiang family to intercept them, including Xiang Qing. Zhu Tianchen, what are you doing here? Xiang Song said coldly. Zhu Tianchen and his party suddenly stopped in midair. At this time, Xiang Qing saw Zhu Tianzhao among the Zhu family. You actually came too. Humph, you can come, why can't this young master come? Zhu Tianzhao raised his head arrogantly. With Zhu Tianchen by his pillow, Zhu Tianzhao regained his confidence. It seems that some people haven't learned enough lessons. Xiang Qing pouted, and glanced maliciously across Zhu Tianzhao's crotch. Zhu Tianzhao suddenly felt that the only remaining egg was aching. Zhu Tianchen stood up and said, Xiang Song, our Zhu family has no intention of becoming an enemy of your Xiang family. As long as we hand over that kid surnamed Han, I, Zhu Tianchen, are even willing to apologize to Xiang Qing on behalf of the Zhu family. The surnamed Han is just an outsider. There is no need for your Xiang family to have a violent conflict with our Zhu family because of this outsider. Fart, brother Han, saved Xiang Qing's life. He is my nephew's great benefactor, and that is our Xiang family friend. How could he give it up? Your Zhu family is still as wild as ever. Xiang Song scolded. The rest of the Xiang family also sneered. Han Feng saved Xiang Qing and Xiang Yuan, and they were very grateful. If Han Feng was handed over at this moment, wouldn't it be ungrateful? It is true that there are not many elites in their Xiang family who have been placed in this Douling world, and ordinary family members occupy the majority, so there are not many top experts. At this point, it was inferior to the Zhu family, who arranged a lot of elites to enter the Douling world, which directly led to the fact that the Zhu family couldn't compare to the Zhu family in terms of top strength. But their number is large and their cohesion is strong. If they really want to fight, who will kill the deer? The tough attitude of Xiang Song and the rest of the Xiang family obviously caught Zhu Tianchen off guard. Thinking from another perspective, if he is in Xiang Song's position, in order to prevent a fight that is likely to hurt both sides, it is completely normal to hand over a person who has nothing to do with the family to quell the fight. From this point of view, this is the difference between the Xiang family and the Zhu family, and it is also the reason why the Zhu family gradually declined, but the Xiang family gradually prospered. Third brother, why don't you talk nonsense with them, just fight directly? Zhu Tianzhao shouted. When Zhu Tianchen heard this, he really wanted to beat this idiot severely. Beat? It also has to be able to be crushed. This is completely a battle where the outcome of the battle cannot be seen. If it really fights, it will definitely be a lose-lose, and it is possible for anyone to die. Zhu Tianchen didn't want to die unjustly. He still has a good life, and he has to break through to the level of the sanctuary or even the great sanctuary, and his life has not really started. But in order to satisfy Zhu Tianzhao, Zhu Tianchen had to bite the bullet and say, Xiang Song, you really decided to protect that kid surnamed Han? You know, if you really fight, the result. Xiang Song said indifferently, anyway, most of our Xiang family's elites are in the family, so it's nothing for us to lose. It's because your Zhu family here are the leaders of the younger generation. In fact, perhaps within 10 years or even decades, your Zhu family will not be able to give birth to any sanctuary master. The real loss is your Zhu family. Up to now, Zhu Tianchen was unable to ride a tiger, and he misjudged Xiang Song's decision. He thought that Xiang Song would hand over the person surnamed Han without hesitation. This was considered to have completed the task and gave Zhu Tianzhao an explanation. And now, it seems impossible not to fight a fight. Zhu Tianchen also sighed in his heart, very good, then let's do a show. I want to see, how many people will be left in your Xiang family this time? I don't know how many people are left by the Xiang family, but I know that your Zhu family will definitely not be able to keep a few. Suddenly, a low voice resounded in everyone's ears. Who is it? Zhu Tianchen shouted angrily, and saw a flash of red light, and a handsome man in ordinary robes appeared in front of him. Maybe this man can't be described as handsome, and he can't even compare with that kind of handsome young talent. But in this beauty, there is a touch of majesty that makes people feel a little suffocated. As Han Feng is getting stronger and stronger now, even if he doesn't reveal his own cultivation, it will make other people's heart bells ring loudly and feel jealous. You are. Zhu Tianchen took a step back vigilantly and subconsciously, and asked in a deep voice. I saw the person on the opposite side with a half-smiling smile. Isn't Your Excellency looking for Han? Why is Han standing in front of you now and doesn't know? You are Han Feng. Zhu Tianchen's pupils shrank. To be honest, Zhu Tianchen didn't take Fei Lao in his eyes. Even if you were a half-sage, you were old after all, and your strength naturally couldn't compare with the heyday of your youth. When Han Feng killed Fei Lao, Zhu Tianchen only thought that Fei Lao was too old, and didn't really take Han Feng to heart. But although he hasn't played against Han Feng yet, just based on his first impression and feeling of meeting, Zhu Tianchen knows that Han Feng is definitely not someone to deal with. This bastard, who did he provoke? Zhu Tianchen cursed inwardly. Zhu Tianzhao was still calling, third brother, this is the person, you must abolish him, and then torture my brother. Xiang Song flew over immediately, Brother Han, the retreat is over? Don't worry, we will protect Brother Han to the end today, don't worry. Xiang Song comforted and patted Han Feng on the shoulder. No, since these people are looking for me, leave it to me to solve it. To Xiang Song's surprise, Han Feng shook his head and refused. Brother Han, what are you talking about? How can you be the opponent of these Zhu family alone? Or do you not believe in our Xiang family, Brother Han? Xiang Song immediately pretended to be annoyed and whispered when he heard the words. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 8960211154 for the big reward. Brother Xiang misunderstood the younger brother. It's not that the younger brother doesn't believe in the Xiang family, but these people from the Zhu family don't need the Xiang family to take action. I can handle it alone. Han Feng smiled. One, alone? Brother Han, do you have a fever? Xiang Song said blankly, and finally reached out to touch Han Feng's forehead, wanting to see if Han Feng was confused because of the fever. Han Feng took a few steps back in disbelief, avoiding Xiang Song's outstretched hand. Brother Xiang, don't worry, little brother has no problem. Brother Xiang should believe it more. Han Feng asked Xiangqing for evidence. Xiangqing twitched his cheeks when he thought of how Han Feng had injured the sanctuary powerhouse twice in a row, and finally said, Uncle 13, leave everything to Brother Han. Brother Han has that strength. Xiangqing said so. Xiang Song was a little surprised. Xiang Song knew that his nephew would never speak up at this time. The rest of the family members were also in disbelief. It's ridiculous, a mere person dares to compete with the five of our Zhu family. Zhu Tianchen laughed angrily. Han Feng wanted to single out the five of them by himself, and he simply ignored them. It is true that Zhu Tianchen is extremely afraid of Han Feng, and thinks that Han Feng should be a master, but even so, he does not think that Han Feng has the ability to single out the five of them. One of the four Zhu family powerhouses behind Zhu Tianchen sneered and stepped out. Tianchen, leave this arrogant kid to me. I'll let him know what it means to be overwhelmed. This, okay. Zhu Tianchen was willing to test Han Feng, so he agreed. Seeing this, Xiang Song also stepped back. This Zhu Tianli's strength should be at the bottom of the second-rate semi-sage. If Brother Han is defeated, I should be able to intervene in time with my first-rate and semi-sacred strength. If he is strong, he will not even have the ability to save Han Feng. Zhu family, Zhu Tianli. Zhu Tianli first introduced himself, and then said, write down this name, because you will die in my hands. Han Feng just smiled coldly. Wild trample. Perhaps it was intentional to show his strength, and once Zhu Tianli made a move, he was a sanctuary. 20% of the power of the low-grade sanctuary secret arts plus 20% of the holy essence plus 10% of the power of the primordial spirit. Its comprehensive explosive power is at the intermediate and early stage, for images and half-saints, which is equivalent to second-rate and half-saints. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a rough understanding of this person's combat power. If you don't count the bloodline, this person is only half a kilogram compared to Emperor Guangwu, but Emperor Guangwu has the bloodline of Guangwu. Once the bloodline is used, this person is by no means an opponent of Emperor Guangwu. In addition, Emperor Guangwu did not have the rapid transformation of Saint Yuan in the world of Douling. All things added up, this Zhu Tianli, the young elite of the Zhu family, was far inferior to Emperor Guangwu. Said to be the younger generation of elites, they are also 35 or 6 years old. At the moment when Zhu Tianli displayed the unique technique of the holy domain, a wild and ancient atmosphere permeated Zhu Tianli's body. Behind Zhu Tianli, a phantom of a wild giant elephant with a size of thousands of zhang appeared. The wild giant elephant raised its thick elephant legs high and trampled towards Han Feng like a hill. The huge coercion came suddenly, and Zhu Tianli's face even showed a hideous color. Facing this trampling, Han Feng looked indifferent, and suddenly, Han Feng raised his arm, and the 5 magic rings on his wrist were shining brightly at this moment. Fire red light, golden light, green light, sky blue light, earth brown light soared into the sky. The 5-headed 100-zhang-sized devil suddenly condensed. It is the golden demon, the wood demon, the water demon, the fire demon and the earth demon. The whole body of the golden demon seems to be wrapped in golden armor, like a golden god of war. The whole body of the wood devil is dead wood, and there are lush green trees growing in many places. The water demon is purely condensed from water, more like a water demon. The fire demon seems to be lava piled up together, and then wrapped in surging flames. Earth demons are made up of piles of rocks. Every demon, the breath it exudes is not weaker than the second-rate semi-sacred. Seeing all this, everyone's face changed greatly. Xiangqing was the most surprised, because Han Feng did not use such means to deal with Gong Liang and his party at that time. Xiangqing noticed the bracelet with 5 rays of light emitting from Han Feng's wrist, and thoughtfully said, "This bracelet. I remember that Han Feng didn't have it at the time. Could it be that this guy was still hiding his strength at that time?" Thinking of this, Xiangqing took a deep breath. How many trump cards did this kid hide? In the face of the wild trampling, the golden devil took the first shot. The golden demon slammed into the void, and his entire body rushed towards the elephant legs of the phantom of the wild giant elephant like a meteor. The golden devil raised his fist, all the golden element energy gathered in his hand. The next moment, the golden light like a small sun surged out, countless golden element energies suddenly condensed and exploded at this moment, and the terrifying explosive force directly confronted the elephant's legs. Bump! Boom! A loud bang sounded, and the next moment Zhu Tianli let out a shrill scream. Not only was Zhu Tianli's wild trampling easily broken, but his entire body was drowned by the remaining golden fists. The strength of Jin Mo can't be said to be the top second-rate semi-sacred, but there are middle and upper classes. Facing the second-rate semi-holy level at the bottom, Jin Mo has overwhelming strength. Zhu Tianli, it can be said to be a complete defeat. No, not only was it a complete defeat, but it was also instantly killed. The golden fist exploded, and the endless golden streamer raged out. When the golden streamer gradually dissipated, there was still Zhu Tianli's figure. Where Zhu Tianli stood before, only faint starlight remained. And these starlights seemed to be attracted by something, quickly gathered beside Han Feng, and finally entered Han Feng's body. At this moment, Han Feng clearly sensed the riot of Saint Yuan in his body. Is this what it feels like to kill the opponent and get 1/10 of the opponent's cultivation base? This Zhu Tianli already has 20% of the holy essence, and 1/10 is 0.2%. But I have to retreat and digest it to grow so much. Right now, these energies are just pooling into my body and have not yet become my real energies. Han Feng sensed the changes in his body and said secretly. Immediately, Han Feng raised his head and said with a weird smile, "Now. Am I still overthinking it? My side is equivalent to 5 second-rate semi-holy helpers, and you only have 4 left. In terms of numbers, I have the upper hand." As for the 5th person, Zhu Tianzhao, Han Feng completely excluded him. The cultivation base in the early days of heaven rank is really not a battle force here. Zhu Tianzhen's face was ashen, and the current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Seeing this situation, Xiang Song was completely relieved. Second more. It turns out that Brother Han still has such a bracelet treasure. No wonder I have not been worried. Now I can rest assured. Xiang Song apparently attributed the reason for Han Feng's calmness to the 5 magic rings. A trace of envy flashed across Xiang Song's face, but he was not greedy. Xiang Qing looked around for a week and found the thoughts flashing on Xiang Song's face, and he kept complaining in his heart, "These 5 demons are nothing. It will be surprising when Brother Han shows his true combat power." Having seen Han Feng's true strength, these 5 demons are just ordinary in Xiang Qing's eyes. Even if the 5 demons are united together, they may not be Han Feng's opponents. Xiang Qing wondered, why didn't Han Feng do it himself? Is it because the enemy's strength is too poor to be worth fighting? How did Xiang Qing know that these 5 magic rings were just acquired by Han Feng, and there were still 9 levels of prohibition? Now Han Feng has only activated the power of the 2nd level ban. If it is the 3rd level ban, the strength of the 5 demons should be the 1st class semi-sacred level. The reason why Han Feng did not do it himself was just to test the power of the 5 magic rings. Zhu Tianzhen said with a livid face, "I was careless. But it's only 5 second-rate and semi-sacred demons. With my 1st class and semi-sacred strength, 1 person is enough to kill these 5 demons. Zhu Tianqing, Zhu Tianyi, and Zhu Tianshan, the 3 of you are going to deal with that guy named Han. Leave these 5 devils to me." "Yes." The 3 behind Zhu Tianzhen stepped out, vaguely surrounding Han Feng. But Zhu Tianzhen is dealing with the 5 demons. Looking at Zhu Tianqing and the 3 surrounding Han Feng, Xiang Song couldn't sit still. He was about to shoot, but found that his sleeve was pulled. Turning his head, Xiang Song saw that Xiang Qing was pulling him. "Xiang Qing, you are..." Xiang Song was puzzled and angry, as if Xiang Qing was a wicked person. Xiang Qing hurriedly said, "Uncle 13, it's not that the nephew is ungrateful, but these 3 people are not good enough, even Han Feng's fingers can't compare." Xiang Qing's eyes flashed with pity at this time. Even the real sanctuary powerhouses were killed in the hands of Han Feng, not to mention the 3 mere second-rate semi-sages. The strongest are only second-rate and upper-middle class. "Xiang Qing, you said that. Could it be?" Xiang Song looked incredulous. No, how could he have such terrifying strength at such a young age? Where the hell did this pervert come from? Xiang Qing chuckled strangely. "It will only be stronger than Uncle 13 imagined, and it will not be weaker than Uncle 13 imagined." Xiang Song took a deep breath. Zhu Tianqing, Zhu Tianyi, and Zhu Tianshan surrounded Han Feng, and the tyrannical breath pressed Han Feng. On the other hand, Zhu Tianchen rushed into the 5 demons and fought against the 5 demons. In an instant, the 5 major attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil surged wildly. "Boy, pay the price for your arrogance." Thundering 9 heavens. Feast of fury. The earth god is furious. The 3 of them took action one after another, using their greatest unique skills. Zhu Tianqing's strength is obviously the strongest. Xuanhuan has reached 30%, and he has 25% of the control of the sacred arts, and 15% of the power of Yuanshan. Taken together, it is a second-rate and semi-sacred middle class. Zhu Tianyi and Zhu Tianshan are second-rate and semi-sacred. 3 tricks attacked Han Feng, with the energy of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Thunder flashed, blood filled the sky, and the world shook. Humph, it's you who are overthinking your abilities. Han Feng snorted lightly, and the Skyfire battle body suddenly displayed, and at the same time merged into Aurora Tsangyan. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. With more than 40% of the power of Emperor Burning Heaven's venerable finger, combined with the soaring cultivation base, 20% of the power of the primordial spirit, and 10% of the holy essence, the power of Han Feng's finger is completely comparable to the 4-image semi-sage who has just entered the advanced level. It is a first-class semi-holy. A first-rate half-sage crushing 3 middle-ranked second-rate half-sages, that's not a problem at all. The burning giant finger of the sky fell, the thunder was broken, the blood was forced, and the entire space wanted to be poke a hole. The 3 of Zhu Tianxing were forcibly broken because of the attack, and they vomited blood and flew out. And Emperor Fan Tian's venerable finger landed on the void, as if it had touched the water surface, causing waves of ripples. The next moment, Emperor Fan Tian's venerable finger suddenly exploded, sending out surging waves of flames. The 3 of them were drowned by the flames and waves, and they only had time to let out a scream before making a sound. Han Feng opened his arms and absorbed it to his heart's content. The rich starlight gathered around Han Feng and was further sucked into the body by Han Feng. As long as the closed-door practice will fully control these, the Xuanhuan will be greatly increased. 0.3%, 0.2 floors, plus the previous 0.2%, it's 0.9%, nearly 10% of Xuanhuan. Han Feng was a little excited. If you are not in the world of Douling, but rely on hard cultivation outside, how much time will it take to reach such a state? Even if the pure essence fruit is forcibly transformed with the pure essence fruit source liquid, it will take several months for the pure essence fruit to mature. After swallowing the pure yuan fruit, the holy yuan that has been improved may not have such a big improvement. Hey! This brother Han has such a terrifying strength. Even me, I'm only stronger. The corners of Xiang Song's mouth twitched. Xiang Song's Saint Yuan reached 40%, the sacred knowledge was only controlled to 30%, the power of the primordial spirit was only the second level, and the physical transformation was the least, only 10%. To sum up, Xiang Song is also a high-level middle-level 4-image semi-sage, which is a medium-level first-class semi-sage. Brother Han is so young and has such terrifying strength, and he will definitely have a bright future in the future. I really care about being a big brother. Xiang Song laughed at himself. After absorbing the starlight, Han Feng looked at the last threat, Zhu Tianshan. Damn, this surnamed Han has such strength. Zhu Tianshan was in a hurry, these 5 demons were already quite difficult to deal with, if he added another surnamed Han, his situation would be in jeopardy. Then there are everyone from the Xian family who are staring at them, this time to take action. It's the worst decision. Zhu Tianshan regretted being out for Zhu Tianzhao. At this time, Zhu Tianzhao only knew that he was staring blankly at all this, as if he had not recovered. Huh? This guy surnamed Han didn't make a move? After a long while, Zhu Tianshan was surprised to find that Han Feng just stayed aside and had no intention of making a move. This made Zhu Tianshan angry that Han Feng did not take him too seriously, but also a little happy. Without Han's shot, these 5 demons are difficult to deal with, but as long as they burst out with all their strength, it doesn't take much time to solve them. Zhu Tianshan grinned with a sneer, the surnamed Han, if you don't act now, it will be the decision you regret the most. As long as I kill these 5 demons, I will be able to escape easily. Zhu Tianshan has absolutely no idea of making a move for Zhu Tianzhao. The third one. Although Zhu Tianzhao was abandoned, if such news was found out by the senior family members and the ancestors, he would definitely be punished by anger, but compared with his life, this punishment was nothing. If it really doesn't work, the big deal is to leave the family. The world is so big, where can't you go? Wild Dragon Flame. Zhu Tianzhen roared again and again, and countless fire dragons rose into the sky. The 5 demons flew into the sky by the fire tornado, and the fire dragon opened its fangs and was about to devour the 5 demons. But at this moment, the 5 demons burst out with dazzling rays of light. 5 rays of light of different colors are connected to each other, forming a large array of 5 rays of light. It is a 5-element formation. The 5 elements produce each other. Wood produces fire, fire produces earth, earth produces metal, metal produces water, and water produces wood. Formed a 5-element array, the strength of the 5 demons was immediately elevated to the top second-rate semi-sacred level at this moment. The joint attack of the 5 demons is powerful. Wood makes fire, and when the attacks of the wood demon and the fire demon are combined, the power will be comparable to that of the first-class semi-sacred at the bottom. In the same way, the same is true for the combined strikes of the fire demon and the earth demon and the gold demon and the water demon, and the water demon and the wood demon. It is equivalent to 5 first-class semi-sacred blows. Even if it is the bottom first-class semi-sacred, it makes Zhu Tianzhen quite difficult to deal with, and it is in jeopardy. Many times, Zhu Tianzhen was almost injured by the 5 demons. Damn, what kind of formation did these 5 devils form? It's so terrifying compared to the combined power. Crazy Dragon Flame. Zhu Tianzhen realized that his life was in danger, and if this continued, he would definitely die here. Countless flame dragons roared out. This time the flame dragon breath reached its peak, which was Zhu Tianzhen's full blow. However, the 5 demons are no longer united in pairs, but the 5 demons are united together. Wood produces fire, fire produces earth, earth produces gold, metal produces water, and water produces wood. When the attacks of the 5 demons were combined, the attack power of the 5 demons reached an extremely terrifying level. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the high-level 4-image semi-sage, and the first-class semi-sage. Zhu Tianzhen is strong, but Zhu Tianzhen is only a little stronger than the inferior first-class semi-sage. Boom! It was as if 2,000-foot waves collided. The attacks of the flame dragon and the 5 demons collided fiercely, and they were completely overwhelmed after only a moment of support. Oops! Zhu Tianzhen was shocked and quickly opened the flame barrier. Click! Boom! However, even the defensive-type flame barrier was completely unable to resist the full blow of the 5 demons, and was immediately broken. Zhu Tianzhen was instantly submerged. But Zhu Tianzhen was indeed a near-medium-class, semi-sacred powerhouse. He was not defeated by the combined blow of the 5 demons, but escaped when the 5 demons attacked the energy wave. It's just that Zhu Tianzhen at this moment was indeed hit hard. I'm afraid he doesn't even have half of his strength, not a third of his strength. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Han Feng did not hesitate to condense a giant flame finger and crashed down. No. Zhu Tianzhen let out a mournful cry, and the next moment he was hit by Emperor Fan Tian's venerable finger and completely turned to ashes. Xuanhuan opened his mouth. Finally closed. Die or die, Zhu Tianzhen is just the son of a concubine. Although he has extraordinary aptitude, in the eyes of the ancestors of the Zhu family, his bloodline is low. Perhaps the death of Zhu Tianzhen, the ancestors of the Zhu family would be delighted that such an unsightly existence was missing. Just Zhu Tianzhao. Xuanhuan looked at Zhu Tianzhao, who had been frightened. Brother Han, let Zhu Tianzhao live. Xuanhuan was afraid that Han Feng would also kill Zhu Tianzhao, and immediately said loudly. Han Feng had long known from Xiangqingko that Zhu Tianzhao had an extraordinary position in the Zhu family and was valued by the ancestors of the Zhu family, so he did not start. Han Feng was actually quite depressed in his heart. Could this ancestor of the Zhu family have a problem with his eyes? How could he value such a waste as Zhu Tianzhao, and pamper him with no bottom line? On the contrary, some real geniuses are indifferent because of their low background. Even if such geniuses grow up, they will not have a sense of belonging to the family. It is no wonder that the Zhu family has declined, and it is becoming less and less comparable to the Han family. Brother Xiang, leave this guy to you. Han Feng threw the stunned Zhu Tianzhao to Xiang Song. Xiang Song took Zhu Tianzhao, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, although we can't kill Zhu Tianzhao, we can take advantage of Zhu Tianzhao to pit Zhu's family. Let Zhu Tianzhao be trapped on this island for the time being. I will take this kid out when I leave Douling World in the future. This guy has made so many problems, how can he be worthy of this kid's paying if he doesn't slaughter the Zhu family hard? Let's do it with my brother, I have to retreat and practice in the next few days. Han Feng said. Xiang Song expressed his understanding. After all, he absorbed so much Saint Yuan. If he didn't refine it properly, it would be wasted sooner or later. The group returned to the island, and everyone in the Xiang family looked at Zhu Tianzhao as if they were looking at a piglet who could bring benefits to their Xiang family. Under such gaze, Zhu Tianzhao shivered violently, and then a smell of urine came out. This Zhu Tianzhao was frightened to pee. After trapping Zhu Tianzhao in a certain stone house, several Xiang family members approached Xiang Song. Xiang Song, this Han Feng is so strong, especially the 5 demons. When they burst out, they are comparable to the first-class semi-sages. Are we going to invite him for that matter? Said a child of the Xiang family. Xiang Song said, I had this idea before, but I was worried that you didn't mention it. Why, you agree? If you know that one more point, we will have less. Hey, so what? First, this kid is the savior of Xiangqing and Xiangyuan. Second, this kid is really strong and has a better relationship with us, so it's much safer than finding other allies. 3. That place is extremely dangerous, and it is just the few of us who are not sure. This is the reason why we have not done anything until now, but this does not guarantee that the place will never be discovered. If it is discovered by stronger people, we will in the future. Even if you have the ability to break in, it's no use. Another Xiang family child explained carefully. Xiang Song smiled and said, even if you all agreed, what else can I say? When Brother Han leaves the customs, I will ask him what he thinks. Several Xiang family children were overjoyed. Inside the stone house, Han Feng sat cross-legged, and the 9 flames and different fires worked frantically. The huge energy gathered in the body was suppressed and refined one by one, and finally became Han Feng's own holy yuan. 1 for 1, 1 for 2, 1 for 3, 1 for 4. The proportion of Saint Yuan in Hanfu's body is getting bigger and bigger. Because it is the Saint Yuan directly transformed from the world of Douling, it is extremely pure, and Han Feng can absorb it without hindrance. In just 3 days, Han Feng was completely absorbed. Since then, Han Feng's Saint Yuan has reached the realm of 23%. 4th more complete. Ask for flowers. After absorbing all the Saint Yuan that entered the body, Han Feng pushed open the stone gate. With an increase of 10% of the Saint Yuan, Han Feng's strength has been further improved. I just came to the world of Douling, and I have improved so much Saint Yuan. Just at the level of Saint Yuan, it can be regarded as a high-level semi-sacred. The next step is to move towards 30% of the holy essence, and finally reach the limit of 40% of the holy essence. Then go to the White Thunder Wasteland to temper your body. With a plan in mind, Han Feng has already planned to leave here. Han Feng was about to say goodbye to Xiangqing and Xiang Song, but was invited by Xuanhuan first. Inside the stone house of Xuanhuan, it is filled with edible fruits and spirit wine. Come on, brother Han, let's have 2 drinks. When Han Feng came to the stone house, Xuanhuan immediately pulled Han Feng and sat down. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't mention leaving, and it's not too late to wait until he has eaten and drank. The two touched a few glasses, and the conversation got better. At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly said, Brother Han is going to leave the customs this time, right? Not bad. Han Feng nodded lightly. Xuanhuan sighed, that guy Xiangqing has already told me that you are used to being alone. If that's the case, brother, I won't force it. But before that, I want to work with you, brother Han. Cooperation? A hint of curiosity flashed on Han Feng's face. Yes, I want to cooperate with brother Han to win the Holy Lotus of Douling. Douling Saint Lotus? Han Feng frowned slightly, although he had heard a lot of news about the Douling world from Xuanhuan before, but that was probably the case. After all, the world of Douling is very strange. There is no certain time when something strange will be born. After so many years, it is like a feather. No matter how much Xuanhuan tells it, it is impossible to tell it clearly. Xuanhuan smiled and explained to Han Feng, the Holy Lotus of the Douling is a strange spiritual object produced in the Douling world. As far as I know, such spiritual objects appear very rarely in the Douling world. I didn't know more than 5 times, so I was very happy when I found out about Douling Xinglian. It's just a pity that the Holy Lotus of Douling is surrounded by many small and medium-sized Douling storms. It is too difficult for me to safely pass through the small and medium-sized Douling storms. Maybe 3 or 4 medium-sized Douling storms are passed through. Spirit storm is no problem for me, but dozens are not enough. And besides me, there are only 3 second-rate semi-sages in my Xian family who can barely compete. It's too dangerous to rely on the 3 of us alone. It wasn't until the last time, Brother Han, that you showed your might, that we saw hope. Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly. What is the specific effect of this fighting spirit, Holy Lotus? Xuanhuan smiled and said, the effect is estimated that Brother Han will be very satisfied. Since it is produced in the world of Douling, its effect is naturally the same as that of the world of Douling, and it is used to enhance Xuanhuan. The Holy Lotus of Douling will produce 24 lotus seeds at one time, and each one can increase about 0.2% of the holy essence. If Brother Han can join forces with our Xian family to get Douling Xinglian, our Xian family will give Brother Han 6. Han Feng's expression changed. He now has 23% of his true essence, and only 17% is left from the 40% limit. If a Douling Saint Lotus seed can really enhance the Saint Yuan of 0.2%, then 6 is 10%, and then his Saint Yuan can be increased to 35%, which is very close to the limit of 40%. But Han Feng was puzzled and said, listen to what Brother Xiang said. This Douling Sacred Lotus is in the middle of the Douling storm, and it still needs to go through some dangers to get the Dou Spirit Sacred Lotus. Although the lotus seeds of the Douling Xinglian are very effective, as long as you kill a half-sage who is transformed into a 20% saint, you can get 0.2% of the saint. I believe that there are so many warriors in the world of Douling, and the true essence has transformed into a lot of 20%. Why do you have to take the risk to get the Holy Lotus of Douling? Intuition tells Han Feng that there must be something special about this Douling Saint Lotus. Xuanhuan's face didn't change, or he had expected Han Feng to ask this, so he didn't hide it and said directly, if it's just to improve the role of Xuanhuan, of course it's not worth my risk, brother. The Douling world has existed for so long, and the Douling Sacred Lotus has appeared no more than 5 times. If the Douling Sacred Lotus is an ordinary spirit, how can it be so rare? Actually, enhancing Xuanhuan is only one of the functions of the lotus seeds of Douling Xinglian, and it is also the most insignificant role. As you said, Brother Han, it is too easy for the Douling world to get Xuanhuan, as long as the life is guaranteed. Under the premise of living long enough, even if you slaughter a group of heavenly rank warriors, sooner or later, the true essence will be transformed. Quantitative changes will always lead to qualitative changes. The reason why this Douling Saint Lotus really attracts the attention or greed of warriors is the effect of Douling Saint Lotus seeds breaking the limit of Saint Yuan. Break the limit of Saint Yuan. Han Feng's face changed greatly, and there was a terrifying guess in his heart. A trace of fiery flashed across Xuanhuan's face. Yes, it's what you think, Brother Han. As we all know, the limit of half-sage's holy Yuan is 40%. But the lotus seeds of this fighting spirit holy lotus can break this limit. Let the semi-sacred Saint Yuan reach a higher level. Brother Han, think about it, isn't this Douling Saint Lotus worth our risk? Han Feng grunted, swallowed a mouthful of spit, and looked shocked. Han Feng never expected that there would be such a strange thing in the world of Douling. This is simply going to be against the sky. If it is true as Xuanhuan said, this fighting spirit holy lotus has the effect of breaking the limit of holy Yuan, this is indeed an action worth taking a risk. Xiang Cheng's face turned abruptly, and he said solemnly, the number of times the Douling Xinglian appears is too small, so the news is not complete. It is said that although this Douling Xinglian lotus seed can break the limit, it has survived to 50% of the realm, and never again. Can't improve too much. Han Feng smiled bitterly and said, even if it is 50%, it is equivalent to half of the cultivation level of the first-level sanctuary powerhouse. If other warriors get this news, it is estimated that they will be crazy. Xuanhuan sighed and said, yes, that's why I can't wait to join hands with Brother Han to win the lotus seed of the Dou Spirit Saint Lotus. With one more day, there will be more exposure. Han Feng's eyes flickered. Originally, Han Feng planned to leave just like that, but now that he heard the news of the Douling Xinglian, the role of the Douling Xinglian, and Xuanhuan's invitation, Han Feng decided to stay temporarily. Together with Xuanhuan Alliance, win the lotus seed of the fighting spirit, Holy Lotus. Brother Xiang, thank you for informing the younger brother of this news. The younger brother has decided to join forces with the Xiang family to fight the Douling storm. Xuanhuan's face was overjoyed. This is great, it is not too late, we will start now. Okay. Han Feng couldn't wait. Immediately, the two stood up, Xuanhuan notified the other two Xiang family members, and walked out of the stone house with Han Feng. 5th. The body has been really bad for the past 2 days. I have never been in front of the computer for such a long time, and now I feel sick when I look at the computer. According to today's reward, the edition of number 21 is 1 chapter, plus the normal update is 5 chapters. Today was supposed to be the 9th update, or just like yesterday, swap the 2-day update on the 20th and the 21st. Today is the 5th watch, tomorrow. I will see if the cabbage will be better, if it is better, I will try my best for the 9th watch. Douling World. In the space occupied by the moon and stars, small islands of different sizes float in this space. Suddenly, 4 powerful auras attacked like 4 streams of light, and they shuttled away. Gradually, the floating islands became rarer and rarer, and even if there were, they were extremely small islands, with a radius of a few meters, and no one was inhabited. After passing through countless small islands, 4 streamers came to a world of darkness and chaos. Come on, look at the distance now, it will be able to arrive in about a few hours. Suddenly, one of the 4 streamers couldn't help but excitedly said. It was Xuanhuan who spoke. When Han Feng heard the words, he couldn't help squinting. With his eyesight, he could only see the depths of the dark and chaotic space. There seemed to be a purple light, and the others could not be seen. But now the power of Han Feng's Yuanshan has reached more than 20%. With his strong perception, Han Feng still discovered the unique power fluctuation in the deepest part. Full of rage and power. Could it be that this purple light is the Nine Flame storm? Han Feng flashed such a thought in his heart. Han Feng didn't ask Xuanhuan if he would see it later. A few hours later, Han Feng's guess was confirmed. The weak purple light that I had seen before now appeared in front of Han Feng, but there were countless terrifying purple fighting spirit storms. Each Nine storm contained extremely terrifying power. Boom! The Nine storm constantly revolved around a certain center, making a deafening sound, as if the Nine world was about to be destroyed at this moment. Through the Nine storm, Han Feng could vaguely see the white lotus after the Nine storm. When the lotus flower is in full bloom, holy white light faintly fluctuates. Xuanhuan said excitedly, "Brother Han, this is the holy lotus of Nine. It's just that if we want to get the Nine Xinglian, we must pass through these Nine storms." Han Feng looked at these Nine storms. There were countless small Nine storms around them, about 100 feet high. These Nine storms are countless, and they constantly change their positions. It is undoubtedly an almost impossible thing to rush through the gap between the fighting spirit storms. And after passing through these small fighting spirit storms, it is the medium-sized fighting spirit storm. Han Feng was a little puzzled when he saw this. "Brother Xiang, my younger brother has always had a question. Since this Do Spirit Saint Lotus is so precious, why is there no large Nine storm?" "This? To be honest, I don't know. That's why I found you, Brother Han. If something goes wrong, with the strength of Brother Han and I, it's probably not a problem to work together to break through." Hearing that Xuanhuan didn't know either, Han Feng's face was solemn. However, Han Feng did not retreat because of this. It is impossible to get good heaven and earth spirits without taking a risk. There is no such thing as sitting at home and dropping a pie. "Brother Han, are you ready?" Xuanhuan asked. "Well, Brother Xiang, let's rush." Immediately, the four of them turned into four streams of light again, and rushed into the Nine storm group at the fastest speed under normal conditions. Countless small fighting spirit storms engulfed the four of them, and the wind shook violently, as if countless beasts were roaring. The four of them showed their powerful strength belonging to the semi-holy realm, like sharp knives, constantly sprinting into the depths. The small Nine storm was not too dangerous for the four of them. Even a group of small fighting spirit storms. "Xuanhuan, look, that's the Nine card." Suddenly, a disciple of the Xiang family lit up and roared excitedly. This Xiang family disciple is called Xiang Lai, and his overall strength ranks in the second-rate, half-sage, middle and lower level. "Nine card? That's great." Xuanhuan was overjoyed. The four of them rushed over immediately, and Xuanhuan naturally took the Nine card in his pocket. At this time, Xuanhuan realized that he didn't seem to be concerned about Han Feng. "Brother Han, this." Han Feng smiled slightly. "Brother Xiang, I don't need a Nine card." Xuanhuan was taken aback. "Don't Brother Han prepare for his family?" Han Feng shook his head, joking. "The Han family's current strength to enter this world of fighting spirits is completely the life of cannon fodder. Even if the Lei family is a little better, they are still cannon fodder here, just to add fertilizer to others. It's a pity." Xuanhuan shook his head regretfully, and then embarrassedly said, "Since Brother Han doesn't need it, then if he gets another Nine card." Han Feng smiled lightly. "Of course it belongs to Brother Xiang." Xuanhuan was overjoyed, but still a little embarrassed. Xuanhuan was really relieved until he got a few more fighting spirit cards, and Han Feng still didn't say anything. Xuanhuan really intends to make friends with Han Feng, but he is not willing to cause conflicts between the two sides because of the mediocre Nine cards. If Han Feng wants Nine cards, he will definitely make concessions. And now Han Feng really doesn't have any idea about the Nine card. Not only will the two sides not have a rift because of the Nine card, but it will make the Xiang family gain a lot. The reason why Xiang Song values the Dou Ling card is just from the perspective of the family. Han Feng is different. The Han family is too weak. Han Feng basically has no power behind his back. The appeal of the Dou Ling card is indeed not very big. In Han Feng's eyes now, there is only Dou Ling Xinglian. The four of them were all half-sages, and the weakest were all second-rate and half-sacred. The mere small Dou Ling storm naturally had no effect on the four of them. Soon, the four passed through the small Dou Ling storm area and came to the medium Dou Ling storm. During this period, Xiang Song got a total of 5 Dou Ling cards, which made Xiang Song joke that Han Feng was a lucky star. You must know that in the previous trials, they also passed through the small Dou Ling storm and came to the medium-sized Dou Ling storm area. But the Dou Ling cards obtained from the previous trials were less than 3 when added to 1. When they came to the medium-sized Dou Ling storm area, the pressure on the four of them instantly increased a lot. Han Feng and Xiang Song are okay, after all, they are first-class semi-sacred level. However, Xiang Lai and the last Xiang family member had a hard time. Bang bang. The medium-sized Dou spirit storm continuously involved the four of them, and the violent force seemed to tear them into pieces. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Emperor burning heaven's finger. Han Feng shouted angrily, and the power of Saint Yuan and Yuanshan was integrated into the fingers of Emperor burning heaven, and the power was extremely terrifying. Now Han Feng's Saint Yuan has increased from 10% to 20%, and his power is stronger than when he fought against the Zhu family powerhouse before. The tearing power in Dou Ling storm was instantly shattered by Han Feng's finger. Xiang Song did not show weakness, silver light dance. This move also incorporates the power of Xing Yuan and Yuan Shen. Countless silver rays of light soared into the sky, like a dragon. Under Xiang Song's powerful strength, the violent tearing force was also shattered. Furious rock dragon fist. Ice blasting palm. Xiang Lai and the last Xiang family disciple also broke out their strongest blow, which was able to withstand the tearing power of the Dou Ling storm. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12. Passing through the storms of medium-sized fighting spirits, the 2 Xiang family disciples finally reached their limit and soon became unsupported. Damn. Furious rock dragon fist. Ice blasting palm. The 2 Xiang family disciples were full of unwillingness in their hearts, and they punched and clapped again. First delivery. Ask for flowers. There are ideas, but the body is very tired, please forgive me if the code is too late. Furious rock dragon fist. Ice blasting palm. Xiang Lai swung out 1,000 Zhonglong rock giant dragon. Before this, such a giant dragon did not know how many Dou Ling Feng storms were washed away. But now this giant rock dragon was reduced to ashes under the strangulation of the Dou Ling storm. The palm of ice swung by the last Xiang family disciple had frozen a lot of Dou Ling Feng before, but now it was also easily torn apart by Dou Ling Feng. Seeing that the tearing power of Dou Ling Feng was about to hit the 2 of them, it is foreseeable that once the 2 are hit by the tearing force, the entire body will be torn to pieces. Emperor burning heaven's finger. Silver light dance. At this moment, a giant flaming finger and countless silver-white flood dragons roared, shattering the Dou Ling storm. It was Han Feng and Xiang Song who took the shot. Thank you Xiang Song and brother Han. The 2 Xiang family members looked grateful, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. For the first time in their lives, they felt that death was so close. Xiang Song's face was solemn. Don't be careless, we have thoroughly penetrated, this is an area we have not reached before. Although it is dangerous, we are very close to Dou Ling Xinglian. Speaking of Dou Ling Xinglian, the 2 of them breathed together, and the previous loss was also reduced a lot. Han Feng and Xiang Song back to back, Xiang Song smiled. Hey, brother Han's staying power is really surprising, brother, I'm out of breath now, brother, you still look relaxed. Xuanhuan was extremely shocked in his heart. Such a fast recovery ability is either due to Han Feng's powerful exercises or a special body. But everyone knows the disadvantages of cultivating the sanctuary exercises before the sanctuary. Xuanhuan does not think that Han Feng has practiced the sanctuary exercises, so he attributes all the reasons to Han Feng's body. Where does Xuanhuan know that Han Feng is still practicing martial arts? The initial stage of the 5th level of the Nine Flames different fire art is not inferior to the low-level sanctuary exercises. Because it is the Nine Flames different fire art, it is as high as 100% compatible with Han Feng. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Silver Light Dance. Han Feng and Xuanhuan shot one after another to protect the 2 disciples of the Xiang family. The 2 disciples took the time to cultivate under the protection of Han Feng and Xuanhuan, and once the energy in their bodies recovered, they immediately took action to help Han Feng and Xuanhuan solve their difficulties. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Silver Light Dance. Furious Rock Dragon Fist. Ice Blasting Palm. The 4 of them attacked with all their strength and broke through another medium-sized Douling storm. By this time, Raosher Xuanhuan couldn't take it anymore. In fact, if there was no Han Feng in this operation, the 3 of them would have returned home long ago, and it would not have been possible for them to make it this far. Han Feng saw that he was basically the only one left in combat power, and knew that he had to summon the 5 demons. The 5 demons are summoned. Han Feng shouted in a low voice, with the surging space, gold demons, wood demons, water demons, fire demons, and earth demons appeared one after another. At the same time as he appeared, the 5 demons had formed a great formation of the 5 elements. The 4 of Xuanhuan stayed in the 5 elements' great array, and the 5 demons started to fight against the Douling Feng by relying on each other's union. At this time, the 5 demons were summoned through the 2nd layer ban of the 5 demon rings, just like when they were fighting against the Zhu family powerhouses. With Han Feng's current ability, he didn't need to store energy before, and only the 1st and 2nd layers of prohibition could be summoned immediately. When it comes to the 3rd level of restriction, there is no way to summon it at one time with only 23% of the Saint Yuan, and it takes 2 times. On the 4th level of prohibition, Han Feng has even solved only a small part of it, and the remaining half is too weak, because of Han Feng's poor cultivation base. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xuanhuan sat down weakly with a wry smile on his face. In the end, I still underestimate this Douling Feng, Brother Han, this time thanks to you, otherwise, brother, I'm afraid I will die here. Xuanhuan sincerely thanked Han Feng. The remaining 2 Xiang family disciples are equally grateful. Hey, what's this? Everyone is just helping each other. Han Feng waved his hand to indicate that there is no need for this. Brother Xiang, everyone should recover quickly. The 5 demons won't be able to resist for long. We must take advantage of this time to recover in time. Yes, we have to recover quickly. Xuanhuan nodded again and again. At this time, Xuanhuan didn't care about his body, which was dripping with sweat because of the huge consumption, and sat cross-legged to recover. Han Feng also quickly recovered to summon the 5 demons, but a huge amount of Saint Yuan is needed. Since then, Han Feng has only been responsible for maintaining the operation of the 5 demons. When the 5 demons were defeated, Xuanhuan and the 3 stood up to resist the Douling storm. And when the 3 of them were exhausted, Han Feng's Saint Yuan in his body recovered almost, and he could continue to summon the 5 demons. As time passed by, the 4 of them were getting closer and closer to Douling Xinglian. At this moment, the few remaining Douling Fangs suddenly merged at this moment. Boom boom boom. Boom. It was as if the ancient beasts had awakened at this moment, and the enormous coercion surged out at this moment, and the world changed. Even if this is the space where the moon and the stars are now, It emits extremely dazzling and refined purple light. Buzz. The entire space trembled violently, as if the space here would collapse directly in the next moment. What? The expressions of the four of them changed greatly, and they could not have imagined that such a change would happen when they were about to rush out. What's going on? Han Feng thought in surprise. Xiang Song, however, said with a trembling voice, "Big, large Douling storm." As soon as these words came out, the two Xiang family members suddenly showed despair. If you are involved in a large-scale Douling storm, the masters at the peak and semi-sacred level will also fall. Damn it, it turns out that there are no large-scale fighting spirit storms here, but scattered into countless medium-sized fighting spirit storms. Now that we are about to pass through, it merges into a large-scale fighting spirit storm to block us. Rauscher Xiang Song's comprehensive strength is in the first-class semi-holy level, can't help but feel fear. Run! Han Feng shouted angrily. Although the Douling Xinglian is good, it must be enjoyed with life. When Han Feng flew to and fro violently, Xiang Song and the three also came back to their senses. Once they are involved in a large-scale fighting spirit storm, they are absolutely dead. It's a pity that the dangers of large-scale fighting spirit storms are well known. If they could escape so easily, large-scale fighting spirit storms would not be so dangerous. At this moment, a terrifying suction force that even the heavens and the earth seemed to be involved spewed out, and like a vortex, it rushed towards the surroundings at a very terrifying speed. Oops! Han Feng's four people were shocked. With such attraction and the speed of the impact, they would definitely be sucked in no matter how far they could escape. How to do? What should I do? Xiang Song showed anxiety and despair. The two of the Xiang family had already given up. Only Han Feng took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly, and the firm light flashed away. 5 demon summons. Han Feng shouted lowly, and the 5 demons condensed out, and a powerful breath that was not inferior to the first-class semi-sage, middle and upper level, or even stronger rushed out. 5 elements great array. The 5 demons immediately formed a large formation, and a huge breath rose into the sky. This is... Xiang Song and the 3 were dumbfounded. These 5 demons had not used all their strength before. Second more. This time, the 5 demons summoned by Han Feng were the 5 demons banned on the 3rd floor of the 5 demon rings. The 3rd layer of prohibition, with Han Feng's current 20% of the 3 Saint Yuan, can't summon the 5 demons at one time, but before that, Han Feng has already filled the 3rd layer of prohibition with energy, so now he will immediately summon out. It's just that if you don't replenish it in time, you won't be able to summon it immediately if you encounter any danger next time. The 5 demons formed a 5-element great formation, and they only increased their attack power when they joined together. Their cultivation base did not improve much, and they were still constantly flying in the direction of the large-scale fighting spirit storm. Brother Han, what should I do? Seeing that Han Feng showed a stronger trump card, Xiang Song and others couldn't help but hope that Han Feng would have a solution. Han Feng smiled bitterly, Brother Xiang, what can I do? The 3 of Xiang Song heard the words and showed despair again. Even Han Feng can't do anything, what else can they do? No matter how powerful the 5 demons are, there will always be a time to disappear. Especially in the large-scale Douling storm, the tearing power is even more terrifying, and it is not impossible to tear apart the first-class semi-holy level master easily. In such an environment, the 5 demons disappear faster, and if you want to summon the 5 demons again, Han Feng must use his Holy Spirit. But in the large-scale fighting spirit storm, is there so much time to recover? Brother Han, it's the elder brother who has implicated you. Xiang Song said decadently and guilty. Han Feng waved his hand, what does this have to do with my brother? This is my brother's volition. If it wasn't for my greedy Douling Xinglian, how could I have encountered such a danger? Nowadays, everyone is thinking about what to do. The 5 demons tried their best to attack the large-scale fighting spirit storm. With the current strength of the 5 demons, the 2 demons with the same attributes joined together to attack, and their formidable power was comparable to that of the 4-image semi-sacred at the first stage of the top level. Inferior existence. The 5 demons are all united, and their power is close to the peak semi-sage of the upper level, and their strength can be said to be extremely terrifying. Therefore, when the attack of the 5 demons slammed into the large doling storm, there would always be an explosion like the destruction of space, and the large doling storm that vibrated would tremble, causing the doling storm's suction power to be greatly reduced. Because of this, the 4 of Han Feng can still think of a way in the 5 elements great array. But this is not the way. Sooner or later the 5 elements great array will be dragged into the large-scale doling world storm, and as the 5 demons continue to attack and resist the suction, the 5 demons are gradually approaching the limit. Once the limit is reached, the 5 demons will disappear. Han Feng's face was indifferent, but in fact his heart was very anxious. The current situation is indeed extremely dangerous. Do you want to use the Xuanhuan Tower again? But the second time you activate the Xuanhuan Tower, who knows if the sequelae will be stronger? Until the limit is reached, the Xuanhuan Fire Tower cannot be used. And who knows if the use of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower will directly lead to the collapse of the Doling world. Once the Doling world collapses, the Doling men will definitely investigate. With my current strength, fighting against Doling men is undoubtedly an egg hitting a stone. In the eyes of Doling men, my level is just an ant. The ants want to fight against the elephants, and they are looking for a dead end. But what can be done now? Damn it! Han Feng couldn't help but scolded in his heart. Damn it, it would be great if the 5 demon rings could unlock the 4th layer prohibition. If the 4th layer prohibition energy is satisfied, the 5 demons at the first level of the sanctuary will be summoned. The 5 demons are just a collection of energies, and they do not contain heaven and earth. The energy of the law should not affect the world of Doling. Wait, gather energy? Han Feng raised his head sharply, his eyes flickering. According to Xuanhuan, this Doling storm is a terrifying storm that contains the source power of Doling world. Since it is energy, can the 5 magic rings absorb it? Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his wrist, the power of Yuanshan moved, and in an instant, the 5 magic rings on Han Feng's wrist shot out 5 bright rays of light. Xuanhuan, brother Han, this is... Xiang Lai was taken aback by this. Xuanhuan immediately raised his hand to stop Xiang Lai, and said softly, "Don't say anything, I think brother Han is thinking of something. We are in a very dangerous situation now. If it interrupts brother Han's thinking and the method of survival is interrupted, we are too wrong to die." Hearing this, Xiang Lai shuddered, thinking of the consequences of being involved in the Doling storm. Xiang Lai immediately fell silent. The 3 of Xuanhuan looked at the 3 of them expectantly. Now the 3 of them are really powerless. Whether they can survive or not depends on Han Feng. Han Feng motivated the 5 magic rings, and under the guidance of Han Feng Xingyuan, the 5 magic rings began to absorb energy wantonly around them. Later, Han Feng was excited to discover that the 5 magic rings could indeed absorb other energies. For example, at the moment, the suction of the large-scale fighting spirit storm is being transformed into a strange energy that is absorbed by the 5 magic rings. Seeing Han Feng's happy expression, Xuanhuan suddenly felt hope in his heart. Brother Han, could it be? Han Feng exhaled, I did find a way, but now we are faced with 2 choices. I wonder which brother Xiang will choose. 2 options? Which 2 options? Xuanhuan took a breath. Han Feng said, Brother Xiang must have also seen this bracelet on my wrist. This is the 5 magic rings, and its function is to summon the 5 demons. Xuanhuan nodded, he naturally saw this long ago. Xiang Lai and the last Xiang family member were quite envious, but they didn't show any greed, which made Han Feng nodded. The quality of this family is indeed good. Han Feng continued, my 5 magic rings need energy to summon the 5 devils, and it is an extremely large amount of energy. I just found out that the energy in this Douling storm is also energy, and the 5 magic rings can fully absorb it. Then now there are 2 choices. First, the Douling world will also bring some energy when it releases its huge suction, and the 5 magic rings can absorb the energy to slow down the suction. I don't think it will take long, when the absorption is almost the same. At that time, the suction force condensed on us will weaken a lot, and then we will naturally be able to escape. When we escape from a certain area, this large-scale Douling storm should automatically separate and transform into a medium-sized Douling storm. What about the second option? Xiang Song sounded a little plausible, and his original despair and low mood recovered a lot in an instant, and then he asked the second option. A gleam of light flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and he said solemnly, the second option is to take a gamble and enter the Douling storm directly. Even the suction from the outside can be absorbed. If it enters the Douling storm, the absorbed energy must be even more impressive. As long as the amount absorbed is sufficient, it can completely support the 5 demons to condense. And under the attack of the 5 demons and the absorption of the 5 demon rings, one will grow and the other will grow, and the Douling storm will be destroyed sooner or later. But the problem is, this is extremely dangerous, and no one knows what level of terror in the large-scale Douling storm has reached. A lot of miscalculation, it is very likely that it will fall into it. Brother Xiang, which one do you choose? The third one. Let's leave the third watch today, my mind is too messy, I will try to finish the story of Douling world tomorrow, not much. 2 options. One is that it is very likely to leave safely, and the other is to venture into the Douling storm. According to common sense, in such a dangerous situation today, it should be the first choice. But after finally getting here, are you really willing to give up Douling Xinglian and leave? Xiang Song's eyes flickered uncertainly, with a hesitant look on his face. If it was just him, Xiang Song would definitely choose the latter, but now there are 2 Xiang family members behind him, let alone Han Feng's decision. Brother Han, I don't know what your decision is. Xiang Song gritted his teeth. Han Feng stared at Douling Feng, of course I choose the second one. Life is a gamble. If you don't gamble, who knows what the outcome will be? Xiang Song said solemnly, since Brother Han chose this way, Brother Han also chose the second one. Xiang Lai, Xuanhuan, you too. Xiang Song said hesitantly. You should choose the second one. The 2 said firmly. Brother Xiang, did you really decide to choose the second one? To be honest, if there is an accident in the Douling storm, with my brother's ability, I can protect myself at most. Han Feng said more solemnly. It's better to say bad things in advance, so as not to be resented by these people again. Xiang Song took a deep breath and said with a firm face, don't worry, Brother Han, if there is a fatal crisis, Brother Han only needs to rescue himself for a moment. This decision was chosen by Brother himself, and if something goes wrong, he should naturally take responsibility for it. As consequence. Xiang Lai's 2 Xiang family members also nodded quickly. If they die, they can only blame them for their bad fate, but if they pass through, they will be able to get the lotus seeds of the Douling Saint Lotus, which can completely break the limit of Saint Yuan that the half-sanctuary can master. It should be noted that those who are generally able to break the limit will certainly be a relatively powerful heavenly rank in the future, but once they pass, their strength will increase rapidly. Even the future development potential is even greater. Han Feng nodded, if that's the case, then let's be fully prepared. There are 5 magic rings to absorb energy. The duration of the 5 magic is not only greatly increased, but also the pressure of resistance is gradually reduced. The five elements great array maintained by the five demons is now far away from the large doling storm. According to the previous section, it would take less than a minute to be involved in the doling storm. In the current situation, it would not be an exaggeration to maintain it for half an hour. The four of Han Feng sat cross-legged in the great array of the five elements. When the state of the whole body was at its best, Han Feng gave up the absorption of the five magic rings. Under the terrifying section, the four Han Feng, the five demons, and the five elements great array were quickly sucked by the Doling Feng and devoured. Boom boom boom. As soon as he entered the Doling storm, the endless tearing power madly blasted towards the five demons and the five elements great array. The five demons attacked one after another, and the attacks of each other were united by the five elements, and the incomparably terrifying power erupted. But compared to the amount of violence within the entire Doling storm, the power of the five demons is still slightly weaker. There was a dignified look on Han Feng's face. Can he get the Doling Xinglian? 5 magic rings, close. Han Feng gave a low drink, and the energy in his body poured into the 5 magic rings. The 5 magic rings shot out 5 bright rays of light. The next moment, a huge vortex seemed to condense above the 5 magic rings, and the violent energy in the Doling storm gathered towards the 5 magic rings at an incredible speed. The energy in the third layer of the band within the 5 magic rings is filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang bang. The combat power of the 5 demons at this time is indeed powerful, but their own energy is limited after all, while the energy in Doling Feng is different and extremely huge. This huge energy, compared to the semi-holy level of energy, can be said to be close to inexhaustible. Having personally entered this large-scale Doling storm, Han Feng has already sensed that the terrifying tearing power inside this storm is equivalent to the mid to high peak semi-sacred level, and has not yet reached the top peak semi-sacred level. But the energy here is so huge that the violent tearing force is almost a steady stream of bombardment. Even the top peak level semi-sacred cannot withstand such an attack. Fragments. The 5 demons soon reached their limit. Xuanhuan and others' faces changed greatly, and they had already started to run the Holy Spirit in their bodies. They were waiting for the 5 demons to be broken to buy time. At this time, Han Feng smiled, "It's done." In the Doling storm, because it was filled with a lot of energy, the third layer restriction of the 5 magic rings was quickly filled. The 5 demons are summoned. Han Feng shouted, and the 5 demons who were about to disappear instantly regained their solid shape at this moment. We succeeded? Xuanhuan and the 3 stared blankly at all this. Han Feng wiped away a cold sweat and said with a smile, "I'm very lucky, although the power in this Doling storm is powerful, it may be equally powerful. The replenishment speed of the 5 magic rings is faster than the consumption speed of the 5 magic rings. We won the bet." The 3 of Xuanhuan were overjoyed. The stone in the hearts of the 3 can finally be put down. Han Feng also had a happy look on his face, and the holy lotus of Doling was in front of him. The 4 of them were in the 5 elements great array and confronted Doling Feng. The 5 magic rings continuously absorb energy, and the condensed 5 demons also continue to attack and bombard the Doling storm. Under such a stalemate, the energy in the Doling storm rapidly dwindled. Time passed slowly, and before you knew it, a day passed by like that. At this time, the Doling storm had shrunk and was not much bigger than the medium-sized Doling storm. Han Feng suddenly put away the 5 demons. "Brother Xiang, today's Doling storm is nothing, let's fight it together." "Haha, good." Xuanhuan rubbed his fists. He was so embarrassed by the Doling Feng that he almost died. At this time, he was able to defeat the Doling Feng. Although it was a large Doling Feng that was weakened to the extreme, Xuanhuan felt relieved. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Silver Light Dance. Furious Rock Dragon Fist. Ice blasting palm. The four attacked one after another. If it was a large-scale fighting spirit storm in its heyday, the attack of the four would soon be torn apart. However, the large-scale doling storm was now weakened to the extreme, and even almost degenerated into a medium-sized doling storm. The four attacked together, and the doling storm was almost easily destroyed. Since the doling storm came out, everyone was breathing furiously, feeling that the air outside the doling storm was unprecedentedly beautiful. Han Feng quickly regained his senses, and flew towards the Douling Xinglian. The holy lotus of Douling is blooming, and holy white rays of light are rippling around. White rays of light rippling out in circles, shrouded in white light, as if the exhaustion of the whole body has disappeared at this moment, and even the spirit is refreshed. Han Feng waved his hand, and the Douling Xinglian trembled, shrinking from a size of 4 or 5 meters to only 2 or 3 palms, and flew into Han Feng's hands. This is the Douling Xinglian? This breath is really wonderful, the real essence and Xuanhuan in my body are just about to move. Han Feng looked at the Douling Xinglian in admiration. Douling Xinglian is so beautiful that Han Feng couldn't bear to destroy it. Thinking of his own strength, Han Feng quickly recovered from the beauty of Douling Xinglian. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thanks to 8,899 and Ruffian 1314 for their big rewards. Amazed face, / After removing the 24 Douling St. Lotus seeds, the rest of the Douling St. Lotus instantly transformed into a white streamer and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Han Feng took 6 and handed the remaining 18 to Xiang Song. Brother Xiang, according to the original division, this is your 18. Xiang Song stared at the lotus seeds emitting a faint white light, and then reluctantly retracted his gaze and said with a wry smile, Brother Han, why are you making my brother feel bad? If it weren't for you, Brother Han, let alone getting lotus seeds, it would be possible to fall into the Douling storm. This time, I can get the lotus seeds of the Douling Xinglian. It can be said that it is entirely up to you, Brother Han. How can I have the face to take so much? Xiang Lai also nodded. These 18 are too hot for them to hold. If it is their Xiang family who has contributed the most, they are naturally well-deserved for taking so much. But in fact, from the beginning to the end, especially at the last moment, Han Feng contributed. They were basically in a state of soy sauce. How could they be qualified to get so many Douling Xinglian? Xiang Song said, Brother Han, it's enough for you to give each of us one, and the rest is all yours. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Han Feng's eyes. In the face of such temptation, it was extremely rare for Xiang Song and the other 3 to be so awake. But the original agreement was 6, and Han Feng also refused. Brother Xiang, if you didn't tell the younger brother the news of the Douling Xinglian, the younger brother would not even have a chance to contribute, let alone get the Douling Xinglian. 18 is what you deserve. No matter what Han Feng said, Xiang Song refused. Han Feng sighed, Brother, if there is only one, it means that you can only reach the limit of 42%. Although this is beyond the limit, it is not too much. This? Xiang Song hesitated. Indeed, even if it exceeds the limit, it is divided into high and low. If it is only the limit of 40%, it is not much stronger than 40%. In terms of overall strength, the improvement is not much. At this moment, Xiang Song was a little shaken. Xiang Song snapped on the tip of his tongue. The pain brought Xiang Song back to reality, and Xiang Song looked depressed. Brother Han, don't say it anymore. If you say it again, you will be really tempted. But brother really can't do this. Too much, this time my brother didn't do much at all. If I really take so much, I'm afraid that my future cultivation will leave a shadow. At this moment, Xiang Song was extremely firm. Don't say anything, this time, brother, you must take the big head. But one is too few. Han Feng frowned, seeing that Xiang Song was extremely firm. Han Feng had to take a step back. but also asked Xiang Song not to take only one. Without waiting for Xiang Song to answer, Han Feng immediately said, "Brother Xiang, as you said before, you are embarrassed to take too much, but little brother is too embarrassed to take too much." Anyway, the news of the Dou Ling Xing Lian was informed by the elder brother. Without the older brother's notification, the younger brother would not be able to get the Dou Ling Xing Lian anyway. Xiang Song thought for a while, and inadvertently saw the place where Dou Ling Feng had disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. "That's good, I, Xiang Lai, and Xiang Hua have 3 of them. We can take 9, and the remaining 9 will be exchanged for my brother with Dou Ling cards." Dou Ling card? Han Feng followed Xiang Song's line of sight and was stunned. In the place where the Dou Ling Feng disappeared, there are at least 30 Dou Ling cards floating around. There must be Dou Ling cards in the large-scale Dou Ling storm, and there are a lot of them. This is a well-known thing among warriors in the Dou Ling world. You know, it is really difficult to get a Dou Ling card from a large Dou Ling storm. Once involved in a large Dou Ling storm, the chance of surviving is no more than 1/10. This is still a relatively high probability of the semi-sanctuary, and the low-level semi-sanctuary will enter the 10 dead without life. Xiang Song pointed at the Dou Ling card and said, "Since my brother doesn't need the Dou Ling card, let's give the Dou Ling card to our Xiang family, and consider it as a replacement for the Dou Ling Saint Lotus seeds." The Dou Ling storm was eliminated by Han Feng Pa, and it is not an exaggeration to say that these Dou Ling cards belong to Han Feng. Okay. Seeing that Xiang Song really didn't plan to retire, Han Feng had no choice but to respond. It is said that it is exchanged with Dou Ling cards, but the price of Dou Ling Xinglian lotus seeds is not comparable to Dou Ling cards. With more than 30 Dou Ling cards, it is estimated that even one Dou Ling Saint Lotus seed is worth less. Rare things are precious. Although Dou Ling cards are rare, as long as you are strong, you can still get a lot of small and medium-sized Dou Ling storms. And Dou Ling Xinglian really can only rely on chance. Just like the Dou Ling Xinglian this time, if it wasn't for the Xiang family who got the chance, why would the Xiang family find so many strong people in the Dou Ling world? This is the chance of the family. Similarly, without Han Feng's help, the Xiang family obviously knew that the news of Dou Ling Xinglian could not be obtained. Han Feng's help was also an opportunity for the Xiang family. In the same way, it is also Han Feng's chance to know the news of Dou Ling Xinglian from Xiang's family. This opportunity can be traced back to Han Feng helping Xiangqing out of the crisis. If Han Feng chose to stand by and watch at that time, there may not be such an opportunity now. Dividing the fighting spirit Holy Lotus seeds, Han Feng floated away. The Xiang family got 9, and Han Feng got 15. This son will achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. It is our luck to know this son. Xiang Song said quietly. Xiang Lai and Xiang Hua both nodded in agreement. It was unheard of before to have such a terrifying strength at the age of less than 20. Even the arrogance of those first-rank empires may not be so strong. After leaving, Han Feng naturally didn't know what Xiang Song and others thought of him. Now Han Feng urgently wants to refine the lotus seeds of Dou Ling Xinglian, and then absorb and improve Xingyuan. But a hint of hesitation flashed on Han Feng's face. Now absorbing the lotus seeds of the Dou Ling Xing lotus will certainly improve my strength, but it is too wasteful to take it before my Xingyuan reaches 40%. The lotus seeds of the fighting spirit Holy Lotus can break the limit of Holy Yuan, and taking it after my Holy Yuan reaches 40% should be able to play a better role. Thinking of this, the hesitation on Han Feng's face faded. Wait until my Holy Yuan reaches 40% before taking it. Now, refine it into source liquid first. After Han Feng flew for nearly half a day, he chose a small wilderness island to land. On the island, Han Feng dodged into the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda and began refining the Dou Spirit Saint Lotus seeds. The rank of the lotus seed of the Dou Ling Xinglian has exceeded the rank of heaven, but it has not reached the holy rank. Therefore, Han Feng's aurora Xuanhuan at this time can still refine it into source liquid, but it takes time, unlike the spiritual things of the heavenly rank that can be refined by Han Feng in a very short time. Each lotus seed of the Doling Saint Lotus basically takes Han Feng about 2 days. Sometimes tired and even need more time. A month later, Han Feng had only refined 13 Doling Saint Lotus seeds, and the remaining 2 had not had time to refine. With 2 remaining, Han Feng did not continue refining, but left immediately from the Jianshan fire tower. Han Feng's primordial spirit has sensed that there are more than a dozen figures in the distance flying towards here at an extremely terrifying speed. This is. In the perception of Han Feng Yuanshan's power, these 10 people were divided into 2 groups, one of whom fled in front, and more than 10 people in the back seemed to be chasing and killing. Second more. After removing the 24 Doling Saint Lotus seeds, the rest of the Doling Saint Lotus instantly transformed into a white streamer and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Han Feng took 6 and handed the remaining 18 to Xiang Song. Brother Xiang, according to the original division, this is your 18. Xiang Song stared at the lotus seeds emitting a faint white light, and then reluctantly retracted his gaze and said with a wry smile, Brother Han, why are you making my brother feel bad? If it weren't for you, Brother Han, let alone getting lotus seeds, it would be possible to fall into the Douling storm. This time, I can get the lotus seeds of the Douling Xinglian. It can be said that it is entirely up to you, Brother Han. How can I have the face to take so much? Xiang Lai also nodded. These 18 are too hot for them to hold. If it is their Xiang family who has contributed the most, they are naturally well-deserved for taking so much. But in fact, from the beginning to the end, especially at the last moment, Han Feng contributed. They were basically in a state of soy sauce. How could they be qualified to get so many Douling Xinglian? Xiang Song said, Brother Han, it's enough for you to give each of us 1, and the rest is all yours. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Han Feng's eyes. In the face of such temptation, it was extremely rare for Xiang Song and the other 3 to be so awake. But the original agreement was 6, and Han Feng also refused. Brother Xiang, if you didn't tell the younger brother the news of the Douling Xinglian, the younger brother would not even have a chance to contribute, let alone get the Douling Xinglian. 18 is what you deserve. No matter what Han Feng said, Xiang Song refused. Han Feng sighed, Brother, if there is only 1, it means that you can only reach the limit of 42%. Although this is beyond the limit, it is not too much. This? Xiang Song hesitated. Indeed, even if it exceeds the limit, it is divided into high and low. If it is only the limit of 40%, it is not much stronger than 40%. In terms of overall strength, the improvement is not much. At this moment, Xiang Song was a little shaken. Xiang Song snapped on the tip of his tongue, the pain brought Xiang Song back to reality, and Xiang Song looked depressed. Brother Han, don't say it anymore, if you say it again, you will be really tempted. But brother really can't do this. Too much, this time my brother didn't do much at all. If I really take so much, I'm afraid that my future cultivation will leave a shadow. At this moment, Xiang Song was extremely firm. Don't say anything, this time, brother, you must take the big head. But 1 is too few. Han Feng frowned, seeing that Xiang Song was extremely firm. Han Feng had to take a step back, but also asked Xiang Song not to take only 1. Without waiting for Xiang Song to answer, Han Feng immediately said, Brother Xiang, as you said before, you are embarrassed to take too much, but little brother is too embarrassed to take too much. Anyway, the news of the Douling Xinglian was informed by the elder brother. Without the older brother's notification, the younger brother would not be able to get the Douling Xinglian anyway. Xiang Song thought for a while, and inadvertently saw the place where Douling Feng had disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. That's good, I, Xiang Lai, and Xiang Hua have 3 of them. We can take 9, and the remaining 9 will be exchanged for my brother with Douling cards. Douling card? Han Feng followed Xiang Song's line of sight and was stunned. In the place where the Douling Fang disappeared, there are at least 30 Douling cards floating around. There must be Douling cards in the large-scale Douling storm, and there are a lot of them. This is a well-known thing among warriors in the Douling world. You know, it is really difficult to get a Douling card from a large Douling storm. Once involved in a large Douling storm, the chance of surviving is no more than 1/10. This is still a relatively high probability of the semi-sanctuary, and the low-level semi-sanctuary will enter the 10 dead without life. Xiang Song pointed at the Douling card and said, "Since my brother doesn't need the Douling card, let's give the Douling card to our Xiang family, and consider it as a replacement for the Douling St. Lotus seeds." The Douling storm was eliminated by Han Feng Pa, and it is not an exaggeration to say that these Douling cards belong to Han Feng. Okay. Seeing that Xiang Song really didn't plan to retire, Han Feng had no choice but to respond. It is said that it is exchanged with Douling cards, but the price of Douling Xinglian lotus seeds is not comparable to Douling cards. With more than 30 Douling cards, it is estimated that even one Douling St. Lotus seed is worth less. Rare things are precious. Although Douling cards are rare, as long as you are strong, you can still get a lot of small and medium-sized Douling storms. And Douling Xinglian really can only rely on chance. Just like the Douling Xinglian this time, if it wasn't for the Xiang family who got the chance, why would the Xiang family find so many strong people in the Douling world? This is the chance of the family. Similarly, without Han Feng's help, the Xiang family obviously knew that the news of Douling Xinglian could not be obtained. Han Feng's help was also an opportunity for the Xiang family. In the same way, it is also Han Feng's chance to know the news of Douling Xinglian from Xiang's family. This opportunity can be traced back to Han Feng helping Xiangqing out of the crisis. If Han Feng chose to stand by and watch at that time, there may not be such an opportunity now. Dividing the fighting spirit holy lotus seeds, Han Feng floated away. The Xiang family got 9, and Han Feng got 15. This son will achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. It is our luck to know this son. Xiang Song said quietly. Xiang Lai and Xiang Hua both nodded in agreement. It was unheard of before to have such a terrifying strength at the age of less than 20. Even the arrogance of those first-rank empires may not be so strong. After leaving, Han Feng naturally didn't know what Xiang Song and others thought of him. Now Han Feng urgently wants to refine the lotus seeds of Douling Xinglian, and then absorb and improve Xuanhuan. But a hint of hesitation flashed on Han Feng's face. Now absorbing the lotus seeds of the Douling Xing lotus will certainly improve my strength, but it is too wasteful to take it before my Xuanhuan reaches 40%. The lotus seeds of the fighting spirit Holy Lotus can break the limit of Holy Yuan, and taking it after my Holy Yuan reaches 40% should be able to play a better role. Thinking of this, the hesitation on Han Feng's face faded. Wait until my Holy Yuan reaches 40% before taking it. Now, refine it into source liquid first. After Han Feng flew for nearly half a day, he chose a small wilderness island to land. On the island, Han Feng dodged into the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda and began refining the Dou Spirit Saint Lotus seeds. The rank of the lotus seed of the Douling Xinglian has exceeded the rank of heaven, but it has not reached the holy rank. Therefore, Han Feng's Aurora Tsangyan at this time can still refine it into source liquid, but it takes time, unlike the spiritual things of the heavenly rank that can be refined by Han Feng in a very short time. Each lotus seed of the Douling Saint Lotus basically takes Han Feng about 2 days. Sometimes tired and even need more time. A month later, Han Feng had only refined 13 Douling Saint Lotus seeds, and the remaining 2 had not had time to refine. With 2 remaining, Han Feng did not continue refining, but left immediately from the Jianshan Fire Tower. Han Feng's primordial spirit has sensed that there are more than a dozen figures in the distance flying towards here at an extremely terrifying speed. This is. In the perception of Han Feng Yuanshan's power, these 10 people were divided into 2 groups, one of whom fled in front, and more than 10 people in the back seemed to be chasing and killing. Second more. A group of people chased and killed another person, and the more than 10 people who were chasing and killing were all strong, and Han Feng's face couldn't help changing. What a strong coercion, these people are all first-class semi-sacred level, 3 of them are peak semi-sacred level. God! So many people chase and kill one person, how strong is this person? Han Feng thought in shock. When Han Feng's Yuanshan's power senses these people naturally sense Han Feng. The man who was being chased was a man in his 30s. He was wearing a fluttering white coat. His silver hair that looked scattered was casually bound by a bandage, revealing an uninhibited atmosphere. And this silver-haired white-clothed man had a thin sword hanging from his waist. Obviously, this silver-haired man in white clothes is a swordsman. The swordsman found Han Feng, his eyes narrowed immediately, and he shouted loudly, "Little brother, get out of here." The dozen or so people behind them were mostly men over 40 or 50 years old, and the 3 leading them were nearly 60 years old. The 3 old men looked fierce, and one of them had a hideous scar on his face, like a centipede lying on the old man's face. The other old man was missing an eye, and the extreme gloom and cold flashed through his one eye. The last old man was quite ordinary, but looking at the attitude of the scarred old man and the one-eyed old man with this old man as the head, this ordinary old man was obviously of a higher status and stronger cultivation. In this world of Douling, if you want people to submit, you can only rely on stronger strength. A cold light flashed in the scarred old man's eyes, and he said with a voice transmission, "Boss, we can't let this kid leave, and the news that we are chasing Yang Yanheng, the Sword Emperor of the Northern Capital Academy, can't be spread out. It's fine if it's an ordinary student from Baidu University. Baidu University probably won't care. After all, Baidu University is not the real backer of these students. But this Yang Yanheng is different. This Yang Yanheng is the seed player of Baidu University to participate in the competition of 5 palaces. The Baidu University is also preparing to rely on Yang Yanheng to participate in the 5 future hegemony to achieve good results. If something happens to Yang Yanheng, the Baidu University will lose face in the 5 future hegemony, and the Baidu University will definitely not give up. Unless we stay in the world of fighting spirits, but in the world of fighting spirits, we will never be able to break through to the sanctuary. The ordinary old man nodded. Commander of the Dark Spirit, this son is handed over to you. Don't worry, the leader of the alliance, I will hand over a mere little boy. In the crowd, a black-faced man sneered. The next moment, the black-faced man moved and rushed towards Han Feng. Seeing this, Yang Yanheng in front of him changed his face and cursed loudly, "A bunch of scumbags, just chase and kill me, and even implicate innocent people. Little guy, run away." In the last sentence, Yang Yanheng shouted to Han Feng. Immediately, Yang Yanheng flew into the distance at a faster speed. Yang Yanheng was not guilty about involving an innocent person in his own affairs, but now he can't protect himself, so he can only fly with all his strength. As for the innocent people involved, a wry smile flashed on Yang Yanheng's face. "I'm sorry, little brother. If I can escape this pursuit, I will definitely avenge you. Bastard, I didn't provoke these guys are going to kill me." Han Feng cursed in his heart. Han Feng knew in his heart that the identity of the person being hunted was not simple. These chasing people are obviously going to be silenced. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. "Want to kill me? Also depends on whether you have that strength." The commander of the Dark Spirit came quickly. "Boy, if you want to blame it, you shouldn't be here." The commander of the Dark Spirit grinned, stretched out his hand into claws, and suddenly grabbed it towards Han Feng. Dark Spirit Evil Wind Claw. A huge purple-black vortex suddenly condensed in the sky, and a huge purple-black energy surged out of the purple-black vortex and gathered in the hands of the Dark Spirit Commander. The next moment, the Dark Spirit Commander grabbed and condensed huge purple-black claws. Boy, go to hell! Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger! Han Feng shouted loudly, did not use the power of Yuanshan, did not use Xingyuan, just relying on a trick of the sacred domain. Han Feng removed the opponent's purple giant claw with one finger. What? Terrible! The Dark Spirit Commander was taken aback, and the next moment he was hit by the giant finger of flame. Boom! An earth-shattering loud bang resounded, and countless energy aftermath spread out. Under the bombardment of Emperor Fan Tian's venerable finger, the commander of the Dark Spirit directly turned to ashes. Han Feng pouted, this is the fate of underestimating me. Yes, contempt. The commander of the Dark Spirit is a first-class semi-sage, and his strength can be said to be strong, even better than the original Zhu Tianchen. However, to blame Han Feng is too young, so young that the Dark Spirit Commander did not take Han Feng in his eyes, only thinking that Han Feng was an ordinary semi-sage. After all, Han Feng is less than 20 at first glance, and he is about 20. How strong can he be at such a young age? Because of contempt, the commander of the Dark Spirit did not display the holy essence at all, let alone the power of the primordial spirit. In the world of Douling, Xingyuan has indeed grown very fast, but other aspects still depend on oneself, such as this sacred art. The Dark Spirit Commander's control of the sanctuary is only close to 30%. Compared with the Fan Tian Emperor's revered finger, which has more than 40% of the power, it is far worse. When the Dark Spirit's evil wind claw is broken, the Dark Spirit Commander, before he could even react, he was slammed by Emperor Burning Heaven's venerable finger. If the Dark Spirit Commander's body has transformed, this move will at most hurt the Dark Spirit Commander, but the Dark Spirit Commander's body has not transformed. That is to say, the physical strength of the Dark Spirit Commander is still the level of heaven. It's just the level of the heavens, and when I was caught off guard, I was slammed by Emperor Burning Heaven, and immediately turned to ashes. What? Yang Yanheng, who was fleeing, sensed the earth-shattering explosion and turned his head to look, and was instantly stunned. I'm going, a commander was killed like this? The faces of the people who were chasing Yang Yanheng suddenly sank. The one-eyed old man said angrily, this kid dares to kill our people. The ordinary old man said with a blank expression, Dark Spirit is too careless, and his strength has not shown much at all. Golden Commander, it is up to you to avenge the Dark Spirit Commander. Remember, don't be careless this time. Yes. The Golden Commander gave a low reply and immediately left the team. It's still here. Han Feng was completely angry. You chased and killed you, and I wouldn't tell the truth, let alone meddle in other business affairs. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Originally, Han Feng did not intend to intervene in this matter. He killed the commander of the Dark Spirit to warn the other party, but now that the other party intends to keep his mouth shut. The third one. Who is your excellency? Why do you want to kill me? Han Feng asked. Golden Commander of the Jagged Alliance, if you want to blame it, you see things you shouldn't see. In order to prevent leaks, please die. Before the Golden Commander arrived, the voice was rolling in. Jagged Alliance. Han Feng's expression froze. This Jagged Alliance is a powerful force that has recently risen in the world of Douling, and even Xiang Song doesn't know much about the specific situation of this Jagged Alliance. Only know that this Jagged Alliance has 3 leaders and 13 commanders. The 3 alliance leaders are peak-level semi-sages, and the 13 commanders are advanced-level semi-sages. These guys turned out to be members of the Jagged Alliance. Seeing this, in order to hunt down that silver-haired white-robed swordsman, he even dispatched all over the place. 3 leaders and 7 commanders, only 6 commanders did not arrive. I don't know if I was guarding the trump card of the Jagged Alliance or was killed by the swordsman. But, even if it's the Jagged Alliance, since you want to deal with him, you must have the consciousness of going to hell. It turned out to be the Jagged Alliance, but even if it is the Jagged Alliance, it is not qualified to kill the young master. Golden Hurricane Palm. The Golden Commander did not want to follow in the footsteps of the Dark Spirit Commander, so he used all his strength as soon as he shot. The palm of the Golden Commander broke out a first-class semi-sacred full blow. A hurricane of golden energy suddenly erupted, forming a giant palm to press down, like a giant taking a palm from the sky. The strength of this Golden Commander is no less than that of Brother Xiang. Han Feng's eyes flashed. Han Feng is now using Tianhua Xuanhuan to skyrocket his cultivation base. With more than 20% of his Yuanshan power, more than 20% of his holy essence, and about 40% of his low-grade and low-grade sanctuary skills, his comprehensive strength is about the 4 elephants in the middle of the advanced level. Half-holy. That is, a medium first-class semi-holy level. It's still a bit reluctant to fight against Hurricane Palm. So. Tianyan Thousand Realms Sword. Han Feng shouted angrily, and the flaming sword spewed out, with one of the flaming swords as the center, surrounded by the palm of the hurricane. Since it is somewhat unstoppable to use the low-grade and low-grade sanctuary skills, then use the low-grade middle-grade sanctuary skills, the explosive power is comparable to the high-level 4-image semi-sage, that is, the first-class semi-sage. And the strength of the Golden Commander and Xiang Song is half a caddy. Boom! The flames blazed in all directions. The flaming sword and the hurricane palm were immediately mixed together. This kid has such strength, Commander Jean said in horror. The Dark Spirit Commander was said to have underestimated the opponent before, and he didn't even use his strength. But now he's doing his best. I said, your Jagged Alliance has not been able to silence me. Han Feng sneered. The kid is crazy. The Golden Commander was furious, and the Holy Yuan in the body was running wildly. Han Feng raised his wrist. 5 demons summon. Gold demons, wood demons, water demons, fire demons, and earth demons appeared one after another. Due to the absorption of enough energy in the doling storm, the 3rd layer of the 5 magic rings is filled with energy. Han Feng easily summoned the 3rd layer of forbidden 5 demons. The 5 demons appeared, and the powerful pressure that fluctuated made the Golden Commander's face sluggish. The 5 demons swarmed up in an instant, and 5 first-class masters who were equivalent to upper middle or even upper class besieged one person. What was the result? In short, the hurricane palm of the Golden Commander was easily broken, and the Golden Commander was knocked off by a punch from the Earth Demon, and even the power of the primordial spirit was shattered. It didn't take much time to kill the Dark Spirit Commander and the Golden Commander one after another from Han Feng. So all the 9 people who chased and escaped saw what happened here. This time there are such means. Yang Yanheng, who had already flown far away, shrank his pupils when he saw this scene, and was immediately overjoyed. He directly changed his direction of escape and flew directly to Han Feng. Little brother, how about we join forces to kill these bastards? Yang Yanheng shouted. If Yang Yanhan had spoken to unite at the very beginning, Han Feng might not have been meddling. But the silence of the Jagged Alliance made Han Feng completely angry, and immediately said, coldly, agree. Han Feng's own strength is not bad, plus the 5 demons, it is equivalent to 6 first-class semi-holy level masters. The expressions of the remaining 8 members of the Jagged Alliance changed. The ordinary old man said in a cold voice, Your Excellency, it's better not to meddle in your own business. As long as Your Excellency leaves here, the leader of this alliance will quickly not hold you accountable for killing the 2 commanders of my Jagged Alliance. Little brother, don't believe this old man, they are a bunch of insincere scumbags. Yang Yanheng shouted loudly, afraid that Han Feng would really leave. It didn't take long for Yang Yanheng to fly near Han Feng, more than 10 meters away from Han Feng. We are not familiar with each other, naturally separated by a certain distance. Brush brush. The 8 members of the Jagged Alliance came together, worried that Han Feng would make a move, and the 8 were separated by more than 100 meters from Han Feng and Yang Yanheng. Boom boom boom. The 10 people exuded a strong breath to each other, and Han Feng also had 5 demons to help each other. Han Feng was moved to find that the swordsman's breath was extremely terrifying, and I was afraid that it was not low in the peak first-class level, but this breath looked extremely powerful on the outside, but it revealed a touch of weakness on the inside. Obviously the swordsman himself was injured. So many strong men of the Jagged Alliance took action to deal with a wounded swordsman. This swordsman must be extremely strong. Han Feng froze in his heart. The ordinary old man seemed to have noticed that his attitude was a little bad, and immediately softened his expression. This little brother, don't listen to the lies of the swordsman, the old man has always kept his promise. Keep your promise? It's ridiculous, isn't it, because I have something good that I want to take away? At the beginning, it was agreed that we should share it together, but in the end you have to kill people and grab the treasure. If it wasn't for Lao Tzu's strength, he would have died in your hands. If you hadn't plotted against Lao Tzu, how could Lao Tzu have escaped so embarrassedly? But the Jagged Alliance dispatched its entire nest and let Lao Tzu kill several commanders while injured. Your Jagged Alliance is really a waste. Yang Yanheng sneered loudly. Immediately, Yang Yanheng clasped his fist towards Han Feng, this little brother, under Yang Yanheng. As long as the little brother is willing to help stop those commanders, Yang must thank him. As for these 3 old guys, Yang will deal with them. In fact, you only need to hold back the commanders. I think it will not be difficult for you. 6 against 5, and they still have a numerical advantage. The help that Yang Yanheng begged for was not too much at all. 4th more complete. Ask for flowers. The faces of the strongmen of the Jagged Alliance changed. They have had personal experience of Yang Yanheng's terrifying strength. Even if Yang Yanheng's strength has been greatly reduced due to his injury, they are not Yang Yanheng's opponents alone. It can be said that they were killed in seconds. Only when they are united can they have the confidence to hunt down Yang Yanheng. Yang Yanheng had already killed several of their commanders, and now 2 more commanders were killed by Han Feng. If the remaining commander-in-chief is also restrained, the consequences. When the ordinary old man thought of this, his face was extremely ugly. If he knew that this kid who came across casually was so difficult to deal with, he should not have thought of silence in the first place. From the look of this kid before, it doesn't seem like he is planning to mess around. The ordinary old man was quite regretful at this time. The ordinary old man was about to say something tempting when he heard a surprised voice from the boy opposite. Yang Yanheng? Yang Yanheng. Could it be that Your Excellency is the first sword emperor on the semi-sacred list in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy? Han Feng looked at Yang Yanheng in surprise. It's Yang, how did you know about it? Yang Yanheng was quite puzzled. Although Baidu Academy is very famous, but as a student, it is not a strong man in the sanctuary, so how can there be so much attention? The Jagged Alliance knew, or Yang Yanheng took the initiative to inform. Ha ha ha, Han is also a student of Baidu University. When he heard that Yang Yanheng was the Sword Emperor, Han Feng's face flashed a hint of joy and closeness. In this unfamiliar place in the world of Douling, suddenly encountering students from the same school, there is no doubt that the relationship between the 2 sides has been greatly improved. What's more, I got the Douling card thanks to the news of the Sword Emperor's previous investigation. Now that Yang Yanheng is in trouble, he needs to help. When Yang Yanheng heard that Han Feng was also a student of Baidu University, a look of consternation flashed on his face, followed by excitement. But soon Yang Yanheng calmed down. He had never seen Han Feng, a strong man in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy. The strength of the first-class semi-sacred realm is enough to rank in the top 3 of the semi-sacred list. At this time, Han Feng took the initiative to introduce. Under Han Feng, he is now 5th in the semi-sacred list, and the title is the Emperor of Fire. Han Feng? Heavenly Fire Emperor. Yang Yanheng was still a little confused when he heard Han Feng, but when he heard the Heavenly Fire Emperor, Yang Yanheng understood everything. During the period when Han Feng defeated the Lion King, Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng was not in Baidu Academy, but went out to practice. When Yang Yanheng came back from the experience, Han Feng happened to go to the Ghost Realm again. And when Han Feng came back from the Ghost Realm, Yang Yanheng happened to come to the world of Douling again. Yang Yanheng also knew something about the turmoil and great reputation that Han Feng caused in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy, but he only knew the title, not the name. When they arrived at the semi-holy list, the students in the inner courtyard of Baidu Academy used titles instead of names in order to show their respect. The Emperor of Fire is actually you. Good guy, he's really young. Yang Yanheng sighed after being shocked. What kind of cultivation was he when he was Han Feng's age? I'm afraid it's not even a celestial rank, at most half a step celestial rank. The gap in between. Wait, aren't you number 7? Yang Yanheng suddenly doubted. Han Feng said with a smile, my brother defeated the 3-winged emperor before going to Douling World. Yang Yanheng, you improve really fast. The strength of the 3-wings emperor is not strong, but Yang Yanheng knows that the strength shown by Han Feng before is extremely close to the top first-class semi-sacred level. In other words, the strength of defeating the 3-winged queen Han Feng has been greatly improved. What a terrifying guy. Yang Yanheng thought to himself. This guy is also a master of the semi-saint ranking of Baidu Academy. The expression of the ordinary old man changed greatly. The conversation between Han Feng and Yang Yanheng was actually very short, and they did not hide their voices. The strong man of the Jagged Alliance could hear them clearly. The ordinary old man's face was cruel. Kill. Suddenly, the 8 masters of the Jagged Alliance took action. Since they come from the same place, the other party will inevitably be united, and they cannot be separated. Since we can't separate, we can only fight hard. Tianhuang, these commanders will be handed over to you, and these 3 old fellows will be handed over to this emperor. Yang Yanheng subconsciously returned to his self-proclaimed student when he met the students in the same house. The so-called kings, emperors, and emperors are only addressed within the academy. If they dare to call them that outside, it is simply courting death. It should be noted that the titles of some sanctuary powerhouses may not necessarily contain words such as emperor and emperor. Ha ha ha, brother Sword Emperor, you underestimate me too much, so leave the commander to the 5 demons. I can help you intercept one of these 3 old guys. Han Feng laughed and greeted the scarred old man directly. The scarred old man sneered, the arrogant boy is just looking for his own death. It's just that the 5 demons will disappear when you kill you, and then we can jointly kill that Yang Yanheng. The Sword Emperor never imagined that Han Feng would have the courage to fight against the scarred old man. Although the strength of the scarred old man is at the bottom of the peak semi-holy level, it is also the peak semi-holy level. The one-eyed old man and the ordinary old man naturally guessed the plan of the old man with scars, and they were both overjoyed. The 2 knew that once the arrogant boy died, everything would return to the original point. Many strong men of their Jagged Alliance chased and killed Yang Yanheng together. When Yang Yanheng saw the 2 old guys blocking him, a terrifying killing intent flashed on his face. The 2 old bastards, just the 2 of you, how long do you think you can last? Skyfire Emperor, you have to hold on well, I will kill these 2 old guys as soon as possible and go to help you. Yang Yanheng secretly said in his heart, praying that the reckless Han Feng would really be able to hold on to the scarred old man for a while. At the same time, the 5 demons also fought against the remaining 5 commanders. In an instant, terrifying energy fluctuations surged towards the surroundings, like a tidal wave. The battle is divided into 3 fields. 5 demons versus 5 commanders, Han Feng versus Scar Old Man, One-Eyed Old Man, and Ordinary Old Man versus Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng. Arrogant boy, die. In order to quickly resolve the battle, the old man with scars showed no mercy as soon as he made a move. Devil's blood mark. The gloomy aura rose into the sky, and the scarred old man was filled with a very dark aura at this time, as if he had transformed into a demon. Suddenly, countless demon phantoms roared out, covering the sky and attacking Han Feng. The other party is a peak semi-sage, so you can't be careless. Now is not the time to hold back, we must go all out. Skyfire battle body, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. Tianyan Thousand Realms sword, fusion. At this time, Han Feng also burst out with all his strength. 5th. The Tianyan Thousand Realms sword is a low-grade, middle-grade, sanctuary, and Han Feng has already mastered 25% of the realm, which is completely equivalent to a 50% powerful low-grade and low-grade sanctuary. Incorporating Aurora Tsangyan, the power of the Tianyan Thousand Realms sword has been directly increased to 45%, which is equivalent to 90% of the low-grade and low-level sacred knowledge. If it weren't for the limited cultivation, Han Feng's attacks would almost have reached the first level of the sanctuary. Equivalent to the control of 90% of the low-grade sanctuary, coupled with the skyrocketing cultivation base, more than 20% of the Holy Yuan and more than 20% of the power of the primordial spirit, Han Feng's explosive power has completely reached its peak at this moment. First-class semi-holy level. It is even near the top-level high-level 4-image semi-sacred, that is, the top-level peak semi-sage. Such a terrifying explosive force made the scarred old man, who was still full of confidence in being able to quickly get rid of Han Feng, horrified. Countless flaming swords smashed through the demon's phantom, and not a single demon's blood shadow could resist or survive the bombardment of the flaming sword. In the blink of an eye, all the demon phantoms that covered the sky were completely destroyed. With a wave of Han Feng's arm, the flaming sword received Han Feng's wisdom, gathered together like a giant dragon, and blasted at the scarred old man. No. The scarred old man was frightened for a while, but the speed of the flaming sword was too fast and the power was too strong. The difference between the strength close to or comparable to the superior peak semi-sage and the bottom of the peak semi-sacred warrior is too great. The scarred old man didn't even say he was hiding, he didn't even have time to react, he was swallowed and killed by the flaming sword. With the explosion of the flames, the scarred old man vanished into thin air and was directly killed by Han Feng. The scene of Han Feng killing the scarred old man in seconds was felt by everyone, and they were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could this kid have such terrifying strength? Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng was also stunned when he saw the scene. My God, this kid is too perverted. Not only do you have a low-grade and middle-level sacred knowledge, but you can also integrate your own special fire, which absolutely requires a degree of fit of more than 80%. Not only is the fit high, but I think the power of this strange fire is infinitely close to the level of holy fire. This kid is going to go against the sky. With this level of strength, let alone the top 3 in the semi-sacred list, even my heyday was not as good. If that's the case, that's fine, but Yang Yanheng knows that Han Feng is so strong because the sacred arts have exerted a formidable power far beyond the limit. In the past, it is not that such a genius has appeared, but such a genius has never exceeded so much as Han Feng, at most 1 or 2%. It's just that the unique knowledge of the sanctuary is far beyond the limit to exert such a strong strength, so when the power of Xuanhuan and Yuanshan reaches the limit? When the body also undergoes transformation? The combat power at that time. Yang Yanheng swallowed a mouthful of spit, and immediately became excited in his heart. There is such a pervert, this time the 5 palaces are competing for hegemony. Not good. Retreat. When the one-eyed old man and the ordinary old man saw this scene, they immediately felt chills in their hearts. If this kid suddenly came to help Yang Yanheng, the result would be self-evident. The 2 old guys immediately thought of running away. Want to run? Not at all. Hey, my junior is so strong, how can I be bad as a senior? Yang Yanheng moved and directly intercepted the 2 old guys. The faces of the 2 old men were ruthless. Go away. Thunder star sword. Fire roaring clouds. The strength of the 2 old men is similar to that of the scarred old man. One belongs to the middle and lower levels in the peak semi-sacred level, and the 2 of them burst out with all-out strikes that are extremely terrifying. However, Yang Yanheng smiled. If you Jagged Alliance join forces, I really can't do anything, but if it's just the 2 of you. A star falls in the sky. Yang Yanheng took out the long sword in his hand, which was a top-notch spiritual weapon sword. As soon as the sword came out, the surrounding space was suddenly filled with fierce sword energy. Yang Yanheng shouted, and the sword in his hand slashed down like an afterimage, and the terrifying sword intent was condensed on the sword in Yang Yanheng's hand. With the blessing of sword intent, Yang Yanheng's slash was more powerful. Primordial spirit surged, real essence erupted, and body trembled. At this moment, Yang Yanheng obviously burst out with all his strength. At this moment, this space seems to have turned into a big universe. Countless meteors are rapidly bombarding from far and near, and the meteors collide with each other, like a big bang in the universe. Han Feng closed his eyes, the power of Yuanshan spread out, and all senses were no longer affected by Yang Yanheng's attack. Therefore, Han Feng clearly sensed that this so-called meteor is purely a sword energy formed by the condensed sword intent of terrifying. It's terrifying. The Sword Emperor's sword intent has already realized the realm of 59%, and it is only one step away from the realm of 60%. Han Feng was shocked. 40% of the sword intent can only be understood by the strong in the sky. 50% of the sword intent corresponds to the semi-sacred. 60% of the sword intent corresponds to the sanctuary, and only those who are strong in the sanctuary can comprehend the 60% sword intent. And the Sword Emperor is only half a step away from 60% sword intent. Han Feng could see that Yang Yanheng did not have a strong bloodline, but at most had some special physique. However, the increase in Yang Yanheng's strength by this sword intent is no weaker than the increase brought by a powerful bloodline. Once Yang Yanheng's sword intent has reached the 60% realm, it is completely equivalent to having the bloodline of the sage grade to exert the power of the bloodline to the level of the lower grade sage grade bloodline. Despite the fact that there are many geniuses with holy bloodline in Baidu Academy, there are also many who can exert very powerful power, far exceeding the heavenly rank. But even so, they have not exerted the control and power of the blood to the level equivalent to the real blood of the lower grade and the lower grade. Before reaching the sanctuary, it is too difficult to truly control the bloodline of the sanctuary and bring it to the level of the sanctuary. This is equivalent to comprehending 60% of the sword intent before reaching the sanctuary, and controlling 100% of the low-grade and inferior sanctuary skills before reaching the sanctuary. The reason why there are powerhouses that surpass the limit of the semi-holy is because of the reason similar to the bloodline exerting the power of the low-grade holy grade. In addition to the cultivation base of these powerhouses, they are not as good as the sanctuary, and there is no realm of the sanctuary. In other respects, there is basically not much difference between the powerhouses in the sanctuary, especially the attack power. The 6 stars of sword energy formed by the condensed sword intent roared down, and the thunder star sword and the flaming cloud-like flames were easily destroyed. Boom boom boom. The meteor sword Chi blasted the 2 old guys, and they were wiped out in an instant. Another spike. The same spike as Han Feng. This made Han Feng truly realize the horror of the Sword Emperor. The strength of the Sword Emperor in his heyday is not much weaker than my previous outbreak, half a catty. Unfortunately, the Sword Emperor was injured, and the power of this blow barely reached the middle and upper peak semi-sacred level. Han Feng pondered in his heart. On. The three major leaders of the Jagged Alliance were killed, and the remaining commanders still had the will to fight, and they were successively killed by the 5 demons one by one. As soon as Han Feng's 5 magic rings turned, he took back the 5 demons. Brother Sword Emperor. Han Feng was about to come forward to greet the Sword Emperor, when the Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng suddenly sat cross-legged and suspended in the air, his face gradually paled. This? Han Feng was shocked. It's okay, it's just because of the conspiracy before, and now all of a sudden burst out to make the internal injury worse, just take a break. Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng's fragile voice came out. Han Feng got closer. Brother Sword Emperor is recovering, and Han is here to protect the elder brother. Yang Yanheng pulled out a smile, then thank you Brother Han. Immediately, Yang Yanheng stopped talking nonsense and started to run the exercises to recover. Han Feng was a little stunned on the side. It's no wonder that the Sword Emperor broke out with such a powerful strength before but still fled. It turned out that after such an attack broke out, there was no more power to fight. If he didn't kill all the enemies at once, as long as one commander survived, then Yang Yanheng's fate would be his death. After a long while of protecting the law, Han Feng practiced the same way, but kept some attention to his surroundings. This is just a remote corner of the Douling world, sparsely populated, and there is little possibility of problems. After killing 7 commanders and 1 alliance leader in succession, Han Feng got the extremely terrifying Saint Yuan. Even if only 1/10 can be absorbed according to the rules of Douling world, the Saint Yuan brought back by these 7 commanders and the leader of the alliance is still very objective. Basically, each of the 7 commanders brought back around 0.23 of the Holy Yuan, and the old man with scars, the leader of the alliance, gave Han Feng 0.4% of the Holy Yuan. The sum of these Holy Yuan has exceeded 20%, plus the 20% of the Holy Yuan that Han Feng now owns, the total amount is more than 40%. A lot of Saint Yuan, but unfortunately there is a limit to the half-sage tolerance, reaching the limit of 4 achievements. No matter how much Saint Yuan, when I refine it to the realm of 40%, I can't improve it anymore. And at that time, it's time to use the lotus seeds of the Douling Saint Lotus. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. Due to the separation of some of his attention, Han Feng's efficiency in absorbing the Saint Yuan in his body was not high, and it was only after half a day that he was able to increase by 0.1%. At this time, Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng had almost recovered, and his face was no longer so pale. The moment Yang Yanheng opened his eyes, Han Feng also stopped practicing. Brother Sword Emperor, have you recovered? In just half a day, it will all recover, but it is finally a bit of self-preservation. Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng said with a faint smile. After a pause, Yang Yanheng suddenly said, Brother Han, let's call him Brother Yang, the title of Sword Emperor seems a bit unfamiliar. Haha, Brother Yang. Han Feng laughed. Yang Yanheng seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a pill suddenly appeared in his hand. This is a pill that I got by accident, brother. It's called a bodybuilding pill. It's a pill that tempers the body and transforms the body. The old guys from the Jagged Alliance chased and killed me when they saw that I had such a pill in my hand. If they are willing to trade, that's fine. After all, my body has already transformed, and this medicine is no longer available. But those old guys said they wanted to trade on the surface, but they were secretly secret. There will be no problem with one of the commanders getting to know each other, who knows? Yang Yanheng sighed and shook his head. Then he said, Brother Han, I don't think your body has transformed yet. It is estimated that you will also go to the White Thunder Wasteland to temper your body after this incident. Now that you have this body training pill, it will greatly reduce the time for your transformation. Transforming from the heavenly stratum, the energy required is extremely terrifying. It's like the mouth of the bottle is corked. It takes a lot of pressure to flush out the water from the inside, but once it is flushed out, it will be vast. For example, the transformation of true Yuan to Xing Yuan, the same energy may be enough to make Xing Yuan, from the beginning of the transformation level, to become a Xing Yuan. It can be used in the transformation of true essence to saint essence level. Maybe it is not enough. If there is no body training pill, even if there is ballet to temper the body, it may take at least a month to successfully transform the body. But if you have a body training pill, it is very possible to transform your body within a few days to half a month. The body forging pill is indeed something that Han Feng desperately needs, and Han Feng did not refuse, but after thinking about it, Han Feng took out a lotus seed of the dough spirit Saint Lotus. Brother, I have accepted the body training pill, but please accept this lotus seed as well. This is. Sword Emperor Yang Yanheng looked at the lotus seed in his hand suspiciously. From the lotus seeds, Yang Yanheng felt extremely pure energy, and probably knew that it was used to improve Xing Yuan. But now his Saint Yuan has already been raised to the limit of 40%, and it is useless at all. Han Feng smiled slightly and said, "This is the lotus seed of the Douling Saint Lotus." What? This is the lotus seed of the Douling Saint Lotus. Yang Yanheng's pupils shrank, and he cried out in shock. Brother Han, are you sure? Yang Yanheng still didn't believe it. It's incredible that such spiritual objects of heaven and earth will one day appear in his hands, or be given by others. Han Feng nodded. Of course it's true, how could my brother cheat? Hey! Brother, your luck is really extraordinary. Yang Yanheng sighed. Han Feng was able to take out one so generously, and he obviously still had it in his hand. It would be good to have one of these heaven and earth spirits, no matter how many. It is really deep luck. However, although he knew that Han Feng still had it in his hands, Yang Yanheng didn't want it anymore. He had to be content. After taking the lotus seeds from the holy Douling, Yang Yanheng sighed. Compared with the lotus seeds of the holy Douling, the body forging pill is nothing, and the value is too different. Han Feng said, "You can't say that, a good knife needs to be used on the blade. For me now, the body forging pill is very important." Yang Yanheng was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Brother is right, this love, brother agrees. But having said that, brother, you are really amazing. The power of Xing Yuan and Yuanshan has not yet reached the limit, and the body has not yet transformed to have such a terrifying strength. I don't know if the dough spirit holy lotus in your hand is sufficient or not. If enough, wait for your holy essence to reach 50%, and then the body transformation and the power of the primordial spirit reach the limit. I am afraid that the real combat power will far exceed the semi-sacred limit. 50%? Han Feng frowned. There are also 14 Douling Saint Lotus seeds in his hand, each one can increase the Saint Yuan by 0.2%. Han Feng's goal is not only 50%. Yang Yanheng was stunned when he saw Han Feng's puzzlement. Don't you know that the lotus seed of the Douling Xinglian can increase by 0.2% before 40% of the holy Yuan, but when it reaches 40%, it can only increase by 0.1 after breaking the limit. And the highest is to increase to 50%, and 50% is the limit that the Douling Xinglian lotus seed can break. What? What else? Han Feng was really shocked. If this is true, then the dream of wanting to increase by more than 20% is shattered. Seeing Han Feng's expression, Yang Yanheng really believed that Han Feng didn't know. Yang Yanheng looked strange. You guy, you don't even know the specific situation of Douling Xinglian, but you are lucky to get Douling Xinglian Lianzi. God is really unfair. Of the semi-sacred. Han Feng rubbed his head, wondering if Xiang Song and the others knew about this limitation of the Douling Xinglian Lianzi. If you know, wouldn't it only increase the limit by 0.3% for each of Xuanhuan's 3 people? In this case, the concessions made by Xuanhuan and the others are bigger than Han Feng imagined. The limit of 0.6% and the limit of 0.3% are obviously different. If I had known it earlier, I would have asked Brother Xiang to take more. Anyway, I won't be able to use the extra lotus seeds. Han Feng sighed silently in his heart. Brother, it seems that all the Saint Yuan in your body has not been refined. There are even Douling Saint Lotus seeds waiting to be refined and absorbed. I think my brother needs time to retreat. There's not much time before the battle for hegemony in the 5 palaces. Brother, let's hurry up and practice in retreat, and then go to the White Thunder Wasteland to temper your body. Brother, I won't disturb you. Seeing the situation in Han Feng's body, Yang Yanheng immediately said the meaning of separation. It should be noted that if the 10th of the Saint Yuan obtained from defeating the enemy is not absorbed in time, it will disappear with time. That would be a waste. There are not many strong men like the Jagged Alliance in the world of Douling, but it is not something you can encounter casually. Now these Saint Yuan are wasted, and in the future, I will not be so lucky to get so many Saint Yuan at one time. Han Feng came back to his senses and knew that his physical condition was not suitable for continuing the conversation with Yang Yanheng. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye at Baidu Academy." "Haha, see you at Baidu Academy." Yang Yanheng laughed and flew into the distance quickly. Han Feng came to the island where he practiced before and began to retreat. After the previous practice, Han Feng now has 2.4% of the Saint Yuan in his body. Han Feng runs the 9 flames and different fire technique, constantly suppressing and absorbing. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, several days passed. Under the wholehearted cultivation, these Saint Yuan were quickly absorbed by Han Feng, and finally Han Feng's Saint Yuan reached the limit of 40%. Finally reaching the limit of 40%, it's time to take Douling Xinglian lotus seeds. A lotus seed of the fighting spirit Holy Lotus, according to Yang Yanheng, can increase 0.2% under 40%, and only 0.1% after reaching 40%. If I refine it into source liquid, I don't know what the effect will be. Han Feng pondered in his heart. Just do it when he thinks of it. Han Feng immediately came to the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower to refine the lotus seeds of the Douling Saint Lotus into the source liquid. Swallowing the source liquid, Han Feng ran the 9 flames and different fire art even more quickly. Boom boom boom. Rumbling. The holy yuan in Han Feng's body boiled at this moment. How easy is it to break the limit of Xing Yuan? Xing Yuan in Han Feng's body is like a turbulent ocean wave. Suppress me. Han Feng shouted loudly, and the 9 flames and different flames started running wildly. The boiling Saint Yuan was gradually calmed down under the suppression of powerful exercises, but more and more true Yuan gradually condensed at this moment, and a solemn aura like a king gradually permeated out. When the countless real essences condensed to the extreme, with a bang, these real essences instantly turned into even more terrifying energy. It is Xing Yuan. A look of disbelief flashed across Han Feng's face, followed by a big surprise. Sure enough, the effect of refining it into the source liquid is different. Originally, it could only increase by 0.1%, but after it was turned into the source liquid, it increased by 0.15%. In this way, you only need 6 or 7 to reach the 50% realm. I don't know if the lotus seeds of the holy lotus of the Douling are still 50% after they are turned into source liquid. If not, then. Thinking of this, Han Feng's heart thumped. The more Xing Yuan improves, the stronger his comprehensive strength improves. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately threw himself into practice. 2, 3, 4, 5. When the source liquid transformed by the 6 Douling Saint Lotus seeds was completely absorbed by Han Feng, Han Feng's Saint Yuan had broken the limit and was raised to the realm of 49%. The distance is 50%, and only 0.1% is left. There's still one last point: continue refining. But when the source liquid transformed by the seventh lotus seed was absorbed, Han Feng did not rise to the realm of 50%. Han Feng's face sank involuntarily. Is it still impossible to break the limit of 50% even after turning into source liquid? Try another one. If this one is still the same, then the remaining Dou Ling Xinglian can only be kept, auctioned off or traded into other heaven and earth spirits that are beneficial to my cultivation. Han Feng refined the eighth Dou spirit Saint Lotus seed, turned it into a source liquid, and swallowed it. The Saint Yuan in the body fluctuated again. Han Feng's eyes flashed. It turns out that it is not impossible to break the limit, but it is the same as the level of improvement after the Dou Ling Xinglian lotus seed reaches 40%. From 0.15 directly weakened by half. Then there are still 6 Dou Ling Saint Lotus seeds left, and my Saint Yuan will be raised, too. When all the lotus seed source liquid of the Dou Ling Saint Lotus was completely absorbed by Han Feng, Han Feng's body, Xing Yuan, was raised to the realm of 50%. 55, I finally reached the realm of 55. Han Feng couldn't hide the joy on his face. Half-saint, the Saint Yuan in a half-saint is equivalent to 55% of the Saint Domain first layer powerhouse. What a terrifying number. Han Feng runs the Saint Yuan in his body, and a terrifying aura rushes out in an instant, like a devil descending, exuding an incomparably amazing coercion. Han Feng felt as if he had turned into a god at this moment, and every single blow brought enormous power. Haha, I now have more than 20% of the power of the primordial spirit, 50% of the holy essence, and more than 40% of the low-grade and low-level sacred knowledge. Even if I don't integrate Aurora Tsangyan into the sanctuary, my strongest explosion is comparable to the 4 elephants and half-saints in the early advanced stage. That is to say, without Aurora Tsangyan's fusion of the sacred knowledge, my strength is already at the peak semi-holy level. At this level, it is estimated that in the semi-sacred list of the Northern Capital Academy, except for the Sword Emperor, no one is my opponent. But I can't be careless. The 2 powerhouses, the second and third in the semi-sacred list, were already ranked in the last ranking. The first class and top-notch semi-holy level, God knows what level it has reached now. Maybe it has also reached the peak semi-holy level. But Han Feng showed a smile. If Aurora Tsangyan is integrated into the sanctuary, my strongest explosion is probably beyond the peak of the semi-sanctuary, beyond the limit that the semi-sanctuary can achieve. This kind of strength is enough to look down on the students of the Baidu Academy. Even the Sword Emperor is probably not my opponent now. It's just. Han Feng frowned again. It is indeed terrifying to surpass the strength of the peak and semi-sacred, but it is still difficult to win the championship of the 5 palaces. There are many geniuses in Forgotten Continent, and no one knows what level the geniuses of the other 4 universities have reached. Even the elders of Tianqing said that the Sword Emperor was not at the top of all the geniuses in the 5 academies. Fortunately, my body has not transformed, and the power of my primordial spirit has not reached its limit. I still have great room for improvement. Now, it's time to leave the world of Dou Ling and set out for the White Thunder Wasteland. Beizhou Continent, White Thunder Wasteland. Boom. In the sky of the White Thunder Wasteland, the thunder clouds are rolling and lingering for a long time. From time to time, a white thunder slammed down, slammed to the ground, and exploded with a loud bang. But the strange thing is that after the loud noise, Bai Lei turned into countless thunderbolts and swam around like a snake, and the ground did not crack. White Thunder Wasteland, the ground here has already evolved to an extremely hard level after passing through the countless bright lights of White Thunder. Even if the sanctuary powerhouse is here, don't even think about easily overturning a mountain-sized boulder. Outside the White Thunder Wasteland. With the violent energy fluctuations, the two figures both retreated hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. TSK, red hair, your physical strength has increased now. I'm afraid it is close to the realm of 10%. A green-haired young man shook his fist that was aching. Hey, it's the same with you, Lumao. The red-haired youth smiled. They don't know each other's names, anyway, they just came here to practice, and they met by chance. Since they didn't know each other's names, they called each other by their hair's name. Both of them came here half a year ago, and they fought because of a trivial matter, but they both lost. Until now, the two would challenge each other as long as either one of them improved a little in strength. In the past 6 months, the two have their own victories and defeats, but overall, they are still half-hearted. After half a year of fighting, the two of them didn't ask each other's name, but they also showed a feeling of sympathy. Hong Mao, this place is close to the inner area of the White Thunder Wasteland. From tomorrow, I am going to enter the inner area. The green-haired youth said. You plan to enter the inner area so soon? You must know that the White Thunder in the inner area is not only powerful, but also has a great possibility to form a White Thunder beast. Even the weakest White Thunder beast, we have to deal with it extremely. Difficulty. The possibility of an accident and falling is too high. The red-haired youth said in surprise. Whether it is the red-haired youth or the green-haired youth, they are extremely young, that is, they look like 25 or 6. So far, they've only just advanced to semi-saint. Only 10% of the physical strength of the body transformed into the first layer of the Holy Land powerhouse can be said to belong to the bottom level of the semi-holy level. The green-haired young man sighed, I know this too, but because of the limited power of Bai Lei on the periphery of the Bai Lei wasteland, the improvement for us is too limited. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cultivated here for half a year before reaching the 100% Holy Communion. If it is inside, it is not impossible that we are now in the Eucharist. The red-haired youth was silent, and it was true that their cultivation in the periphery had limited improvement, especially now that their holy body has reached the 10% realm. Thinking of the terror in the White Thunder Wasteland, the red-haired youth hesitated. The red-haired young man did not have such great ambitions. He could break through to the sanctuary in peace, and live to the end of his life in peace. This kind of risky behavior is really not in line with his character. But thinking of the green-haired young man, the red-haired young man gritted his teeth and said, Lu Mao, if you want to go, I will go too. We have not decided the winner in the past 6 months, but we will decide the winner on the inside. The green-haired youth was stunned and smiled, red hair, then let's compare the inner circle. But at this moment, the face of the green-haired youth suddenly changed. Someone is here. The red-haired youth turned his head abruptly, and saw a figure continue to fly from afar, getting closer. The green-haired youth and the red-haired youth were stunned when they saw this figure. This guy doesn't seem to be even in his 20s, yet he dares to enter this White Thunder wasteland, not afraid of being smashed into scum by the White Thunder. The red-haired youth looked incredulous. The green-haired youth looked solemn, not necessarily, there must be some means to dare to come here. Maybe this kid is a super genius of some major forces. But it is indeed a bit arrogant. This place is close to the inner circle of the Bai Lei wasteland. Every power of Bai Lei exceeds the level of heaven. The power of some White Thunders is comparable to the blow of a low-level third-rate semi-sacred master. If more than 10 White Thunders go down, ordinary semi-sages may fall. Hey, it looks like the two of us have one more companion. The next moment, what the green-haired youth was about to say was choked. I saw that this figure did not even pause when passing through the boundary between the inner and outer areas of the White Thunder wasteland, and flew directly into the inner area. Crazy, this guy is crazy. Even the green-haired youth was stunned. This figure is Han Feng. Knowing the area of the White Thunder wasteland, Han Feng flew directly to the White Thunder wasteland after leaving the Douling world. After nearly 10 days of fast flight, Han Feng finally came to the White Thunder Wasteland. It should be noted that Han Feng was flying in the Flying Flaming Lion, and the flying speed of the Flying Flaming Lion is equivalent to the flying speed of the Sanctuary second layer powerhouse. Finally, I have come to the inner circle of the White Thunder Wasteland. With my current strength, even if I drop dozens of White Thunders, it may not be able to cause harm to me. If it wasn't for the limit that my body could bear, I would have wanted it now. Directly into the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. It is said that when the White Thunder is about to fall in the White Thunder Wasteland, a large white thundercloud will condense in the sky. I don't know where. Han Feng looked around in the White Thunder Wasteland for a week, and suddenly found a condensed white thundercloud in the sky not far away. It's there. Han Feng flew away quickly. Is this guy looking for death? Such a huge white thundercloud, the white thunder that descends is definitely not simple. This guy's body has clearly not transformed yet, right? The red-haired youth said dumbfounded. The body has transformed into the holy body, and they can naturally find that Han Feng's body has not transformed. The green-haired youth's eyes flashed. Is it self-confidence or courting death? Let's follow up and see, let's go. What, follow along and see, what if we are affected? Hey, don't fly so fast, damn it. The red-haired youth cursed in his heart and immediately followed. The two were just approaching, and the white thunderclouds in the sky roared loudly, which was a sign that the white thunder was about to come down. The third one. It's just. Han Feng frowned again. It is indeed terrifying to surpass the strength of the peak and semi-sacred, but it is still difficult to win the championship of the 5 palaces. There are many geniuses in Forgotten Continent, and no one knows what level the geniuses of the other 4 universities have reached. Even the elders of Tianqing said that the Sword Emperor was not at the top of all the geniuses in the 5 academies. Fortunately, my body has not transformed, and the power of my primordial spirit has not reached its limit. I still have great room for improvement. Now, it's time to leave the world of Douling and set out for the White Thunder Wasteland. Beizhou Continent, White Thunder Wasteland. Boom. In the sky of the White Thunder Wasteland, the thunderclouds are rolling and lingering for a long time. From time to time, a white thunder slammed down, slammed to the ground, and exploded with a loud bang. But the strange thing is that after the loud noise, Bai Lei turned into countless thunderbolts and swam around like a snake, and the ground did not crack. White Thunder Wasteland, the ground here has already evolved to an extremely hard level after passing through the countless bright lights of white thunder. Even if the sanctuary powerhouse is here, don't even think about easily overturning a mountain-sized boulder. Outside the White Thunder Wasteland. With the violent energy fluctuations, the two figures both retreated hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. TSK, red hair, your physical strength has increased now. I'm afraid it is close to the realm of 10%. A green-haired young man shook his fist that was aching. Hey, it's the same with you, Lumao. The red-haired youth smiled. They don't know each other's names, anyway, they just came here to practice, and they met by chance. Since they didn't know each other's names, they called each other by their hair's name. Both of them came here half a year ago, and they fought because of a trivial matter, but they both lost. Until now, the two would challenge each other as long as either one of them improved a little in strength. In the past 6 months, the two have their own victories and defeats, but overall, they are still half-hearted. After half a year of fighting, the two of them didn't ask each other's name, but they also showed a feeling of sympathy. Hong Mao, this place is close to the inner area of the White Thunder Wasteland. From tomorrow, I am going to enter the inner area. The green-haired youth said. You plan to enter the inner area so soon? You must know that the White Thunder in the inner area is not only powerful, but also has a great possibility to form a White Thunder beast. Even the weakest White Thunder beast, we have to deal with it extremely. Difficulty. The possibility of an accident and falling is too high. The red-haired youth said in surprise. Whether it is the red-haired youth or the green-haired youth, they are extremely young, that is, they look like 25 or 6. So far, they've only just advanced to semi-saint. Only 10% of the physical strength of the body transformed into the first layer of the Holy Land powerhouse can be said to belong to the bottom level of the semi-holy level. The green-haired young man sighed, I know this too, but because of the limited power of Bai Lei on the periphery of the Bai Lei wasteland, the improvement for us is too limited. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cultivated here for half a year before reaching the 100% Holy Communion. If it is inside, it is not impossible that we are now in the Eucharist. The red-haired youth was silent, and it was true that their cultivation in the periphery had limited improvement, especially now that their holy body has reached the 10% realm. Thinking of the terror in the White Thunder wasteland, the red-haired youth hesitated. The red-haired young man did not have such great ambitions. He could break through to the sanctuary in peace, and live to the end of his life in peace. This kind of risky behavior is really not in line with his character. But thinking of the green-haired young man, the red-haired young man gritted his teeth and said, Lu Mao, if you want to go, I will go too. We have not decided the winner in the past 6 months, but we will decide the winner on the inside. The green-haired youth was stunned and smiled, red hair, then let's compare the inner circle. But at this moment, the face of the green-haired youth suddenly changed. Someone is here. The red-haired youth turned his head abruptly, and saw a figure continue to fly from afar, getting closer. The green-haired youth and the red-haired youth were stunned when they saw this figure. This guy doesn't seem to be even in his 20s, yet he dares to enter this White Thunder wasteland, not afraid of being smashed into scum by the White Thunder. The red-haired youth looked incredulous. The green-haired youth looked solemn. Not necessarily, there must be some means to dare to come here. Maybe this kid is a super genius of some major forces. But it is indeed a bit arrogant. This place is close to the inner circle of the Bai Lei wasteland. Every power of Bai Lei exceeds the level of heaven. The power of some White Thunders is comparable to the blow of a low-level third-rate semi-sacred master. If more than 10 White Thunders go down, ordinary semi-sages may fall. Hey, it looks like the two of us have one more companion. The next moment, what the green-haired youth was about to say was choked. I saw that this figure did not even pause when passing through the boundary between the inner and outer areas of the White Thunder wasteland, and flew directly into the inner area. Crazy, this guy is crazy. Even the green-haired youth was stunned. This figure is Han Feng. Knowing the area of the White Thunder wasteland, Han Feng flew directly to the White Thunder wasteland after leaving the Douling world. After nearly 10 days of fast flight, Han Feng finally came to the White Thunder wasteland. It should be noted that Han Feng was flying in the Flying Flaming Lion, and the flying speed of the Flying Flaming Lion is equivalent to the flying speed of the Sanctuary second layer powerhouse. Finally, I have come to the inner circle of the White Thunder wasteland. With my current strength, even if I drop dozens of White Thunders, it may not be able to cause harm to me. If it wasn't for the limit that my body could bear, I would have wanted it now. Directly into the core of the White Thunder wasteland. It is said that when the White Thunder is about to fall in the White Thunder wasteland, a large white thundercloud will condense in the sky. I don't know where. Han Feng looked around in the White Thunder wasteland for a week, and suddenly found a condensed white thundercloud in the sky not far away. It's there. Han Feng flew away quickly. Is this guy looking for death? Such a huge white thundercloud, the white thunder that descends is definitely not simple. This guy's body has clearly not transformed yet, right? The red-haired youth said dumbfounded. The body has transformed into the holy body, and they can naturally find that Han Feng's body has not transformed. The green-haired youth's eyes flashed. Is it self-confidence or courting death? Let's follow up and see. Let's go. What? Follow along and see. What if we are affected? Hey, don't fly so fast, damn it. The red-haired youth cursed in his heart and immediately followed. The two were just approaching, and the white thunderclouds in the sky roared loudly, which was a sign that the white thunder was about to come down. The third one. Although there is a body training pill that can quickly transform my body into a holy body, if I have Bai Lei's help, it can shorten this part of the time. Perhaps my body can be transformed into the holy body in a few days. And with the power contained in the body forging pill, I am afraid that the transformed holy body is not as simple as the first entry. Arriving under the white thundercloud, Han Feng was suspended in midair, ready to temper his body, and at the same time he took the body training pill. At this time, Han Feng frowned slightly, and obviously found the red and green hairs flying. The next moment, Han Feng's brows stretched. The two bottom half saints are nothing to be afraid of. If it is a powerful semi-sage, in order to temper the body safely, Han Feng said that he must not take action. But just the two bottom semi-sacred ones don't need it. Not to mention that they can kill them in seconds if they want to shoot Han Feng at will. Just talking about the fear of Bai Lei in the inner circle, I am afraid that these two semi-sages will not dare to shoot. Mostly out of curiosity, Han Feng settled on this conclusion. Ignoring the red-haired youth and the green-haired youth, Han Feng began to refine and swallow the bodybuilding pills in his mouth. The body-forging pills turned into strange energy overflowing everywhere in Han Feng's body, and soon Han Feng's body muscles and meridians began to undergo earth-shaking changes. And at this moment, the first white thunder in the sky crashed down. The power of this first white thunder is not weak, and it has thrown out several levels of the sky, and it is almost close to the semi-holy level. Regardless of Han Feng's comprehensive strength, when it comes to physical strength, he is still a heavenly class. Even if it is surpassed, it is not by much. Therefore, this white thunder still poses a great threat to Han Feng's body. Han Feng suppressed the surging of Saint Yuan in the body. Now it is the body that needs to be tempered. If Saint Yuan is used, the effect of tempering will be greatly lost. Therefore, what Han Feng urges is only the true essence in the body. Boom! The first white thunder hit Han Feng, and the powerful force instantly sweetened Han Feng's throat, almost spitting out blood, and his whole body was shaky, as if it was about to fall. Han Feng gritted his teeth, his face was hideous, and he held on. Bai Lei turns into countless electric snakes and circulates on Han Feng's body. Bai Lei's power is constantly tempering Han Feng's body. With the cooperation of the body training pill's energy, Han Feng's body power is growing at a terrifying speed. In just a short period of time, Han Feng's physical strength slammed into the sky for several streets. The strengthening of the body greatly reduced the pain Han Feng suffered, and the hideous face was relieved. On the other side, the red-haired young man laughed. This kid can't even hold the first white thunder. I'd say he is an arrogant guy. The green-haired young man said, no matter how arrogant, Bai Lei should have understood the terror of Bai Lei and left after feeling the previous one, but this guy still stays in place, not waiting for the next round of Bai Lei tempering. What do you think? What's wrong? Seeing the red-haired youth's disapproval, the green-haired youth continued, Brother red-haired, I wonder if you noticed, this guy had a painful expression when Bai Lei descended, but now. The red-haired youth's expression changed. Could it be that? The green-haired youth nodded. This guy's physical strength has been greatly improved in a short period of time, so he no longer feels great pain for the electric snake wrapped around his body. Think about the first time we were tempered by Bai Lei, but it took a long time to get used to it. How can this kid improve so fast? The red-haired youth was shocked. The green-haired youth smiled bitterly and said, maybe this guy has some physical talent, no wonder he dared to come to the inner circle so boldly. Now I'm curious, how much can this guy endure? Having said that, the red-haired youth also became interested. Rumbling. The white thunderclouds and thunder in the sky rolled, and a powerful thunder force raged out, followed by a second white thunder bombardment. Boom! The second white thunder hit Han Feng again, and its terrifying power made Han Feng cry out in pain. The power of this second white thunder is infinitely close to the semi-holy level. God, the second white thunder has such power, and the third white thunder is only about to reach the semi-holy level. It is worthy of being the white thunder in the inner circle of the white thunder wasteland. Only after the Tao will it have such power. The red-haired young man was stunned when he saw it. If I came to the inner circle and happened to be unlucky enough to encounter several dozen or so white thunders falling one after another without stopping, it would definitely be dead. Bai Lei's terror also made Han Feng's physical strength grow at a shocking speed. All of this depends on the body-forging pill. Without the body-forging pill in the body, Han Feng's physical strength would never increase so fast. If it is an ordinary martial artist, at this moment, I am afraid that the body has already reached the limit and left. Otherwise, the third white thunder will definitely die. But Han Feng was different. The two consecutive white thunders greatly enhanced Han Feng's body's ability to withstand. Although the third white thunder is terrifying, it is not impossible to stand firm. Hoo-hoo. It really hurts. Han Feng's face twisted slightly, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. But Han Feng struggled to pull out a smile. It may be because of Bai Lei that the energy of the body-forging pill is 100% or even 200% more efficient than normal. I still underestimate the effect achieved by Bai Lei and body-forging pill together. Where is the halving? It is completely reduced by dozens of times. Bai Lei and Forging Dan help each other, and the efficiency achieved is far beyond Han Feng's imagination. Seeing, the physical strength has been infinitely close to the level of the holy body. The thunderclouds in the sky are still gathering, as if a more terrifying white thunder is brewing. After more than 20 minutes of brewing, the third white thunder finally fell under Han Feng's expectation. Boom! This time, Han Feng was directly hacked to the ground. Han Feng's blood was tumbling, he quickly adjusted his breath, and then used the electric snake wrapped around his body to temper his body. After a long while, Han Feng was shocked to find that his body cells and meridians seemed to glow faintly, with supreme majesty. At the same time, Han Feng found that his physical strength suddenly skyrocketed. Compared with before, one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. This is a sign of the transformation of the body, no, or it is already beginning to transform but not completely transformed. My current state should be said to be a half-step holy body. The surprise that his body was about to transform into a holy body immediately overwhelmed Han Feng's pain of the third white thunder. At this moment, Han Feng instead raised a sense of pride. Come on, let the fourth white thunder come more violently. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. Alas, the last few days have turned day and night upside down. The third white thunder is already equivalent to the power of the third-rate semi-sacred bottom tier. It stands to reason that Han Feng should reach the limit, but Han Feng's body has already begun to transform. Although it has not yet completely transformed, the half-step saint body level still makes Han Feng's physical power explode like an explosion. The improvement of physical strength has greatly improved Han Feng's physical endurance. Rumbling. The fourth white thunder was still condensing, and waves of terrifying coercion filled out. Under this terrifying pressure, both the green-haired youth and the red-haired youth were a little frightened. Only their bodies transformed into a holy body, their comprehensive strength is only equivalent to the first stage of the four elephants and half-saints. The power of the fourth white thunder is almost stronger than their full blow. This guy, can you resist it? The red-haired youth's voice trembled. Perhaps. This guy's body is already at the half-step holy body level, and he is about to officially become a holy body. This is the fastest body transformation I have ever seen. From the beginning to the present, it's not even an hour. The green-haired youth was uncertain. This guy. Who the hell is he? The red-haired youth was a little jealous. Thinking that he had gone through a lot of hardships to transform his body, this person transformed too fast. Boom. The fourth white thunder crashed down, and Han Feng was not afraid, suppressing Xuanhuan, who was about to move in his body, and Han Feng resisted it with his body. Boom. Han Feng was blasted to the ground again, and the clothes on his body had already turned to ashes at this moment. Bai Lei's power is raging on Han Feng, constantly stimulating Han Feng's body cells and meridians, and even invading his internal organs. At this moment, the effect of the body-forging pill was triggered again. The activity of the physical cells increased greatly, and the meridians and the skeletal organs in the body released a solemn pressure. Han Feng looked inside the body and found that his skeleton had undergone inexplicable changes, always completely different from the previous skeleton. The rapid transformation of the body made Han Feng roar in the sky, and the next moment, Han Feng punched the ground. Boom. The earth shook, as if it was about to be completely smashed by this punch, but in the end it was still intact after a long while of shaking. On the one hand, Han Feng felt the physical strength that he had now improved, and on the other hand, he was secretly shocked by the land strength of the White Thunder Wasteland. Being able to survive under the bombardment of Bai Lei for so many years, the land here has already undergone a qualitative change, and it is completely different from other lands. Has been transformed? The red-haired young man said blankly. Yes, you read that right. The green-haired youth responded with difficulty. Before that, they thought that it was extremely arrogant and idiotic for this young, excessive guy to come to the White Thunder Wasteland to temper his body, but the facts proved that he did have that talent and ability. The two of them saw with their own eyes that one person completed the transformation of his body in less than 2 hours, from an ordinary body to a super powerful transformation of the holy body. Finally, the transformation has been completely completed. My current body can also be called the holy body. It is a pity that it is only the first entry, and it is still far from the realm of becoming a holy body. Even 0.11 Chengdu may not be there. Now, it's time to bring out the full effect of the body-forging pill. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the energy transformed by the body-forging pill surged wildly at this moment, constantly enhancing the strength of Han Feng's holy body. And the fifth white thunder in the sky also began to condense. The power of this fifth white thunder is almost close to the middle level of the third-rate and semi-sacred. How can this guy still not leave? Obviously the body has completed the transformation. Do you plan to continue to temper it? Thinking of this, the red-haired youth looked incredulous. If it were him, he would definitely leave immediately to consolidate the transformed Eucharist. The green-haired young man's eyes narrowed. This guy's ambition is very big. I'm afraid he won't meet the realm of entering the Holy Communion for the first time. Judging from the previous events, this guy is not a very arrogant person. He must have some confidence to dare to do so. I want to see where the limit of this person is. The fifth white thunder brewed for a long time and finally fell. However, Han Feng's current physical strength has successfully transformed into the holy body, which is far from comparable to the previous physical strength. Although this white thunder is powerful, it is not impossible for Han Feng to bear it. Boom. Han Feng's face turned pale after being bombarded, and he almost fell. Surging electric snakes surround Han Feng, stimulating the evolution of Han Feng's body. Before Han Feng could make good use of these electric snakes to stimulate his body, the sixth white thunder in the sky followed. What? So fast? Han Feng's pupil shrank, and he was blasted to the ground before he could react. Oops, the speed at which these white thunders are falling has started to increase. This guy is really unlucky. He encountered such a situation in the first tempering. The red-haired youth's expression changed. Brother Lu Mao, let's withdraw quickly, so as not to affect us. No, look again, I always feel that this person has a trump card and should not be afraid of such a thing. The green-haired youth shook his head. Generally, there will be 20 minutes to half an hour between the landing of the white thunder, which is used to provide the warrior with time to absorb the electric snake to temper the body. Like this kind of continuous falling, a small half may be the condensed by the white thunder beast. Omen, my luck is really. You won the lottery. Han Feng laughed at himself. The sixth white thunder fell, followed by the seventh and eighth white thunder. Boom boom boom. The terrifying white thunder fell on Han Feng one after another, and the violent thunder force poured out. The red-haired youth and the green-haired youth looked terrified. This guy is absolutely dead. There are several hits that are equivalent to the middle level of third-rate and semi-sacred, and they are so dense that even the ordinary second-rate and semi-sacred level is not easy to follow. The red-haired youth was shocked. No, red-haired brother, look quickly. The green-haired young man's eyes narrowed and he said quickly. Hearing the words, the red-haired youth followed the eyes of the green-haired youth curiously, and was immediately stunned. How is it possible? This guy didn't die. It's clear that his body has just stepped into the holy body. How could he be able to withstand such a powerful ballet? Unless. The red-haired youth suddenly thought of something and took a deep breath. The green-haired young man said lightly, unless this person is not only physically, but also has completed transformation in other aspects. If so, it is no wonder that this person dares to come to the White Thunder Wasteland to temper his body. The red-haired young man's eyes were inconceivable. How is it possible? This guy obviously looks funnier than us, and has such strength. This is simply a super genius. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Who am I? No tears, I speak for myself. As the green-haired youth said, Han Feng was able to withstand the eighth white thunder, not only relying on the holy body. When Han Feng passed the seventh white thunder, he realized that his body had reached the limit. If these white thunders still fall every once in a while like the previous ones, maybe Han Feng can take advantage of this time to increase the strength of the holy body and increase the body's endurance limit. However, these white thunders fell one after another. Han Feng didn't have time to use the electric snake to temper his body, and his body's endurance limit was not improved at all. Bang! The ninth white thunder was slowly brewing, and the terrifying aura covered the sky. The red-haired youth and the green-haired youth already felt a little hard to breathe. Boom! In an instant, the ninth white thunder struck Han Feng, like a terrifying dragon, trying to devour Han Feng. Break it for me! Han Feng roared. Since his body has reached the limit, Han Feng will naturally not rely on his body to carry it on. Saint Yuan poured out from the body. Saint Yuan wrapped Han Feng's body, and Han Feng's destructive power was greatly enhanced. With more than 50% of the Saint Yuan plus the power of the holy body and Yuanshan, the power of Han Feng's punch is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the second-rate semi-sacred. The fusion of the holy Yuan and the holy body resulted in a great increase in the power of the punches. The fusion of the power of the primordial spirit and the holy body can clearly sense the power of every cell and every bone, and it can use the power of the body just right, even exceedingly. No tears, I speak for myself. This punch collided with the ninth white thunder, and the ninth white thunder was directly smashed by Han Feng with one punch. In the eyes of the green-haired youth and the red-haired youth, it was as if a Lei Jiao was about to swallow Han Feng, but was smashed by Han Feng. The two were horrified. God, this guy actually smashed the ninth white thunder with one punch. This ninth white thunder definitely reached the middle and highest level among the third-rate and semi-sacred, which is comparable to the blow of the second-rate and semi-sacred face shocked. The green-haired youth swallowed and spit. Something seemed to flash in his eyes. Han Feng smashed the ninth white thunder with one punch, and the 10th white thunder slammed down immediately, without even a pause in the middle. Flowing flame dragon hood. Han Feng immediately displayed the flaming dragon hood, countless dragons roared out, and the 10th White Thunder bombarded the flaming dragon hood, not even a crack was left. More than 50% of the Holy Yuan, more than 20% of the power of the primordial spirit, and 40% of the sacred knowledge, the defensive power of the flaming dragon hood at this time is extremely close to the peak semi-sacred level. Retreat. After defending the 10th White Thunder, Han Feng quickly retreated back. With the defense of the flaming dragon hood, Han Feng easily left the range of the White Thunder. Afterwards, Bai Lei's bombardment target was no longer Han Feng. Han Feng pondered in his heart, although the body has transformed into a holy body, if there is no holy domain technique suitable for the level of physical strength, it will be a big disadvantage when fighting against people. For example, the sacred arts such as Tianyan Qiankuan sword do not use the holy body at all. If the two sides of the battle fight hand-to-hand, the sanctuary such as the Tianyan Qiankuan sword will also not be of much use. And if there is a sanctuary that is a hand-to-hand combat, with the powerful holy body, the explosive force will be extremely terrifying. One after another, White Thunder slammed down from the sky, landing on the ground with a loud bang and turning into a thunderball 3 or 4 times the size of a fist. Bai Lei kept bombarding and falling, and the thunderball became bigger and bigger. This is the sign before the White Thunder Beast condenses. Hoo-hoo. In a moment, when the White Thunder stopped falling, the thunderball began to deform rapidly, and finally turned into a 100-zhang-sized White Thunder Beast. This White Thunder Beast is shaped like a 9-tailed cat, and the tail composed of 9 White Thunders slams wildly in the air, constantly blasting away with the power of thunder. 8th level White Thunder Beast. The expressions of the green-haired youth and the red-haired youth changed. The 8th level White Thunder Beast is also a relatively high-level White Thunder Beast in the inner circle of the White Thunder Wasteland. The strength of the 8th level White Thunder Beast has truly reached the mid-level first-class semi-holy level. The mere 8th level White Thunder Beast is just used to temper my body. There was a flash of excitement in Han Feng's expression. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. The power of Xuanhuan and Yuanshan poured in, like a giant flame of fire that was about to destroy the world, falling from the sky. The powerful flames covered the sky and the sun, and even the thunderclouds were covered. Roar. The White Thunder Beast has no wisdom. This 9-tailed cat, the White Thunder Beast, roared, and its 9 tails joined together, turning into a thunder whip and madly throwing it towards Emperor Fan Tian's esteemed finger. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering sound resounded through the White Thunder Wasteland, flames and lightning overflowed, and powerful energy fluctuations spread like a tidal wave. In front of Emperor Fan Tian's venerable finger, the 9-tailed cat White Thunder Beast looked so unbearable, the thunder whip was smashed, and the remaining power of Emperor Fan Tian's revered finger fell on the 9-tailed cat White Thunder Beast, and immediately the 9-tailed cat White Thunder Beast the whole body collapsed, turning into countless thunder snakes and vanishing between heaven and earth. All that was left was a white crystal. It was Bai Leiju. Han Feng reached out and grabbed it, and Bai Leiju was caught by Han Feng. It's a good thunderbolt power, it's the most suitable for tempering my holy body. Now, Han Feng's body is still filled with the electric snake that was transformed by the 5th, 6th, and 7th White Thunder, which is a good time to temper his body. After destroying the White Thunder Beast, according to the practice of the White Thunder Wasteland, there will be no more White Thunder Beasts here in a few days. Han Feng immediately suspended in the air and began to temper. 8th. The 8th level White Thunder Beast was killed in seconds. This guy's strength is absolutely infinitely close to or comparable to the peak semi-sage. Brother Lu Mao, let's go. If this guy wakes up and sees that we are still here, maybe we will kill it directly. For us. If at first the red-haired youth watched Han Feng temper his body in the White Thunder Wasteland as a joke, then now it is really fearful. The red-haired youth never imagined that Han Feng's true strength would be so terrifying. With this level of strength, killing him in seconds at the bottom of the semi-sage is like killing an ant, without the slightest difficulty. Brother Hong Mao, let's go, I want to stay here. The green-haired youth refused. Brother Lu Mao, are you dying? The red-haired youth's expression changed drastically. The green-haired youth said solemnly, this lord is so terrifying, he would have already killed him if he wanted to kill him, why wait until later? In my opinion, this lord doesn't take us seriously at all. In the same way, this lord, after cultivating, it will not be against a small shrimp like us. Then there's no need for you to stay here. The red-haired youth was in a hurry, and he didn't notice the change in the green-haired youth's address to Han Feng for a while. The red-haired youth had to persuade him again, but the green-haired youth took a deep breath and said, Brother Hong Mao, I have my own intentions for staying here, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Second more. Thanks to the big brother of Hu, no tears for their super reward. Congrats to Hu, no tears for being promoted to the position of headmaster and establishing a school. Intention? Could it be that Brother Lu Mao, do you have something to ask this person for help? The red-haired youth did not expect that the green-haired youth had a purpose in staying here firmly. That's right, if it weren't for that, why would I stay here so stubbornly? After all, this person is very likely to be a master at the peak and semi-sacred level. It is normal for such a master to have no strange temper. Extremely. The two of us have been peeping here like a voyeur, and there is no guarantee that this adult will not cause trouble later. So, red-haired brother, you should leave quickly. If you really anger this lord, you will be responsible for the next person. After the green-haired youth finished speaking, he handed over to the red-haired youth. What is it that I need to ask this person for help? If Brother Lu Mao doesn't mind, I might be able to help a little. The red-haired youth patted his chest and abdomen. The green-haired youth slowly shook his head, no, brother, your strength is not enough. After that, no matter how the red-haired youth asked, the green-haired youth no longer answered. Seeing this, the red-haired youth knew that the green-haired youth would not tell him the specific situation anyway. The red-haired young man sighed and cupped his hands, I'll leave now, I wish you good luck, brother. After saying that, the red-haired young man glanced at Han Feng with a lingering fear, turned and left. Although his family has strong sanctuary and some semi-sacred, most of them are third-rate and semi-sacred, and there are very few second-rate and semi-sacred. Not to mention the existence of such suspected peak semi-sages. For the red-haired youth, the peak half-sage is no different from the ordinary sanctuary first-level powerhouse, and it is an existence that can kill him in seconds. Han Feng didn't pay much attention to the red-haired youth and the green-haired youth. After obtaining the 8th-level White Thunder Ball, Han Feng devoted himself to cultivation. There is still a lot of energy left in the body-forging pill, which is continuously improving Han Feng's physical strength. At the same time, the electric snake wrapped around Han Feng is also constantly promoting the elevation of the holy body. I was immersed in cultivation, and in a blink of an eye, several days passed by like this. A few days later, Han Feng's holy body has been greatly improved, the energy of the body-forging pill has almost been digested, and the electric snake wrapped around Han Feng's body is almost invisible. Han Feng took out the White Thunder Bead without hesitation and crushed the White Thunder Bead. At the moment when the White Thunder Beads were crushed, the terrifying power of thunder swept out, directly swallowing Han Feng. From a distance, it was as if a thunderstorm had swept Han Feng into it. In the thunderstorm, countless thunderbolts pierced Han Feng's body like sharp needles and penetrated into Han Feng's body. Han Feng groaned, the muscles on his body trembled, and his face twitched bitterly. But soon Han Feng endured it. Although the body hurts like being cut, Han Feng knows that in order to enhance the power of the holy body, it is all worth it. The thunderstorm gradually weakened, and it all turned into fertilizer for the promotion of the holy body of Han Feng. I don't know how long ago, Han Feng slowly woke up. Clenching his fist, Han Feng could clearly feel the explosive power contained in his body. When I become a holy body, is this the level I have achieved now? It's not enough. It's still far from the limit of 40%. I must improve my strength faster? Maybe. I should go to the inner circle of the White Thunder Wasteland. Han Feng thought to himself. At this time, Han Feng also found the green-haired youth who was slowly approaching. Peeping for so long and not leaving? Do you really think I'm good-natured? A sneer flashed across Han Feng's face. Cultivation is the most taboo for someone to stare at him. If it weren't for the fact that these two were too weak, Han Feng would have taken action long ago. Han Feng did not expect that only one of the two left, and the other was so bold to stay. The green-haired young man's feeling was very keen, and when he noticed the cold breath that flashed across Han Feng's body, the green-haired young man immediately shouted, "My lord, I have no ill will towards my lord, I just want to complete a deal with my lord." Deal? A trace of doubt flashed in Han Feng's heart, and the killing intent that had just shot out in his heart slowly subsided. What deal? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The green-haired young man immediately said, "The bloodline of the subordinate is somewhat special, and it can attract the White Thunder to descend and condense the White Thunder into the White Thunder Beast in this White Thunder Wasteland. Looking at the Lord, you also need the White Thunder Ball to temper the body, so I want to complete a deal with the Lord. I use the blood of the family to attract Bai Lei to condense into the White Thunder Beast. I hope that the adults can share some of them after they get the White Thunder Pearl." Speaking of the back, the green-haired youth was a little cautious. Attracting Bai Lei to condense into a White Thunder Beast? And such a bloodline? Han Feng was greatly surprised. Why don't you hunt the White Thunder Beast yourself with such bloodline? And just tell Han about your bloodline, so you won't be afraid that Han will be bad for you? The green-haired youth gave a wry smile. The bloodline of the subordinate is called the Luolei bloodline, and it was famous tens of thousands of years ago. But it is precisely because of this that the family under the subordinate suffered a devastating blow. Now the bloodline of Xia is extremely thin, and it is only possible to attract Bai Lei in this Bai Lei wasteland. It is almost impossible to do it in other places. This kind of bloodline can be said to be tasteless. According to the family records, the blood of the lower family can even summon the heavenly transcending tribulation thunder. Once in the family, there was a sanctuary peak powerhouse who summoned a Lei Jiayu level that was stronger than the heavenly transcending tribulation thunder and killed a saint. A master of the domain small perfection. Because of this, the master caused a big disaster, and also implicated the family, which led to the destruction of the family. At that time, only a few collaterals escaped. The ancestors of the family today are one of the collaterals. The current bloodline is useless except in the White Thunder Wasteland. The adults have the power of the peak semi-sacred at a young age. It must be from a big power. How can you look down on such an inferior bloodline? As for the White Thunder Beast, I want to hunt and kill myself. Unfortunately, my talent is really limited, and I have only cultivated it in the White Thunder Wasteland to the realm of 100% saint body by relying on Bai Lei. This kind of strength, even the most powerful weak first-level White Thunder Beasts may not be able to hunt and kill. Of course I can invite other warriors to help, but I'm also afraid that they will be captured by them after the incident, and it will become a tool for their family to temper the holy body in the future. It's just that the adults found out from the beginning but did not take action. I must not be a despicable person, so I am willing to take a gamble. Han Feng squinted slightly. Oh? That's it, but what if you guess wrong? Maybe. Han also hopes to bring your excellency back to the family and become a tool for tempering the holy body of family members? The third one. Suddenly I found that the White Thunder Wasteland has nothing to write about. Maybe the story of the White Thunder Wasteland will end today. Technique. Along with Han Feng's voice, a gloomy and cold air permeated out. Han Feng stared gloomily at the green-haired youth. The green-haired young man's face turned pale. Xia naturally knows what will happen after he made a wrong bet, but his family is now in a state of decline and is in danger. Xia urgently needs to temper his body to the limit of 40%, and then pass through Tianlei in one fell swoop and become the first level of sanctuary. The peak of the sky or even the early stage of the second layer of heaven. Only when you reach that level can you save the family. If the family is destroyed, it will not survive for long. There is not much time. Anyway, it will die sooner or later, but it's just an early death. In fact, even if I don't meet the adults, I will go to other strong people to gamble. It's just that the adults make me more willing to gamble. Han Feng pondered in his heart. After all, there were only two reasons why he made this green-haired young man willing to gamble. First, he is young, but his cultivation is superb. Generally speaking, such a strong person will only come from a big power. For a big power, a mere bloodline of falling thunder is not worth grabbing. For the major forces, there are many ways to temper the holy body, not only the white thunder wasteland, so the value of the thunder bloodline is not great. Second, he didn't rashly kill the two peeping people before, which made the green-haired youth mistakenly think that he was not the kind of person who was addicted to murder. Han Feng pouted in his heart. All this is the self-confidence of the green-haired young man. He is not a powerful person. However, he really had no idea about the blood of the thunderbolt. Attracting Bai Lei to condense the white thunder beast. Han Feng held his chin and pondered. After a long time, Han Feng raised his head and said, "You give me a test." "Yes." The green-haired young man's face was overjoyed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the coldness on Han Feng's body had completely disappeared. The green-haired young man stepped back a distance and shouted in a low voice, "The blood of the thunderbolt, congeal." The clothes on the green-haired youth completely collapsed at this moment, revealing the green-haired youth's upper body. I saw thunder runes appearing on the upper body of the green-haired youth, and the entire body was suddenly swallowed by thunder. Lightning technique. The green-haired youth devoured by the thunderball turned into a ball of thunder, and a burst of shouts came from the thunder. The next moment, a thick white thundercloud suddenly condensed in the sky. It really attracted Bai Lei? Han Feng was surprised. At this time, Han Feng really believed in what the green-haired youth said. The green-haired youth was wrapped by the thunder group, and the thunder group suddenly shot out endless thunder. Immediately, there were bursts of roaring sounds from the white thunderclouds in the sky. The roar became stronger and stronger, and finally, the first white thunder crashed down. But this white thunder didn't hit the thunder group. Instead, it slashed around the thunder group, and then the second, third, and fourth white thunder also fell, without the slightest pause in the middle. Several white thunders slammed down around the thunder group, and then bounced into the air and merged in the air in Han Feng's surprised eyes. At this time, the thunder group moved suddenly, like a ball rolled out. The thunder group gradually dissipated, and the green-haired youth reappeared in front of Han Feng. The green-haired youth wiped away a cold sweat, looked up at Han Feng and said, "Sir, Bai Lei has been led down, and now the initial form of the white thunder beast has successfully formed the thunder ball. Even if there is no lightning attracting technique, the white thunder will continue to fall, until the white thunder beast breaks the thunder ball and is born." So that's the case. What level will the white thunder beast condense this time? This? The green-haired young man said nervously, "I don't know what's next. It all depends on luck. It may be a low-level white thunder beast, or a high-level white thunder beast." Seeing that Han Feng was still expressionless, the green-haired youth thought that Han Feng was dissatisfied, and immediately explained, "Sir, although it depends on luck, it has something to do with the area in the white thunder wasteland. If it is on the periphery of the white thunder wasteland, the white thunder beasts condensed are about level 1 to level 6. In the inner circle of the White Thunder Wasteland, the condensed White Thunder beasts are roughly between the 4th and 9th levels. In the core of the White Thunder Wasteland, the condensed White Thunder beasts are between the 7th and 12th levels, and even the 13th level White Thunder beasts. It's just that the possibility of the 13th level White Thunder beasts appearing is too small, so ignoring it doesn't count. Han Feng nodded and asked, in the green-haired youth's uneasy look, "What's your name?" "The surname is Luo Mingchao, the full name is Luo Chao." As if guessing what Han Feng would say, Luo Chao's heart thumped. "Just listen to Han Feng said lightly, I agree to your deal. But the premise is to go to the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. Of course, this is very dangerous, and you can refuse." Luo Chao's bloodline of falling thunder and the technique of attracting thunder did make Han Feng's heart move, but that's all. This lightning-inducing technique just makes his holy body stronger. As long as there is time, Han Feng believes that he will reach the limit of the holy body sooner or later in the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. Luo Chao looked a little hesitant, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I agree." The core of the White Thunder Wasteland is indeed dangerous, but it is not an opportunity for him. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, Bai Lei attracted by Luo Chao has condensed a White Thunder beast. It's only level 5, it seems that this time is bad luck. Han Feng sighed, and suddenly shot. Saint Yuan broke out, the power of Yuanshan was accurately calculated, and Han Feng punched the opponent. The 5th level White Thunder beast is only equivalent to the middle level second-rate and semi-sacred. Even if he doesn't need the sanctuary, Han Feng is very easy to solve it. 55% of Saint Yuan is combined with more than 20% of primordial spirit power and 1% of holy body. Han Feng's punch is purely based on strength, and can also hit the first-class semi-holy level, not to mention the mere 5th level Bai Lei beast. Before this White Thunder beast had time to attack Han Feng, it was smashed into scum by Han Feng's punch. The 5th level White Thunderball fell into Han Feng's hands, and Han Feng tempered his body again, but it only increased by 0.1%. "Let's go," Han Feng said to Luo Chao lightly, flying to the core of the White Thunder Wasteland first, followed by Luo Chao. A month later, the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Aurora Tsongyan, fusion. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded, and a huge flame of flame flashed in the sky. The giant finger fell, and the tiger-shaped White Thunder beast shone with bright white thunder light was defeated by an instant kill. Unlucky this time. It's the 11th level White Thunder beast. With this 11th level White Thunder orb, I'm sure my holy body can reach 30%. After killing the 11th level White Thunder beast, Han Feng held 10, the 1st level White Thunderball smiled. This month, although the White Thunder orb was divided equally because of the agreement, the White Thunder orb obtained in 1 month still greatly enhanced Han Feng's holy body, and now it is extremely close to the realm of 30% holy body. At this level, except for the White Thunder balls above 10th level, the White Thunder balls below 10th level basically have not significantly improved Han Feng's holy body. For more completed. It seems that the 10th update will not be completed today. Since the day and night have been reversed, there is basically no time to wake up, and the plot of the Bai Lei Wasteland has also made the cabbage a little stuck. Let the cabbage think about what to do next. Thank you Ruffian1314 and A1009400505 for their great rewards. Thanks to Jen for the super awesome tip. Amazed face, I owe more and more, and the pressure is great. Only the White Thunder beads above the 10th level have a relatively obvious enhancement to Han Feng's current body tempering, and the 11th level White Thunder beads are naturally very satisfactory to Han Feng. And Luo Chao's improvement is not as terrifying as Han Feng's improvement. It is true that the White Thunder orb obtained by Han Feng from killing the White Thunder beast is half as good as Luo Chao, but Luo Chao has no other contribution other than attracting thunder, and coupled with the strength shown by Han Feng, how dare Luo Chao dare really go to get high-level white thunder beads? Every time it is divided equally, Luo Chao will leave the higher, by Leizhu, to Han Feng first, and choose the rest, by himself. For example, if you get 2 white thunder beads, one is level 5 or 6, and the other is level 7 or 8, Luo Chao will leave the white thunder bead of level 7 or 8 to Han Feng, and choose the white thunder bead of level 5 or 6. So even if Luo Chao and Han Feng got the same amount of white thunder orbs, if the level is added, the total value of the white thunder orbs in Luo Chao's hands is less than 1/3 of Han Feng's. Han Feng was well aware of the way Luo Chao allocated by Leizhu, but he did not refuse hypocritically. Han Feng also has some understanding of Luo Chao's thoughts. He was a stranger before and suddenly traded with a strong man. If he was in Luo Chao's position, he was afraid that one would accidentally offend the other party. I would rather suffer a little loss myself, but also make the other party satisfied. Because of this, Han Feng didn't say anything about sharing the same level with Bai Leizhu. If he said that, it would make Luo Chao uneasy. Luo Chao, you are about to reach 20% holy body now, hurry up and temper your body to truly reach 20% holy body. I'm also going to use the 11th level white thunder ball to completely temper my body to raise it to the holy body of 30%. Han Feng turned to Luo Chao. Luo Chao smiled and said respectfully, "Sir, let's practice first, and I'll guard you here." Han Feng raised his eyebrows and stopped persuading him. Squeezed the 11th level white thunderball in his hand, and the surging thunderbolt turned into a thunderstorm and swallowed Han Feng. The raging power of thunder turned into countless wind blades, cutting Han Feng's body. Han Feng's face gradually turned pale, and his face was hideous. But in order to temper his body, in order to improve his strength, Han Feng stood firm. Every thunder wind blade cutting to Han Feng's body will bring great pressure and scars to Han Feng's holy body, but then it will also strengthen Han Feng's holy body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Chao looked at Han Feng, who was swallowed by Lei Jiao, and sighed silently. After a month of contact, Luo Chao can understand that Han Feng is not the kind of arrogant powerhouse with strong strength, and there is some gentleness under his indifferent face. Perhaps it is because he has seen Han Feng's powerful strength, and Luo Chao himself is very weak. Even if he understands that Han Feng is still approachable in nature, Luo Chao cannot act close to Han Feng. It can only be said that there is more than enough respect and closeness. It is precisely because of this that Han Feng didn't say anything about Luo Chao's distribution method. It was a little strange between the two parties. Even a month did not change the state, but Luo Chao became more and more respectful. Where does this lord come from? I haven't heard of any powerful Han family nearby. It's so terrifying at such a young age. Perhaps after 1,000 years, the mainland will have another master of the peak of the sanctuary and even the small perfection of the sanctuary. Since entering the core of the White Thunder Wasteland, Luo Chao was completely stunned by the powerful strength that Han Feng continued to show. The 7th level White Thunder Beast was instantly killed. The 8th level White Thunder Beast was instantly killed. The 9th level White Thunder Beast was instantly killed. Up to now, even the 11th level White Thunder Beast has been killed in seconds. Looking at the strength of this adult, I'm afraid even the 12th level White Thunder Beast is not a problem, but I don't know how it compares with the 13th level White Thunder Beast. Thinking of this, Luo Chao shook his head. I think too much. No matter how powerful this adult is, he may not be able to surpass the peak and semi-sacred. In that kind of realm, how many people in the entire continent can reach this realm before the sanctuary? That kind of deep accumulation is too difficult to achieve. If this adult has such deep accumulation, it is not impossible to achieve the great perfection of the sanctuary in the future and become the ultimate powerhouse of the sanctuary. Glancing at Han Feng again, Luo Chao released his mental power cautiously. Maybe he can't find anything with his mental power, but he can't be careless. Boom boom boom. The power of thunder bombarded Han Feng, and the thunderstorm gradually subsided. Crackling. In the end, several arcs flickered on Han Feng's body. Han Feng's body shook, and these arcs were directly torn apart. Boom. Han Feng slammed his fist into the ground, and the ground shook. Han Feng's muscles tightened, and a violent force poured out from the depths of his body. 3% of the holy body, the physical power contained in the body, has been strengthened again. Han Feng sighed with emotion about the progress of his holy body. 30% of the holy body, just counting the transformation of the body, is already at the top level. If you want to improve next, you must be in 11th or even 12th level, by Leizhu, to have a more obvious improvement. Although this is the White Thunder Wasteland, the core of it is close to the inner circle, and it needs to go deeper. A few days later, Han Feng and Luo Chao entered deeper into the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. Half a month later, Han Feng finally hunted down a level 12 White Thunder Beast and obtained a level 12 White Thunder Ball. This place is almost the deepest place in the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. The White Thunders that Luo Chao brought in are basically the White Thunder Beasts of the 9th level, 10th level, or even 11th level. The blessing, my current holy body has been tempered to the realm of 35%, and sure enough, the higher the level of the White Thunder Ball, the stronger the tempering effect. It's just that after reaching 30% of the holy body, even the 10th level and 11th level White Thunder beads have little effect. Only the 12th level White Thunder beads can make some improvements. But the 12th level White Thunder Beast is so easy to condense. Huh? But at this moment, Han Feng's expression changed. Gloomy soul fruit is ripe? Great! A burst of joy flashed across Han Feng's face. It has been almost 5 months since I got the ghost fruit in the ghost realm and planted it in the planting space. Although the level of the ghost fruit is high, it is almost mature in more than 5 months. Luo Chao, you practice here for a few days by yourself, and I'll come when I go. Han Feng didn't want to enter the Nine Flames Tower near Luo Chao, even if the possibility of Luo Chao's discovery was very small. Han Feng was unwilling. Now that Luo Chao's holy body has reached 25%, there is little chance that this level of holy body will have problems at the core. Han Feng flew out for a while, and saw that no one around entered the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower directly. After taking out the ghost fruit and refining it into source liquid, Han Feng returned to Luo Chao. Swallowing the source liquid to enhance the power of the primordial spirit will not cause Luo Chao's suspicion. Luo Chao has already misunderstood that Han Feng is from a great power. It is absolutely normal for a genius of a great power to have any heaven and earth spirits to enhance the power of the primordial spirit. After swallowing the ghost fruit source liquid, the peculiar energy belonging to the soul poured into the sea of spiritual consciousness. The power of the primordial spirit is more than 20%, and a ghost fruit alone cannot achieve much efficiency. But if the quantity reaches a certain limit, it will definitely cause some kind of qualitative change, especially the power of the primordial spirit brought by the ghost fruit source liquid is far more than the ghost fruit itself. 10 days later, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the invisible power of the primordial spirit surged out. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Who, no tears, I bring eyes for myself, Hidel forgot to update. Intention? Could it be that Brother Lumao, do you have something to ask this person for help? The red-haired youth did not expect that the green-haired youth had a purpose in staying here firmly. That's right, if it weren't for that, why would I stay here so stubbornly? After all, this person is very likely to be a master at the peak and semi-sacred level. It is normal for such a master to have no strange temper. Extremely. The two of us have been peeping here like a voyeur, and there is no guarantee that this adult will not cause trouble later. So, red-haired brother, you should leave quickly. If you really anger this lord, you will be responsible for the next person. After the green-haired youth finished speaking, he handed over to the red-haired youth. What is it that I need to ask this person for help? If Brother Lumao doesn't mind, I might be able to help a little. The red-haired youth patted his chest and abdomen. The green-haired youth slowly shook his head. No, brother, your strength is not enough. After that, no matter how the red-haired youth asked, the green-haired youth no longer answered. Seeing this, the red-haired youth knew that the green-haired youth would not tell him the specific situation anyway. The red-haired young man sighed and cupped his hands. I'll leave now. I wish you good luck, brother. After saying that, the red-haired young man glanced at Han Feng with a lingering fear, turned and left. Although his family has strong sanctuary and some semi-sacred, most of them are third-rate and semi-sacred, and there are very few second-rate and semi-sacred. Not to mention the existence of such suspected peak semi-sages. For the red-haired youth, the peak half-sage is no different from the ordinary sanctuary first-level powerhouse, and it is an existence that can kill him in seconds. No tears, I speak for myself. Han Feng didn't pay much attention to the red-haired youth and the green-haired youth. After obtaining the 8th level White Thunder Ball, Han Feng devoted himself to cultivation. There is still a lot of energy left in the body forging pill, which is continuously improving Han Feng's physical strength. At the same time, the electric snake wrapped around Han Feng is also constantly promoting the elevation of the holy body. I was immersed in cultivation, and in a blink of an eye, several days passed by like this. A few days later, Han Feng's holy body has been greatly improved, the energy of the body forging pill has almost been digested, and the electric snake wrapped around Han Feng's body is almost invisible. Han Feng took out the White Thunder Bead without hesitation and crushed the White Thunder Bead. At the moment when the White Thunder Beads were crushed, the terrifying power of thunder swept out, directly swallowing Han Feng. From a distance, it was as if a thunderstorm had swept Han Feng into it. In the thunderstorm, countless thunderbolts pierced Han Feng's body like sharp needles and penetrated into Han Feng's body. Han Feng groaned, the muscles on his body trembled, and his face twitched bitterly. But soon Han Feng endured it. Although the body hurts like being cut, Han Feng knows that in order to enhance the power of the holy body, it is all worth it. The thunderstorm gradually weakened, and it all turned into fertilizer for the promotion of the holy body of Han Feng. I don't know how long ago, Han Feng slowly woke up. Clenching his fist, Han Feng could clearly feel the explosive power contained in his body. When I become a holy body, is this the level I have achieved now? It's not enough. It's still far from the limit of 40%. I must improve my strength faster? Maybe. I should go to the inner circle of the White Thunder Wasteland. Han Feng thought to himself. At this time, Han Feng also found the green-haired youth who was slowly approaching. Peeping for so long and not leaving? Do you really think I'm good-natured? A sneer flashed across Han Feng's face. Cultivation is the most taboo for someone to stare at him. If it weren't for the fact that these two were too weak, Han Feng would have taken action long ago. Han Feng did not expect that only one of the two left, and the other was so bold to stay. The green-haired young man's feeling was very keen, and when he noticed the cold breath that flashed across Han Feng's body, the green-haired young man immediately shouted, "My lord, I have no ill will towards my lord, I just want to complete a deal with my lord." Deal? A trace of doubt flashed in Han Feng's heart, and the killing intent that had just shot out in his heart slowly subsided. What deal? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The green-haired young man immediately said, "The bloodline of the subordinate is somewhat special, and it can attract the White Thunder to descend and condense the White Thunder into the White Thunder Beast in this White Thunder Wasteland. Looking at the Lord, you also need the White Thunder Ball to temper the body, so I want to complete a deal with the Lord. I use the blood of the family to attract Bai Lei to condense into the White Thunder Beast. I hope that the adults can share some of them after they get the white thunder pearl. Speaking of the back, the green-haired youth was a little cautious. Attracting Bai Lei to condense into a white thunder beast? And such a bloodline? Han Feng was greatly surprised. Why don't you hunt the white thunder beast yourself with such bloodline? And just tell Han about your bloodline, so you won't be afraid that Han will be bad for you? The green-haired youth gave a wry smile. The bloodline of the subordinate is called the Luolei bloodline, and it was famous tens of thousands of years ago. But it is precisely because of this that the family under the subordinate suffered a devastating blow. Now, the bloodline of Xia is extremely thin, and it is only possible to attract Bai Lei in this Bai Lei wasteland. It is almost impossible to do it in other places. This kind of bloodline can be said to be tasteless. According to the family records, the blood of the lower family can even summon the heavenly transcending tribulation thunder. Once in the family, there was a sanctuary peak powerhouse who summoned a Lei Jiayu level that was stronger than the heavenly transcending tribulation thunder and killed a saint. A master of the domain small perfection. Because of this, the master caused a big disaster, and also implicated the family, which led to the destruction of the family. At that time, only a few collaterals escaped. The ancestors of the family today are one of the collaterals. The current bloodline is useless except in the White Thunder Wasteland. The adults have the power of the peak semi-sacred at a young age. It must be from a big power. How can you look down on such an inferior bloodline? As for the White Thunder Beast, I want to hunt and kill myself. Unfortunately, my talent is really limited, and I have only cultivated it in the White Thunder Wasteland to the realm of 100% saint body by relying on Bai Lei. This kind of strength, even the most powerful weak first-level White Thunder Beasts may not be able to hunt and kill. Of course I can invite other warriors to help, but I'm also afraid that they will be captured by them after the incident, and it will become a tool for their family to temper the holy body in the future. It's just that the adults found out from the beginning but did not take action. I must not be a despicable person, so I am willing to take a gamble. Han Feng squinted slightly. Oh? That's it, but what if you guess wrong? Maybe. Han also hopes to bring your excellency back to the family and become a tool for tempering the holy body of family members? The third one. Suddenly I found that the White Thunder Wasteland has nothing to write about. Maybe the story of the White Thunder Wasteland will end today. Technique. Along with Han Feng's voice, a gloomy and cold air permeated out. Han Feng stared gloomily at the green-haired youth. The green-haired young man's face turned pale. Xia naturally knows what will happen after he made a wrong bet, but his family is now in a state of decline and is in danger. Xia urgently needs to temper his body to the limit of 40%, and then pass through Tianlei in one fell swoop and become the first level of sanctuary. The peak of the sky or even the early stage of the second layer of heaven. Only when you reach that level can you save the family. If the family is destroyed, it will not survive for long. There is not much time. Anyway, it will die sooner or later, but it's just an early death. In fact, even if I don't meet the adults, I will go to other strong people to gamble. It's just that the adults make me more willing to gamble. Han Feng pondered in his heart. After all, there were only two reasons why he made this green-haired young man willing to gamble. First, he is young, but his cultivation is superb. Generally speaking, such a strong person will only come from a big power. For a big power, a mere bloodline of falling thunder is not worth grabbing. For the major forces, there are many ways to temper the holy body, not only the White Thunder Wasteland, so the value of the thunder bloodline is not great. Second, he didn't rashly kill the two peeping people before, which made the green-haired youth mistakenly think that he was not the kind of person who was addicted to murder. Han Feng pouted in his heart. All this is the self-confidence of the green-haired young man. He is not a powerful person. However, he really had no idea about the blood of the thunderbolt. attracting Bai Lei to condense the white thunder beast. Han Feng held his chin and pondered. After a long time, Han Feng raised his head and said, "You give me a test." "Yes." The green-haired young man's face was overjoyed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the coldness on Han Feng's body had completely disappeared. The green-haired young man stepped back a distance and shouted in a low voice, "The blood of the thunderbolt, congeal." The clothes on the green-haired youth completely collapsed at this moment, revealing the green-haired youth's upper body. I saw thunder runes appearing on the upper body of the green-haired youth, and the entire body was suddenly swallowed by thunder. Lightning technique. The green-haired youth devoured by the thunderball turned into a ball of thunder, and a burst of shouts came from the thunder. The next moment, a thick white thundercloud suddenly condensed in the sky. It really attracted Bai Lei? Han Feng was surprised. At this time, Han Feng really believed in what the green-haired youth said. The green-haired youth was wrapped by the thunder group, and the thunder group suddenly shot out endless thunder. Immediately, there were bursts of roaring sounds from the white thunderclouds in the sky. The roar became stronger and stronger, and finally, the first white thunder crashed down. But this white thunder didn't hit the thunder group, instead, it slashed around the thunder group, and then the second, third, and fourth white thunder also fell, without the slightest pause in the middle. Several white thunders slammed down around the thunder group, and then bounced into the air and merged in the air in Han Feng's surprised eyes. At this time, the thunder group moved suddenly, like a ball rolled out. The thunder group gradually dissipated, and the green-haired youth reappeared in front of Han Feng. The green-haired youth wiped away a cold sweat, looked up at Han Feng and said, "Sir, Bai Lei has been led down, and now the initial form of the white thunder beast has successfully formed the thunder ball. Even if there is no lightning attracting technique, the white thunder will continue to fall, until the white thunder beast breaks the thunder ball and is born." "So that's the case, what level will the white thunder beast condense this time?" "This?" The green-haired young man said nervously, "I don't know what's next. It all depends on luck. It may be a low-level white thunder beast, or a high-level white thunder beast." Seeing that Han Feng was still expressionless, the green-haired youth thought that Han Feng was dissatisfied, and immediately explained, "Sir, although it depends on luck, it has something to do with the area in the white thunder wasteland. If it is on the periphery of the white thunder wasteland, the white thunder beasts condensed are about level 1 to level 6. In the inner circle of the white thunder wasteland, the condensed white thunder beasts are roughly between the 4th and 9th levels. In the core of the white thunder wasteland, the condensed white thunder beasts are between the 7th and 12th levels, and even the 13th level white thunder beasts. It's just that the possibility of the 13th level white thunder beasts appearing is too small, so ignoring it doesn't count." Han Feng nodded and asked, in the green-haired youth's uneasy look, "What's your name?" "The surname is Luo Mingchao, the full name is Luo Chao." As if guessing what Han Feng would say, Luo Chao's heart thumped. "Just listen to Han Feng said lightly, I agree to your deal. But the premise is to go to the core of the white thunder wasteland. Of course, this is very dangerous, and you can refuse." Luo Chao's bloodline of falling thunder and the technique of attracting thunder did make Han Feng's heart move, but that's all. This lightning-inducing technique just makes his holy body stronger. As long as there is time, Han Feng believes that he will reach the limit of the holy body sooner or later in the core of the white thunder wasteland. Luo Chao looked a little hesitant, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I agree. The core of the white thunder wasteland is indeed dangerous, but it is not an opportunity for him." Hoo. At this moment, Bai Lei attracted by Luo Chao has condensed a white thunder beast. "It's only level 5, it seems that this time is bad luck." Han Feng sighed, and suddenly shot. Saint Yuan broke out, the power of Yuanshan was accurately calculated, and Han Feng punched the opponent. The 5th level white thunder beast is only equivalent to the middle level second rate and semi-sacred. Even if he doesn't need the sanctuary, Han Feng is very easy to solve it. 55% of Saint Yuan is combined with more than 20% of primordial spirit power and 1% of holy body. Han Feng's punch is purely based on strength, and can also hit the first-class semi-holy level, not to mention the mere 5th-level Bai Beast. Before this White Thunder Beast had time to attack Han Feng, it was smashed into scum by Han Feng's punch. The 5th-level White Thunderball fell into Han Feng's hands, and Han Feng tempered his body again, but it only increased by 0.1%. Let's go. Han Feng said to Luo Chao lightly, flying to the core of the White Thunder Wasteland first, followed by Luo Chao. A month later, the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Aurora Tsongyan, Fusion. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded, and a huge flame of flame flashed in the sky. The giant finger fell, and the tiger-shaped White Thunder Beast shone with bright white thunder light was defeated by an instant kill. I'm lucky this time. It's the 11th level White Thunder Beast. With this 11th level White Thunder Orb, I'm sure my holy body can reach 30%. After killing the 11th level White Thunder Beast, Han Feng held 10, the 1st level White Thunderball smiled. This month, although the White Thunder Orb was divided equally because of the agreement, the White Thunder Orb obtained in 1 month still greatly enhanced Han Feng's holy body, and now it is extremely close to the realm of 30% holy body. At this level, except for the White Thunder Balls above 10th level, the White Thunder Balls below 10th level basically have not significantly improved Han Feng's holy body. For more completed. It seems that the 10th update will not be completed today. Since the day and night have been reversed, there is basically no time to wake up, and the plot of the Bailey Wasteland has also made the cabbage a little stuck. Let the cabbage think about what to do next. Thank you Ruffian1314 and A1009400505 for their great rewards. Thanks to Jen for the super awesome tip. Amazed face, / I owe more and more, and the pressure is great. Only the White Thunder beads above the 10th level have a relatively obvious enhancement to Han Feng's current body tempering, and the 11th level White Thunder beads are naturally very satisfactory to Han Feng. And Luo Chao's improvement is not as terrifying as Han Feng's improvement. It is true that the White Thunder Orb obtained by Han Feng from killing the White Thunder Beast is half as good as Luo Chao, but Luo Chao has no other contribution other than attracting thunder, and coupled with the strength shown by Han Feng, how dare Luo Chao dare really go to get high-level White Thunder beads? Every time it is divided equally, Luo Chao will leave the higher, by Leizhu, to Han Feng first, and choose the rest, by himself. For example, if you get 2 White Thunder beads, one is level 5 or 6, and the other is level 7 or 8, Luo Chao will leave the White Thunder bead of level 7 or 8 to Han Feng, and choose the White Thunder bead of level 5 or 6. So even if Luo Chao and Han Feng got the same amount of White Thunder orbs, if the level is added, the total value of the White Thunder orbs in Luo Chao's hands is less than 1/3 of Han Feng's. Han Feng was well aware of the way Luo Chao allocated by Leizhu, but he did not refuse hypocritically. Han Feng also has some understanding of Luo Chao's thoughts. He was a stranger before and suddenly traded with a strong man. If he was in Luo Chao's position, he was afraid that one would accidentally offend the other party. I would rather suffer a little loss myself, but also make the other party satisfied. Because of this, Han Feng didn't say anything about sharing the same level with Bai Leizhu. If he said that, it would make Luo Chao uneasy. Luo Chao, you are about to reach 20% holy body now, hurry up and temper your body to truly reach 20% holy body. I'm also going to use the 11th level White Thunder Ball to completely temper my body to raise it to the holy body of 30%. Han Feng turned to Luo Chao. Luo Chao smiled and said respectfully, "Sir, let's practice first, and I'll guard you here." Han Feng raised his eyebrows and stopped persuading him. Squeeze the 11th level White Thunder Ball in his hand, and the surging thunderbolt turned into a thunderstorm and swallowed Han Feng. The raging power of thunder turned into countless wind blades, cutting Han Feng's body. Han Feng's face gradually turned pale, and his face was hideous. But in order to temper his body, in order to improve his strength, Han Feng stood firm. Every thunder wind blade cutting to Han Feng's body will bring great pressure and scars to Han Feng's holy body, but then it will also strengthen Han Feng's holy body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Chao looked at Han Feng, who was swallowed by Lei Jiao, and sighed silently. After a month of contact, Luo Chao can understand that Han Feng is not the kind of arrogant powerhouse with strong strength, and there is some gentleness under his indifferent face. Perhaps it is because he has seen Han Feng's powerful strength, and Luo Chao himself is very weak. Even if he understands that Han Feng is still approachable in nature, Luo Chao cannot act close to Han Feng. It can only be said that there is more than enough respect and closeness. It is precisely because of this that Han Feng didn't say anything about Luo Chao's distribution method. It was a little strange between the two parties. Even a month did not change the state, but Luo Chao became more and more respectful. Where does this lord come from? I haven't heard of any powerful Han family nearby. It's so terrifying at such a young age. Perhaps after 1,000 years, the mainland will have another master of the peak of the sanctuary and even the small perfection of the sanctuary. Since entering the core of the White Thunder Wasteland, Luo Chao was completely stunned by the powerful strength that Han Feng continued to show. The 7th level White Thunder Beast was instantly killed. The 8th level White Thunder Beast was instantly killed. The 9th level White Thunder Beast was instantly killed. Up to now, even the 11th level White Thunder Beast has been killed in seconds. Looking at the strength of this adult, I'm afraid even the 12th level White Thunder Beast is not a problem, but I don't know how it compares with the 13th level White Thunder Beast. Thinking of this, Luo Chao shook his head. I think too much. No matter how powerful this adult is, he may not be able to surpass the peak and semi-sacred. In that kind of realm, how many people in the entire continent can reach this realm before the sanctuary? That kind of deep accumulation is too difficult to achieve. If this adult has such deep accumulation, it is not impossible to achieve the great perfection of the sanctuary in the future and become the ultimate powerhouse of the sanctuary. Glancing at Han Feng again, Luo Chao released his mental power, cautiously. Maybe he can't find anything with his mental power, but he can't be careless. Boom boom boom. The power of thunder bombarded Han Feng, and the thunderstorm gradually subsided. Crackling. In the end, several arcs flickered on Han Feng's body. Han Feng's body shook, and these arcs were directly torn apart. Boom. Han Feng slammed his fist into the ground, and the ground shook. Han Feng's muscles tightened, and a violent force poured out from the depths of his body. 3% of the holy body, the physical power contained in the body, has been strengthened again. Han Feng sighed with emotion about the progress of his holy body. 30% of the holy body, just counting the transformation of the body, is already at the top level. If you want to improve next, you must be in 11th or even 12th level, by Leiju, to have a more obvious improvement. Although this is the White Thunder Wasteland, the core of it is close to the inner circle, and it needs to go deeper. A few days later, Han Feng and Luo Chao entered deeper into the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. Half a month later, Han Feng finally hunted down a level 12 White Thunder Beast and obtained a level 12 White Thunder Ball. This place is almost the deepest place in the core of the White Thunder Wasteland. The White Thunders that Luo Chao brought in are basically the White Thunder Beasts of the 9th level, 10th level, or even 11th level. The blessing, my current holy body has been tempered to the realm of 35%, and sure enough, the higher the level of the White Thunder Ball, the stronger the tempering effect. It's just that after reaching 30% of the holy body, even the 10th level and 11th level White Thunder beads have little effect. Only the 12th level White Thunder beads can make some improvements. But the 12th level white thunder beast is so easy to condense. Huh? But at this moment, Han Feng's expression changed. Gloomy soul fruit is ripe? Great! A burst of joy flashed across Han Feng's face. It has been almost 5 months since I got the ghost fruit in the ghost realm and planted it in the planting space. Although the level of the ghost fruit is high, it is almost mature in more than 5 months. Luo Chao, you practice here for a few days by yourself, and I'll come when I go. Han Feng didn't want to enter the Nine Flames Tower near Luo Chao, even if the possibility of Luo Chao's discovery was very small. Han Feng was unwilling. Now that Luo Chao's holy body has reached 25%, there is little chance that this level of holy body will have problems at the core. Han Feng flew out for a while, and saw that no one around entered the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower directly. After taking out the ghost fruit and refining it into source liquid, Han Feng returned to Luo Chao. Swallowing the source liquid to enhance the power of the primordial spirit will not cause Luo Chao's suspicion. Luo Chao has already misunderstood that Han Feng is from a great power. It is absolutely normal for a genius of a great power to have any heaven and earth spirits to enhance the power of the primordial spirit. After swallowing the ghost fruit source liquid, the peculiar energy belonging to the soul poured into the sea of spiritual consciousness. The power of the primordial spirit is more than 20%, and a ghost fruit alone cannot achieve much efficiency. But if the quantity reaches a certain limit, it will definitely cause some kind of qualitative change, especially the power of the primordial spirit brought by the ghost fruit source liquid is far more than the ghost fruit itself. 10 days later, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the invisible power of the primordial spirit surged out. First delivery. Ask for flowers. No tears, I bring eyes for myself, Hidel forgot to update. The power of Yuanshan surged out, and a huge vortex directly condensed above Han Feng's head at this moment. The vortex was spinning rapidly, and even the surrounding space was vaguely distorted. Boom! The power of the primordial spirit was like an ocean wave, swept away in layers and layers, and when the power of the primordial spirit enveloped Luo Chao's face quickly turned pale, and he took a step back subconsciously, even spitting out blood. What a powerful primordial spirit! Luo Chao gasped. Luo Chao's mental power has not yet undergone a qualitative change, but Han Feng's Yuanshan power has reached 30% Yuanshan, which is equivalent to the first level of the sanctuary. The huge gap between the pressure and the qualitative change is enough to make Luo Chao's spirit collapse. Luo Chao wiped away a cold sweat, but luckily Han Feng's primordial spirit didn't attack, otherwise he would be in a vegetative state now. At this moment, Luo Chao extremely hoped that his spiritual power would also be transformed into the power of Yuanshan. Even if the transformed Yuanshan's power is extremely low, at least it is at the same level as Han Feng's Yuanshan's power, but the level of Yuanshan's power is different. The same as the power of the primordial spirit, it is impossible to easily collapse his primordial spirit power. The power of Han Feng's primordial spirit is still expanding rapidly, and the vortex above his mind is expanding rapidly. It was not until the soul vortex above the head expanded to a range of hundreds of meters that it began to slowly converge and finally merged into Han Feng's body. Or the depths of Han Feng's spiritual consciousness. Han Feng spit out a turbid breath, 3% of the power of the primordial spirit. This is still with the assistance of a large amount of ghost fruit, and the ghost fruit has also been refined into source liquid by me. If it's a normal ghost fruit, I'm afraid that if I can reach 20%, 26%, it's against the sky. Before Han Feng, the power of Yuanshan had reached the realm of more than 20%, about 20% or 20%. Raising it to 25% or 26% is really not much. The power of Han Feng's Yuanshan was withdrawn, and Luo Chao breathed a sigh of relief. The oppression from the depths of his soul made his body tremble. Sir, can we continue to trigger thunder now? Luo Chao said cautiously. Well, let's draw the thunder. I hope it's the 12th level White Thunder Beast. Han Feng nodded. Time flies, and another half a month has passed. Today, Han Feng's holy body has been tempered to 38%, but it is almost impossible to improve after that. Even the 12th level White Thunder Orb is the same. Luo Chao knew Han Feng's doubts, but explained it to Han Feng. Sir, the White Thunder beads in the White Thunder Wasteland can only reach the realm of 38%, and there is no way to improve it further. Unless you rely solely on Bai Lei to temper your body. It's so. Han Feng frowned slightly. This took Han Feng by surprise. Originally, the holy body had already reached the 38% realm, and Han Feng was going to make persistent efforts to raise it to the 40% limit before leaving. Who would have thought that the 12th level White Thunder Ball could no longer be improved? If you only rely on Bai Lei quenching, it cannot be said that there is no effect, it can only be said that the effect is too weak. The attack effect of these White Thunders is also the third-rate semi-sacred level, and the Great One is the second-rate semi-sacred level. Tempering the holy body 100% to 20% has a lot of effect, but 100% to 20% will not work. At the beginning, Luo Chao spent half a year outside the White Thunder Wasteland before he transformed his body and reached 10% of the holy body. And now it has only taken a long time to improve to more than 20% of the Eucharist. The efficiency of using the White Thunder Ball to temper the body is obviously far more than using the White Thunder to temper the body. But now that there is no way to temper the body with the White Thunder Ball, what else can I rely on except for the White Thunder? There is not much time before the 5 palaces are competing for hegemony. We must hurry up and cultivate. With Bai Lei alone, we won't be able to reach the 40% limit of the holy body within half a year of this efficiency. Han Feng frowned deeply. Now Xingyan Tai Wenquan is not so attractive to Han Feng. At the beginning, Elder Tianqing said that such a sacred art would only be taught if he achieved relatively good results in the 5 palaces hegemony ranking tournament, and Han Feng was also excited about it. But now Han Feng has obtained the unique sanctuary of the sanctuary, Fen Tiandi's esteemed finger, and when he cultivated to the 9th realm, it is a high-grade and high-grade sanctuary's special skills, and Xingyan Tai Wenquan is only a high-grade and low-grade sanctuary's special skills. However, even so, Han Feng still wants to participate, not only to participate, but also to get the top few. There is no other reason, it is just for the reward of the top few in the 5 palaces, competing for hegemony. Getting those rewards will be of great help to the improvement after the sanctuary. Of course, this is only one of them. Han Feng remembered that the elder in the Baidu Academy's martial arts tower said that there are relatively advanced and complete spiritual body cultivation secrets in the Central Capital Academy's martial arts tower. If Lin Qingshan gets this secret method of spiritual body cultivation, it will be much easier for Lin Qingshan to practice. Even Central Continent has heard of the existence of the ancient family spirit clan. This is a gathering place for spirit bodies. Han Feng also wants to get some useful information and treasures for Lin Qingshan from this place. The Central Continent and the North Continent are separated by an extremely wide and boundless ocean, and it is difficult for even the strongest in the sanctuary to cross. Relying on the teleportation array in Baidu University to transmit to Zhongdu University is a good way. The power of Yuanshan swept across Lin Qingshan, who had been cultivating in the soul search space. Han Feng rubbed his head and sighed. Lin Qingshan is also a very proud woman, but now she is a soul body, and her spiritual body cultivation secret technique is not high, and she has only just been promoted to the ground level. The bigger the gap with Han Feng, the more Lin Qingshan worked hard to cultivate. Until now, apart from practicing, she rarely wakes up, let alone talking to Han Feng. This made Han Feng, who was eager to get close to Lin Qingshan, very helpless. Lin Qingshan is the first woman Han Feng likes in this world. Han Feng knows that sometimes when the gap is large enough, it is likely to affect the relationship between the two parties. In order to avoid this phenomenon, it is inevitable to increase Lin Qingshan's strength. Luo Chao, if the 12th level White Thunder Orb doesn't have much effect on me, what about the 13th level White Thunder Orb? Han Feng suddenly thought of the 13th level White Thunder Beast and asked. The 13th level White Thunder Beast can make adults further improve, but it is purely luck to condense the 13th level White Thunder Beast. Luo Chao said with a wry smile. In half a month, try your best to use thunder to condense a 13-level White Thunder Beast. If it doesn't work, I can only give up after half a month. Anyway, the limit of 30% of the holy body and 40% of the holy body is not that big. The gap. Han Feng said slowly. Luo Chao's face froze. If Han Feng leaves, he can only find someone else to cooperate. But the next person can't tell what character he is. Seeing Luo Chao's concern, Han Feng said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will kill enough White Thunder Beasts before leaving, and accumulate enough White Thunder Beads for you to practice. With your current close to 30% of the holy body, presumably I don't need many White Thunder Beads anymore." Second more.